The homeroom teacher, Old Zhang, slammed the lectern in fury, roaring, "You only have one life. Weapons and spirit pets can still shield you, but the companion mystery box leads only to death." His eyes blazed toward the back row, and his thunderous voice echoed through the classroom. The students of Class 2, Senior Year 3, held their breath in silence, the atmosphere heavy. In this world, once you turned 18, you had to enter the survival mystery box game, alone with barely any chance to turn back. Lin Ji sat by the window, his expression calm and detached, idly twirling a ballpoint pen with his fingers. Having transmigrated here 18 years ago and awaited his cheat skill without success, the grim expectancy of survival had left his face as impassive as stone. Suddenly, Old Zhang called out his name, stepping close with a warning glare. "Stay away from the companion mystery box. It's better to live lonely than to throw away your life." Lin Ji nodded, a determined look in his eyes, discarding any playful impulses. The next moment, the bell rang explosively, and the classroom vanished. Lin Ji found himself standing in a vast, pure white space, where 5 ancient black boxes hovered before him. The weapon mystery box, the technique mystery box, the spirit pet mystery box, the pill mystery box, and on the far right, the companion mystery box, despised by all. A countdown timer flashed glaringly, and Lin Ji steadied his breathing, reaching out to grab the weapon mystery box. The instant his fingertips brushed against it, searing pain erupted in his eyes, tears streaming down his face. His vision distorted and reset as the 5 boxes began to emit an eerie glow. The weapon mystery box became shrouded in white fog, with cold, floating text stating, "Rusty iron sword, breaks after 2 swings, return rate -50%. Lin Ji's heart sank, and his gaze quickly swept toward the other boxes. Technique, basic breathing technique, minimal enhancement, return rate 10%. Spirit pet, a mutated husky, clumsy and housebreaking, return rate 30%. Pill, an expired strength pill, pitiful 3-second boost, return rate -80%. All were traps, worthless gear that practically guaranteed death. The system urged, 10 seconds remaining. Finally, Lin Ji's gaze locked onto the companion mystery box. As his hand moved to seize it, his pupils widened in shock. The box emitted radiance unlike its usual dim appearance. A blinding 7-colored divine light shot into the heavens. Golden words glimmered across its surface. Supreme prismatic, unique mythical sealing, boundless rewards upon opening. Lin Ji's eyes widened, his mind echoing with thunderous words. Prismatic, supreme, infinite. This far surpassed any known grade, beyond anything the textbooks ever described. He swallowed his dry throat, as the word trash felt utterly ludicrous. What lay within was a nuclear-level god-tier treasure, waiting for him to unleash it with a single command. When the countdown ended, Lin Ji, without hesitation, gripped the mystery box firmly, making his decisive choice. "I'm all in on this one." Meanwhile, in the Education Ministry's monitoring room back on Blue Planet's Dragon Nation, a live feed broadcasted the event. The elite officials watching were engaged in heated discussions about the newcomers' picks, with golden weapons and minor skills making frequent appearances. Abruptly, a bold, blood-red warning message filled the screen. Highly irrational choice. All eyes immediately fixed on Lin Ji. His firm grasp on the companion mystery box caused a commotion among the watchers. Almost spat tea. Is his brain mush? Picking the companion box? How can he possibly win? Starting with a vase? He's doomed to fail. The room erupted with curses and disbelief, while Old Zhang, sitting in a meeting room elsewhere at Donghai First High, watched in pale shock. Collapsing in his chair, his voice quivered. "Lin Ji, you've lost your mind completely." Yet in the dazzling white space, Lin Ji appeared unmoved by the storm of judgment. His eyes fixed firmly on the resplendent box, radiating its 7-colored light. He sneered coldly, as if ready to unveil the mystery behind this so-called trash. The space shattered, and Lin Ji found himself in a massive white stone square, filled with thousands of gathered participants. Around him, chatter and laughter filled the air. Blue tier battle axe impressive. A green tier iron cloth technique, solid choice. While some celebrated, others sulked over their misfortune, though all attention ultimately centered on the radiant and conspicuous Wang Hao. Clad in an aura of dominance, Wang Hao wielded a golden spear that shone brilliantly, exuding overwhelming energy. That golden tier, a legendary grade. What determination! With Brother Wang here, this round is in the bag. Wang Hao twirled the spear smugly, his faint humility unable to mask his pride. Just as the crowd flocked around him in admiration, laughter and mockery suddenly erupted in another corner. Class 2's Lin Ji? Did he seriously pick the companion mystery box? Is he here for war or romance? The ridicule spread like wildfire, and thousands of eyes bore down on Lin Ji like blades. Even Wang Hao shot him a disdainful glance, exuding a sense of absolute superiority. Yet Lin Ji remained utterly composed, his expression unruffled by the surrounding derision. A simp's choice? The jeering voices suggested, laughing with cutting sarcasm. They mocked him, claiming that the companion mystery box would deliver useless junk, a fool's demise. Yet the box in his hands glowed with a seven-colored radiance that seemed ready to shatter its constraints, carrying a chilling and unyielding aura. Meanwhile, back in the Education Ministry's monitoring center, Minister Qin stared intently at the screen, astonished by Lin Ji's solitary and audacious choice of the companion mystery box. He repeatedly warned that this was a path of self-destruction. But abruptly, the box's brilliance surged, its dazzling colors tearing through all expectations, far surpassing the legendary grade and leaving the entire room stupefied. The white stone square. On the battlefield, the system's countdown hit 0, and everyone was forcibly thrown into the zombie siege instance. Lin Ji abruptly opened a blind loot box, and an ancient, terrifying aura erupted, instantly silencing the mocking laughter. The atmosphere turned deathly still. Pink smoke diffused in the air, carrying a sweet fragrance. 9 massive, snow-white fox tails rose into the sky, like divine miracles piercing the heavens. In comparison to these 9 tails, the so-called divine gun in Wang Hao's hand was utterly insignificant and fell quietly to the ground. From within the smoke emerged a woman in a long dress of red and white, styled in ancient fashion. Her presence was commanding and sharp, her skin as white as snow, and her eyes glinting with a frosty light. She walked barefoot on a levitating lotus flower, exuding an unparalleled allure that mesmerized the crowd. The surrounding silence was deafening. This was the true embodiment of the goddess of the companion blind box. Her gaze profound, the woman slowly knelt and paid her respects, her cascading hair spreading across the ground. Her voice was soft yet resolute as she said, "I am Su Daji, greeting my king." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as uproar erupted. The companion blind box had actually produced the legendary enchantress of unparalleled beauty? The taunting and ridicule were entirely overturned as myth came alive before their eyes. In the live stream chat, comments exploded and gasps of disbelief rang out one after another. On the screen, the woman, breathtakingly beautiful as though she had stepped out of a myth, radiated a brilliance so intense it left all hearts pounding. Even high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Education lost their composure. Teacups tumbled to the ground, and old Zhang slid from his chair onto the floor, his lips trembling. Standing before the radiant Su Daji, Lin Ji's heart was initially shaken, but he quickly composed himself. He gently lifted her chin with his hand and felt the warmth of her soft skin. As she slowly rose, her gaze turned cold, and a murderous aura filled the air. Facing the mockery of the crowd, she let out a cold scoff, and several overconfident hecklers immediately collapsed under an invisible pressure, their faces as pale as sheet, drenched in sweat. At that moment, Wang Hao, overwhelmed by embarrassment, let out a furious roar. He tried to cover his unease and jealousy with loud insults, mocking Su Daji as a mere pretty vase, incapable of fending off monsters, and warned she might draw zombies to harm the group. A sour jealousy spread in the air as others' eyes flickered with envy. Lin Ji glanced at Wang Hao coldly before turning to Su Daji and said, "Someone called you a pretty vase." Her silver bell laughter was enchanting yet deadly, and her expression turned lethal, dripping with intent. "If they wish to see, then I shall grant them a spectacle." Before her words faded, the surrounding space trembled violently as an announcement flashed across all screens. Beginner's protection has ended, survival mode officially starts. In the blink of an eye, students were teleported into a post-apocalyptic wasteland of an abandoned city. As Lin Ji landed, he was immediately engulfed by the stench of decay and blood. A mutated zombie with crimson eyes and a body covered in rotting flesh roared and charged ferociously toward him. Its claws were as sharp as surgical scalpels, sending sparks flying off the ground as it moved with inhuman speed. The livestream chat erupted with comments, flooded by viewers sarcastically calling Lin Ji the unlucky one who would become loot on landing. They mocked Su Daji for standing motionless as Lin Ji faced an imminent death. The mutated zombie's growls neared dangerously close, and the grim reality of survival in a dying world became starkly apparent. The live stream audience boiled over with frenzied comments. Shocked exclamations and praises filled the screen. Meanwhile, in the school, old Zhang's face turned ashen, his nails digging into the edges of his desk as he barked for Lin Ji to run for his life. Yet, on the screen, Lin Ji remained calm and motionless, his eyes exuding a composed detachment, as though observing a farcical play. Just as the pus-dripping claws of the zombie were about to reach him, a slender, snow-white hand suddenly extended from the side. With a graceful lift of her index finger, Su Daji's lips barely parted as she coldly uttered, "Noisy." A pink ripple emanated from her fingertip. The mutated zombie froze in midair before it erupted into a shower of blood-red mist, disintegrating into nothingness. Even its bones turned to dust. The blood mist swirled away from Lin Ji, leaving not a speck of grime on his clothes. He stood as impeccably composed as ever. Immediately, a mechanical voice resonated in the vicinity. First-tier mutated zombie eliminated. Points plus 100. Leaderboard unlocked. The rules were clear and chilling. Survival meant accumulating points, and contenders rushed to climb the ranks. The crowd fell into stunned silence. It wasn't just a kill. It was a dimension-reducing strike. The mutated zombie hadn't even had the chance to scream before it was obliterated. Lin Ji, far from running for his life, had already begun scoring points to climb the leaderboard. The chat went wild, with comments flooding the screen. "Pretty vase? Are you joking? That's a walking nuclear bomb. One finger kill? Wang Hao better kneel in shame. Turns out, the clown here is me." Amidst the ruin and rubble, Su Daji withdrew her hand, her expression indifferent as if she had merely swatted a mosquito. She turned to Lin Ji with a dazzling smile, her soft voice lingering in the air. "My king, the filth has been dealt with." Lin Ji's gaze shifted toward the corner of the screen, where the leaderboard boldly displayed Rank 1. His lips curled into a faint smile, and he gently patted Su Daji on the head. She, however, stepped closer of her own accord, her bewitching eyes meeting his as her 9 foxtails swayed enchantingly. The aura around her softened instantly. This life-and-death contest had been turned on its head by the combined strength of Lin Ji and Su Daji. With but a single move, they had revealed the start of a new era. Pink streaks of light flickered through the air, every movement both mesmerizing and perilous. Su Daji tilted her head slightly upward, locking her gaze on Lin Ji. Her crimson lips parted as if coiled with a seductive promise. "As long as my king desires it, I can obliterate all enemies in this world." Her 9 snow-white fox tails danced wildly amidst the ruins, stirring awe and dread alike. A trace of amusement flickered across Lin Ji's eyes, suppressing the provocative images threatening to surface in his mind. Daji drew closer, her breath brushing against him with a faint fragrance that invaded his senses. Her delicate hand rested on his shoulder, and her tone was as alluring as a predator inviting its prey. "Master, how do you find my performance?" Lin Ji's lips curved in a faint smile. Not bad, but this is just the beginning. As for the rest, we'll discuss it later. As soon as the words left his mouth, Daji froze for a moment before a glimmer of moisture appeared in her eyes. Her charming face flushed a deep red as she softly murmured in protest, "Will it be gentler next time?" Her 9 tails swayed excitedly, clearly indifferent to the plea for gentleness. Lin Ji coughed awkwardly and changed his demeanor, shifting to a serious tone. "Let's focus on the task at hand." Daji obediently stepped back, her demeanor humble and compliant. "I'll follow master's every command." Lin Ji took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. "From now on, we have only one goal, to claim the number 1 spot on the leaderboard." Daji dropped to one knee, her eyes alight with fighting spirit. "I pledge to follow master and sweep this city clean." The scene shifted to the monitoring hall of the Ministry of Education in the Dragon Nation. A technician exclaimed, "Check Lin Ji's points? They've skyrocketed." On the screen, Lin Ji strolled leisurely, hands in his pockets, as if wandering through his own backyard. Meanwhile, Su Daji became a pink streak, swiftly dispatching zombies as she moved. Her actions were precise and effortlessly elegant. Suddenly, a second-tier crawler emerged, only to have its skull crushed in an instant by a single attack. Next, a horde of zombies surged forward. Su Daji wielded a pink-hued energy that sliced through them, her cuts so smooth they appeared sculpted. As Lin Ji passed an old newsstand, he casually flipped through decades-old newspapers, his demeanor relaxed and composed. The upper echelons exchanged looks of disbelief. Is this survival training? It feels more like a casual park stroll. The scene transitioned to Wang Hao and his group hiding in an alley. A long spear was pressed against a zombie's chest, the tension evident in the sweat-soaked fabric of Wang Hao's clothing. He gritted his teeth and thrust the spear into the zombie's heart, his points soaring as a result. "I got one. At this pace, there's no doubt I'll take first place." Wang Hao's eyes burned with fervor. His followers cheered loudly, proclaiming Wang Hao as the inevitable victor. Yet the live-stream chat was deathly silent. On the left side of the screen, Wang Hao was drenched in sweat, exerting himself to earn 10 points. On the right side, Lin Ji, unbothered and surrounded by beauty, effortlessly racked up 3,000 points. The chat erupted, comments filled with mockery and ridicule. In the ruins of H-City, Lin Ji stood atop a high vantage point, his gaze fixed coldly on the leaderboard. First place, 5,200 points. Second place, Wang Hao, a mere 85 points. He frowned, his eyes scanning beyond the city, locking onto the central area flagged in red with warnings by the omniscient eye system. Su Daji, landing lightly, leaned into his side. Her laughter was sweet, and there wasn't a hint of exhaustion on her face. Lin Ji pointed toward the twin towers in the distance, his aura charged with defiance. Su Daji's eyes glowed crimson, her dedication unshakable. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a dreadful aura surged into the sky. Lin Ji's expression grew heavy. The omniscient eye swept across the horizon, revealing a turbulent mass of dark clouds. Tens of thousands of zombies swarmed together, forming a black tide that engulfed everything in its path. The system's warning blared. H-City has triggered a hidden mechanism. A zombie horde of 100,000 has erupted. Survival difficulty elevated to nightmare hell level. Standing at the eye of the storm, Lin Ji exhaled slowly, a manic determination flaring in his gaze. "Daji, get ready. Time to stock up." Su Daji's 9 tails unfurled, demonic energy surging skyward. Pink clashed head-on with the black zombie tide, her movements lethal and breathtaking. In the far corners of the city, students ran in terror, their screams and hopeless cries filling the air. Wang Hao's face drained of color as his spear slipped from his trembling hands, clattering to the ground. The view shifted back to Lin Ji. Facing the overwhelming zombie horde, he slowly drew an iron sword, its surface marred by rust. Despite its worn appearance, the presence of the woman standing beside him exuded divine protection. The winds shifted, foul miasma saturating the air. The ground pulsed like the heartbeat of some colossal entity. Streets overflowed with zombies. Their ghastly moans mingled with echoing screams. The stench of decay was suffocating. At the edge of the novice village, sheer panic reigned. Cries of despair were drowned out by the deafening roars of the undead. Lives hung in the balance, teetering on a razor's edge. Wang Hao crouched on a rooftop, his face ashen, the golden spear in his hand slipping limply to his side. The weight of despair pressed down on him heavily, making it hard to even breathe. Such was the primal fear instilled by the overwhelming onslaught of the zombie apocalypse. Meanwhile, atop the northern financial district tower of H-City, a young man clad in black stood tall. Bai Qi's short hair swayed in the wind as he gripped a Crimson War halberd. At his feet were the corpses of over a dozen second-tier zombies. His sharp gaze swept through the churning sea of black undead below, radiating a fanatic battle spirit. The scarlet dragon lance in his hand glowed with a fiery red light as it cleaved through a zombie mid-flight, his movements precise and effortlessly charismatic. Blessed with unparalleled genius and an illustrious family background, Bai Qi brimmed with confidence. Focused on the leaderboard displayed across his retina, he smirked as he straightened his back. His inner thoughts roared. Claiming the top spot in H-City would be a cinch, and he would even break the legendary 100,000-point threshold to unlock the hidden reward. But in the next moment, his triumphant grin froze on his face. The leaderboard displayed an unbridgeable gap. Lin Ji, an insurmountable 52,000 points, while he himself barely reached 520 points. Wang Hao languished far behind with a meager 85 points. As stray leaves drifted on the wind, Bai Qi rubbed his eyes in disbelief. His pride and confidence crumbled instantly. This wasn't just a gap between scores. It was a chasm between species. He turned his head slowly, his gaze fixed on the twin towers at the city's center, where pink demonic energy rose skyward, layered with crimson clouds like apocalyptic storm waves. In the wilderness, Lin Ji stood within the chaos, his figure calm yet commanding, as he stood shoulder to shoulder with the woman beside him. A stunningly seductive figure of bewitching elegance, her 9 fox tails spread wide like a fan, obscuring the sky. At the same time, in the Ministry of Education's monitoring headquarters of the Dragon Nation, the atmosphere was oppressively heavy. The gazes of the leading officials were fixed on the screen, on the boy named Lin Ji wielding a rusty iron sword, and the devastatingly alluring woman at his side who seemed capable of toppling nations with her presence. The video feed of Bai Qi, a prodigious young fighter, was reduced to a corner, virtually ignored. Minister Qin's hands trembled as he raised his teacup, spilling tea all over the desk. A secretary hurriedly handed him a tablet, nervously elaborating on Bai Qi's background and capabilities. However, Minister Qin could only offer a bitter smile, shaking his head and murmuring, "The genius of the Bai family has met a true monster. This year's top rank doesn't belong to him." The combat analyst adjusted his glasses, his voice grave as he revealed a startling truth. The woman named Su Daji, her power has far surpassed the limits of any martial artist. She may possess the strength of a grandmaster. The room fell silent. The only sound was the crackling of her 9 fox tails on the screen, radiating a boundless, sinister aura that sent chills down everyone's spine. A pseudo-grandmaster? She could outright contend against a true grandmaster, gasped someone in the room, their exclamation echoing amidst the stunned atmosphere. A high school senior, barely an adult, equipped with what is essentially a grandmaster-level bodyguard. This wasn't just a small fish owning an aircraft carrier. It was rewriting the rules of the system itself. Minister Qin slammed his palm on the table decisively, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Send immediate directives to Yenjing University and Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy. The military command must get involved. This prodigy alone deserves the full backing of the National Treasury. He then barked another order. Revise the curriculum materials immediately. Next year's survival guide must eliminate the rule stating that companion blind boxes are trash. This here is version T0. Under the towering twin towers of H-City, Lin Ji faced an overwhelming oncoming tide of 100,000 corpses. His demeanor was eerily calm, clutching a rusty iron sword said to possess no lethal properties. He nonetheless struck a confident and dashing stance. "Daji," he called softly. Su Daji lazily leaned against his back, her 9 fox tails weaving through the air, swiftly coalescing into an enormous web of pink fire. Her eyes turned icy, a cold determination brimming within them, as her bare feet stepped lightly into the void, leaving fiery lotus blossoms blooming in her wake. "Clear them out," Lin Ji commanded. "As you wish," Su Daji responded. 9 orbs of bewitching flames roared to life, transforming into a fiery pink rainstorm. Without a sound, the front lines of the corpse horde were instantly reduced to ashes, swiftly followed by the rows behind them. Vast, empty spaces suddenly spread across the map where the undead once stood. The system went wild, frantically displaying kill score notifications as the accumulation skyrocketed. Each 1,000 slain corpses added a staggering 10,000 points. Lin Ji raised his sword and slashed the air. Though it caused no physical damage, the sheer visual impact was earth-shattering, drawing collective gasps. The livestream chat, now attended by tens of billions of viewers, exploded with disbelief and excitement. That rusty sword, is it the legendary Shenyuan sword? Forget it, the female lead's output is insane. She wiped out a horde of 100,000 in just seconds. Some players reported possible hacks, but their accusations faltered under their own amazement. Lin Ji nonchalantly dusted off his sword, his voice laced with playful indifference. "Being unbeatable is so lonely." With a sly smirk, he softly caressed Su Daji's delicate cheek as her tails swirled elegantly around her. Suddenly, his sharp gaze cut through the remainder of the horde. A purple-black light began to gather in the distance. It was a slow, ominous condensation. The boss had appeared. "Not bad," Lin Ji murmured, his smile both sinister and taunting as danger flickered in his dark eyes. "The appetizer is done. The real feast is just beginning." Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the twin towers collapsed, sending clouds of smoke and dust spiraling into the sky. An enormous claw, covered in sapphire-black scales, tore through the crumbling support walls. A monstrously deformed head emerged from the ruins, its visage horrifying, a patchwork of decayed faces stitched together. Glassy eyes darted wildly across its grotesque form as green. Acidic slime dripped from its gaping maw, corroding the ground below. The scene marked the arrival of a new and harrowing foe, a true disaster for the gathered elites. Warning: final boss, Titan Corpse King, peak of 3rd tier, has appeared. The Corpse King unleashed a deafening roar, the ensuing sound wave shattering windows within a 100-meter radius. Shards of glass detonated and rained down like deadly fireworks. The livestream viewers, countless billions around the world, descended into chaos. A boss at the peak of Tier 3? Such a monstrosity had no place in a novice-level zone. Amid the howling winds and desolation, Lin Ji's white shirt fluttered gracefully. Not a hint of fear could be seen in his serene eyes as his steel-like black hair remained undisturbed against the storm. His gaze locked onto the mountainous foe, and an all-seeing system interface automatically displayed its only fatal weakness. Weak point, 3rd cervical vertebra on the rear neck. The tension hung thick over the battlefield. The allure of Su Daji shifted as she pinched her nose and covered her face with a handkerchief, wrinkling her brow in disgust. She nearly burrowed into Lin Ji's chest to escape the stench. The Corpse King's countless eyes suddenly honed in on the duo. It didn't charge indirectly. Instead, it uprooted a snapped concrete column, dripping with decaying flesh and foul pus, aiming it as a spear. The makeshift javelin hurled through the air toward Lin Ji, trailing blackened blood and rot. The speed of the attack compressed the air around it. Yet Lin Ji stood utterly unmoving, not even blinking in acknowledgement. The temperature near him plunged instantly as Su Daji's body stiffened in his arms. A chilling, venomous aura rippled from her surroundings, amplifying the tension in the battlefield. Her expression shifted in an instant. The seductive languor vanished, replaced by a vicious ferocity. Her blood-red eyes radiated the killing intent of a true nine-tailed heavenly fox. Space itself seemed to warp, and with a spectral motion, she materialized midair, intercepting the column. Her 9 tails solidified into bladed forms, their metallic sheen flashing coldly. "How dare you desecrate His Majesty's attire?" she snarled in a voice so dark and foreboding that it froze the blood in one's veins. In a single heartbeat, the pink figure blurred as the concrete pillar and blackened gore disintegrated into dust. With explosive speed, Su Daji became a streak of lightning, stabbing straight toward the Titan Corpse King. Her movements carried a crushing silence that weighed heavily upon the world. While her foe's murderous malice had not dissipated, its reaction had slowed to a crawl under her overwhelming presence. In the blink of an eye, countless fissures webbed across the Corpse King's grotesque exterior as though a million blades had slashed its flesh. The colossal body collapsed with an earth-shaking crash, breaking apart into chunks of decayed flesh and brittle bones. Blood rained down in gruesome torrents, painting the battlefield in a macabre masterpiece befitting hell itself. The shards of flesh fell but were suddenly suspended by an invisible barrier, the bloody corruption incapable of tainting Lin Ji. Su Daji's 9 tails bloomed into a lotus-shaped shield, as impenetrable as a fortress. Killed Tier 3 Lord, Titan Corpse King. Points plus 50, 000. Opening blind box reward. The system alerts rang incessantly in Lin Ji's ears, but he did not spare them a glance. Su Daji had returned. As she stepped into the ruins, her previously ferocious aura dissipated abruptly, replaced by a gentleness tinged with anxiety. She walked briskly to Lin Ji, her face full of guilt, holding a clean handkerchief as she meticulously wiped the unscathed corner of Lin Ji's clothing again and again. Her eyes were rimmed red, and her voice, laced with choking guilt, trembled as she said, "My king, this servant deserves punishment. I almost allowed those filthy creations to disturb your peace." She even inquired nervously if his clothes had been dirted, offering to take them off and wash them for him. From a distance, Minister Qin, the live-stream audience, and executives from the education department were wide-eyed with disbelief. In their minds, they screamed. At such a critical moment, their cleaning clothes, Lin Ji lowered his gaze, watching her cautious yet slightly obsessive actions, and responded blandly, "It's fine." Placing his hand gently over hers, he felt the faint tremor of her unease mixed with excitement. Through his omniscient eye, Lin Ji noticed. Among Su Daji's 9 tails, one momentarily solidified in a surge of emotion, as if trying to break a seal. He speculated silently. Perhaps her heightened emotions could unlock the seals, suppressing the dangerous impulse to provoke her further. He reminded himself that a Yandere losing control was no trivial matter to trifle with. Instead, he patted her head casually and said with a satisfied tone, "You've done well, my consort." Su Daji's teary eyes immediately perked up into beguiling almond-shaped fox eyes. Like a playful fox, she affectionately leaned in, rubbing her cheek against his hand as her tails happily swayed behind her. "As long as my king is pleased, I'd even pierce the heavens for you," she whispered with unwavering devotion. Suddenly, heavy and hurried footsteps echoed from afar. A bloodied figure, battered and exhausted, emerged from the ruins. It was Bai Qi. Clutching 2 recovery potions, Bai Qi had fought through 3 layers of corpse tide to finally reach the battlefield. When he glanced up, he was met with the sight of the Titan Corpse King's dismembered remains scattered neatly on the ground and Lin Ji, completely unharmed, calmly wiping his hands. For a moment, his war halberd froze mid-air in disbelief. The wind stilled. The air was thick with mingled scents of blood and an alluring, intoxicating peach blossom fragrance. Bai Qi stood motionless, his muscles tense as though sculpted. His tiger-like eyes widened to their limits. His gaze darted between the dismembered monstrosity and the collected Lin Ji, unable to comprehend the scene. "Am I here to save the field? Or did I just gate-crash the finale?" he muttered internally. In the live stream, the comments section exploded like fireworks. Poor Bai Chi's psychic trauma is going to hit exponential levels. The monsters already dealt with? What do you expect me to take over now? The tone here is completely off. It's like a domineering CEO storyline clashing with a fearless lone warrior plot. Lin Ji's posturing deserves a solid 99 out of 100. No extra, lest it boosts his ego. Lin Ji turned toward Bai Chi with a casual, faint smile that carried a hint of grace. He looked directly at the blood-splattered and disheveled warrior. The scene, how could it not be awkward? "Oh, you're here? Quite speedy?" Lin Ji remarked, his tone light yet seasoned with nonchalance, a sprinkle of verbal seasoning that directly ignited Bai Chi's old wounds. With his brows furrowed, Bai Chi was about to respond when a thunderous mechanical notification erupted in the air, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble violently. Global notification. Lin Ji has slain the ultimate boss, Titan Corpse King. Time, 0.01 seconds. A new record for Blue Planet. The rewards were automatically computed, and the system granted an exceptional upgrade, from Golden Legend to Red Myth. 5 blazing beams of light descended like divine judgment, suspended before Lin Ji. 5 ancient-styled blind boxes radiated intense energy, igniting an uproar across the entire network. In the education department's monitoring room, Minister Qin's teacup shattered abruptly in his hand as shock rippled across his face. Red blind boxes? A first-time upgrade of the final trial's rewards. This is unprecedented. A data analyst, trembling as he adjusted his glasses, added, "The probability is only 20%, and even then, only one premium item exists within. The rest are mere consolation prizes." Veteran players in the livestream wasted no time dousing hype with cold reality, emphasizing the harsh laws of probability. Bai Chi silently stared at the blind boxes, his gaze sharp as blades. Coming from a family of seasoned warriors, his harrowing life experiences had left him wary to the core. Blind boxes, akin to divinely ordained trials, were more dictated by fortune than strength, a cruel play of fate. Lin Ji's lips curled faintly as he stood still, composed, allowing his sharp eyes to sweep over the 5 blind boxes before him. An ethereal blue glow unfurled as his omniscient eye activated. The mysteries of the 5 boxes were laid bare. Leftmost, white-grade, useless stale cookies, a net loss. Second from the left, green-grade, a generic alloy dagger, minor gains. Middle, golden-grade, a fragmentary skill scroll, hidden risks. Second from the right, white-grade again, a maid's outfit, purely aesthetic with no combat value. Rightmost, red-grade, the sole mythical artifact, sealed with ancient secrets, of immeasurable worth. Within seconds, the veil of uncertainty lifted entirely before Lin Ji's keen gaze. The lines converged. Without a trace of hesitation, he reached out and decisively chose the red blind box furthest to the right. It was as casual as picking vegetables at a market, completely devoid of deliberation or doubt. The onlookers gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Madness! Such decisiveness! Didn't even wash hands or pray." Bai Chi's brows furrowed deeply, a flash of discontent crossing his gaze. Was the wheel of destiny something to be trifled with so carelessly? In an instant, a sharp click sounded as the blind box opened. A crimson pillar of light shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds and dyeing the heavens red as though the entire firmament was cheering in awe and celebration. The roar of dragons and the cries of phoenixes reverberated. Golden runes coalesced in the void like a river of stars, eventually forming into an ancient jade tome that descended quietly into Lin Ji's hands. The world went dead silent in that moment, a stillness akin to a deserted library. Inside the Education Ministry Hall, Minister Qin's pupils constricted sharply, his voice low and tinged with shock. Such luck is simply astronomical. Meanwhile, the live broadcast chat exploded into chaos, a cacophony of fervor and skepticism intermingled. "No way, he hit the jackpot? This must be a cheat. Luck of a legendary European emperor. The game's rigged. How can I even cope anymore?" On the ruined battlefield, Lin Ji scrutinized the jade tome in his hands, the corner of his lips curling into a faint, cold smile. The technique was named Yin-Yang Harmonizing Imperial Canon, a red-grade mythical scripture, radiating brilliance, life-sharing mystical links, an innate boost to parasitic attributes, and the balancing power of yin and yang enhancements. This was far more than just a cultivation technique. It was a weapon of devastating force. Beside him, Su Daji's eyes lit up, sparkling with excitement as though she discovered a priceless treasure. As if bewitched, she leaned seductively against Lin Ji, her face tinged with a crimson flush. Her voice, velvet smooth and sultry, murmured, "My king! This concubine is fond." A surge of heat erupted in that instant. Energy flowed from Su Daji into Lin Ji like an unstoppable tide, igniting his latent potential. With just one embrace, Lin Ji unleashed a strength capable of tearing through space itself. The astonishment and satisfaction reflected in his eyes were impossible to conceal. At a distant spot, Bai Qi turned pale, his entire being on the verge of collapse. Every ounce of pride and confidence he had was shattered by this stroke of unparalleled luck. He had once believed he could avoid Su Daji and defeat Lin Ji, but seeing the surging vitality and heightened power in Lin Ji's body, Bai Qi realized that the balance of power had shifted irrevocably. In the face of such raw physical dominance, Bai Qi's prior sense of superiority vanished completely. Helplessness and frustration churned within him, solidifying into a heavy decision. In this world where strength dictated all, victory or defeat was everything. At that moment, the system's voice reverberated suddenly. 20 hours reaching completion. Escape points will now be activated. Enter to withdraw from the survival game. Bai Qi sheathed his weapon, adjusted his posture, and performed the most respectful ancient salute toward Lin Ji. "Brother Lin, you are truly exceptional. I concede this round. The path of martial arts is long. I look forward to our next duel." With that, he turned and left. Though his figure receded in loneliness, it remained proud and unyielding. Lin Ji watched Bai Qi depart, a faint trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. A man of dignity, far better than those who only bark without bite. The setting sun cast its golden red light upon the ruins of H City Square. Amidst the rubble, injured students were gathered, their sobs subdued and restrained. In Lin Ji's arms, Su Daji gently rubbed against him. He lightly patted her back, softly warning, "Stop that. Keep this up and it'll get out of hand." Lin Ji raised his eyes toward the darkening sky, his omniscient gaze locking onto the escape point. Under the looming shadow of life and death, the remaining students slowly began grouping together. At the edge of crumbled stone and swirling dust, two distinct figures emerged. Lin Ji's pristine white shirt devoid of any creases, rippling lightly in the breeze. Beside him, Su Daji walked with an air of captivating laziness, her 9 flowing, snow-white foxtails flickering faintly into existence as her graceful steps seemed to tread upon the hearts of onlookers. This sight made the injured students whisper in hushed tones, "Is that Lin Ji? How is he not even breaking a sweat? And the woman he's holding, could she actually be Su Daji? They look like gods descending." The frigid silence shattered at once, jealousy and disbelief surging in waves. In the middle of the crowd sat Wang Hao, his arm wrapped in heavy bandages, a fractured golden spear half embedded in the soil beside him. His gaze burned with fury, his breath volatile. The steep price he and his team had paid for survival was etched all over him. Infuriated beyond measure, he forced himself up, ignoring the pain, and barked furiously at Lin Ji. "How dare you show your face here?" Lin Ji stopped in his tracks, his eyes half-lidded as he glanced lazily in Wang Hao's direction. "What now?" Wang Hao's voice cracked in his enraged outburst. "Where the hell were you during the corpse tide? We were risking our lives. You see these injured people? Your woman killed the boss in seconds. Why didn't you help us? You're nothing but a murderer." The surrounding students nodded in agitated agreement, their resentful glares encircling Lin Ji as accusations flew his way. Su Daji's slender fingers ran lightly across her body as her aura of ethereal allure coiled like a serpent. Tilting her head toward Lin Ji, she murmured with playfully sinister intent. "My king, this ant is irritating. Shall I cut out his tongue?" Lin Ji remained unmoved. He gently pressed her hand down and firmly rebuffed. "No rush. Killing him would stain my hands." Turning back to Wang Hao, Lin Ji's lips curved into a mocking smile, while his omniscient eye gleamed with icy calculation. Wang Hao, betrayed teammate to zombie horde, guilt level 0, jealousy level 99, hypocrisy ratio, a pinnacle of standards. First, this is a survival game, not a charity gala. Life or death, you're on your own. Second, saving someone is an act of kindness, not an obligation. Don't you dare use morality to guilt-trip me. The calm words smashed into everyone's hearts like a hammer. Wang Hao trembled violently, his voice breaking. He admitted it. He doesn't care about anyone. The air froze instantly, the oppressive gloom of the ruins deepening further. Waves of disagreement and anger surged through the crowd like an undercurrent. Lin Ji's gaze was as cold and piercing as ice, locking onto Wang Hao. 30 minutes ago, in an attempt to escape a creeper, Wang Hao had pushed Li Ergu to his doom. That scene of betrayal burned in everyone's minds. Wang Hao paled, frantically denying it, but Lin Ji's psychological pressure closed in like an unrelenting tide. Wang Hao's legs wobbled uncontrollably, the oppressive atmosphere so intense it was suffocating. Suddenly, a scarlet halberd crashed to the ground with an ear-splitting clang, breaking through the cement floor, emanating a fierce, murderous intent. Bai Qi emerged, bloodied from battle, his gaze razor-sharp, his eyes brimming with killing intent. His voice cut coldly through the air, chastising those who had pointed fingers at Lin Ji, while ruthlessly exposing Wang Hao's cowardice and betrayal. His eyes fell upon Wang Hao, his look of disdain akin to the cold pronouncement of a death sentence. The students' attitudes shifted instantly, their contempt and scorn crashing over Wang Hao like an overwhelming tide. He collapsed to the ground, drenched in despair. Lin Ji gave a slight nod, accepting this act of justice. Bai Qi acknowledged with a respectful bow, though his gaze lingered upon Su Daji, who stood behind Lin Ji. A complex expression flickered in his eyes, her presence and aura more unnerving than even the grimmest of battles. Abruptly, a fissure tore through the heavens, and golden beams of light descended as if delivering divine judgment, enveloping each survivor. The system's announcement reverberated around them. Survival time has ended. Abandoned city, survival mission for H City completed. Returning to the real world. Su Daji leaned gracefully against Lin Ji's chest, her 9 tails swaying gently as the golden light transformed into a soft pink hue. Lin Ji gazed into the distance at the battered survivors, his expression calm and rippling like undisturbed water. This was merely the starting point of an extraordinary journey where none could rival. A blinding flash swept the scene, dragging everyone's consciousness into a void of empty whiteness. The scene transitioned to the grand auditorium of Longwa East Sea City's first high school in the real world. On an enormous projection screen, the scoreboard for H City was frozen in place. First place, Lin Ji, 385,600 points. Second place, Bai Qi, 12,400 points. Before the screen, the higher-ups from the Education Bureau were visibly shaken, their shocked expressions nearly unrestrained. One teacup toppled and shattered on the ground. 1,000 senior high school students reappeared from the void. Once arranged in neat rows, they now descended into chaos. Some cried out, some collapsed to the ground, and others trembled uncontrollably, their souls seemingly stuck in the echoes of their survival nightmare. The smell of blood lingered in the air, mixing with sweat and the faint scorch marks of battle. It was as if the line between nightmare and reality had blurred. Inside the auditorium, the remnants of fear clung heavily to the atmosphere. Cries for mercy, wild sobbing. Chaos resounded from every corner. On the stage, however, school leaders froze like statues, their necks stiff, their eyes locked firmly on the screen. The atmosphere grew tense and cold as though it foreshadowed the uncovering of a monstrous secret. The scoreboard blazed on the screen in vivid red, casting an oppressive energy that consumed the entire hall. East Sea Testing Zone, Final H-City Dungeon Leaderboard. First place, Lin Ji 385,600 points, SSS Plus rating, new all-time record. Second place, Bai Qi 12,400 points, S rating. Third place, Li Shui 110 points, D rating. The room fell into an eerie stillness. Thousands of students and staff were paralyzed as though lifeless. This wasn't just domination, it was a decimation across every conceivable level. The second place was Bai Qi, a ferocious warrior and the son of the Northern Frontier General, wielding a mythic-grade crimson weapon no less. Yet, even he barely broke past 10,000 points. Lin Ji, however, a mind-boggling 385,000. A 30-fold difference, a figure so distant it felt incomprehensible, godlike. Out of nowhere, crack! A thermos shattered. Old Zhang, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, 2, crushed the cup in his hand, sending its hot goji berry tea splattering everywhere. His face flushed red, not with anger, but with sheer, uncontrollable ecstasy. He raised his voice vehemently, glaring at the colleagues who had previously mocked the partner blind box system with disdain. "Who dared call it garbage?" he roared. His pride burned in him like a flame as he pointed at Lin Ji. This is the champion I raised." The other teachers lowered their heads in embarrassment, managing only weak murmurs of agreement. The head of the grade's face turned an ashen blue, wishing desperately for a crack in the ground to crawl into. And Lin Ji, standing at the center of the disrupted crowd, he remained calm and composed. His spotless white dress shirt was pristine, perfectly untouched by the storm. His aura, though tranquil and understated, crushed everyone in the room with its sheer presence. Su Daji nestled close at his side, her 9 tails now retracted, save for one curling lazily around his waist, a gesture of unmistakable claim. Her enchanting eyes scanned the audience, brimming with scorn, as if she deemed the masses beneath her notice. Her voice, laced with disdain, muttered, "These weaklings aren't even fit to carry his shoes." Lin Ji chuckled softly, ruffling her hair in amusement. "Keep it low profile. We're just here for a break." Just as the crowd was still processing their shock and awe, the screech of emergency brakes echoed from outside the auditorium. The rhythmic thud of military boots followed, neatly aligned. The grand doors were flung open. 2 rows of elite armed guards surged forward in perfect formation, clearing a path. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit hurried in, none other than Minister Qin, the one who had just shattered his cup in rage. Surrounded by a posse of black-suited bodyguards, Minister Qin's eyes blazed with intensity as they swept the room. His gaze locked instantly onto Lin Ji and the stunning, ethereal Su Daji at his side. He rushed forward, clasping Lin Ji's hand in fervent excitement, gripping tightly, his urgency palpable as though he were about to entrust the future of the state to the young man before him. "I am Qin Weigua, Minister of Education for the Dragon Kingdom." His voice trembled, filled with excitement and reverence. "Lin Ji, on behalf of the nation, I extend to you the highest invitation. Yenjing Martial Arts University, Modu Martial Arts University, the Military Special Enrollment Program, opportunity, within your grasp." Once again, the gaze of the entire crowd converged upon Lin Ji. As Qin Minister's proclamation reverberated, Lin Ji's brilliance became even more dazzling. Within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, you can choose any school, any mentor. Everything is provided, tuition is free, and every year, we will grant you 1 billion in bonuses. The moment Qin Minister's words landed, it was like a thunderclap, shaking the entire field. The students were left wide-eyed and gaping, their faces red and their hearts bursting with envy that bordered on frenzy. 1 billion annual salary? Access to the National S-Class Resource Database at any time? This wasn't merely going to school. It was ascending the throne. At the far corner of the crowd, Wang Hao slumped to the ground. The fragments of the golden spear in his hand seemed absurdly ridiculous. Just half an hour ago, he had been mocking Lin Ji as useless. Now he had become the laughingstock, his lips trembling as if trying to form words, but only the sobbing of despair ensued. Amidst the fervent spotlight, Lin Ji endured countless warped stares of envy with a calm smile. "Minister Qin, let's discuss these things later," he said evenly, his gaze as tranquil and deep as a still pond. All he wanted was to return home, take a shower, organize his gains, and maintain the demeanor of a grandmaster. Minister Qin's admiration surged. He nodded repeatedly and instructed his secretary to immediately prepare a top-tier rest studio. Lin Ji did not refuse. He indeed needed some alone time, though not for a shower, but because an alert now flashed before his eyes. "Congratulations, host, on completing the abandoned city. H-City instance. Points earned, 385,600. Triple bonus for surpassing the ultra-hidden reward threshold. Ultimate critical hit triggered. Red mythic blind box evolves forcefully. Reward, Supreme Rainbow Unique Blind Box. Pick one of 3. The mere sight of the term rainbow made Lin Ji's heart skip a beat. Back when he obtained the partner blind box, Su Daji's emergence had propelled his rise to prominence. And now, with this highest-tier blind box reappearing, offering the choice of 3, an existence of unparalleled divinity might just be birthed. Inside the smoke-filled lounge, the heavy soundproof door clicked shut, cutting off the noise from the world outside. It was nothing short of a presidential suite, with genuine leather sofas soft as clouds, a temperature-controlled wine cabinet showcasing rare vitality-rich brews, and a hot spring pool infused with aroma-filled steam rich in life force. Lin Ji unbuttoned his shirt collar without the least concern for appearances, then flung himself onto the sofa, exhaling a long breath. Though he had appeared nonchalant within the instance, he had been under immense mental strain. His all-seeing eye was running on overdrive, leaving his head throbbing faintly. Beside him, Su Daji sat docilely on her knees. Her slender hands gently massaged his temples as her delicate, faint fragrance brought respite to his tensed nerves. "Tired," Lin Ji replied with his eyes closed. "Overused my sight." Deep within his consciousness, there floated 3 blind boxes enveloped in shimmering rainbow glows. With just a slight movement of thought, golden streams of data exploded within his pupils. All-seeing eye activated. The first item within the blind box emitted a deathly silence that suffocated. The fragment of a death god's divine core, wrapped in forbidden curses. Any mortal attempting fusion would immediately wither into a dried husk. Lin Ji grimaced, realizing this was a treacherous trap. Turning his attention to the second box, he was greeted by a pulsing, crimson heart radiating an almost uncontainable violent energy. The heart of a primordial demon dragon. It would grant unparalleled physical prowess and immunity to flames, but came with serious drawbacks, triggering extreme bloodthirsty tendencies and necessitating the nightly consumption of raw meat. Lin Ji frowned, dismissing it outright due to its excessive risks. Finally, his gaze landed on the box furthest to the right. Suspended within was a crystalline, translucent finger bone, quietly exuding unparalleled regal pressure. The golden data streams from the all-seeing eye fluctuated violently, even causing the system itself to tremble in reaction. It was the finger bone of the first human emperor, imbued with the divine constitution of invulnerability against all methods and an imperial aura capable of obliterating foreign bloodlines. Its potential for infinite growth was so immense that it defied quantification. Without hesitation, Lin Ji made his choice. "It's you. System, open the third blind box." The lights flickered erratically as ancient chimes echoed within a null abyss. The blind box shattered, and the finger bone transformed into pure light, surging into the center of Lin Ji's forehead. The pain that followed was excruciating. His mortal bones were crushed and remolded under the oppressive force of the finger bone's power. His face turned pale, veins bulging, yet he bit down hard, his palms gripping the sofa so tightly that blood seeped where his nails dug in. He would not collapse. The fusion demanded clarity. Su Daji, alarmed, rushed closer but was instantly flung backward by an overwhelming golden wave of immense, sovereign energy. She dropped to her knees. The pride rooted in her royalty as a member of the noblest demon clan crumbled, completely shattered by an innate submission embedded within her bloodline. This young man was standing at the threshold of kingship. The aura radiating from Lin Ji's body bore down like a vast universe against insignificantly small ants. Su Daji glanced upward, her misty and revering eyes reflecting the image of that ancient deer pagoda, and a figure once condemned as a tyrant yet wielding a blade to smite the divine Dxian, the last emperor. But Lin Ji's presence was purer, more authentic, the very spine of humanity as forged by the first human emperor. Her body instinctively softened, her gaze devout, and amidst her trembling, she radiated awe. The feral power rampaging within Lin Ji's body was unbearable. Suddenly, he stopped. His eyes slowly opened, and a golden dragon's shadow flashed across his pupils. His skin exuded the luster of fine jade, his muscles firm and powerful, and with one punch, he could shatter the Titan Corp's lord. He clenched his fist, and the air fractured in his palm, the explosive sound reverberating all around. Successfully fused the finger bone of the first human emperor, physique advanced, mortal human emperor physique, prototype. Realm ascended to third-tier martial artist, peak physical body. Eye of Omniscience upgraded to LV.2. New function unlocked. Weakness detection. Lin Ji's rate of advancement was like a rocket. Leaving the beginner's village, he had already achieved the rank of third-tier martial artist, leaving everyone else heartbroken. His neck gave a slight crack as he stretched with ease, his gaze falling on Su Daji, who knelt on the ground before him. She looked up at him, her cheeks blushing, her eyes dreamily seductive, like a cat seeking affection. Lin Ji reached out, and she nuzzled into his palm lightly, using it to help herself up. She murmured in a soft, enticing voice, "Just now, my king was so captivating, I almost wanted to devour you." Lin Ji flicked her forehead gently, responding with dominance. "Only I can devour you, not the other way around." Su Daji let her fingers trail across his chest, her gaze electric, her voice dripping with allure. "My king can devour me anywhere you wish, but I am starving." Her eyes shifted downward with a suggestive undertone, her tongue lightly licking her red lips. Lin Ji immediately understood, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The atmosphere in the rest chamber quickly began to heat up, but it was abruptly interrupted by the commotion from outside. Donghai City was in an uproar over Lin Ji's explosive SSS Plus rating. Top-tier powerhouses fought fiercely over the right to recruit him. The administrative corridor of Donghai No. 1 High School was in chaos, with the principal sweating profusely as he directed security guards to disperse the besieging enrollment officers. "Stop crowding. Lin Ji just finished a dungeon and needs to recuperate." The words had barely left his mouth when a deafening explosion broke the silence. At the staircase, an invisible shockwave suddenly burst forth, like an immense unseen hand forcibly parting the crowded corridor. Wang Jiangwo slipped and nearly ended up in a split. Immediately afterward, 3 oppressive auras charged into the narrow hallway like ancient primordial beasts. The previously noisy enrollment officers fell dead silent in an instant, their faces pale. Some even pressed themselves against the walls, fearing they might be crushed by the domineering presence. Leading the group was a woman dressed in a custom-tailored white suit, glasses perched on her nose, her hair tied back in a sleek style. Her icy demeanor was as sharp as an unsheathed sword. Behind her stood 2 youths wielding ancient swords, their blades cold and glinting, clearly skilled mid-tier martial artists. This was Gu Qinghe, the renowned and fearsome Iron Nun, and the chief enrollment officer of Yanjing Martial Arts University. Gu Qinghe's voice was cold and commanding. "This is Yanjing Martial Arts University's business. Outsiders, step aside." Wang Jiangwo plastered a smile on his face and tried to step forward to welcome her. But before he could say a word, the words "step aside" cut through the air like a blade, freezing his expression in mid-smile and leaving him utterly awkward. Right on her heels, A chubby man with perpetually squinting eyes entered, his hands adorned with gemstone rings that sparkled brilliantly. Even his shoes bore rune engravings, producing flashes of gold with every step. This was Chen Duoduo, vice president of Modu Martial Arts University, known by the nickname Walking Treasury. Blithely, he fished out a shimmering intermediate vitality pill and tossed it casually to the bewildered security guards, as if scattering candies in an act of generosity. Before anyone could process that, a thunderous voice roared from the other side of the corridor. A towering man over 2.2 meters tall, scarred from battles, emanating the scent of smoke and blood, entered. He was Lei Jun, head of special recruitment for the military and nicknamed Thunder Tiger. Lei Jun slammed a palm against the wall, causing the plaster to crumble and exposing the red bricks beneath. His booming voice carried authority. "Pretty boys and bookworms, get lost. Lin Ji belongs to the military. Try to snatch him, and I'll blow you to pieces." The presence of these three titans sent waves of terror throughout the hallway. Wang Jiangwo cowered in a corner, trembling. Desperate to salvage the situation, Wang Jiangwo offered tea and put on a humble smile, saying, "Esteemed leaders, how about we move to the meeting room to wait? Lin Ji is still resting. Get lost." Lei Jun's bloodshot eyes glared murderously, his killing intent palpable. Scalding tea spilled across Wang Jiangwo's clothes, instantly demoting him to a silent attendant. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Gu Qinghe's sharp gaze swept across the room toward a nondescript figure in the corner. A middle-aged man in faded clothes, clutching a thermos cup, with disheveled hair, stood there. For a moment he seemed unremarkable, and yet all eyes involuntarily focused on him. Gu Qinghe's expression abruptly softened into a radiant smile, warm as spring. She strode forward briskly, offering a slight bow, and spoke in a gentle tone. "Excuse me, but are you Lin Ji's homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang?" The entire room fell into complete silence. Every gaze fixated on old Zhang. Even his thermos trembled slightly in his grip. Chen Duoduo, unable to mask his frustration, quickly repositioned himself. Despite his large frame, he moved with the swiftness of a monkey, transforming his aura instantly. He warmly grabbed old Zhang's hand, as if greeting a long-lost relative, and handed over an impeccably carved jade thumb ring as a token of goodwill. A look of sheer bewilderment overtook old Zhang's face, but before he could react, Thunder Tiger clapped him on the shoulder with an overwhelming presence, declaring, "Old Zhang, if anything happens, just call on Thunderous Me." With three titans encircling old Zhang, treating him like a precious jewel, the onlookers were left in utter shock. With a sharp glint in her eyes, Gu Qinghe broke the silence with a firm, crisp voice. "Lin Ji has not only broken the previous record but also shattered global benchmarks, establishing an unprecedented colored rank. This signifies control over the next decade's power narratives."
掌握在他手中。
The words exploded like a bomb in the room, triggering a storm of emotions. In that moment, the three factions quickly extended their olive branches. Lei Laohu promised him a military rank and a personal guard unit. Chen Duoduo offered a luxury villa on a private island alongside a staggering amount of funds, and Gu Qinghe vowed top-tier mentorship and a prestigious marriage alliance. The scene was a lively battlefield of negotiation, with interests clashing fiercely like gladiators in an arena. Old Zhang's trembling hands accidentally dropped and shattered the thermos he had carried for 5 years. The atmosphere around froze solid, reflecting the intensity of this competition. Just as the three big shots were on the brink of open conflict, Qin Weigua, the Minister of Education, shouted coldly to suppress the chaos. "This is a school, not a marketplace. Everything depends on Lin Ji's own decision." Finally, with mutual agreement to respect Lin Ji's choice, the group marched grandly toward the exclusive VIP lounge. Before the door, Lei Laohu was just about to barge in, but a faint sound caught his attention, and his expression instantly turned bizarre and awkward. Gu Qinghe tilted her head calmly to listen, a bashful disbelief spreading across her face, while Chen Duoduo couldn't help but crack a satisfied smile. From inside the room, a sultry, pleading voice floated out, belonging to none other than Su Daji. "Oh, my king, you're incredible." The air instantly solidified as the four powerhouses exchanged awkward glances, their expressions frozen in sheer discomfort. Standing nearby, Wang Jiangwo wished for nothing more than to disappear into a hole in the ground. This spectacle, it was nothing short of a social death blow. The four figures outside the door remained still, utterly dumbfounded. Lin Ji, who had just begun his journey into this new realm, was already this explosive. Even Lei Lao, who rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly, while Minister Qin flushed red all the way to the tips of his ears. Bracing himself, Qian Duoduo knocked on the door, loudly calling out that the school had gold bars to deliver to Lin Ji. The door creaked open gradually, and a peculiar fragrance wafted out, revealing Su Daji draped in allure. Her clothing was slightly disheveled. Her face was flushed with a rosy hue, and sweat clung to her skin. Her eyes flashed with evident anger from being interrupted. Behind her, Lin Ji sat cross-legged, his upper body bare, eyes flickering faintly with a golden light. The overwhelming pressure emanating from deep within his bloodline made every top-tier expert present feel their hearts tighten and their knees weaken. Instantly, the atmosphere grew unbearably heavy. The four powers stood unmoving, the air ripe with an odd tension. Lin Ji slowly slipped on a white shirt, his oppressive aura gradually dissipating until he resembled an ordinary high schooler once more. With a faint smile tugging at his lips, he spoke casually. "Just had a minor hiccup in cultivation. Apologies for the noise." Lei Lao, who forced a smile and patted Lin Ji on the shoulder, only to sense an unfathomably deep energy beneath his touch. As he probed into Lin Ji's body with his energy, he felt as though he had struck a majestic, immovable mountain. His own energy nearly froze in place. Startled, Lei Lao took a step back, wide-eyed in disbelief. In his heart, he immediately elevated Lin Ji from an S-rank talent to an SSS plus level, determined that he must acquire this unpolished gem. This scene brought forth unshakable evidence of a burgeoning kingly aura, concealed yet radiating an indomitable force. The atmosphere in the conference room was suffocating as everyone silently took their seats. Only Principal Wang Jiangwo remained in the corner, trembling like prey facing a predator, as though he might be devoured at any moment. With a grand gesture, Qian Duoduo waved his hand, and a luxurious black and purple diamond-studded card appeared on the table, glittering brightly. His face was full of confidence and enthusiasm as he boldly declared, "Modu Martial University, take this card. Every expense on campus is covered. All resources are yours for the taking. Additionally, 10 billion as spending money. Withdraw and use as you wish. If it's not enough, just let me know." Everyone was taken aback by this statement. Even Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but gasp in shock. Lei Lao slammed his palm onto the table, shattering the card and leaving a deep imprint on the concrete surface. "Do not let yourself be blinded by the stench of money. Lin Ji, true power is the real kingly path." His eyes burned with intensity, and his tone was laden with weight. "The military's Rising Star program will be specially launched for you. You start as a major and rise within 3 years to high-tier warrior status. Within 10 years, you'll reach the Grandmaster realm, with real power in your hands." However, Lin Ji simply leaned lazily against the sofa, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. His expression remained calm, unruffled, and almost indifferent, as though completely unfazed by these tempting offers. Having just fused with the bones of the human emperor, all he wanted now was to go back and catch some sleep. This serene composure only accentuated Lin Ji's astounding self-control, seen by the big shots as the epitome of confidence in the face of chaos. The unmistakable makings of someone whose heart would remain steady even as mountains crumbled before him. Adjusting her glasses elegantly, Gu Qinghe broke the tense silence with a poised and aloof tone. "Both of your conditions are tempting, but you've overlooked something crucial. What Lin Ji lacks isn't money or power." Her gaze swept dismissively over Su Daji, brimming with disdain. "What he needs is a distinguished partner who can solidify his identity and provide political leverage. The room collectively held its breath as Gu Qinghe raised her chin, her eyebrows arching confidently. I can arrange for him to marry into the Yi family, a prestigious ancient martial clan. Her declaration caused everyone present to jolt in surprise. The Yi family was one of Dragon Country's top-tier aristocratic households with far-reaching influence. She elaborated further. The Yi family's eldest daughter, 18 years old, is exceptionally talented. Though from a branch lineage, she would still be considered an ascendancy. Her tone shifted coldly as her gaze landed on Su Daji. A summoned creature is, after all, an alien species, amusing to keep as a pet, but they'll never be respectable. The air froze in an instant as Su Daji halted her movements and lifted her head. Her initially soft, peach blossom-like eyes darkened into fathomless black voids, akin to bottomless abysses. Her voice was gentle, almost like a lover's whisper. "Did you just call me a pet?" As the words fell, an unimaginable aura surged explosively around her. Crystal glasses shattered one after another, shards scattering to the winds. The screen of an LCD TV cracked, spiderweb fractures spreading across its surface, and even the reinforced bulletproof windows were. A tearing wail erupted. Thunder Tiger's expression changed drastically, his muscles swelling as he unleashed the aura of a grandmaster to resist, but it was like shattered feathers, utterly ineffective against the force before him. This was not merely a suppression of strength. It was an absolute crushing from the depths of the soul. A pink mist slowly spread, but what surged forward was not tenderness. It was the ominous hue of blood. Behind Su Daji, 9 enormous, pristine white fox tails rose majestically, like icy blades stabbing toward the heavens, locking onto Gu Qinghe with deadly precision. She stepped forward slowly, the tiles beneath her feet crumbling silently. Her stunningly beautiful face radiated a murderous aura as catastrophic as a natural disaster, akin to the mythical demon god descending upon the mortal realm. "Offering women to the king?" She chuckled coldly, an unspoken question laced with scorn. Gu Qinghe, a mid-level grandmaster, frowned deeply, unable to move as cold sweat drenched his suit. His knees buckled, slamming to the ground. Fear writhed in his gaze, and his mind reeled with disbelief. This so-called quasi-grandmaster was no mere opponent. What stood before him was a true grandmaster, a terrifying figure whose hellish spiritual power left him gasping for breath. Minister Qin's teacup disintegrated into ashes at the moment of destruction. His eyes were filled with shock and dread. The intelligence they had was utterly wrong. Su Daji wasn't just a decorative flower vase or a low-level goon. She was a walking, human-shaped nuclear bomb, ready to detonate at any moment. A crimson glow gathered at Su Daji's fingertip, aimed directly between Gu Qinghe's brows. The aura of death permeated the air. Gu Qinghe wanted to cry for help, but no sound came out. Death loomed inescapably close. In that critical moment, a long, pale hand gently rested on Su Daji's wrist. Instantly, the chilling ambience shifted and dissipated. Lin Ji's voice was cold and commanding, brooking no argument. Teacher Gu may have spoken out of turn, but he is still a guest. A foul mouth doesn't warrant death. The fury in Su Daji's eyes flickered and disappeared in an instant, replaced by a meek, pitiful expression. She threw herself into Lin Ji's arms, her sweet voice tinged with playful appeasement. This concubine was wrong, only afraid that dirty things would tarnish my master's presence. The room fell dead silent. Everyone was stunned by Lin Ji's ability to subdue such overwhelming dominance with a single sentence. Shock filled their gazes as they looked towards him. Lin Ji toyed with Su Daji's fox ears casually, his eyes indifferent as he gazed down at the kneeling Gu Qinghe. "Teacher Gu, is this floor comfortable?" Gu Qinghe trembled as he struggled to respond. His once proud demeanor shattered into dust, along with his pride.
"I'm sorry."
Mr. Lin, Ms. Su," he finally admitted in a powerless voice. This bow of submission marked the complete loss of standing for Yanjing Martial University in the upcoming negotiations. They had been reduced to lambs awaiting slaughter. Lin Ji's smile was radiant, but there was a sharp edge as he unfurled his posture leisurely, crossing one leg over the other. The aura of a sovereign blanketed the room. I have seen all your offers of sincerity. His gaze swept over Lei Tiger and Chen Duoduo. The two bystanders, powerful figures themselves, immediately sat up straight with respectful seriousness, awaiting the master's decree. Lin Ji sighed, seemingly in a conundrum. I've always thought of myself as a reasonable person, but Teacher Gu has reminded me, since everyone views me as a rare talent and my partner as insignificant, then those conditions we previously discussed will need to change. Casually twirling his fingers, a faint smirk played at his lips as he added, only children make choices. On this basis, double it. And I want it all. The lounge fell into a deathly hush. The air itself grew suffocating. Gu Qinghe adjusted her glasses, a cold light gleaming on the lenses. She resumed her high and mighty demeanor, crossing her legs elegantly. Her tone was icy and sharp. Double? And take it all. Her words oozed reprimand and scorn. She tapped the table lightly, the sound sharp and precise, like a warning bell. Yenjing Martial University has profound foundations. It's not something that can be measured by money. Marrying into the upper echelons is a chance countless people dream of. Your exorbitant demands and reckless greed disgrace the very concept of strength. Her gaze turned cold as she glared at Su Daji, still nestled in Lin Ji's arms. Don't think luck gives you the right to bargain with the nation. Perched on her moral high ground, Gu Qinghe's tone was aggressive, her eyes chillingly piercing. Lin Ji met her gaze silently, a trace of amused malice flashing in his own. Lei Tiger erupted in fury, slapping his thigh with a resounding crack that made the sofa tremble. Nonsense! Gu, you old hag, stop using those righteous, PUA tactics to oppress others. He turned to Lin Ji, his voice booming like thunder. A true strong man takes what he deserves. Only weaklings wouldn't dare demand it. Chen Duoduo twisted an extraordinarily expensive walnut in his hand, his face alight with a grin as he added mockingly, Director Gu, isn't your scope a bit small? Could it be that Yenjing Martial University is broke? If you can't afford it, just say so. Don't make it about morality. At Xanadu Martial University, money solves problems. Full stop. A genius's rising value is their inherent worth. Gu Qinghe's face turned ashen, her suit noticeably taut with tension as fury threatened to consume her. She caught sight of Chen Duoduo flashing his supreme tier black card, then shifted her gaze to Lei Tiger, whose Grandmaster aura was unabashed. With a cold snort, she swallowed her rage. Minister Qin Weigua, holding another newly poured cup of tea, calmly observed the unfolding battle with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. How would this fledgling Lin Ji respond to Gu Qinghe's moral cudgel? Would he retaliate directly or compromise? Sensing the shifting atmosphere, Lin Ji suddenly straightened in his chair. His presence transformed, his once languid demeanor turning razor-sharp, only to dissolve moments later into a deep melancholy, as though every bone in his body had turned to frost. In a hushed tone, Lin Ji admitted solemnly, Teacher Gu, you are absolutely right.
资源拨款，保障你未来修行无忧。不仅如此，从即日起，最高学术殿堂向你敞开，无论是技术、魔法还是修行，全方位支持你的成长。我秦卫国顶着乌纱帽，也要保你实现梦想。全场鸦雀无声，众人被这一场面震撼得说不出话来。林志和他孤独且悲苦的过去，奇迹般地转化成了一场争夺的盛宴。这已不再是单纯的援助，而是一场国家与权贵对天才与未来的狂热争夺。林志微微低头，用袖子擦去眼角残留的泪水，内心翻腾的早已不是感动，而是赚翻了的窃喜。他本以为一场卖惨不过是为了获得最基本的修行资源，却没想到眼前的画面直接堪称核爆，不仅是物质上的超额满足，更是无数权贵双膝争奇孔后展现善意。这一波 直接让他迈上人生的新巅峰。各位前辈，这太多了，我怎么敢接受？林志面露为难，语气却带着些许颤抖，正好符合一个小透明骤然获得关注的战力感。
敢不敢的，由不得你。
雷老虎瞪眼怒吼，该给的就是该给，没人能亏待你。钱多多拍腿哈哈大笑，是啊，林志，你看不上燕京武大，来魔都，资源管够，大伙都护着你，以后你就是魔都武大的大少爷，谁看你不顺眼，咱兄弟遮天。苏妲己此时抬起头，目光依旧柔和，却带着几分坚定。大王，受妾身一句，众人真心，您需珍惜。林志点点头，自然知道这群人此刻珍宝般的争夺与宠爱未必能持久，或许某日再生变故，所有的一切转瞬即逝。但眼下，他需要这些资源来改变宿命，无法多虑其他。多谢各位前辈们抬爱，无以为报，只能用心学习修行，誓不辜负厚望。林志站起身，深深鞠了一躬，话语中透着坚决与感激。场中众人皆感慨万千，尤其是那些见惯了勾心斗角的高层们，一时间竟对这个少年心生几分怜爱与敬佩。明明他本可以轻易接受这些资源，却表现得如此谦逊自省，或许这份性格正是他走向这步的根本原因。在这样的氛围里，孤独少年与绝美伴侣的戏剧场面落幕，伴随着一个庄严冷酷却充满人情味的人才争夺游戏的结束，休息室的每一个人都意识到，未来这名少年将踏上无人能挡的金色大道，阳光下有他的笑声，有他的陪伴，他们必将众目睽睽之下灿烂而立，闪耀于这片天地。
The talent subsidy, though not much, is still a token of sincerity. The final decision was made with a resounding thud. Lin Ji lowered his head, hiding the flash of light in his eyes. With a firm resolve despite his tear-filled eyes, he responded, "Thank you to all the elders. I will work hard in my cultivation, serve the nation, and deserve this profound kindness." Su Daji echoed softly, her voice tender, tears glistening like drops of pearls as she gracefully bowed. "This humble one thanks all the distinguished elders." The assembled bigwigs, upon seeing this scene, were overwhelmed with guilt and a protective instinct. The only exception was Principal Wang Jiangwo, who remained dumbfounded in the corner, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he held a photocopy of Lin Ji's file. The word orphan was strikingly printed on it. However, in daily life, Lin Ji's reputation at school was atrocious. Stealing snacks from junior classmates, coaxing love letters from underclass women, haggling so fiercely with the cafeteria aunties that they were driven to tears. Where was there any sign of loneliness or inferiority? Wang Jiangwo gulped hard, his eyes darkening. Casting his gaze at Lin Ji, who was now at the center of everyone's admiration, a chilling realization dawned upon him. This was no innocent rabbit. It was a wolf in disguise. A battle of power silently commenced in front of the administrative building of Donghai No. 1 High School. Qin Weigua ended the negotiations and directed the spotlight squarely at Lin Ji, 3 top-tier institutions, a choice between life and death. His voice was gentle, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Lei Laohu's countenance was stern, barely hiding a murderous aura. Qian Duodua's black gold credit card glinted as his sharp gaze fell upon Lin Ji. Gu Qinghe, though bowing in apology, fixed his eyes on Lin Ji with a hunger that seemed ready to swallow him whole. The choice was not merely about education. It represented layers of schemes and hidden undercurrents. Lin Ji gave a subtle side glance, his eyes briefly flashing with a sharp brilliance before becoming unreadable. The tension on the scene instantly tightened, as taut as a drawn bowstring. Any choice could ignite taboos. The old foxes were engaged in a masterful chess match, every move laced with peril. He slowly raised his head, a complex mixture of struggle and gratitude on his face, before making a difficult decision. to request a 3-day cooling-off period. His reasoning was impeccable. To express gratitude for the kindness of the elders, he wished first to honor his parents by burning incense and thoroughly contemplating his future path. This carefully crafted response achieved multiple aims. It both displayed respect for the 4 powerful figures and cleverly bought him some breathing room. Lei Laohu immediately burst into hearty laughter, slapping Lin Ji heavily on the shoulder and praising, "Steady guy! No rush for big decisions. Choosing a path is choosing a fate." Qian Duoduo nodded in approval, his businessman instincts on full display, while Gu Qinghe secretly relaxed, mentally planning how to use this window of opportunity to gain an upper hand. Qin Weigua, however, put away his smile and sternly declared, within this 3-day period, no one was allowed to privately approach or disturb Lin Ji. Outwardly compliant, the under-the-surface contest raged on. 10 minutes later, a scene that would shake the education world unfolded. Lin Ji stood at the center, his posture tall and commanding, his gaze calm. A once seemingly insignificant student had instantaneously transformed into another figure entirely. Su Daji held his arm, her 9 snow-white foxtails faintly appearing behind her, an enchanting and overwhelming presence akin to a demon queen descending upon the world, causing others to avert their gaze. On either side, Lei Laohu stood like a towering steel fortress. Qian Duoduo exuded an air of wealth and power, and Gu Qinghe followed closely behind. The 4 elite magnates had essentially become guards, escorting this 18-year-old boy into the core of power. Leading them was Qin Weigua, as steady as a mountain, commanding their formation step by step. This arrangement was sufficient to demonstrate Lin Ji's extraordinary importance. Nearby, Principal Wang Jiangwo's heart was pounding with excitement, his hands trembling uncontrollably, his face pale, his eyes burning with fervor. This was not just a feast of power. It was also the beginning of a young man's destiny. Several towering figures drew everyone's attention as the familiar campus scenery came into view, though everything now seemed surreal. Wang Jiangwo muttered to himself, nearly walking straight into a pillar in his daze. Outside the administrative building, the voices of the crowd surged like a tsunami as the gathering erupted into fervor. Camera flashes lit up the scene, while recruitment teams from all across the nation swarmed the area. Previously, only the big 3 institutions had been eligible to rest in the lounge, but now even second- and third-rate schools fought tooth and nail to secure their position. The chaotic atmosphere resembled the bustle of a marketplace. Offers for enrollment were shouted one after another. Though the conditions were generous, none of it amounted to much in Lin Ji's ears. At his side, Su Daji's eyes showed growing impatience as she cast a disdainful glance at the noisy crowd. Suddenly, Lei Laohu let out a cold snort, and his imposing aura exploded like a thunderclap. An oppressive force enveloped the entire area, silencing the racket in an instant. The bystanders turned pale, overwhelmed by a suffocating sense of dread. Lei Laohu glared at the crowd, ordering everyone to step back 10 meters with a severe threat. Gu Qinghe adjusted his glasses indifferently, his cold gaze sweeping across the gathering, exuding the dominance of top-tier authority. In the face of the big 3, the other schools were rendered insignificant. The crowd was forcibly split apart as a black, bulletproof SUV slowly came to a stop. Lei Laohu laughed as he opened the door, his tone softening instantly. "Get in. These next few days in Donghai City are unstable. I'll personally ensure your safety." Lin Ji nodded and was about to step into the vehicle when his gaze inadvertently swept over the group of desperate lower-tier recruiters held back by the oppressive aura. Activating his all-seeing eye, a stream of golden data began to flow before him. On the screen, it displayed, Recruitment Director of Nanjiang Martial University, 5th level combat power, potential exhausted, return rate -10%, university finances on the verge of collapse. Instructor of Sichuan Military Academy, 6th level combat power, return rate 5%, a mediocre choice. Owner of Iron Fist Martial Arts Hall, 5th level combat power, return rate -50%, daughter's large physique, exercise caution. All the information read as dull white and pale green. There wasn't even a single blue among them. Lin Ji chuckled lightly, clearly understanding that the true treasures were hidden at the top level, far from the chaos below. Chance encounters are often the key to seizing opportunities. He confidently took a step and got into the SUV. "Your Highness," Su Daji softly prompted, but Lin Ji hesitated, standing by the side of the car. Just as the door was about to close, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted an old man in a frail and unsteady condition, sitting in a far corner. The old man had disheveled hair, wore a faded and patched-up Zhongshan suit, and simple cloth shoes with thick soles. In his hand was a broken wooden sign with barely legible and hastily scrawled writing. Despite the distance, the glaring seven-colored radiance suddenly bursting forth over the old man's head could not be concealed. This radiant light was even more dazzling than when Su Daji had first appeared. Lin Ji's heartbeat seemed to skip a beat. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and streams of data began surging wildly through his retinas. They coalesced to form words that left him astounded. Target power? Return rate? Infinity? At that moment, with one foot suspended on the car's step, Lin Ji froze mid-movement, as if nailed in place, refusing to proceed further. All around, countless eyes turned to focus on him. Lei Laohu, visibly perplexed, leaned on the car door. "What's up, kid? Forget something?" Lin Ji said nothing, retracting his foot and fixing his gaze on the group of isolated individuals in the distance, past Lei Laohu's shoulder. The air around them grew immediately tense. The recruiting officers, who had previously been suppressed under the weight of the martial master's imposing aura, now gleamed with excitement, like wolves spotting prey for the first time. The director of Nanjiang Martial Arts University waved excitedly. The coach from Sichuan Military Academy puffed up his chest, and even the headmaster of Tikwin Martial Arts Hall shoved his brawny daughter forward with urgency. Lin Ji's face remained expressionless, his demeanor steady as he stepped forward with calm determination. Trailing closely behind him, Su Daji narrowed her fox-like eyes, scanning their surroundings sharply, her presence emanating an air of intimidation. The gazes of the three martial masters met briefly. Although wary and puzzled, they gestured for their respective teams to follow suit. Bodyguards in black swiftly formed a protective barrier, encircling Lin Ji with the force of a moving wall, as they pushed steadily toward the gathered crowd. Within his eyes, Lin Ji activated his all-seeing vision. Data streams cascaded like torrential rain. Trash, return rate -10%. Dead weight, return rate -50%. Liabilities, a financial pitfall upon admission. The ragtag bunch offered little value. Finally, his gaze locked onto the figure of an old man in ragged attire being roughly shoved away by two security guards in the corner. The old man's hair was disordered like a bird's nest, and his worn gray Zhongshan suit was glaringly shabby. The crooked wooden sign he held etched with 4 characters caught Lin Ji's attention. Huayang Martial University. The moment his eyes landed on those words, a radiant burst of 7-colored light exploded in his vision, piercing through his retinas. The data streaming in seemed to shatter all limits. His heart raced violently as he nearly gasped aloud. Target: Huayang Martial University, a declining and ancient lineage. Current status: on the brink of closure, drowning in debt. Hidden attributes: true return rate, infinity. Infinity. This was the very answer he had been painstakingly seeking. His chest heaved, ribs taut under strain, yet his expression remained an unervingly composed mask of calm. Lin Ji's gaze deepened, laden with doubt and inner turmoil, as he stared at the fading remnants of a once proud legacy embodied in that weathered nameplate. His steps came to a halt, his focus zeroing in on the frail figure in the distance. A hush fell over the scene as everyone held their breath in anticipation. Lei Laohu's eyes widened in disbelief, trying to discern what was so special about the skinny elder. The old man, sensing the attention, had a glimmer of light in his eye and opened his mouth as if to say something, but words failed to leave his lips. Lin Ji sighed and turned away, his doubts morphing into resignation. In a subdued voice, he muttered, "Mistook him for someone else." Rubbing the back of his head, he murmured a vague excuse under his breath. The old man remained rooted, holding the half-broken wooden sign in silence, his would-be words stifled by a coughing fit. The surrounding recruitment officers rolled their eyes collectively, casting thinly veiled disdain in his direction. The convoy began to roll away from the commotion. Inside one of the SUVs, Lei Laohu fiddled with a pair of alloyed walnuts, stealing sidelong glances at Lin Ji. "He really an old acquaintance of yours?" Lin Ji massaged his temples, managing a wry smile before responding. "A poor neighbor, Grandpa Wang, owes me $50 for smokes. That shadow of an old man's back just looked too much like his. Thought I'd go collect." Unconvincing as the excuse was, Lin Ji's frugal personality lent the explanation some begrudging plausibility. The awkwardness of the moment gave way to an all-too-human authenticity. Lei Laohu roared in laughter, slapping his thigh in approval. "For $50? Kid's got principles. Doesn't forget where he comes from." Yet, as he chuckled, he discreetly tapped his wristwatch, dispatching an order to the military intelligence unit to investigate the old man in the southeast corner thoroughly. Inside a white business sedan, Gu Qinghe eyed the surveillance feed and issued a cold, succinct command: Grade S surveillance. Investigate everything within Lin Ji's line of sight, even if it's just a stray dog. In the back seat of a Lincoln, Qian Duoduo swirled the wine in his glass, eyes narrowing slightly. Even those trash schools need to be closely monitored. Who knows when one might turn out to be a hidden gem. The convoy soon entered Donghai City's most dilapidated housing area. Narrow, muddy alleyways flanked by peeling, moss-covered walls wafted with a faintly sour stench. A convoy of luxury cars worth millions passed through the gloom, drawing curious gazes of awe and envy from the surrounding residents. Lin Ji pointed toward a tottering old apartment building. As the car came to a stop, Lei Laohu quickly jumped out. He personally opened the door for Lin Ji, shielding the doorframe with his arm, his gaze filled with a complex mixture of emotions. "Kid Lin, this is where you live?" Standing before the crumbling facade, wrinkles of unease furrowed Lei Laohu's brow. His eyes betrayed an ineffable sense of. The scene unfolded with an air of mystery. Before him stood Lin Ji, a young man hailed as an SSS plus genius and a pillar of the nation. Yet he resided in a dilapidated apartment building so run down that even pigs would despise it. Lin Ji remained silent for a long time, clenching his fists before finally loosening them again. A faint smile graced Lin Ji's lips, his gaze both clear and composed. To him, this ruinous place seemed less like a sign of misfortune and more like an unyielding fortress of strength. As their meeting came to an end, Lei Longhu, a towering figure of authority, slapped Lin Ji's shoulder with a resounding force, giving him a 3-day period to think things through while extending the military's open invitation. Lin Ji nodded in acknowledgement, a combination of obedience and resilience in his demeanor. His calm eyes watched as the convoy drove away. Once their figures disappeared, Lin Ji firmly clasped Su Daji's hand and walked resolutely into the shadowy corridor of the building. Their figures gradually vanished into the depths of the dim passageway. Inside the extended Lincoln limousine, Qian Duoduo shed his usual easygoing facade. Lighting a cigar, his small eyes glinted with sharp cunning as smoke spiraled around him. While addressing the university principal on the phone, he calmly dismissed the doubts regarding Lin Ji's intentions, breaking down the sheer brilliance of the teenager's performance. Even as the person on the other end hesitated, Qian Duoduo decisively asserted that this 18-year-old's intellect was unparalleled. Not merely a genius, but an emerging titan. His gaze firm, Qian resolutely declared that he would invest 10 billion if that's what it took to secure Lin Ji's allegiance. After hanging up, Qian Duoduo stared out of the tinted window and muttered under his breath, "Lin Ji, let's see how many more surprises you've got hidden up your sleeve." Back in apartment 404 of the decrepit building, Lin Ji shut the door and let out a long sigh of relief. Leaning wearily against the doorframe, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Battling wits with high-ranking figures had drained him completely, far more so than facing the Titan Corpse King could ever have. Suddenly, Su Daji appeared by his side as if she were his shadow, her 9 fox tails flickering and unfurling elegantly in the constraints of the small room. With a mischievous glint in her seductive eyes, her slender fingers traced circles on his chest as a sultry smile played on her lips, her voice dripping with temptation. It seemed as though she was ready to devour him whole right then and there. Sweat beaded on Lin Ji's forehead as he decisively pushed away her advances, his tone unwavering as he declared, "Not now. We have more pressing matters to deal with." Striding quickly to the window, he parted a thick curtain just a crack and peered out. His sharp gaze locked onto the scene below, which was like a chessboard arranged for a deadly game. Several black Volkswagen cars were discreetly stationed to control various street corners. In the silence of the night, danger lurked. On the roadside, a handful of burly men in plain clothes pretended to play chess or read newspapers, their eyes frequently darting toward the entrance of Lin Ji's building. These were watchful sentries from 3 powerful factions. Their surveillance ensured not a single blind spot. Lin Ji's brows furrowed tightly. He realized that if he dared to step outside, dozens of eyes would track his every move, or worse, he'd be invited for a little talk. Meeting that old man from Huayang Martial Arts University suddenly felt as impossible as ascending into the heavens. Closing the curtains tightly, Lin Ji squinted his eyes, his demeanor resembling that of a seasoned paparazzo analyzing every shift in movement below. Within the span of 10 minutes, the old man selling sweet potatoes on the corner was replaced by a muscular crew-cut operative. The mechanic tinkering with a motorcycle was switched out for another burly figure, and even the once ferocious stray dog pacing the alley had been fed into docility by a plainclothes agent. The setup was airtight, akin to a fortified military encampment. Not even a mosquito could slip past unnoticed. On the sofa, Su Daji lounged lazily, gracefully stretching her limbs as her 9 tails swayed and stirred the air. Her fingers glimmered faintly with an enchanting pink glow as she playfully suggested, "How about taking them out for some fun?" Lin Ji's face turned pale as he whirled around and urgently stopped her. "No way. Those are military operatives and bodyguards for Huayang Martial University. If you make a move, it'll be a disaster." He paced the small room, the anxiety simmering in his eyes. His thoughts raced to the core of the issue. The elderly man holding the banner of Huayang Martial Arts University, a mysterious figure backed by untold potential rewards. But if Lin Ji left the apartment now, Lei Longhu and Chen Duoduo would drag him back in fury, with the old man likely dismissed as a fraud in the process. With the watchful eyes of 3 grandmasters on him, any attempt at subtle maneuvers would be exposed. Every plan ended in a deadlock, leaving Lin Ji scanning the room helplessly. It was then that his gaze froze on an old, dust-covered laptop in the corner. An idea struck him like lightning. Slapping his forehead, he exclaimed internally, "This is the modern era. College applications can be submitted through the national online system. There's no need to risk physically going to the school." He hurriedly powered on the ancient device. The machine groaned and sputtered like a relic from a bygone age as it came to life, and the familiar login screen illuminated his face. Just as he prepared to type in the website address, Lin Ji hesitated. He stopped midway, realizing something crucial. What he faced wasn't just any system, it was under the jurisdiction of the country's top 3 corporate giants. Once he submitted an application selecting Huayang Martial Arts University, the data would instantly synchronize to Lei Longhu, Chen Duoduo, and the others. They'd instantly assume he'd made a mistake or had lost his mind, potentially even changing his choice back to the giants' institutions while erasing Huayang from the list altogether. Regaining his composure, Lin Ji understood the grim reality. This network was compromised. If he wanted to ensure his freedom of choice, he needed something extraordinary, something like a heavenly lock, which could freeze the submission data and block interference from even the most powerful hands in the system. Silently contemplating his next steps, Lin Ji stared at the flickering screen, plotting a way to navigate through this labyrinth of surveillance and control, a way to forge his own path to the future without being ensnared. He let out a small chuckle, pulling out a gilded business card. The name engraved on it shone with authority. Qin Weiguo. There was a sly confidence in Lin Ji's smile. Su Daji teased him for the sudden grin, her gaze full of playful affection. But Lin Ji quickly wiped away the smile, replacing it with steady determination. His expression hardened, as if stepping onto the stage of a high-stakes drama, every gesture and word drenched with conviction. The scene shifted to the capital, inside the office of Qin Weiguo, Minister of Education. He was engrossed in reviewing documents when the secure red phone on his desk suddenly rang. The screen on it lit up with a caller ID, Lin Ji. Instantly, his visage softened into a warm, fatherly smile. On the other end of the line, Lin Ji spoke with calm resolve, his voice unwavering. Uncle Qin, I won't be joining any of the big three, neither their schools nor their factions. My decision is final. Qin Weiguo was so startled he froze mid-action, the file in his hands slipping slightly, stunned into disbelief by the weight of Lin Ji's assertion.
相信这番话.
Suspicion and confusion knotted tightly between his brows, but he continued to ask patiently for the reasoning. Lin Ji took a deep breath, his voice resolute. I want fairness. I want to go through the standard college entrance exams and rely on my own abilities to choose a university. Qin Weiguo suddenly realized his intent, his gaze turning complex. You mean you want to compete using your official status without relying on the privileges of special admissions? Lin Ji nodded, his tone carrying a mix of stubbornness and fearlessness. Please, help me encrypt my application data to the highest level and lock it in the system. Until the admission notices are issued, no one can access or alter it. Qin Weiguo was stunned, as though struck by a heavy blow. He understood the unyielding determination behind those words. He ventured cautiously, Are you afraid of harassment? Lin Ji interrupted. No, I'm afraid of privilege. The bone-chilling declaration pierced the air like a sword. I was born in a slum and grew up under others' roofs. I've seen countless children without connections get buried beneath the system. My talent entitles me to the special admissions pathway. But if even I take the shortcut, where is the fairness? The scene froze in a moment of tense gravity, a lone hero declaring war for fairness and dignity. The story wasn't finished. The suspense lingered as Lin Ji's choice awaited the opening of a game-changing move. On the other end of the phone, Lin Ji's tone was unwavering. I want to go through the regular process like any ordinary applicant, and knock down a path to my future using my own name. He rejected interference, injustice, and shadowy manipulations, demanding only a fair choice. His words struck like a lightning bolt, shocking Qin Weiguo to his core. The man's hand trembled slightly. An 18-year-old boy, fighting for fairness, had shattered all his prejudices and assumptions. Qin Weiguo removed his glasses, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he marveled at the purity and resolve before him. If you carry such a righteous heart, how could I not support you? He rose to his feet immediately and ordered the initiation of the highest level of data encryption, swearing to protect Lin Ji's application information and warning everyone that tampering with it would make them his enemy. Anyone who stands in the way of educational fairness is my adversary, he declared firmly over the phone. On the other side, Lin Ji responded with calm thanks and hung up. Staring at his silent office, Qin Weiguo felt 20 years younger as he solemnly noted, This boy is extraordinarily talented with a heart as noble as a saint. The future of this nation will rest in his hands. The scene shifted. In the cramped Unit 404 of a tube-shaped apartment building in Donghai City, Lin Ji flopped onto a battered sofa with a long sigh. The saintly aura vanished from his face in an instant, replaced by a sly grin. Beside him, Su Daji blinked playfully and teased, Master, did the old man really believe you? Lin Ji gently ruffled Su Daji's soft, doll-like hair, his tone indifferent. Big officials love feeling moved by themselves. All I had to do was give him a ladder, and he climbed right into the clouds. With Qin Weiguo now his protective shield, everything was falling into place. Returning to his computer, Lin Ji cracked his knuckles, the sound crisp and sharp. He typed in the search term, Huayang Marshall University. What appeared on the screen was an outdated and chaotic page, reminiscent of a phishing site left behind 2 decades ago. The most prominent feature was a glaring red warning. Ministry of Education announcement. This institution has had 0 enrollments for 3 consecutive years, suffers severe faculty loss, carries a debt of 350 million yuan, and is on the verge of closure. Applicants are urged to proceed with caution. Su Daji leaned against his shoulder, sneering, "Isn't this school a bit too broke? A debt of 350 million and abandoned for 3 years straight." He stared at the rundown campus depicted on the screen, its buildings resembling war-torn ruins from a Syrian battlefield. Most would see despair in the image, but his eyes gleamed like a predator fixating on a treasure trove. The school emblem shimmered faintly with an iridescent light, hinting at hidden, boundless possibilities. "Broke? Perfect," he said with a smile that could rival the cunning of Wall Street's most ruthless wolves. Without hesitation, he clicked the dim Confirm Application button. The scene shifted again, this time to the forbidden grounds of Shishan in Kyoto under the dense cover of night. A black SUV came to an abrupt halt, and Lei Laohu, radiating an aura sharp as a blade, strode into this restricted zone with military precision. He entered the office of the Military Academy's president, General Hu Tianxiong, an elderly legend adorned with 3 gold stars on his shoulder, waiting for his subordinate's report in silence. "An 18-year-old boy played games with us in Donghai?" Hu Tianxiong's sharp question cut through the air. Lei Laohu smirked disdainfully, tipped back his collar, and leaned against the sofa, exhaling a puff of smoke. "That kid may look like he's putting on a show, but his mind runs deep. His performance was impeccable. Greedy, pitiable, even hesitant. It was all deliberate. He offered us a way out while securing benefits for himself. This is the mark of a strategist on the battlefield, not blindly driven by passion." His gaze turned piercing, mixing scorn and admiration. Hu Tianxiong smiled faintly and gestured for him to continue. Lei Laohu lightly tapped his shoulder, his brows furrowing. "His muscles and bones surpass those of ordinary people. Every hidden force attack I sent his way was absorbed. It's as if he's possessed by some kind of monster. With a body like that, he could tear apart a second-tier demon beast barehanded without utilizing spiritual power." Hu Tianxiong's pupils contracted imperceptibly, sensing the emergence of a rare gem. Suddenly, the hotline phone rang urgently. "Report to the president. 3 minutes ago, Bai Qi officially declined invitations from both Yenjing Marshall University and Modu Marshall University. He has signed our academy's special admissions agreement, and his file is currently being transferred." Hu Tianxiong bolted upright, his tiger-like authority filling the room. "The battle-hardened Bai Qi has finally chosen us." The communications officer added, "Bai Qi left a note. I'm heading to the strongest."
的棋盘，却不明白这盘棋的棋手是谁。他的目光投向深邃的夜空，仿佛穿透了层层云雾，看向更远的未来。他转头，声音中带着一种坚不可摧的决断。林志的选择不是你们的筹码，也不是你们权力的附庸，谁都无法强迫，谁都无权干涉。空气变得更为紧张，雷震双拳紧握，身体因怒火而微微颤抖。这是他从未体验过的挫败感。钱多多沉下脸色，目光冷然却隐藏深意。他重新戴上眼镜，低声道：“秦部如此霸道，你就不怕引发高层冲突？”秦卫国依旧平静，扭头面向几人，那双眼睛似乎洞悉了一切，也斩断了所有可能性。他淡然一笑，轻声说：“高层冲突？你们未免高估了自己，也过于低估这个少年的未来。再告诉你们一次，都收回来。事到如今，谁再敢越界，就等着后果。”这一句话如同惊雷，将整间办公室震得死寂无声。与此同时，东海市筒子楼的夜灯下，林志从床上醒来， 打开窗户，吹了吹夜风。他并不知道，因为他的一个简单决定，如今全国的诸多势力正在刀光剑影中博弈，而他只是微微一笑，重新收拾行装。明天的路，就让我自己走吧。他说完这句话，轻轻关上了窗。窗外一片寂静，只有远处依稀的海浪声，伴随着一夜星辰。未来即将揭晓。
Interests and resources, seizing people by any means necessary, yet you've never considered what exactly is hidden in the heart of this 18-year-old boy? Lei Zhan froze, questioning. What's he hiding? Isn't he just petty and greedy? You've seen how he acted in the lounge. Qin Weiguo spun around sharply, his eyes blazing, voice raising suddenly. Greedy? If he truly were, why would he reject tens of billions in cash? Why would he ignore the military special rank of major? Why would he disdain a political marriage with Yen University? Answer me that. Each rhetorical question struck the hearts of the three listeners. Gu Qinghe sneered coldly. He's just bargaining, endlessly insatiable. Qin Weiguo bellowed sharply. Wrong. 3 days ago, he called me personally and declined every special offer. Let me tell you something, he comes from the slums. He's seen too many impoverished students buried, their potential wasted. If those with vested interests play by separate rules, how can fairness exist? He insists on taking the standardized university entrance exam. Just like an ordinary student, he wants to sit at a computer and choose his own path. That's his last stand for the integrity of education. Those words struck like thunder, shaking the room into a dead silence. Lei Zhan's mouth hung open, his fierce hands trembling slightly. He roared roughly with admiration. This kid! What a man! Slapping his thigh with force, his eyes reddened, and he spoke firmly. Anyone who tries to take him is a bastard. I, Lei Zhan, will protect him at all costs. Qin Weiguo calmly announced. Lock down the system. No back doors for anyone. Qian Duoduo stared at the blank check in his hands, conflicted. Reflecting on the rarity of genuine people in this era, he resolutely tore the check apart, his expression somber as though mourning a martyr. The atmosphere was solemn and intense until a mocking voice shattered the silence. Gu Qinghe's cold eyes mocked sarcastically. Give up tens of billions of resources? A joke. Who believes that? It's just a smokescreen to hide his secrets. Rising, her tone turned sharp as she declared her intent to inspect the system's back-end data. Qin Weiguo, seething with rage, slammed the table forcefully. Lin Ji's application data has been locked under top-secret security. Anyone caught tampering will face military law. Lei Zhan and Qian Duoduo stood with expressions like an impenetrable wall of resolve. Gu Qinghe's face turned ashen, and she was forced to retreat in frustration. In the rundown apartment complex of Donghai City, room 404, Lin Ji held a fizzy drink, watching as shadowy sentinels evacuated and the street outside returned to calm. He tilted his head back, drank it all in one go, and let out a carefree belch. The saintly persona was executed perfectly, he laughed, privately praising his own Oscar-worthy performance. Su Daji appeared in a cheongsam, her enchanting eyes brimming with allure as she wrapped around him seductively, her intoxicating fragrance wreathing his senses. She teased, "You wicked king," her fingers playfully tracing his chest, hinting at a deeper celebration. Just as the atmosphere turned sweet, the air suddenly froze. Cicadas ceased their chirping, the fan blades halted mid-motion, and the entire space seemed to lock under the influence of some higher dimensional force, as time itself became frozen. Boss, be careful. An alarm blared abruptly, signaling unseen danger inching closer. Su Daji's expression changed drastically. Her smile vanished, replaced by utter terror. Behind her, 9 massive tails erupted into a frenzy of pink etheric energy, attempting to tear apart the confinement locking them in place. But the force was cold and relentless, akin to a colossal beast observing ants from above. With ease, it subdued even the 9-tailed heavenly fox. Lin Ji's pupils contracted violently. He attempted to activate his omniscient eye, but his thoughts slowed as his body began fading, becoming transparent, like a program being deleted piece by piece. Su Daji reached out, but her hand passed through his vanishing chest helplessly, her desperate cries ringing out in despair. At the same time, a young man polishing his sword in a Kyoto manner burst into particles of light and vanished into thin air. A girl clad in purple robes from the southern Miaozhai began to fade, silver snakes at her feet hissing in mourning. On Mount Longhu's peak, a Taoist priest dropped his duster, his figure disintegrating into nothingness. Across the Dragon Nation's landscape, 6 towering pillars of light pierced the skies. Back at the Education Ministry's conference room, the mood turned from anger to shock as everyone's gazes were drawn to the rift torn in the sky. An ice-cold and metallic voice reverberated within every mind. Global announcement. Survival game, Dragon Nation Warzone newbie trials have detected multiple extraordinary compatible individuals. The 6 top-scoring compatible individuals have been forcibly drafted into the ultimate competition instance. Global livestream broadcast has now officially begun. Limitless pure white. In that infinite void, 6 figures floated suspended. As their dizziness subsided, Lin Ji tried to call for Su Daji, but no sound came from his lips. The spiritual connection between companions was severed. The swordsman frowned and knocked on his blade. The purple-clad girl futilely tried to touch her still silver snake. Lin Ji calmly closed down his information panel, declaring flatly, "All external powers have been disabled. Only the physical abilities and base skills of compatible participants remain in play here." The eyes of the others instantly sharpened into blades, each gaze locking onto him. In this space, the fate of prey was sealed. Within the Education Ministry's conference room, Gu Qinghe reclined leisurely in her chair, smirking mockingly, her eyes full of disdain. Lin Ji's greatest crutch is gone. Without his ability to control the field, he's finished. Slowly swirling her teacup, she cast a cold glance at Lei Zhen. A toothless tiger thrown into a wolf pack can only be torn apart. Lei Zhen gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, but he had no retort. Those watching from the sidelines felt a surge of anxiety. Back in the pure white expanse, Lin Ji remained unaffected by the external dread. Golden streams of data spun rapidly within his pupils. Omniscient eye activated. Begin. The hidden cards of the peerless talents come into view. A cold, stern youth with a sword on his back steps into the frame. Yi Chan, an ancient martial artist. To his right stands a young man in Taoist robes, his expression calm, his sword intent restrained, while ethereal words, Yi Chan of the Kyoto Yi clan, shimmer beside him. An elite warrior, as frosty as an icy blade. In the corner not far away, another figure in Taoist robes, Zhang Xian, beams brightly, breaking the silence with his casual yet sharp tone. "Since we're all here, why not make yourselves comfortable? As the 6 strongest of this generation, how about we introduce ourselves first?" Following this, Bai Ling from Miaojiang's Myriad Poison Cavern appears. Her entire body exudes poisonous miasma, and her sweet voice does little to mask the chilling killing intent lurking beneath. Then walks in Nailan Qing, heir to the president of the Shanghai Guild of Psychic Masters. As he adjusts his glasses, they glint with a cold light that matches his aura of relentless rationality and logic. Lastly comes Zhao Xiaotang, with her short-cropped hair and a camouflage tank top. Clapping her chest heartily, she exudes overwhelming energy. "We're brothers from now on." That single sentence reverberates through the air like a booming thunderclap. These 6 individuals stand as paragons of their era, backed by the pinnacle forces of the Dragon Kingdom and inheritors of unparalleled legacies. The camera shifts to the center, revealing Lin Ji standing silently. His introduction is blunt, devoid of flair. Lin Ji, orphan from the slums of Donghai City. "No parents, no affiliations, no backing. I stand here purely by chance." The live broadcast's chat erupted instantly with derisive jeers everywhere. Yet the scene itself froze into an eerie silence. Yi Chun furrowed his brow. Nailan Qing's finger hovered mid-air. The most shocked, however, was Zhao Xiaotang. She quickly stepped forward, her gaze locked onto Lin Ji, her face filled with disbelief. You have no background? No resources? The incredulity was evident in her voice. Lin Ji nodded calmly in affirmation. Breathing deeply, Zhao Xiaotang quickly summarized the terrifying resources backing these titans. Yi Chun had bathed in dragon blood elixirs since childhood. Zhang Xian boosted his strength using premium-grade pills. She herself had trained in chambers with 100-fold gravity. Everything we've achieved was built on resources. Even a pig could soar to the heavens with this much support. The lens zoomed in on Lin Ji. Without resources or help, his evaluation stood unparalleled. You, Zhao Xiaotang murmured, her voice shaking, are the real monster. The room tremored with realization. The mark of ultimate strength is judged by results, without excuses or second chances. This was true supremacy. Here stood two diametrically opposed stories. One groomed under the tutelage of master mentors, taught by Nobel laureates themselves. The other, self-taught through garbage scraps and hard-earned books, achieving equally extraordinary feats. Who was stronger? The answer was glaringly obvious. Yi Chen's icy face softened ever so slightly as respect flickered in his eyes. He gave an acknowledging nod, recognizing this frail-looking youth's extraordinary talent and unyielding determination that had brought him here without any support. Nailan Qing's gaze became sharper, reevaluating this remarkable individual. Rumors accusing Lin Ji of clinging to women for power seemed baseless. Instead, someone even like Su Daji, a woman of immense presence, followed him because he was strong enough to inspire loyalty. Elsewhere, Gu Qinghe's grip on her porcelain teacup tightened until it shattered. Shards scattered across the floor as the smile on her lips froze like a broken farce. She had believed status and heritage controlled one's destiny, but she never anticipated that in the eyes of true champions, origins were merely an excuse for the weak. Lin Ji's existence was a proverbial slap in the face, shattering her arrogant pride in bloodline superiority. In the pure white space, the atmosphere sharply shifted into camaraderie. Among these six was born an unspoken bond of respect, heroes acknowledging heroes. Under the worldwide broadcast, they embodied the pride of Dragon Kingdom, and they understood the strength of unity. With a hearty roar, Zhao Xiaotang raised her hand high, shouting, "For the Dragon Kingdom!" Yi Chun, Zhang Xian, Bai Ling, Nailan Qing each placed theirs atop hers, smiling faintly. Even Lin Ji joined, their 6 hands stacked, adrenaline overwhelming them, as if they were about to sweep through the survival game dungeon as a single unstoppable unit. But in this fleeting harmony, a cold, mechanical system announcement shattered everything. Survival game. The ultimate showdown dungeon has been generated. Dungeon name: Dark Forest Battle Royale. Rule 1. 7 initial item blind boxes will be available. Only 3 can be selected. Rule 2. Contestants are randomly placed on the map, with no knowledge of each other's position. Everyone else is the enemy. Rule 3. Only one may survive. The air froze instantly, its temperature plunging 10 degrees. The 6 hands intertwined in a symbol of unity were paralyzed on the spot. Zhao Xiaotang's spirited grin faltered. Yi Chen's gaze grew frostier, colder. Nailan Qing adjusted his glasses, his expression unreadable. Lin Ji, however, smiled faintly, already having anticipated this outcome. The once-pledged siblinghood dissolved in seconds into a dire rivalry. Such was the ruthless essence of the survival game. The suffocating tension in the sterile white space now gripped their very beings. The hands disentangled rapidly. The facade of alliance crumbled into a satire of betrayal. Zhao Xiaotang's wild eyes became guarded as if protecting a treasure. Yi Chun edged back, killing intent hidden beneath his composed mien, his thumb hovering over his spirit sword. Nailan Qing coldly calculated, his demeanor unwavering. There was no room for words, only carnage. And this was the reality of the world of the strong. The scene cut to the Kyoto Ministry of Education's conference room. With an explosive strike, Lei Tiger smashed through the meeting table, wooden splinters flying in all directions, his fury uncontrolled. This is raising venomous insects against each other. They're raising venomous insects. The entire room was left in stunned silence. Out of the 6, only one would survive. Death hung over them, and it was a death befitting the Dragon Kingdom's power struggle. The foundation of national martial arts, built over 30 years, was now on the verge of collapse. Qin Weigua slumped powerlessly into his chair, his face as pale as paper, as though the weight of this devastating blow would be unbearable for another 10 years of his life. These 6 young prodigies were all the nation's greatest hopes for the future. Losing even one of them was akin to cutting flesh from the body. What was supposed to be an opportunity had turned into a hellish scenario, despair engulfing the entire conference room. The elder celestial master of Mount Longhu clenched his broken prayer beads. The elder from Miaojiang covertly wiped away tears. The head of the Yi family's face turned ashen, his fingertips digging into his palm. But as the scene shifted to Su Daji, the atmosphere suddenly changed. The unparalleled enchantress, Su Daji, reclined gracefully on the sofa, her delicate fingers playing as though trimming invisible nails, her lips forming a mocking and icy smile. Her eyes burned with blind fervor as she declared resolutely, "The great king carries divine destiny. This isn't a death match. It's a blood-red carpet rolled out to herald his coronation." The scene transitioned to a space of pure white. A cold, mechanical voice impassively announced the rules. Dark Forest Survival Deathmatch. A maze of 20 by 20 grids, with a vision limit of 5 meters. If unseen, remain hidden. Fighting reveals coordinates. Supplies and traps refresh randomly. Before them hovered 7 pitch-black metal boxes, chilling like coffins, devoid of markings or sound. Everything depended on fate. Zhang Xian saluted solemnly, bit his fingertip, and golden talismans shined faintly as his fingers danced over them. He decisively pointed to 3 boxes. As they opened, a supreme-grade violet chi restoration pill, a heavenly thunder talisman, and a legendary-grade shrinking charm emerged. The live stream chat exploded with 666, praising both the foundation of Mount Longhu and his uncanny luck. Gu Qinghe smiled lightly over a sip of tea, his demeanor revealing an understanding of the mysteries of fortune. The others began opening their boxes one after another. Yi Chen, guided by sword sense, obtained the golden sword, both offensive and defensive. Zhao Xiaotang secured 3 purple-grade items with devastating firepower and vital supplies, a clear force to be reckoned with. Bai Ling and Nailan Qing chose golden-grade items carefully and methodically. All eyes then turned to Lin Ji, a young man dressed in a school uniform, his gaze placid. He was nicknamed the Luckless Blank Slate, and the live commentary filled with jeers. Born into a poor family, he's bound to fail. Lin Ji stood quietly in the center. His lips twitched slightly in an almost imperceptible smirk before he activated the Eye of Omniscience. Instantly, golden streams of data flashed to life, revealing the contents of the 7 blind boxes. Box 1. Iron sword sharp but basic, a courier's tool of choice. Box 2. Compressed biscuits, barely sustains hunger. Box 3. Alloy battle knife, a close combat weapon, favored by reckless warriors. Box 6. Optical camouflage cloth, grants invisibility when stationary, a must-have for ambushers. Box 7. Mythical-grade hollow echo ears, provides comprehensive auditory and visual perception within a 500-meter radius, unaffected by fog. His gaze lingered briefly on the battle knife, but Lin Ji understood his current position and discarded the idea of reckless bravery. With calculated movements, he bypassed the weapons and basic supplies, selecting the corner and center boxes before finally resting his finger on the overlooked flat box. Everyone held their breath. What had he chosen? Gu Qinghe sneered, setting his tea down. He taunted that the young man had clearly panicked and could no longer hold up without Su Daji by his side. Suddenly, a burst of crimson light flooded the room, followed by 2 dazzling golden beams, igniting the atmosphere in an instant. Gu Qinghe choked on his tea, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the mysterious items displayed on the monitor. A crimson mythical-grade hollow echo ears, capable of transforming all sounds within a 500-meter radius into a visual map, ignoring any obstruction caused by fog, with a duration of 5 minutes. A golden supreme-grade optical camouflage cloth, rendering the wearer invisible and undetectable to the naked eye when stationary. A golden premium high-explosive proximity mine ×3, triggering an explosion that inflicted severe injury, inflicted slow effects, and exposed victim coordinates for 1 minute. The chat was in an absolute frenzy, with viewers exclaiming that this setup was utterly cheating. A perfect triad of X-ray vision, invisibility, and landmines. Gu Qinghe's face darkened, his fingers digging into the desk. He could not fathom how Lin Ji had managed to acquire such a god-tier item out of nowhere. In the pristine white space, the expressions of the other 5 contestants shifted dramatically. Zhao Xiaotang glanced at her heavy machine gun, suddenly feeling deflated. Yichun gripped his sword tightly, his face wary. He knew that unless Lin Ji was eliminated first, the entire game would spiral out of control. But there was no time for hesitation. The system's cold voice declared, "Resource selection complete. Dark Forest Survival Deathmatch officially begins." 6 beams of light thundered down, swallowing the 6 contestants. When Lin Ji reopened his eyes, he was already in the dark forest. Thick mist choked the air, damp and cold, his visibility no more than 5 meters. The oppressive, death-like silence bore down on everyone. Calmly, he draped the optical camouflage cloth across his shoulders, his figure vanishing instantly. In the darkness, a soft, mocking laugh echoed, followed by a murmur, "Welcome to my hunting grounds." Beneath a concealed ancient tree, Yichun moved like a shadow. As his sword intent extended outward, it was quickly devoured by the dense fog, leaving his senses null. He withdrew coldly, fully aware that this toxic mist devoured perception, and any rash movement would mean certain death. From a distance, Zhao Xiaotang clutched her roaring heavy machine gun, curling into a crevice among the rocks, holding her breath and staying still. Her sharp eyes gleamed with calculation, eschewing risk and adventure, silently mocking Yichun and Zhang Xian for their cautious scheming. She understood that victory in this forest would not come through firepower, but through outlasting everyone else. The 6 top prodigies, now silently vying within the suffocating darkness and fog, had begun their deadly game. Life and death hung by a thread. Throughout the dark forest's 400 corners, the other players seemed to have formed a silent pact, choosing to remain motionless. Half an hour, then an hour passed, and not a single marker appeared on the map. There wasn't even a sound. In Kyoto, inside the Ministry of Education's conference room, Chen Duoduo stared at the screen, calm as still water, but cold sweat seeped from his forehead. Lei Laohu rubbed his sore eyes and sneered. These people aren't hot-headed fools rushing in with blind courage, but vicious and cunning. They're waiting for others to make a mistake or for the system to crack first. The screen shifted to Lin Ji leaning lazily against a tree trunk, a blade of grass dangling from his lips, his expression relaxed. Lei Laohu sighed helplessly. He's not even using optical camouflage. He's just stuck himself in a blind spot and is vacation fishing. Inside the simulation, the mechanical voice rang out again, sharp with static urgency. Survivors remaining. June 6th. Battle trigger rate 0%. Warning. Activating kill reward mechanism. First kill bonus upgrade. Killer gains full map vision for 30 seconds. Repeat. Kill 1 person. See the whole map. Win big. The live stream exploded instantly. The system's losing it, forcing them to go all out. After the first blood, everyone else becomes prey. Yet, the dark forest remained eerily silent. Zhang Xian tightened his grip on the compass and scoffed coldly. No matter how tempting the bait, this Taoist won't bite. The system panicking just means it's out of moves. Nailan Qing adjusted his glasses, a calculating glint in his eyes. The moment you act, you become a target for everyone. Whoever moves first is the fool. The system's playing too young. Lin Ji spat out the grass root, his gaze gleaming with amusement. The whole field of sneak masters. He clenched his fist, his powerful physique suppressed for now. He knew that the moment he revealed himself, the 5 ghost-like opponents would unite and annihilate him. I'm waiting for the storm. The system's waiting for me to make a move. He looked up at the dark sky, a faint smile on his lips. If the system's bait doesn't work, it'll flip the table next. Boom! A crack tore across the sky, thick black mist rapidly dissipating. Warning: severe passive avoidance detected. System breach. Natural disaster triggered. Eternal day. Forced rule execution. Full map fog dispelled. All cover fully transparent. All coordinates highlighted for 10 seconds. Step out and show your strength. Stop hiding. The forest was instantly engulfed in blinding white light. The light pierced through tree trunks and stone crevices, leaving no insect burrow untouched. 6 red beams of light shot straight to the heads of the survivors like stage spotlights, exposing all their positions. Concealment became a joke, and ambushes lost all meaning. The jungle was now a battlefield laid bare. System, you've lost your mind, Zhao Xiaotang shrieked, the red beam numbing her eyes. Yichun drew his sword, its resonance shaking the heavens, and unleashed his murderous intent. Zhang Xian tucked away his compass, his face dark as frost. Blessing in disguise? It's all just disaster. Qin Weigua abruptly stood, his chair clattering to the floor, the atmosphere becoming taut with tension. The fully lit battlefield had irreversibly plunged the situation into chaos. Gu Qinghe stared intently at the screen, his sharp gaze like knives. He said coldly, Lin Ji, with the mist lifted and no luck to shield you, how will you survive? Under the intense light, Lin Ji stood unmoving, his eyes slightly squinted. The red beacon closed in fast. It was Bai Ling, the saintess of the Miaojiang Myriad Poison Cavern. Her ghostly blue dagger glimmered with venom, slithering like a snake, pressing step by step closer. Lin Ji crouched, pulling out 3 high-explosive proximity mines, his eyes scanning the quality of the ground and the blind spot along the only path Bai Ling had to take. He buried the mines, covered them with soil, his movements clean and agile. Then, with swagger, he sat atop a rock behind the minefield, the wind in his smile as he waved her forward. Come on then, let's make things clear and start the harvest. Bai Ling's silvery laughter echoed as she leaped nimbly, but the moment her foot touched the grass, fireballs erupted violently. A wave of searing fire lit up the space. As the flames roared, another red beacon streaked toward him. It was Yichun, wielding a golden short sword, its blade shimmering like a wash of light, thrusting straight for Lin Ji's back. The sword's energy nicked his skin, intense and pressing closer. Yichun's eyes were soaked with murderous fervor. At the critical moment, Lin Ji's data processing mind flickered, rapidly finishing trajectory predictions and suggested responses. No retreat, only clash. He took a heavy step forward, the ground shattering beneath him, his momentum breaking Yichun's rhythm. Yichun sneered and swung his sword, but hesitation from miscalculated predictions caused the blade to merely graze Lin Ji's hair. With swift ghost-like precision, Lin Ji sidestepped and crashed into Yichun, his right hand clamping down on the sword wrist like an iron vice. The sound of bones grinding was unnervingly clear. Yichun's eyes grew wide as his immense strength was countered and his protective energy shattered in an instant. The two of them exchanged rapid attacks. Elbows, knees, grapples, all weaving into a blur of motion. Each collision of their bodies stirred airflows, scattering fragmented twigs and leaves. Yichun's palms throbbed, retreating 3 massive steps, his feet carving deep marks into the earth. But Lin Ji, casual as if strolling in a garden, merely shifted his shoulders lightly. He coldly evaluated the data hovering over Yichun's head. Level 1 peak martial artist. Blood energy volatile. Minor bone fractures. Psychological instability suspected. Evaluation. Flashy and weak. Recommended career. Factory assembly line worker. Lin Ji's lips curled into a mocking smile, inwardly musing, "This is the capital's so-called prodigy?" The play had just begun. but the battlefield was already ablaze with the fever of war. Lin Ji undoubtedly wielded the strength to crush with his physical might and omniscient eye. Yet the Zhao Xinyi could easily tear off Yi Chen's head. But the blinding red pillar of light above his head began to flicker, its countdown ticking away. Countdown 3, 2. Lin Ji's gaze scanned the edge of the map. Several dormant presences, sensing the bloodshed, were rapidly closing in from all directions. Although killing Yi Chen was effortless, lighting up the entire map by committing murder would be akin to inviting a cerebral stroke. If he stayed more than 15 seconds, the 4 other crafty predators would swarm him. Even the iron-willed Lin Ji would end up crushed into fragments. Without a moment's hesitation, he used the force of the recoil and carved a strange arc mid-air, disappearing into the endless darkness without so much as a glance back. The pillar of light instantly extinguished. The darkness returned, leaving only his nonchalant silhouette in retreat. The live stream outside exploded with angry comments filling the screen. Ran away? That fast? I was ready, and for what? This? He was so fierce earlier. Why did he suddenly chicken out? Gu Qinghe leaned back in his conference room chair, sipping his tea with an air of mockery. Minister Qin, this is the saint you speak so highly of? Just a cowardly shrimp who collapses at the first blow, surviving only by his wit and trickery. Qin Weigua frowned as he stared at the screen, unable to believe that the young man who once dominated 3 grandmasters at the negotiation table could retreat so wretchedly. Old Tiger Lei slammed the table, sending tea splashing everywhere. The crowd glared at each other furiously. He's not insane. Old Tiger Lei's gaze turned sharp, his voice trembling. From engagement to retreat, exactly 2 seconds. Forcibly snatching the golden item off Yi Chen's body would have taken at least 5 seconds. Looting his belongings another 3. 8 seconds is all it takes to turn yourself into a live target with the entire map hunting you down. He took a deep breath, his expression solemn. He resisted absolute greed, used Yi Chen as bait to test his own limits, and simultaneously restored equilibrium to the chaos. This is not an act of running away. It's top-tier crowd control tactics. This guy is an absolute monster. The crowd was astonished. Gu Qinghe's smirk froze in awkward dismay, creating a comically absurd scene. In the depths of the dark forest, silence reigned. Yi Chen stood motionless with his sword, the night wind brushing past as a few dry leaves drifted down. Others might think he was paralyzed with fear, but the pale cracking at the base of his right hand, with fresh blood dripping, and the uncontrollable trembling of his arm betrayed the immense shock he felt within. No qi was used to heal him. He resisted Lin Ji's ancestral sword energy entirely with raw physical strength. In that fleeting moment of clash, Lin Ji's cold and detached eyes had pierced straight into his marrow, leaving Yi Chen feeling an icy chill that cut to the bone. When Lin Ji grabbed his wrist, he had a chance to shatter it, yet instead chose merely to push him away. Yi Chen could vaguely understand. That power could have easily crushed his wrist bones. Why didn't he go for the kill? His gaze locked onto the direction where Lin Ji had vanished, his eyes brimming with ice-cold fury and humiliation. In Lin Ji's eyes, he, the prodigy royalty of the capital, didn't even qualify as prey, not even worth slaying. This humiliation cut Yi Chen deeply. Sharpening the axe, this place was but a trial ground. Yi Chen sheathed his sword, his expression shifting to one of solemnity, sharp like a predator in the midst of a hunt. He looked toward Lin Ji's retreating figure, and the disdain in his eyes transformed into resolute respect. You're strong, but I won't lose. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, the sound of coughing burst forth from the undergrowth. Bai Ling appeared in a wretched state, her damaged Miaojiang robes exposing charred and battered skin, wounds strewn across her body. The 3 high-explosive proximity mines had left half her form almost decimated, yet she didn't let anger consume her. The flush on her cheeks and the fervent light in her eyes betrayed a stubborn resilience that bordered on madness. She licked her bloodied lips, her split lip healing swiftly. The hidden venomous insects in her hand shattered into pulp as green fluid dripped. They had predicted her poison. Her movements, even the direction of the wind. Yet Bai Ling sneered, "Lin Ji, you're even more insidious than I imagined." She fancied herself the hunter, scheming to turn Lin Ji into her most compliant puppet. The cold glow in her eyes illuminated the black woods, her figure slipping into the shadows like a venomous snake waiting to strike. And Lin Ji, positioned in a remote corner 3 kilometers away, nestled himself in the crevices of 3 mountain slopes. This spot had become a dead zone for sight and smell, perfect for concealment. Wrapped tightly in a cloaking fabric, he vanished into the abyssal black. Just moments ago, he had been walking on a razor's edge, every step a gamble. If Yi Chun had reacted a split second faster, or if Bai Ling hadn't been badly injured, or if the enigmatic Zhang Xian had intervened, his life could have ended in just a few exchanges. Now he clutched his wrist tightly, a faint smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. The probing's done. These so-called prodigies are nothing but countryside prey. Yi Chun had sharp sword energy but a vulnerable physique. Bai Ling, though rapid and venomous, had poor defense. If he could isolate and defeat each one, victory would be within reach. He retrieved a compressed ration bar from his system storage, chewing mechanically as he calmly awaited the prodigies to tear each other apart. His calculating gaze pierced through the dark forest, while the passage of time returned the surroundings to silenced stillness. Just as he was preparing to briefly catch his breath, a faint buzzing suddenly sounded in his ears, a dense, vibrating hum, like a swarm of bees taking wing, or the wail of the atmosphere being shredded. Lin Ji abruptly stopped chewing, his brow tight, his gaze snapping sharply upward. In the pitch-black night, his omniscient sight activated, his vision stretching swiftly toward limit. What came into view next made him pale in comparison. A dozen flaming trails tore through the sky like merciless artillery rain, heading straight for his hideout. This was no coincidence. The precise bombardment seemed almost as if it had unlocked an omniscient map, accurately calculating his movement trajectory. In an instant, the image of Zhao Xiaotang, the clumsy yet imposing figure wielding a heavy machine gun, flashed through his mind. She actually predicted my movement this accurately? The data displayed on his interface showed frantic, all-encompassing alerts violently flashing. Lin Ji struggled to hide his astonishment, nearly choking on the dry rations in his mouth. The cunning of this berserker far exceeded external estimations. The roaring artillery shattered the silence of the night as they exploded in the sky. Above Lin Ji's head, the rocky cliff broke apart with a thunderous roar. Debris scattered, flames erupted, and the absolutely safe zone he had created was obliterated in an instant, reduced to scorched earth. 3 hills were turned into ashes. The bullet barrage felt stifling, deathly, a dense firepower web with no gaps for escape. Inside the Ministry of Education in Kyoto, Xing Zhantian, clad in his heavy battle armor, laughed uproariously, his voice roaring through the room. Pointing at the screen, his blood-red face filled with pride, he declared, "Xiaotang's firepower allocation is nothing short of art. Lin Ji's nothing but a mudhopper refined by this glorious rain of fire." Beside him, Lei Jin clenched his fists, his expression livid with frustration and helplessness. In the corner, Gu Qinghe sipped his tea with a faint, knowing smile, his tone cold with sarcasm. When one's luck runs out, even a saint won't escape death. Amidst the blaze, Lin Ji's eyes snapped open. In the depths of his pupils, streams of golden data surged forth. The warning sounds reverberated in his mind, his computational ability skyrocketing, as if his brain had transformed into a supercomputer being scorched by flames. Ballistic trajectories appeared as red lines, outlining faint glimmers of green opportunities within the chaos. He grinned, a confident expression that defied the apocalyptic display, and faced the destructive barrage with composed resolve. He neither dodged nor ran, merely sidestepped with a half-step that was calculated with precision. A sharp fragment of shrapnel whistled past, severing a single strand of hair. His body folded gracefully as he slid along the ground, narrowly avoiding the piercing fragments of the explosions. On the edge of annihilation, Lin Ji moved with minimal but deadly precise motions, maneuvering through the web of death to find slivers of hope. A violent shockwave whooshed past, sending massive rocks behind him flying into the air, but not so much as grazing Lin Ji. Under the rain of metal, he spun, leapt, sidestepped, dove, his movements flowing seamlessly like a seasoned combat dancer balancing on the edge of a blade. Each step was perfectly timed and executed, as if performing a miracle, his reactions far beyond human limits. 30 seconds passed, and the battlefield finally fell into silence. At the center of the screen stood a lean, solitary figure. Lin Ji dusted off his shoulders casually, as if swatting away a mere mosquito. Slowly lifting his head, his pale, sweat-beaded face caught the light, but his gaze remained sharp and unyielding. He raised his thumb, then tilted his wrist, flipping it downward. The screen froze. 10 seconds of stunned silence enveloped the world, only to erupt into chaos shortly after. The chat flooded uncontrollably, filled with shock and disbelief. Unscathed, amidst that blanket of firepower, how could he possibly survive? Incredible. This is God-tier play. Inside the ministry meeting room, Xing Zhantian's eyes widened with terror and disbelief.
Impossible.
He must be cheating. Lei Zhen slapped the table in fury, his voice booming. Old Xing, open your eyes. This is divine micromanagement at its peak. Qin Weigua cast a cold glance at Gu Qinghe. The shattered teacup in his hand and the restless look on his face betrayed his own awe. His will to live is tougher than you imagined. Back among the ruins, Lin Ji held his stance until the reconnaissance drone flew away. Then he suddenly staggered, shaking as he barely steadied his body. Clutching his head, he ground his teeth in pain. His mind felt as though it was being pierced and twisted by needles. His mental energy had been pushed beyond its limits, and the all-seeing eye forced itself into a cooling phase. The battle just now had been like dancing on a blade's edge, an act of wagering life itself. Without third-tier speed and the all-seeing eye support, he would have perished long ago. Resolute, he made a decision. As long as he stayed alive, he would have the chance to turn the tide. Enduring his exhaustion, he crawled into a nearby crevice, desperate to recover. Far away in a pristine white space, Su Daji gazed at the screen showing Lin Ji's frail and faltering figure. Her breathtakingly beautiful face had lost its charm, replaced by an ice-cold and frenzied look. She muttered, "The War God Hall, Zhao Xiaotang." Her fox-like eyes, now devoid of tears, instead brimmed with unbridled mania. The shadow of a nine-tailed fox behind her writhed wildly, distorting the surrounding space. Blades of chilling light emanated as her rage erupted. "To humiliate my master like this, I swear I'll tear you to pieces." In a dark forest, Yi Chun calmly sheathed his sword, sneering. All bark and no bite. Zhao Xiaotang's firepower miscalculated. Lin Ji surviving is just a fluke. Elsewhere, Zhao Xiaotang leaned behind her cover, gripping her heavy machine gun tightly. Sweat soaked her back through the fabric of her clothes. Every single shell she fired had hit its mark, forming an intricate web of death. Yet Lin Ji still danced through it like an untouchable phantom. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, her fear rising to the surface. The pride of a war god crumbled into insignificance, and her mental defenses collapsed. Suddenly, the night sky above her lit up with a blinding red light. The system's penalty had been triggered. After using the blind box, her coordinates had been exposed. A cold, detached system voice echoed. First round of confrontation concluded. Illegal firepower detected. Coordinates revealed. Random supply crate deployed. Hidden predators Yi Chun, Bai Ling, Zhang Xian, and Nailan Qing immediately locked onto the direction of the red flare. Their predatory gleams signaling a shift. The prey had become the target. A crimson meteor streaked across the heavens, dragging blazes behind it. A thunderous crash shook the nearby shattered stones. A scorching black metal box embedded itself deep into the rocks, its heat searing like a branding iron against the skin. Lin Ji collapsed amidst the crevices, agony constricting his breath. Every inhale was like shards of glass slicing through his lungs. The side effects of the omniscient I felt like a relentless barrage of piercing arrows, draining every ounce of his strength. His mouth filled with blood and foam, but his gaze remained locked onto the airdrop crate, glaring at the system's icy demeanor with fury. This is nothing but a death trap disguised as supplies. For old enemies caught wind of the opportunity and charged toward him like rabid dogs, even more ferocious. Lin Ji's stamina was beyond depleted. Even standing up seemed nearly impossible. With a cold sneer, his eyes erupted with a chilling intensity, his indomitable will surging. If I can't survive, then nobody gets to walk away easily. He bit down on his tongue until blood washed over his senses, pain igniting a burst of strength. With a desperate lunge, he threw himself at the airdrop crate. The moment his hand touched the crate, a blade aura tore through the air, and Yi Chun struck swiftly and decisively. Lin Ji used the momentum to roll out of the blade's fatal path, but his shoulder erupted in a spray of searing blood. He couldn't afford a second to tend to the injury, his palm crashing down on the crate's touch-activated sensor, clinging to the slimmest thread of survival. Open, damn it! Lin Ji's fingerprint barely grazed the metal surface when, instead of the mechanical buzz of activation, the entire crate dissolved into a beam of crimson light, piercing from his arm straight into his brow. The system's frigid and unfeeling voice exploded in his ears. Congratulations, player Lin Ji. You have successfully retrieved the airdrop supply. You have obtained the unique, rule-level item, Annihilation Strike, Red Mythic. Time itself seemed to freeze. Yi Chun, Zhang Xian, Bai Ling, and Nalin Qing all halted their pursuits abruptly, as though someone had pressed pause. The abrupt stop of their charge gouged deep trenches into the dirt as Yi Chen's golden sword almost slipped from his grip. For the first time, terror flickered across his face. Zhang Xian's eyes widened, and he let out a sharp exclamation. Rule level? How is that even possible in a beginner-level instance? The developers must have lost their minds. Far away in the Kyoto Ministry of Education's conference room, Qin Weigua clutched his teacup and sprang to his feet in shock. A rule-level item? That's impossible. His voice hadn't even cooled when the Lord of the War God Hall, Xing Zhantian, turned as pale as a ghost. The iron balls he had been holding fell from his hands, shattering the floor tiles. He understood what this meant: divine authority beyond the bounds of natural laws. On the screen, the blood-stained young man, Lin Ji, exuded a terrifying presence. An invisible pressure rose from him, coursing from the ground to the heavens. In the dark forest, Lin Ji studied the crimson card held in his bloodied hands. At the center of the card was a black void that seemed to devour any light that touched it. Card information: Annihilation Strike, Red Mythic, Rule Level, one-time consumable. Effect: completely erases a 5m times 5m area of a given concept, ignores defense, evasion, and invincibility. Requires no ballistic trajectory, does not expose the user's coordinates, physics, just a joke. The card's unbearably cold and mechanical description drew an unsettling, low-pitched laugh from Lin Ji. Propping himself up against a rock, his tattered clothes and bloodied appearance couldn't conceal the fierce aura now radiating from him, a dominance far surpassing any effect heavy weaponry could have achieved. If Zhao Xiaotang, armed with her Gatling gun, resembled a raging madman, then Lin Ji at this moment was the Grim Reaper, holding the button to the apocalypse in his hand. The encircling footfalls began to retreat. Yi Chun and his comrades, holding their breaths in fear, didn't dare take another step forward. They all knew Lin Ji was teetering on the brink of collapse. But who among them was prepared to gamble their life and rush into certain death? None could guarantee the wrath of the Annihilation Strike wouldn't befall them next. Nalin Qing adjusted his glasses, his form melting into the surrounding shadows, a faint and chilling smirk on his lips. He doesn't have the guts to use it. That's his sole bargaining chip, a deterrent, not a weapon. Everyone had already concluded Lin Ji would retreat. What they failed to realize was this game. They had never understood him at all. His sharp gaze smoldered with seething resentment. Those retreating presences still lingered vividly in his mind, impossible to forget. A cruel smile stretched across his face as the crimson card flipped between his fingers, resonating with an oppressive, suffocating energy. The map interface unfurled before him, a translucent, holographic grid slicing the dark forest into 400 sections, all seemingly devoid of life. It wasn't just a gamble. It was a blind hunt, a game where every choice meant life or death. The audience in the live stream exploded into chaos. Cries of shock and outrage flooded the feed. Some questioned his judgment, while others lambasted the recklessness of his choices. But Lin Ji's eyes burned with determination, analyzing calmly amidst the uproar. That woman who had severely injured him earlier, Zhao Xiaotang. She wasn't someone who would retreat too far. On the contrary, she was likely hiding within the closest blind spots, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. His finger hovered over a certain area in the upper left quadrant of the map. Without a shred of hesitation, he tapped it. Zhao Xiaotang, don't cross me in your next life. A crimson streak of light fell silently. No eruptions, no noise, not even the faintest lift of debris. The live stream audience, who had been holding their collective breath moments ago, fell into a stunned silence. Then the chat suddenly erupted with jeers. That's it? What a joke. Throwing away a god-tier item like that. What an idiot. But then the camera zoomed in tightly, focusing on a pile of scattered rubble. A perfectly cubic void now rested there. Space, matter, light, everything had been annihilated, leaving behind a gaping absence. Even as a bird flew across that space, it vanished without a trace. No feathers, no remains, nothing. This wasn't mere destruction. This was erasure that defied the laws of existence itself. A suffocating silence spread through the live stream, as if the very air had been frozen. In the dead silence of the chat room, a single gulp was unexpectedly audible. And then, from deep within the dark forest, a monotone system announcement echoed coldly. Announcement: Player Zhao Xiaodang has been eliminated by Annihilation Strike. Erasure. Judgment. Death. Eliminator. Lin Ji. Reality erupted as if it had been shattered. The top prodigy, Zhao Xiaotang, was mercilessly erased just like that, without even a final word left behind, as though she never existed. The power of a rule-grade artifact was utterly terrifying. In the conference room of the Kyoto Ministry of Education, the heavy silence was broken by a sharp crack. Lord Xing Zhantian, master of the War God Hall, had crushed 2 steel war gauntlets into twisted iron paste with his hands. Bloodshot threads filled his eyes, but he did not roar in anger. Instead, a repressed, desolate sorrow pervaded the air. His most prized disciple had vanished before his very eyes, as if life itself had played a cruel joke on him. Gu Qinghe, once gloating over others' misfortunes, now felt a chilling despair take hold. Qin Weigua stood up, patted Xing Zhantian's shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Old Xing, my condolences. This is not just a loss for the War God Hall but for the entire Dragon Nation." His tone quickly turned sharp as he rebuked the rules of the game, emphasizing that Lin Ji was merely acting out of survival, doing what he had no choice but to do. Xing Zhantian silently nodded, burying his hatred deep within himself. In the dark forest, the system broadcast rang out as a pillar of golden light surged into Lin Ji's crown. The system's reward poured into his body like a torrent. The excruciating pain in his mind vanished instantly, and his drained mental power was revitalized as if drenched by nourishing rain. His pale complexion quickly regained color, his strength coursing wildly through his body like a tide after escaping death. Lin Ji tilted his neck slightly, producing a cracking sound, his whole being suddenly renewed as if he could take on 10 people at once. The system space automatically absorbed the inheritance Zhao Xiaotang had left behind. Roaring heavy machine gun, purple, supreme. Unlimited ammo box, purple, special. Though he mockingly sneered at the bulky weapon as unbefitting of an assassin's elegance, His hands swiftly equipped it nonetheless. Reality was cold and merciless. In the line of fire, there was only one undeniable truth. Shoot! Lin Ji stood tall, his gaze turning cold and foreboding, exuding the primal instinct of a hunter. Zhao Xiaotang gave me a gift. Now who's next? His eyes scanned the distant shadows of the forest. Those who had been planning to strike while the iron was hot were now cowering in terror. Several kilometers away, Yi Chun, who had been charging forward at full speed, suddenly froze and nearly twisted his ankle. Staring at the void-like crater in the distance, his face turned pale, cold sweat dripping down, and the sword in his hand trembling slightly. A lunatic! He dares to blind snipe, and actually hits, even with protective martial chi passed down by his lineage and golden-grade artifacts. That singular strike could annihilate everything. Without hesitation, Yi Chun spun around and bolted at twice the speed, retreating strategically with unwavering determination. Zhang Xian and Bai Ling were also fleeing in panic. Lin Ji had transformed from prey to an untouchable existence, forcing them to maintain a wide berth. However, hidden within the shadows of the dark forest, Nailan Qing calmly adjusted his glasses and murmured, "The annihilation strike has already been used." He observed that Lin Ji's mental power hadn't fully recovered, discerning that this was his only opportunity to kill him. A dark, jet-black eyeball-like artifact appeared in Nailan Qing's hand, its murky green glow flickering within the pupil. He suddenly crushed it with force, activating Death's Gaze. Just as Lin Ji was preparing to continue his hunt, he felt an intense chill rush from the base of his spine straight to his crown, far surpassing the prior threat of artillery fire. The system alarm blared deafeningly. Nailan Qing has activated the special artifact, Death's Gaze. Target locked. Lin Ji. Mist dispelled. Coordinates globally illuminated for 60 seconds. A beam of eerie green light descended like divine punishment from the heavens, instantly illuminating the dark forest, exposing Lin Ji's position with glaring clarity. Lin Ji's figure became fully visible, an unmistakable live target. He stared at the sickening green glow with icy eyes and uttered Nailan Qing's name coldly. "Very well. You wanna play? Let's see who dies first." Far away, Yi Chun, Zhang Xian, and Bai Ling all simultaneously halted in their tracks and turned their gazes toward the ominous green light. Their fear evaporated in an instant, replaced by greed-filled killing intent. Lin Ji had expended his annihilation strike. He was no longer a threat. Now was their chance to claim his loot. The trio charged back like sharks scenting blood in the water. Green light fell like a waterfall, revealing Lin Ji in total exposure. He stopped, glancing up at the green illumination above him, his brows furrowing. Did it really have to be green? There was nowhere to run. The only path left was to fight through it. Turning his wrist, he let the substantial, roaring heavy machine gun, inherited from Zhao Xiaotang, drop heavily to the ground, sending mud and water flying. The unlimited ammo box landed at his feet with a chilling metallic clink. Lin Ji sat down, placing the gun across his lap, and waited quietly for his prey to approach. 50 meters away, the fog hung dense. Yi Chun crept forward, his short golden sword skimming close to the ground, his steps silent as whispers. Zhang Xian's talismans ignited in ghostly blue flames, their light flickering eerily. Bai Ling had venomous rainbow-colored snakes coiled around her fingers, her gaze dripping with malice. Though adversaries, the three now shared a common target: to kill Lin Ji and divide the spoils after. "He's not moving," Zhang Xian muttered quietly, transmitting the thought. "A trap." Yi Chen's eyes gleamed coldly. They advanced with bated breath, the deadly chess game of the dark forest now entering its fatal stage. Nailan Qing, that scheming figure, had exposed Lin Ji's location. Now Yi Chun had become blind. They were hiding in the shadows, but he was exposed under the light. Even if he unleashed all of his abilities without vision, he became an easy target. Yi Chun resolved to lead the charge, drawing enemy fire while his teammates waited in ambush to deliver a fatal blow. The team understood the strategy, and no one objected. With a deafening explosion, the earth burst apart, and Yi Chun transformed into a streak of golden light, using the mist as cover to dash toward the figure shrouded in green light. His swordsmanship was as restrained as ever, yet lethal. The moment the tip of his sword approached Lin Ji's back, the sound of air being torn apart suddenly erupted. In the live stream chat room, Gu Qinghe stood up excitedly, his face full of fervor. He's done for. There's no way to dodge in a blind spot. But just as the sword tip was about to make contact, Lin Ji revealed a faint smile. He abruptly bent his upper body backward into an odd, bridge-like position. The icy sword edge merely grazed the strands of his hair, missing him by a hair's breadth. Yi Chun was shocked. He dodged it. Is this guy even human? Immediately after, the system coldly announced that Yi Chen's coordinates were forcibly exposed for 10 seconds. A glaring red light enveloped him, making him as conspicuous as a light bulb in the forest. Lin Ji quickly launched a counterattack, delivering a sharp kick to Yi Chen's wrist, forcing him to retreat several steps in pain. Facing such a fierce counterstrike, Yi Chun, however, sneered, "Ultimately, you're blind. There are still 2 other lurking attackers around. How will you defend against them?" Lin Ji moved back cautiously, his vigilance unwavering. The omniscient eye had cooled down, leaving his surroundings as dark as pitch. A stronger and more chilling presence loomed closer, and the threat buried in the dark felt omnipresent. At that moment, Yi Chun suddenly remembered something useful. Slowly, he raised his left hand, and in it appeared an ancient, crimson earring emanating a mysterious and eerie aura. Lin Ji put on the hollow wind listening earring. In an instant, his gaze became as deep as the ocean. The surrounding darkness dissolved, and the entire world transformed into a mystical realm constructed of lines and sound waves. The whistle of the wind turned into ripples, the chirping of insects morphed into glowing dots, and hidden heartbeats reverberated in his mind. His perception pinpointed the subtle sounds of movement behind him. 2 concealed enemies' footsteps, heartbeats, the crackling of talismans burning, the sound of urgent breaths, even the writhing of venomous insects, all revealed without exception. This was not simply seeing through illusions, it was a dimension-reducing, assault-level holographic supersensitivity. Within a 500-meter radius, as long as the opponent breathed or their heart beat, they were utterly exposed before Lin Ji. At that moment, the livestream's giant screen abruptly switched to Lin Ji's perspective. A world of black and white sound waves and connecting lines left audiences in front of their screens dumbfounded. Barrages of excited comments flooded the chat. "Holy crap! What's this perspective? Soundwave imaging? Is this cheating?" That red earring turned out to be that mythical artifact. In the dark forest, a small snake slithered slowly toward Lin Ji's ankle. It was Bai Ling's secret weapon, hidden in her hands as she stared at the man with his back turned. A vile smile spread across her face, murder in her eyes. Suddenly, without any warning, Lin Ji swung up his roaring heavy machine gun. The muzzle abruptly turned toward a bush. The deafening roar of gunfire exploded, and bullets erupted like a violent storm. The shrubbery and surrounding stones were instantly torn to shreds. Bai Ling's smile froze in an instant, and a scream was cut short abruptly. Amid the smoke, Lin Ji turned, the crimson earring flashing eerily in the green light. His cold, knife-sharp gaze locked onto Yi Chun and Zhang Xian, who were caught in a triangular siege. His voice carried a low, mocking tone. 3 against 1? Perfect. With a solid click, the bolt of his gun locked loaded, blue muzzle flames flared again, and he fired without aiming. Guided solely by the hollow wind listening earring, the bullets ruthlessly traced the movements of his targets. Gunfire and death knells intertwined into a symphony of carnage. Lin Ji's mocking laughter echoed through the night. "Where's the legendary sword aura of young Master Yi? And Taoist Zhang's talismans? Or are you both just hiding like cowards?" From a distance, Yi Chun and Zhang Xian crouched behind a massive rock. Fragments of shattered stone flew everywhere as the relentless gunfire lashed out with sadistic fervor. Dust and dirt smeared across Yi Chen's face as he trembled and peeked out carefully, only to be forced back by the sharp sting of bullets, utterly at a loss. Zhang Xian looked deathly pale, cracks spreading across his compass, and doom felt inevitable. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Xian relayed a telepathic message to Yi Chen. I have a way to break this. Just give me 1 second. Cover me. Yi Chen's face twisted with hesitation, but the resistance melted away in an instant, replaced by a desperate frenzy. With a look that screamed of having nothing to lose, he charged forward following Zhang Xian's order. A golden streak sliced through the forest as Yi Chen activated his protective energy barrier, recklessly sprinting toward danger. Exposing yourself? How brave. I'll give you credit for that. Lin Ji sneered with disdain. Instantly, the gun barrel swiveled toward him, bullets whizzing forth. The protective shield cracked, sparking from the impact of the bullets. Yi Chen groaned in pain, his sturdy defense on the verge of collapse. A life-or-death showdown was imminent. Taking advantage of Yi Chen absorbing the firepower, Zhang Xian made his move. His hands trembled as he suddenly revealed 3 talismans, which ignited without fire, glowing purple-black like ink. They were the Thunder Talisman, his ace spell crafted solely for unleashing destruction. With a furious shout, lightning roared and tore through the atmosphere. 2 thick, purple bolts of lightning split the darkness and struck directly at the overheating barrel of Lin Ji's heavy machine gun. Lin Ji's expression darkened as he realized that evading was impossible. Without hesitation, he released the weapon. The machine gun bore the brunt of the lightning strike, exploding in a deafening boom, sending flames and shockwaves outward and forcing Lin Ji several steps back. The system warning abruptly declared. The alert sounded, coordinates exposed for 10 seconds. Zhang Xian burst into wild laughter, staring at the pile of scrap metal. Your gun exploded. How arrogant can you be now? Without the Gatling gun, Lin Ji was reduced to an ordinary first-tier warrior hanging by a thread. Just as Zhang Xian reveled in his triumphant moment, a strange ripple emerged from the shadows. Bai Ling, the saintess of the Myriad Poison Den, was not dead after all. Despite her severe injuries, she clutched a golden scapegoat doll in her hand, emerging with a menacing presence. Her figure slid like a ghost out of the darkness, dagger in hand, stabbing directly toward Lin Ji's back. Her speed was astounding. She struck at the exact moment of Lin Ji's weakness, a sneak attack that could serve as a textbook example. Lin Ji's hair stood on end as he twisted his waist to evade, but the blade still grazed his left arm. Toxic smoke hissed as the venom seeped into his bloodstream, gnawing its way toward his heart. A flash of twisted delight flickered in Bai Ling's eyes as she swiftly retreated. The red coordinates on her location were now exposed. The 4th beam of light shot skyward. For intertwined red and green beams created a cage that pierced through the clouds, announcing there was no way out. Only a battle to the death remained. The live stream chat exploded, countless comments scrolling by frantically. Lin Ji's gun is gone, and now he's poisoned from a sneak attack. He's done for. Bai Ling is ruthless. That strike was undoubtedly fatal. Inside the Ministry of Education's conference room in Kyoto, Qin Weigua slammed his hand on the table, toppling his teacup in the process. Too careless. He's lost his heavy weapon, poisoned. His combat ability is drastically diminished. Facing 3 genius combatants from the Skyfall Trinity, he's sure to lose. Although Lin Ji possessed godly awareness, his foundational skills were still immature. His fate now hung by the thinnest of threads. Having lost his primary tool, Lin Ji was like a tiger with no teeth. Yet, opposite of despair, General Lei Jun of the military wore a knowing smile. He calmly sipped his tea, lightly blowing on the leaves, his sharp gaze flickering. He muttered to himself, that broken machine gun was merely a tool. A true beast becomes far more terrifying when shackles are removed. Inside the perilous domain, silence descended. Injured, Lin Ji was quickly flanked as Yi Chen and Zhang Xian moved to encircle him, the iron triangle trapping him in. Yi Chun wielded a golden short sword with a posture full of arrogant confidence. He sneered coldly, "Without that gun, can you still fight?" Meanwhile, Bai Ling licked the dripping blood from her dagger. Despite her disfigured face, she exuded an eerie, obsessive allure. Her sweet yet hoarse voice crackled as she described the parasitic emotional silk Gu implanted in Lin Ji and the slowly corroding venom within him. She declared with glee that his fate was sealed, to be eternally enslaved by her toxins. Lin Ji lowered his head, gazing at his darkening left arm in silence for a brief moment. Suddenly, a crisp sound of cracking vertebrae came from his spine as he raised his head. His steely gaze was unwavering, untouched by panic. Within his body, the power of the human emperor's physique ignited, a constitution impervious to all poisons. With one swift motion, he tore apart his tattered shirt, leaving his upper body bare and shocking everyone present. His physique resembled that of a cheetah, every muscle taut, elastic, bursting with raw power. Beads of sweat rolled down his skin, emanating an aura of primal and untamed ferocity. The livestream viewers erupted in shock, comments flooding in. A first-tier warrior? He looks like he's at least third tier. Is this the legendary human emperor's physique? Lin Ji cracked his knuckles, staring down the astonished combatants, a fierce smile forming on his lips. Just now, I used a gun to spare you some dignity. With a single stomp, the ground beneath him split apart, rocks shattering as his blood aura materialized into a suffocating force that bore down on his opponents. His body coiled tightly like a drawn bow, and he declared that only cowards relied on firearms. Real men fought with their bare fists. In an instant, Lin Ji moved like a sonic boom, his speed so overwhelming that even the sound came as an aftershock. The predatory grin never left his face as his fist came down like a mountain onto Bai Ling, shrouded in shadows that devoured all light. There were no flashy effects, no dramatic cries, only the silent dread of death's hand obliterating everything in its path. Pure, violent beauty erupted in the moment Lin Ji's massive hand descended. Bai Ling, saintess of the myriad poison den, broke mentally in an instant. With her arms crossed, countless black worms spewed out, forming a thick insect armor. This was her ultimate defense, her life's trump card, capable of withstanding the onslaught of a second-tier warrior. But in front of Lin Ji, it crumbled like paper. With a sickening crack, the insect armor exploded into foul-smelling sludge. Bai Ling's arms were twisted into bizarre angles, and her entire body was hurled dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into a thicket as dust billowed into the air. Her parasite-defending worms writhed weakly, unable to continue. The battle had ended with a single strike. The so-called poison saintess was utterly crushed. Lin Ji retracted his hand, brushing off an invisible speck of dust as cracks radiated from under his feet. The craters left behind told the unspoken tale of his raw, unmatched strength. His cold gaze swept across the remaining two rivals. In the heavy silence, their audible gulps echoed. Yi Chun clutched his sword hilt so tightly his knuckles turned white, the arrogance in his eyes now replaced by dread. Zhang Xian's face grew pale, the compass in his hand spinning wildly before it abruptly shattered. "You can't possibly be first tier," Zhang Xian croaked, his voice hoarse and grating. He couldn't discern whether Lin Ji was at the peak of Tier 2 or had already reached Tier 3. The only thing certain was that the man before him was no ordinary being. He was an ancient beast wearing the guise of a man. Lin Ji tilted his head slightly, a mocking smirk tugging at his lips. "Did I ever say I was first tier?" Before the last word even finished leaving his mouth, his figure blurred. The ground exploded beneath his feet as he launched himself at Zhang Xian like a cannonball, closing the gap in an instant. "I hate you talkative Taoists the most. If you want to fight, just fight. Cut the nonsense." Lin Ji roared. The oppressive force of his burning blood energy made Zhang Xian's scalp tingle. In desperation, Zhang Xian bit his tongue, blood smearing a violet talisman. He unleashed his last resort, Mighty Sky Realm, Thunder Technique, Protective Lightning. Boom! Thunder roared, violet lightning shields. The shield shattered. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Xian retreated 100 meters and shouted, Yi Chen, hold on. I'll support from the sidelines. Lin Ji, having smashed through the shield with a single punch, sneered at Zhang Xian as he fled.
Fast runner, who?
Like a scared dog. He did not pursue. 10 meters behind him, Yi Chen gripped a golden long sword that looked tattered and worn, but his eyes burned with determination. His fighting spirit was rekindled. As a genius of the Yi family from the capital, Yi Chen couldn't stoop to the cowardice displayed by Zhang Xian. He took a deep breath, his true energy surging. The golden sword let out a low hum. Lin Ji, one-on-one. Let's settle this. Winner takes all, life or death. His voice was slow, deep, and carried an unyielding resolution. Lin Ji raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with amusement. One-on-one? Didn't you see what happened to that bug woman just now? Yi Chen's eyes glared red with fury as the sword's tip pointed straight at Lin Ji's forehead. The Yi family's swordsmanship is designed to break through brute force techniques. Don't think you're invincible. Golden Light Phantom Sword. Execute. With a deafening roar, Yi Chen transformed into a stream of golden light. Tens of sword shadows rained down like a storm. The terrifying sword aura clashed fiercely with Lin Ji's overwhelming presence. The battle was about to begin. Each trace of sword energy split the air apart with sharp precision, as if it could sever metal and jade alike. But Lin Ji remained calm, his hands casually tucked into his pockets as he stood unperturbed. The dense rain of sword light wreaked havoc around him, yet he only slightly tilted his body. A strand of sword energy brushed past his neck, slicing clean through a sturdy tree trunk behind him. Lin Ji's footwork was bizarrely agile, like a willow swaying in the wind. He weaved effortlessly through the storm of sword strikes, never faltering. Tree after tree was shredded by the sword energy. Dust filled the air, and the golden light illuminated the chaos like a battlefield catastrophe. The Yi family mansion in the capital. Over 20 high-ranking members were gathered, all eyes glued to a large monitor. The soaring sword energy made them erupt with excitement. Golden Light Phantom Sword. 3rd tier. He's making a breakthrough. He's overwhelming him. Lin Ji can't keep up. Excited cheers filled the air as champagne bottles were prepared to be uncorked. However, the head of the Yi family, Yi Guyun, wore a grim expression, his face as heavy as iron. He silently stared at the screen. The steel stress ball in his hand was squeezed so tightly it was flattened into a solid disc. "Stop celebrating," he bellowed, startling everyone into silence. The others looked at him in confusion, questioning the signs of Yi Chen's apparent upper hand. Yi Guyun sneered, his trembling finger pointing at the screen. "Look at his feet." On the screen, under the interwoven flashes of sword light, Lin Ji's feet stayed strictly within a 1-meter circle. It was as if he were casually strolling through his own garden. His dodges precise beyond belief, never leaving the small space. Yi Guyun slumped into his seat, suddenly appearing much older. "He's using my grandson as a test subject. This isn't just a fight. This is him toying with him." The dark forest. Yi Chen unleashed his full power for 3 minutes. His blood energy surged wildly, but he couldn't even graze Lin Ji's clothing. His breath started to grow ragged, his movements stiffening. The silent Lin Ji suddenly spoke. 3 minutes. His voice was calm and cold, shattering Yi Chen's last hope. "This sword technique of yours, 2 cycles, but your openings are slow and your follow-throughs expose huge vulnerabilities. Transitions are clumsy. Strategy lacks creativity." As Lin Ji dodged, he pointed out flaws, each word striking straight at Yi Chen's weaknesses. Suddenly, he stopped moving. Facing Yi Chen's furious thrust, he extended 2 fingers, gently clamping down on the sword tip. The blade didn't move an inch. Yi Chen's face turned ashen, his expression one of disbelief and despair. This golden, exceptionally crafted longsword was reduced to nothing more than a toy in Lin Ji's hands. Lin Ji's fingers twitched slightly, and the sword vibrated violently. Yi Chen's grip gave way, his palm bursting open as blood sprayed forth. His entire body was sent flying several meters before landing heavily on one knee to keep himself upright. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he looked up at Lin Ji. Gone was any anger. What remained was a deep sense of helplessness and bitter acceptance. The gap between them was so vast it rendered even jealousy meaningless. Lin Ji stood towering over him, raising his right fist steadily. Though no punch had been thrown, the surrounding air twisted and rippled under the force of his aura. He spoke slowly and clearly, his tone detached but respectful. Any last words? This was his final gesture of acknowledgement to the once promising Yi Chun. Yi Chun released the sword, straightened his posture, and met Lin Ji's gaze with tenacity mixed with a wry smile. He surrendered calmly. I've lost, not to a peer but to a monster. Do it. Though defeated, his gaze locked onto Lin Ji's raised fist, his only request. Give it your all. I want to see how far I can be sent flying. Lin Ji's fist slammed forward with a force like thunder, creating a shockwave that struck Yi Chun like a tidal wave. His figure crumpled instantly, falling to the ground before dissipating into specks of starlight that vanished into the dark forest. The system's unfeeling voice proclaimed flatly, Yi Chun is dead. Killer, Lin Ji. Everyone stared at the silent resolution of the battle, utterly captivated by the grim ending. None noticed the purest golden-red energy silently surging into Lin Ji's body. In an instant, his entire frame shuddered, exhaustion melting away like snow in sunlight. His meridians burned, his wounds healed at an alarming speed, and his strength revived by 70%. His piercing predatory gaze, which was cold and sharp as a starving beast, now glimmered with insatiable hunger. The system chimed in once more, delivering an ominous declaration of impending doom. For blood-red pillars of light tore through the night sky, turning the forest into a crimson battlefield. Everyone's coordinates were laid bare, positions fully exposed. Lin Ji swept his eyes across the red beams. The nearest was Bai Ling, 30 meters away. To his left, 100 meters out, Zhang Xian hid behind a pile of chaotic rocks. The farthest glimmered at the edge of the map, isolated, and Nalan Qing stood calmly atop the ruins of the tower. Lin Ji's lips curled as he let out a disdainful cold chuckle. Nalan Qing thought she could sit back and watch the tigers fight, waiting to reap the benefits after both sides were defeated. However, this plan underestimated the hidden mechanism. Killing could restore one's vitality, a fact of which she was blissfully unaware. Want to enjoy the show? Lin Ji withdrew his gaze. I'll give you more than you can handle. Under the glow of red light, the muscular lines of his bare upper body were vividly displayed, stained with splatters of fresh blood. His sharp eyes locked onto the pile of chaotic rubble to his left, ready to face the next wave of challengers. Blood swirled across his body, as if forming a Shura-like totem. Behind the rubble, Zhang Xian observed him cautiously through the crevices, tightly clutching a handful of backup talismans. He was prepared to launch a sneak attack when Lin Ji appeared weakened. However, just as Lin Ji turned around, Zhang Xian's pupils constricted. The man's sunlit smile, both radiant and chilling, was far more terrifying than that of any ghost. As a young celestial master from the Dragon Tiger Mountain sect, Zhang Xian was overtaken by an icy fear that penetrated to his core. Lin Ji's aura had completely transformed. He no longer seemed fatigued, but instead burned with the intensity of an erupting volcano. Zhang Xian was utterly horrified and nearly crushed the compass in his hand. He could no longer suppress the growing impulse. Calmness was entirely devoured by terror. Only one thought remained in his mind: flee for his life. Before he could take a step, Lin Ji erupted with earth-shattering power. The ground splintered under the force of his fists, rocks scattering in all directions. The man himself became a blurred afterimage as he tore through the air with astonishing speed, several times faster than when he had crushed Yi Chun before. Zhang Xian's face turned pale as he watched the devastating punch approach, leaving him momentarily breathless. At the brink of life and death, Zhang Xian shakily pulled out his trump card, the space warping talisman. He ignited it. Space twisted in an instant. The punch nearly grazed his skin as his figure vanished into thin air. The violent force smashed through massive rocks, leaving dust and debris swirling chaotically. Several kilometers away, Zhang Xian tumbled awkwardly onto another pile of ruins, crawling into the shadows as he dared not look back. The live broadcast's comment section erupted. Teleportation? A red-grade mythical talisman. He was this close to dying in that half-second. The Demon King's sheer presence. Absolutely unreal. In the shadowy forest, Lin Ji withdrew his fist and shook his wrist lightly, scattering powdered stone. His sharp eyes fixed on the faint red glow in the distance, and he let out a cold chuckle. Fast runner, aren't you? Like a rabbit. Using a red talisman just to escape. What a waste. He did not give chase. The speed of the space-warping talisman was far beyond his capability to pursue at the moment. 30 seconds later, the tracking signal faded, and the forest returned to silence. Lin Ji methodically scanned his surroundings. The wild chicken with broken legs was still waiting. This hunt had only just begun. Turning slowly, his movements were neither rushed nor careless, but his elegance carried an undeniable weight of menace. The crunch of brittle branches under his feet echoed like a dagger stabbing into everyone's hearts. Step by step, he drew closer to the shadowy thicket. Bai Ling clamped her hand over her mouth, her body trembling. Her arms were ruined, strewn with shattered Miao silver ornaments that had once adorned her with arrogance now erased entirely. The air felt freezing, laden with an oppressive silence. Yet her eyes burned unnaturally bright, devoid of fear, holding only madness and delirium. Lin Ji's voice emerged from the darkness, icy and mocking. Sister Bai Ling, where's that jar you said you'd use to fuse with me forever? His towering figure advanced with steady, commanding steps. At the thicket's edge, he reached out, parting the branches to reveal the trembling woman. One strike had shattered her insect armor, leaving her arms grotesquely twisted. Despite her mangled body, she crawled forth slowly, dragging her maimed spine like a venomous serpent slithering to his feet. Blood flushed her pallid face as she dripped crimson from her lips, yet she laughed deliriously. Her voice was rasping but syrupy sweet. Do you really mean it? Will you put me in that jar? Her eyes burned with fervor, like a fanatic worshipping a demon lord. Lin Ji frowned slightly, his cold voice correcting her. That was merely a threat. I never said anything about merging with you. His words were like icy shards, shattering her delusions. Bai Ling bit her cracked lips, her gaze turning even more deranged. You're the first man who's ever hurt me. The first to make both my insects fear and crave you. That feeling of being crushed. It's pure ecstasy. The live broadcast exploded again. Is this woman insane? The storyline is insane. Lin Ji, don't let this psycho-saintess get into your head. Even so, Lin Ji looked down at the thoroughly unhinged woman at his feet. His intent to kill became less intense, replaced by a chilling detachment born of someone who had transcended the trivialities of life and death. In this brutal survival game, madness was the norm. At last, Bai Ling arrived at Lin Ji's feet, her forehead pressing lightly against his combat boots. Tears and blood dripped onto the frozen earth, mingling with pleas and an unbearable sense of finality. Kill me. Let my blood stain your body. Let my name be eternally etched on your kill rankings. That way, we'll truly be one forever, won't we? The wind suddenly died. For a brief moment, in the suffocating darkness, all life seemed to hold its breath. In the depths of the forest, illuminated by a faint red glow, only two figures remained. One standing, one kneeling. Lin Ji's gaze lowered, showing neither mockery nor pity. He understood this cruel world spared no one. Each person possesses the right to end their own life. Since Bai Ling insisted on merging with him, he would grant her wish. A scorching heat surged from his palm, his blood and qi condensing like a ferocious beast roaring. He spoke lightly, his voice low but penetrating across the land. As you wish. Bai Ling closed her eyes, her lips curling into a satisfied smile, her most beautiful yet final expression. Lin Ji struck down with a palm. There was no ornate magic, only devastating power. Her heart's meridian shattered instantly, her life ending in an unseen silence. Bai Ling's body crumpled, dissolving into countless starlights, which drifted poignantly against the blood-colored night sky. The system alarm blared sharply. Player Bai Ling has died. Eliminator, Lin Ji. Remaining participants, 3. As the starlight dissipated, a surge of intense golden-red essence of blood and qi rapidly flowed into Lin Ji's body. His entire frame trembled, and his previously exhausted state was instantly restored to its peak. Newfound strength emerged in his veins, and his cultivation silently advanced to the next level. Exhaling a turbid breath, his eyes glimmered with an extraordinary light, the pinnacle of his power reclaimed, far surpassing his state before entering the dungeon. In the high-ranking conference room of the Kyoto Education Ministry in the real world, the atmosphere was as silent as a tomb. Qin Weigua clutched a now-cold teacup, rendered speechless. On the screen, Lin Ji stood alone in the glow of the remaining starlight, his demeanor carrying a chilling indifference that struck dread into their hearts. Half an hour ago, they had speculated on whether Lin Ji could withstand the top 3 prodigies for at least 5 minutes. The current outcome was, Yichun had met his death. Zhang Xian fled for his life. Bai Ling lay destroyed. This could no longer be called an encirclement, it was outright slaughter. Qin Weigua's Adam's apple bobbed as he turned toward the man beside him, Lei Zhan, and asked hesitantly, "Is his killing intent too ruthless?" Lei Zhan, leaning back with one leg crossed over the other, smirked arrogantly. Pointing at Lin Ji on the screen, his voice boomed, echoing through the room. "Naive Qin, this is a breeding ground of goo poison. It's a proving ground for war. Spare mercy for the enemy, and you're being cruel to yourself. Look at those eyes. They don't gleam with excitement at survival. They blaze with frustration at unfinished slaughter. This kid was born to be a war machine." Qin Weigua sighed. "But they were all the proud stars of Long Kingdom." Lei Zhan sneered. "If we knew this from the start, we should only feel pride for them. Death would then leave no regrets." In a corner of the conference room, Gu Qinghe's face turned pale. The once proud honor of his family had been mercilessly shattered before his eyes. Every system notification was like a resounding slap, battering his dignity. Meanwhile, in a rundown apartment in Donghai City, Su Daji lounged lazily on a sofa, her 9 tails swaying gently. Her eyes sparkled with infatuation as she murmured, "As expected of the king." Her fingers traced through the air, sketching Lin Ji's silhouette with admiration. "Even in killing, he's so captivating." Speaking of the frenzied Bai Ling, she scoffed coldly, "Dreaming of merging with the king? Ridiculous beyond belief." Simultaneously, deep within the 10,000 mountains of the southern border, another plot began to unfold. Within the damp and oppressive cave, countless venomous creatures frantically rammed into the stone walls surrounding a black-robed elder, emitting sharp, grating sounds. The elder gripped a snake-headed staff, crushing it into fragments with a squeeze. Glaring murderously at a luminous screen, he let out a piercing roar. "Lin Ji, you killed my beloved disciple, destroyed my saintess. Once the dungeon ends, I shall grind your corpse, refine your soul, and forge you into the most wretched puppet of the 10,000 poison cavern." His voice echoed, sending shivers through all who heard. Elsewhere, within a dark forest, Lin Ji felt the surging power coursing through him. His golden eyes pierced through the mist, fixing upon the lone, dilapidated tower at the edge of the map. A faint smile played on his lips as he beckoned with a taunting gesture at the distant shadows. His foot pressed down, causing the ground beneath him to crack. The sheer force of his aura intensified. "Zhang Xian is gone. My Gatling has already locked onto its next target. Nailin Qing, come out. Stop hiding." In the ruin's shadows, Zhang Xian sat slumped behind a crumbling wall. His hands trembled as if suffering from advanced Parkinson's disease, barely holding steady as he swallowed a premium rejuvenation pill with a violet shimmer. The pill's warmth circulated within him, yet his complexion remained ghastly pale, terror and confusion etched deeply in his eyes. The nightmarish scene from earlier refused to fade from his mind. Yi Chen's hands crushed, Bai Ling's parasitic goo destroyed with a single palm, their deaths impossibly gruesome. Fear spread rapidly within him. Gritting his teeth, he stared ahead, his heartbeat accelerating. The map was small, akin to a cage. There was no escape. Lin Ji grew stronger with every kill, terrifyingly so. I can't just wait for death. Zhang Xian forced himself to calm down, his gaze sharpening as he sought any weakness. Lin Ji, though invincible in body, was not a mental magic user. His murky eyes suddenly lit up. He relies on brute force. If I break through his mental defenses, that unbeatable flesh becomes nothing more than an empty shell. His focus shifted to the tower. Zhang Xian bit his fingertip, frantically inscribing a talisman, folding it into a paper crane, and releasing it toward the tower. The paper crane vanished into the darkness, turning into a streak of light that carried a single desperate plea. Nalin Qing, if you don't want to die, cooperate. The hawk is hunting. There's no hope for the sparrow. At the tower's peak, Nalin Qing adjusted his glasses and caught the incoming paper crane between his fingers. The situation grew increasingly critical. Nalin Qing stood beneath the tower, her gaze icy and sharp. As a direct disciple of the spiritual mind guild in the Demon City, she was accustomed to being rational and composed. Even now, in the face of this brutal reality, she maintained her calm demeanor. The enemy's speed at dispatching foes was astonishing, rendering all tactics utterly meaningless before him. Silently chanting, "Attack the soul," she stepped forward, her mental energy elevating her, making her glide ahead. A gamble, this was her only chance to turn the tables. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Master's Pavilion at Mount Longhu was brightly lit. Its disciples gathered around a giant screen. Laughter and exclamations of amazement filled the hall as they watched Zhang Xian's superb survival tactics. The hall was suffused with an atmosphere of imminent victory, the younger disciples already envisioning the grand reversal that was about to unfold. However, seated at the head of the hall, the elder Heavenly Master Zhang Jiwei wore a somber expression. His figure, as still as a statue, seemed to bear immense weight. Suddenly, a long sigh tore through the clamorous room, silencing everyone instantly. The disciples turned to him, their faces full of reverence and unease. Zhang Jiwei spoke slowly, his voice calm yet piercingly cold. This isn't some unpredictable variable, but rather a destined outcome. Before the dungeon began, I cast the divination for Shinner. The result: can water in adverse land, death without survival. His words, like icy water cascading over everyone's heads, pressed down upon them with palpable force. The disciples were shaken, doubting Lin Ji's overwhelming power and struggling to accept such a cruel truth. The elder Heavenly Master's gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, locking onto the unseen enemy. He murmured softly, "Though destined to catastrophe, amidst the suffocating death, there still lingers a trace of life." Pointing to the screen, he added, "That sliver of hope does not rest in your hands, nor in Nalin Qing's. It lies within the faint will of that monster." At the edge of the dark forest, Zhang Xian bit his tongue, letting his blood drip onto the compass in his hand. The compass turned crimson, spinning wildly as it emitted an ear-piercing hum. His face was resolute and grim, a blend of desperate determination and heroic tragedy. He screamed hoarsely to the folded paper crane in his grasp, "Nalin, he will come for me. Hurry!" His voice cracked under the strain, trembling with urgency. "This poor Taoist has laid it all on the line. This gamble will unleash every secret art Longhu Mountain has. Either he dies or I perish." His vow, thunderous and unyielding, signaled that the decisive battle was at hand. The paper crane quivered faintly, yet it did not respond. Even the little crane seemed to sense the chilling intent of death that hung thick in the air. At that moment, back in the Heavenly Master's pavilion, the mood undergoes a sudden shift. Hundreds of young Taoists gazed fervently at the screen, their blood burning with excitement as they watched the blood-stained, awe-inspiring figure trembling with righteous energy. He's on fire. The little junior brother has finally exploded with true strength, someone shouted, raising their fists. Another disciple's eyes glistened with unshed tears, unable to conceal his admiration. This is the true backbone of the Taoist way. The formerly disillusioned senior disciple clenched his fists tightly, a rekindled resolve blazing in his gaze. They discussed the unique formation of the Heavenly Master's faction, the Heavenly Thunder Dragon Trap formation. As long as Lin Ji stepped inside, not even an ironclad Arhat could escape its grasp. Victory and anticipation filled the grand hall, though it was tinged with a faint unease. Especially noticeable was the elder Heavenly Master's furrowed brow. Shifting back to the dark forest, Zhang Xian was utterly focused, driven by a singular thought, to trap Lin Ji in this prison. With a sharp cry, he activated 7 talismans, embedding them deeply into the frozen earth in accordance with the positions of the Big Dipper. Instantly, a golden dome-like barrier materialized, cutting off all auras and standing impenetrable. Zhang Xian stood at the center of the formation, brimming with confidence. His laughter boomed as he bellowed, "Lin Ji, no matter how strong you are, you cannot escape this dual-binding trap. If you dare enter, I'll ignite the earth's veins and drag you down to perish alongside me." This moment heralded an inevitable battle to the death. Lin Ji's aggressive charge had been thoroughly anticipated. Yet suddenly, a mechanical, emotionless voice echoed across the sky. It wasn't an announcement of victory, but rather a cold warning, natural disaster imminent. The map's boundaries were to forcibly shrink, reducing the safe zone to half its size. The countdown began. Zhang Xian froze, his face ashen with dread. He was at the very edge of the map. As he struggled to process the abrupt change, a thunderous roar erupted behind him. The motionless black fog transformed into a black tsunami hundreds of meters high, surging violently toward the center. Its destructive force obliterated mountains, trees, and stones indiscriminately. Zhang Xian had initially used talismans to escape Lin Ji, deliberately relocating himself to the map's edge. Now, death itself loomed inches from his back. A piercing, bone-chilling scream split the air. The ferocity in Zhang Xian's face instantly shattered, contorting into despair. Damn it! This shrinking boundary is way too sinister. Instinct drove him to flee desperately ahead, but he slammed headfirst into the golden barrier of his own Heavenly Thunder Dragon Trap formation. The collision plastered his face against the glowing wall. His expression twisted painfully. This impenetrable fortress had now become his death trap. The black fog edged closer, the final countdown to his demise ticking relentlessly. Burning with anxiety, Zhang Xian's hands flew through a series of seals, attempting to dismantle the formation that should have been effortlessly undone. But panic betrayed him, his fingers faltered, his seals misaligned. The hem of his Taoist robe caught in the black fog, disintegrating into ash as searing pain scorched his back. Screaming hoarsely, his throat raw, he recited incantations with wild abandon, tears streaming down his face. He resembled a forsaken student locked outside, desperately pleading for someone to save him. Suddenly, a devastating gust surged forth. Lin Ji roared into view, tearing through the air with sonic booms. The overwhelming power he was gathering. He acted, but was stunned by the scene before his eyes. At this moment, Zhang Xian resembled a cowering pig, his face pressed tightly against the glowing barrier, hands frantically slapping at it, while the abyss of devouring darkness loomed behind him. The two locked eyes, and the air froze for an instant. Zhang Xian's killing intent dissipated, leaving only the despair of survival. He cried out, "Lin Ji, bro, father, save me, break this formation quickly." Lin Ji froze, his fist suspended mid-air. This plea for help was so bizarre it left him speechless. Zhang Xian continued to howl, "I don't want to die. I haven't even married yet. Yet it was all in vain. The black toxic barrier surged like waves, and the luminous screen shattered instantly under its overwhelming force. Zhang Xian's figure was swallowed by the boundless darkness, along with the formation and dreams he had crafted, all reduced to nothing. Only a faint echo of bitter resentment lingered in the air. I refuse to accept this. The system announcement was cold and unfeeling. Player Zhang Xian has been eliminated outside the safe zone. Killer. The natural environment. The main hall of Dragon Tiger Mountain plunged into silence. The disciples froze mid-cheer, their eyes hollow, filled with disbelief. The head elder Zhang Jiwei covered his face with a long sigh. Shameful. This humiliation, Dragon Tiger Mountain cannot bear. The live broadcast comments section erupted, mocking voices flooding the screen. I killed myself. A move a million years ahead of humankind. Not even ashes remain. At the edge of the dark forest, Lin Ji watched Zhang Xian disappear with cold eyes, golden-red essence of vitality flowing into his body from the void. Some people prefer to end their own path rather than let others intervene, he scoffed. Without further thought, Lin Ji turned and stepped forward. The toxic barrier finally halted at his heels, signaling the imminent start of the next phase of this deadly battle. The map suddenly shrank by half. The once vast, boundless dark forest was compressed into a fragment of ruin at the center. Lin Ji walked slowly and turned to look back, his gaze piercing through the thin mist toward the towering structure in the distance. Only one adversary remained, Nalan Qing, the woman who had been secretly manipulating mental energy, attempting to seize control of the entire game. Lin Ji's voice was calm, yet laced with mockery, his tone akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Miss Nalan, your teammate met his end by his own hand. So now, would you prefer to jump to your demise with dignity, or shall I help you conclude this? At the top of the high tower, fierce winds carried iron shavings like piercing needles. Nalan Qing clenched her garments tightly, her teeth gritted. The system announcement of Zhang Xian's death had darkened her expression. The once proud and cunning young master of Dragon Tiger Mountain had exited absurdly, crushed by the toxic circle. She rapidly calculated possible strategies: psychic piercing, terrain manipulation, guerrilla tactics, but found no viable breakthroughs. Her chances of victory were zero. Anger and helplessness intertwined in her eyes as she glared at the distant figure, yearning for a dignified final chapter. Suddenly, she detected Lin Ji's aura rapidly approaching. Every muscle in her body tensed, her mental energy surging in preparation for a decisive clash. However, Lin Ji did not charge toward the tower. Without sparing a glance at the sole remaining opponent, he calmly walked to the absolute safe zone in the very center of the map. There, he retrieved a harmless purple blind box tool and activated it. Instantly, the entire map was highlighted, and a red beam of light shot straight into the sky, blatantly exposing his location. Nalan Qing was stunned by his maneuver. Lin Ji lazily brushed aside some loose stones, clearing a patch of ground before sitting cross-legged, his hands resting on his knees as he closed his eyes to meditate. In that moment, his posture was akin to an invisible hammer smashing into her heart, a blatant humiliation. He could have charged up to kill her, yet he chose to wait, letting the toxic barrier drive her back, forcing her to surrender like a stray dog. Nalan Qing glared at his back, trembling. In a low murmur, her voice cracked as she muttered, "Lin Ji." This was utter domination, not only crushing her strength but trampling her dignity. In the real world, the conference room of the capital city Ministry of Education fell into a dead silence. The chaos caused by Zhang Xian's ridiculous death faded away as all eyes locked onto Lin Ji, cross-legged in meditation. Qin Weigua leaned back in his chair, exhaling quietly, a sense of relief washing over him as the outcome of the game was sealed. "It's over," he remarked. "This is what it means to be a king seated at the heart of the battlefield." Lei Jin slammed the table in excitement. His voice resonated, shaking the teacup in front of him. Truly immovable as a mountain, not only is his body invincible, but his psychological warfare has reached perfection. This kid is outright telling everyone, "I'm the king here." His tone burned with enthusiasm. Want to challenge him? Crawl over first. In the corner, Gu Qinghe's face was ashen, and the porcelain teacup in her trembling hand had already cracked. Staring at the screen displaying the arrogant figure of that young man, she was filled with deep regret. Not because she hadn't recruited Lin Ji, but because she had once underestimated him. Now, it was as if she had been slapped in the face and, worse, might have even pushed Lin Ji into the arms of Yenjing Martial University, their greatest rival. She murmured to herself, "This young man is already a force of nature." Across the room, Xing Zhantian, the War God Hall's master, spoke in a hoarse and strained voice, barely able to articulate a few words. His gaze was heavy, unable to ignore the dominating aura emanating from the teenager in question. Something far beyond genius, a monstrous presence. In another corner, Qian Duoduo, vice principal of Shanghai Martial University, was all smiles, his eyes gleaming with gold. He fiddled with a calculator at lightning speed, muttering softly, "This isn't a student. This is a walking GDP. Swear to bring him into the academy at all costs. One private island not enough? Add 2 more. Double the scholarships. Even sacrifice the campus Belle-Nice if needed." Within the dark forest dungeon, the poisonous mist silently encroached. Black fog, like the scythe of death, consumed the base of the towering structure, which collapsed with a deafening roar. On the tower's peak, Nailan Qing stood, her garments fluttering in the wind, a stray lock of hair delicately tucked behind her ear. Despair faded away, replaced by determination. With a resolute shout, her figure sliced a graceful arc through the air as she unleashed her full mental power. 3 silvery throwing knives streaked through the air, trailing streams of light, aimed solely at that retreating figure. Harnessing her remaining potential, gambling her life, she sought only to leave a single scar on her enemy. As the throwing knives were but an inch away, Lin Ji faintly turned his head, his eyes deep and cold, void of emotion, as if merely observing a falling leaf. That silent contempt overshadowed even destiny itself. Too slow. His voice was icy, its chilling echo resonating. With a simple wave of his hand, a fierce gust erupted, shattering the knives into fragments. Nailan Qing, like a broken kite, was sent flying, blood spraying midair as she crashed heavily at the edge of the safe zone. 10 meters of uncrossable distance separated her and Lin Ji. On the ground, she smiled bitterly, unable to even rise. The black poisonous mist slowly enveloped her, and as she closed her eyes, her body dissolved into starlight. System notification. Nailan Qing has been eliminated. Only 1 survivor remains. Lin Ji stands alone. As the dark forest disintegrated into streams of data, Lin Ji gradually stood up, dusting himself off. His expression was calm and indifferent. "That's it? I haven't even tried yet." The solitude of invincibility flowed silently. Just as the spectators prepared to celebrate the champion's glory, a sudden anomaly struck the real world. In the monitoring hall, the safety lights shifted from green to a crimson red, alarms blaring with piercing urgency. The spatial barrier was torn apart as an unauthorized intruder descended above Donghai City. Qin Weigua's expression changed drastically. Glaring at the large screen, he roared, "What's going on?" Technicians frantically tapped away at their keyboards, exclaiming, "Unauthorized invasion. Energy levels are massive. Impossible to determine. It exceeds red alert levels. Suspected Grandmaster class arrival." Lei Zhen, Yi Guyun, Gu Qinghe, and other prominent figures' pupils constricted. Above the skies of Donghai City, the atmosphere turned sinister and eerie. Satellite footage captured the night sky, once clear, now consumed by an endless sea of black clouds. Within them, a withered, emaciated elder draped in green robes hovered midair. Poisonous fumes circled around him, corroding the atmosphere, exuding an oppressive presence akin to doomsday. The old man's gaze was cold and unforgiving as it focused relentlessly on a dilapidated apartment building in the southern part of the city, Lin Ji's home. In the darkness, residents awoke trembling, their chests crushed by an unseen weight. The weak fell to their knees, retching out of sheer dread. Electricity cut off instantly, leaving only ghostly green flames illuminating the skies. In the Education Ministry conference room in the capital, a heavy silence loomed. Qin Weigua gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, "The Yin Corrosion Patriarch." The name sent chills down everyone's spines. The master of the southern border's myriad venom cavern, Yin Corrosion, a legendary monster, had brazenly descended upon Donghai City with one target: Lin Ji. Lei Jin pounded the table in fury, his bloodshot eyes blazing as he roared, "What good is the Donghai garrison for?" Gu Qinghe's face was ashen. "Conventional firepower won't work. Even if we send reinforcements, it's too late." The camera shifted back to the sky where the Yin Corrosion Patriarch slowly lowered his head, locking onto apartment 404. His hoarse, grating voice resonated through the entire city. "Lin Ji, you killed my beloved disciple and severed my legacy. Hiding in a mere game, I'll tear your sanctuary apart first." As his words fell, the skeletal hand of the elder pressed downward. A massive green flame hand, 100 meters wide, descended like a natural catastrophe, smashing toward the residential complex. The ground quaked as if it would split apart, and lives hung by a thread. In the conference room, the group closed their eyes in despair. The boy who had just created a miracle in the game now faced the cruel reality capable of crushing his future. But the moment the gigantic flaming hand approached the rooftop, a crisp sound like wind chimes broke the tension. At the center of apartment 404, a circle of pink ripples emerged, soft and gentle as water. The poisonous flame hand collided with the ripples and began to dissolve, quietly disintegrating into a cascade of petals that drifted downward. The desolate tenement building was suddenly showered in a breathtaking rain of pink blossoms. High in the sky, the Yin Corrosion Patriarch's eyes widened as he instinctively stepped back, his brows twitching uncontrollably. Amidst the rain of petals, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged, her bare feet seeming to float as she walked out of the window into open air. Every step she took caused blooming pink lotuses to materialize beneath her. Her translucent gown swayed lightly, 9 silky white foxtails fanning out like a peacock's plume, tearing apart the oppressive black clouds above. In the stillness of the night, a bewitching figure, half dreaming and half awoken, floated lazily. Her rosy lips parted lightly, every move and smile radiating a breathtaking allure. Su Daji cast a cold glance, disdain clear upon her face. She gently fanned her delicate fingers near her nose, the stench of decay from the corpse-like Yin Corrosion Patriarch repelling her. Opposite her, the Patriarch glared fiercely, his fury burning, though his internal alert grew to cautious unease. With a shrill hiss, he unfurled a jet-black banner that expanded to tens of meters long. Innumerable vengeful spirits and poisonous mist spewed forth, transforming the sky into a haunted underworld. Screaming, he promised to devour Su Daji alive. She, however, merely chuckled, advancing rather than retreating. With a graceful tap of her bare feet, her movements resembled a butterfly weaving through a field of flowers. Pink mist spiraled around her, her presence so stunning it defied belief. Her soft, seductive voice carried lightly as she spoke teasingly, permeating through, across the dimensions of space and time. Within the Kyoto conference room, the overwhelming presence sent waves through the hearts of the masterclass cultivators present, compelling them to kneel, their souls shaken to the core. The face of the sinister ancestor Inshur twisted in unease. He spat out venomous blood like artillery to shatter the bewitching mist around him, but his spirit had already succumbed to the allure of her beauty. Desire burned ferociously in his eyes, and he broke into maniacal laughter, dreaming of seizing her to aid his breakthrough. His wicked laughter echoed into the night, chilling to the soul. Suddenly, the world plunged into silence. The pink mist froze midair as Su Daji halted in her tracks. Her peach blossom eyes transformed into glaciers of a century's cold, her smile evaporating, replaced by the aloof, merciless aura of a deity towering above all. The surrounding temperature plummeted. The pink mist shifted into a blood-red haze. In an instant, 9 fox tails erupted in length, their massive shadow stretching for kilometers, blotting out the stars and the moon, enveloping the entire night sky. An intangible wave of pressure surged violently, rendering Ancestor Inshur breathless, cutting off his laughter midstream. He stared at the vanishing remnants of his once potent poison fog, sheer terror flooding his being as doubts about the true identity of this woman overtook him. Su Daji's snow-white palm rose slowly into the air, forming a gentle, grasping motion from afar. Her red lips parted slightly. Every word she uttered carried the weight of apocalyptic judgment, foretelling an inescapable end. With cold determination, Su Daji pronounced her sentence. Around her, the 9 colossal tails morphed into projections of higher-dimensional energy. The pink mist erupted into a torrential barrage of fiery red lotus blossoms, consuming all light and heat in an apocalyptic display. Space itself groaned in anguish, the oppressive force akin to death descending upon the world. Ancestor Inshur let out an explosive roar, wielding his banner of myriad poisons and devouring souls. Tens of thousands of wailing spirits, laden with corpse venom, charged toward the fire lotuses. Yet, in the fleeting moment of contact, his expression changed drastically. The shrill sound of corrosion pierced the air, and his formidable corpse venom was instantly annihilated by the hellfire of the red lotuses, dissolving him into nothingness. Panicked, he retreated wildly, his form becoming an afterimage, but escape proved futile. One of the blazing fox tails crushed him with unstoppable force. A shockwave radiated 1,000 meters outward, stripping the clouds from the skies and infusing the air with the stench of death. Ancestor Inshur spat out blood as the protective energy around him shattered. Forced back several hundred meters, he struggled to steady his form. His furious curses echoed, but from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the torrent of falling red lotus flames, streaming like meteors toward the dilapidated tenement district of Donghai City below. Each flame carried catastrophic power. Should they strike, hell on earth would surely unfold. Ancestor Inshur's face turned ashen, his heart struck by an avalanche of terror and rage. Desperately, he cried out, "I only came to kill Lin Ji, not to annihilate a city and blow up buildings." Frantically forming seals, he transformed his myriad poison banner into a shield. Black venomous mist expanded into a gigantic net to catch the descending flames. Yet, as the poisonous mist repeatedly dissipated, his grief became unbearable. Precious strength painstakingly accumulated over the years was consumed in vain. He roared, "You mad woman, are you trying to bring about your own doom? These are mere civilians," recklessly slaughtering them. "The Dragon Kingdom won't spare you for this." High in the sky, Su Daji took elegant steps through the air, her gauzy robes flowing as she slightly tilted her head. Her radiant eyes sparkled with icy mockery. With a gentle flick of her hair, her bell-like, melodious laughter cut like a blade through bone-chilling frost. "Civilians? They're nothing but ants. Alive or dead, what does it matter? If their deaths can amuse my king, then they should consider it a blessing." Her gaze remained fixated on Lin Ji, while the entire world faded into insignificance, rendered as mere specks of dust. Ancestor Inshur froze in disbelief as realization dawned. His lifetime of deeds amounted to nothing before the monster standing before him. This woman surpassed any darkness he had ever known. Meanwhile, in the venerated strategy room of the Ministry of Education in Kyoto, images of the battlefield flickered ominously on screens. The spectators were drenched in cold sweat as chills ran down their spines. Their earlier admiration for Lin Ji's attainment of a mythical-level companion had now wholly transformed into unspeakable dread. The situation across the Dragon Kingdom hung on a knife's edge as everyone fixed their eyes on the screen in breathless anticipation. Qin Weiguo's complexion was pallid, his voice trembling. Lei Jin stared intently at the cold yet stunning mythical woman, his voice heavy. "She's devoid of human morality. Aside from Lin Ji, everyone else is nothing more than ants to her. Unleashed and uncontrollable, She's a disaster capable of ending the world. Gu Qinghe swallowed dryly, the oppressive atmosphere thick enough to choke. In the skies above Donghai City, Ancestor Inshur seethed with rage, furious after enduring insult upon injury from this mythical woman. Summoning all his strength, he called forth his life-bound poison core. The black sphere levitated in mid-air, emitting a sinister green luminescence. At once, the heavens darkened, the air itself collapsing in sharp detonations. Glass shattered throughout the city. Citizens writhed in agony as death loomed over them like an unrelenting shadow. Su Daji erupted into wild laughter as her 9 tails coiled together, blooming into the image of a blood-red lotus. Her fiery aura clashed fiercely against the dense black poison. High in the sky, 2 grandmasters engaged in their deadly confrontation, their battle threatening the brink of catastrophe. Suddenly, a resonating metallic chime echoed through the chaos, piercing the disorder like a divine melody. A radiant white light surged across the horizon, cleaving the darkness. The colossal silhouette of an ancient spear, 1,000 meters long, materialized in mid-air, severing both flame and poison with an indomitable force. In an instant, the fiery red lotuses vanished without a trace. The poison core was forcibly suppressed, retreating back into its wielder. Ancestor Inshur choked and struggled as the black clouds dispersed, revealing pale moonlight falling onto the battered ruins. In the gently descending radiance, a silver-armored man floated slowly atop the ancient spear. Tall and commanding, his cold, stern gaze was as vast and unfathomable as a bottomless lake, his mere presence smothering all like an avalanche. Su Daji's eyes narrowed warily, her 9 tails contracting tightly around her figure as a mythic warning alarm screamed within. This man standing before her was nothing like the pitiful weaklings of yesterday. His strength was absolute beyond measure. The scene shifted to yet another part of the unfolding crisis, a fresh wave of tension brewing. Upon seeing the silhouette of the newly arrived figure, Ancestor Inshur's knees nearly buckled. His aged face fell into a stoic pallor. With great difficulty, he forced a name from his quivering throat, saturated with awe. The General of the Northern Border. Above, the silver spear slashed effortlessly through the air, leaving an invisible chasm across the heavens. Life and death irrevocably parted. Baipatian hovered 1,000 meters high in the sky, motionless, his powerful aura like a mountain pressing down upon the turbulent air around him, instantly subduing the chaos into silent obedience. The mess of raging flames and poisonous mists below was completely incinerated by the burning energy coursing through his veins, purifying the previously noxious air until it was as clean as a furnace. The bright moon shone down, the night breeze carried a faint chill, and an eerie stillness hung above the ruins of Donghai City. His gaze swept briefly over the wreckage of a shattered apartment complex. His brows furrowed slightly, and he muttered coldly, "I only came back to see that useless sun, but it seems this place is even more chaotic than the battlefield on the border." Suddenly, his eyes shifted, locking onto Su Daji. Her originally languid posture stiffened instantly, the 9-tailed fox shadow behind her bristling and adopting a protective stance. Her peach blossom eyes gleamed with an unnatural light as she attempted to counterattack with her charm technique. But Baipotian's eyes, like cold mirrors, remained unmoved. The protective shield of his blood chi emitted a metallic resonance, like the ringing notes of forged iron, radiating a battle-hardened will that nullified her charm completely. Her mental strength is so intense, it even causes me pain. A flash of astonishment flickered through his eyes. Even without holding a weapon, he exuded an air of dominance strong enough to command respect from this master of forbidden arts. He slowly withdrew his gaze, abruptly pivoted, and his eyes turned icy with murderous intent as they locked on the Een Corrosion patriarch. "Een Corrosion," he declared, his tone rigid as though issuing a military command. "Do you think this place is your abandoned wasteland in the southern borderlands? How dare you recklessly release poison pills over the heads of millions in the city?" With a step forward, the void thundered underfoot, and a surge of iron blood-killing intent swept outward like a storm. The Een Corrosion Patriarch's expression grew grim for a fleeting moment, but he quickly plastered on a mask of sorrowful righteousness, crying out pitifully, "General, please judge impartially. Her demonic flames were about to destroy the city, and I only used the poison pill to protect it. It was to save lives." He even squeezed out 2 deliberate tears, feigning the air of someone acting for the greater good. Meanwhile, in a war council room far away in the capital, everyone's expressions were grim. Although they recognized the Een Corrosion Patriarch's words as manipulation, there was undeniable truth in his claim. Had he not intervened to counter the flames, Su Daji's demonic inferno could indeed have turned the city into a living hell. The Een Corrosion Patriarch's plan was cunningly calculated. He sought to use the catastrophe as an opportunity to cast Su Daji into the firestorm of public condemnation. High above, Baipatian turned quietly once again to face Su Daji, his stare pressing down with the force of a violent storm held in check. His voice carried a lethal chill beneath its calmness. Is what he said true? Everyone held their breath, understanding that this stillness marked the calm before an inevitable tempest. Su Daji merely let out a faint, amused chuckle. Her fingers lazily brushed away a loose strand of hair as her mocking gaze swept over the others. And if it is? The 4 words, light as air, struck like a heavy hammer against the chests of everyone present. She admitted it without hesitation, indifferent to their shock. The Een Corrosion Patriarch's excitement flared. Seizing the moment, he bellowed, "She dares to massacre a city. Tomorrow, she'll destroy the Dragon Nation. General, please strike her down to uphold the law." His words ignited a firestorm of fury and doubt. Yet Baipatian, defying all expectations, turned his back to Su Daji, leaving himself open to the demonic woman without a trace of hesitation. Instead, he fixed his gaze firmly on the Een Corrosion Patriarch, whose malicious grin dissolved under the abyss-like chill of those eyes. "This nation has its own methods for handling her nature," Baipatian stated coldly, cutting off further debate. Yet his tone shifted in an instant as he interrogated the Een Corrosion Patriarch. "But why have you, of all people, come from the southern borders to Donghai? For what purpose?" The Een Corrosion Patriarch faltered under the sudden assault, hastily admitting he came seeking revenge against Lin Ji, claiming, "A debt repaid, a life for a life, justice demands it," as though his actions were entirely righteous. Baipatian's roar exploded like thunder, shattering the void itself as it forced the Een Corrosion Patriarch back several steps, blood spatters spilling from his mouth. "Justice? You dare speak of justice?" The sheer force of his fury bore down like an unrelenting tide, filling the air with moral outrage. He reminded the Patriarch that the situation was no mere personal feud. It was a deadly trial, a brutal selection where only the strong survived. 6 entered, 1 emerged. Life and death left to fate, with no room for the weak. Baipatian's gaze was sharp as spears, each word striking like iron. "That is the future of the Dragon Nation." He pointed to the demolished apartment below, invoking the merciless laws of survival, his forceful presence leaving no room for dissent. Amid the chaos, Lin Ji had clawed his way out as the lone victor, drawing every eye to him. In his hands was a ticket to a path of strength, though his destiny remained uncertain, already stirring ripples. Baipatian's rage mounted once more, his roar ripping through the void. "And you dared to come thousands of miles to strangle him at birth?" Behind him, the void rippled violently, the faint silhouette of a titanic, blood-red war god manifesting above him, spreading suffocating pressure in every direction. The Een Corrosion Patriarch's complexion turned deathly pale, his trembling form robbed of all argument, crushed under an anger that exceeded his calculations. Baipatian's gaze remained icy, the sharpness of a spear aimed directly at the Patriarch's brow. "If you so much as lay a finger on him, I'll erase the 10,000 poisons sect from the Dragon Nation." The Een Corrosion Patriarch clung tightly to his poisonous banner, his face alternating between shades of green and white, but no words escaped his lips under the shadow of that towering war god. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense as the corrosion patriarch gritted his teeth and hissed. Life and death are decreed by fate, fortune by heaven's will. The rules are set and I will abide. But if Lin Ji lives a short life, then that's his destiny. Bai Potion's voice turned to frost. As long as it's within the bounds of the rules, whoever kills him, I won't interfere. But should any of you decrepit old ghosts bully the young talents of this nation, I will show no mercy. The corrosion patriarch let out a cold chuckle and transformed into a streak of sickly green light, retreating stumbling into the distance as the toxic fumes dispersed. The tension eased momentarily. Bai Pation turned around, his gaze as sharp and icy as a blade, locking onto Su Daji. You are powerful and dangerous. His commanding presence caused the temperature around them to plummet. Suddenly, a distant order broke the silence. Commander Zhang requests your presence. In a monitoring room far away in the capital, Lei Zhen and the others were astounded. Even the Supreme Commander being involved signaled the gravity of the situation. Bai Pation stood fully alert, his tone firm and unyielding. Your power is uncontrollable, a threat to national security. For your own good, come with me to the military headquarters for assessment and supervision. This was not a suggestion but an unnegotiable mandate, representing the highest will of Longhua. Faced with Bai Pation, the legendary demon god of the north, Su Daji only yawned lazily in response. She casually examined her nails, her nonchalant demeanor dripping with arrogance. With a dismissive Commander Zhang? Who? She lightly rejected him, her gaze fixed on the broken window outside. It was there her faith truly lay. Firmly, she declared, other than by my king's side, I will go nowhere in this world. The air grew oppressively heavy. Gu Qinghe broke into a cold sweat, watching Bai Pation's fury simmer to a boiling point. Soft persuasion had failed, and military orders had to be enforced. Just as the tension reached its peak, and Bai Pation's momentum surged like a mighty flood, 9 ethereal snow-white fox tails suddenly rose behind Su Daji, shielding her from his overwhelming aura. Her eyes glimmered with an ominous pink radiance, bloodthirsty defiance evident in her expression. She licked her lips with a mocking smile. And what gives you the right to say I can't? In the boundless pure white space, Lin Ji sat cross-legged, the bloodstains on his body wiped away by a mysterious force. He slowly opened his eyes, a golden gleam flashing through them, and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The dungeon had finally ended, and he had become the sole survivor of the dark forest through his own strength. The system coldly announced the achievement and began the settlement. Initially, the score was low, but it quickly climbed to a dazzling SSS+, a perfect clearance. Immediately after, the space split into 5 massive cracks, and 5 ancient, rune-engraved giant blind boxes slowly descended. Divine Weapon Blind Box, Technique Blind Box, Spirit Pet Blind Box, Pill Blind Box, Companion Blind Box. These were the same choices he had faced as a novice, unchanged in appearance but hiding profound mysteries within. Reality's live chat exploded. It's those same blind boxes again. Some mocked, some were optimistic, but the data showed that the highest possible reward was a purple epic, and opening a myth-level item was nearly impossible. Lin Ji had already broken through the limits with Su Daji. What could he possibly get from opening another box? In the conference room, Qin Weigua frowned deeply. The SSS Plus rating and the nature of the dungeon indicated that these rewards were extraordinary. At this moment, in the pure white space, Lin Ji's face revealed a sly smile as the all-knowing eye quietly activated, and a tide of code surged before his eyes. He was manipulating system loopholes, attempting to break through the reward restrictions. Permission dog mode activated, system voice changed, shockingly resetting rewards. A deafening hum shattered the silence, and the 5 previously dim blind boxes instantly ignited with a scarlet brilliance. This was no ordinary red. It represented the supreme mythological dimension. The system prompted that all 5 major blind boxes were locked as red myth level, guaranteed. The global live stream exploded. The chat flooded with comments, and exclamations echoed continuously. In the conference room, Qin Wei was sprayed his tea, Lei Zhan was dumbfounded, and Gu Qinghe and Qian Duoduo gaped in astonishment. The scene was utterly insane. In past top-tier dungeons, even one myth-level reward was considered a supreme treasure. Now, Lin Ji had 5 myth-level blind boxes before him, as if they were cabbages to pick from. All common sense collapsed in an instant. Qian Duoduo frantically pulled out heart medicine, muttering to himself and suspecting the game was hacked. In the live chat, amazement, shock, and envy intertwined. Some struggled with the agony of choice, some clamored for weapons, others urged for techniques, and some jokingly suggested picking a myth-level wife. The blissful dilemma swept over everything. Just as everyone's hearts raced, the system dropped another bombshell. Prize selection limited. Choose 2 out of 5. A dead silence instantly enveloped the scene. Everyone's worldview shattered, and they were utterly stunned. The game's past rules were overturned, all benefits unlocked, and the official cheat mode went live on the spot. In the Ministry of Education's combat meeting, Lei Zhan erupted, smashing the precious mahogany table with 3 furious roars, his eyes bloodshot, his voice shaking the surroundings. This kid's starting point is enough to stabilize the nation. Victory is certain. Qian Duoduo bitterly smiled, feeling an unprecedented blow, as he stuffed the golden gourd to suppress his unease. Mythical-level blind box, priceless, each one comparable to the GDP of a first-tier city. 2. It instantly silences the tycoons. This 5-choose-2 mythical feast is destined to stir up a bloody storm. This kid's worth is astonishingly high. Even the Martial University of Modu can't afford to compensate. In the corner, Gu Qinghe's face was pale, her nails deeply embedded in her palms, blood seeping out. She was filled with regret, the humiliation of the past turning into an endless, heart-devouring pain. One wrong step, every step wrong. In her murmurs, Gu Qinghe's gaze was filled with confusion and self-reflection. In the pure white space, Lin Ji's gaze was calm. 5 scarlet blind boxes floated before him. He smiled and calmly selected 2, preparing to activate omniscient vision. Suddenly, the environment changed drastically. Piercing static noises erupted. The blind boxes flickered erratically, as if they might explode at any moment. Frowning slightly, Lin Ji stepped back, his muscles tensed. A warning sound rang out. Streams of data surged mercilessly. Images flashed rapidly. Zhang Xian consumed by the poison zone. Nailan Qing shattered in terror. Bai Ling twisted in madness. Yi Chun resigned and helpless. Zhao Xiaotang in despair and shock. Finally, it froze on Lin Ji's blood-covered yet icy face. System determination. The other 5 players died at Lin Ji's hands, with a 100% kill rate. Ruthless and meticulous, the embodiment of domination and destruction. The warning text turned from red to black, slowly unfolding as a symbol of death. A line of blood-red text burst forth. Heaven's calamity silence across the world. In reality, the live stream room fell silent instantly, a chill rising from everyone's hearts. Qin Weigu's throat went dry, the teacup in his hand trembling slightly. The god of death has descended. Like waves crashing against the shore, the system solemnly announced. Heaven's calamity achievement triggered. Clearance score overflowed. The red mythical level reward pool is unmatched. Applying for highest authority approval, reward pool reset. The 5 red blind boxes trembled violently, their outer shells cracking with crisp sounds. The red shells shattered like eggshells, the red light gradually dissipating. The live stream room erupted. The red shells actually broke? Are the rewards gone? No, look, what is that light? From the cracks burst forth a light neither red nor gold. A dazzling aurora of 7 colors, radiant and mysterious, sacred and awe-inspiring. The booming light shook the heavens and earth, instantly capturing the attention of all viewers, leaving them breathless and transfixed. The white light exploded, covering the entire pure white space, even penetrating the live stream screen, igniting the eyes of countless viewers, leaving them in tears in an instant. As the brilliance faded, 5 blind boxes floated before Lin Ji. These 5 blind boxes shone with a glass-like luster, with grand runes slowly flowing, resembling fallen stars and exuding a solemn majesty. The system trembled as it announced, "Reward pool upgraded. All blind boxes are now multicolored, supreme and unique, unparalleled and extraordinary." The audience held their breath. The entire scene plunged into dead silence, followed by an eruption of frenzied commotion. The teacup in Qin Weiguo's hand shattered, and he collapsed into his chair, his vacant gaze muttering repeatedly, "5 multicolored? Supreme? Isn't that a legend?" For the first time, the entire world confirmed through the survival game that above red, there indeed exists a supreme tier. Before Lin Ji were 5 supreme treasures, as if they were as intangible as cabbages in a market. Lei Zhen's eyes were filled with fear, red veins covering the whites of his eyes as he struggled to breathe, frantically commanding a news blackout, terrified of the information leaking, a state secret no one dared to violate. In the pure white space, the external turmoil had nothing to do with Lin Ji. He took a deep breath, feeling his soul tremble in the face of this unparalleled divine power. 5 colorful blind boxes, this is the legendary supreme grade? His gaze burned intensely, almost ablaze. The companion blind box once revealed a nuclear bomb-level Sudaji. This time, 5 supreme-grade options awaited his choice, but he was only allowed to pick 2, regret and anticipation intertwined. He silently vowed to uncover all the secrets of these colorful blind boxes. The Eye of Omniscience opened, golden runes within exploded, and 2 tangible beams pierced through the colorful mist, striking directly at the truth. The first blind box revealed a golden annotation, causing his pupils to contract sharply. It was a massive spear, entirely pitch black with dark red murderous aura coiling around it, exuding killing intent, shadowing its wielder, making his soul tremble. God-slaying spear, colorful supreme, incomplete version. A supreme treasure from the primordial dimension's demon ancestor Luo Ho, with infinite physical attack power, ignoring all defenses and rules. Its destructive power is astonishing, capable of instantly killing master-level experts. However, the hidden annotation struck like a heavy hammer to the heart. Its weapon spirit had entered menopause, with a volatile and violent personality, incessantly insulting and berating its holder day and night. "How dare a piece of trash like you use me? Are you blind? I really want to stab you and find someone else." It cannot be turned off or muted, causing immense mental stress with a 99.9% depression rate. Lin Ji showed no fear but clenched his teeth slightly. Clearly, while the spear was powerful, it carried significant risks. Lin Ji's face darkened as he stared at the first colorful supreme-grade weapon before him. Without hesitation, he stepped past it. On a tense battlefield, if insults suddenly popped into his mind, his composure would collapse instantly. He resolutely avoided this ancestor-level weapon. In the monitoring room, Lei Zhen and Qin Weiguo were dumbfounded, watching Lin Ji abandon the colorful weapon blind box. Puzzled as to why he didn't choose it, he turned to the second blind box, which revealed a jade slip emanating chaotic energy, the legendary Chaos Child technique. Its attributes were unparalleled, offering a 10,000-fold increase in cultivation speed and an indestructible body akin to unbreakable diamond. However, the moment its side effects were exposed, his expression changed drastically. Absolute pure yang constitution locked, requiring 3,000 years of celibacy. Breaking this condition would result in the loss of spiritual power and physical ruin. The harsh terms clung to him like a beast biting his waist. Enduring 3,000 years. Just thinking of the alluring enchantress at home filled him with despair and fury. He turned away with a cold snort, decisively abandoning it. The third blind box revealed a starlit glow, and an egg of a young devouring Kuanping appeared. A top-tier spatial divine beast. Once matured, it would possess the fastest speed in the universe and could traverse dimensions. Lin Ji's eyes flashed with excitement, but it quickly turned to frost. The young beast was in the late stages of voracious eating disorder, requiring countless resources and possibly even devouring its owner's equipment and limbs. He touched his empty pockets. His face darkened to the extreme, as if the system was mocking him. In the fourth blind box, a 9-turn Nirvana pill exuding the aura of life appeared before him. A miraculous revival medicine, capable of bringing someone back to life at full strength with doubled attributes. A glimmer of hope ignited in Lin Ji's eyes, but it was immediately extinguished upon seeing the absurd side effect. When resurrected, the physical body would be randomly reshaped, potentially turning into bizarre forms like a tentacle monster, a paramecium, a magical girl, or even a harmless mosquito. His aura grew heavy, his face weary, and his inner complaints had no outlet. For blind boxes in a row had turned out to be disasters, plunging him into an invisible shadow. The external barrage of comments was noisy, with viewers anxiously shouting, but Lin Ji ignored the clamor and turned his gaze to the final blind box, the companion blind box he was most familiar with. Lin Ji stared at the supreme, colorful companion blind box and muttered to himself, "If Sudaji could come out, could it be Sadako this time?" The all-seeing eye quietly activated, and the 7-colored aurora abruptly converged the moment his gaze touched it, transforming into a bone-chilling cold. The temperature in the pure white space plummeted, and frost condensed on the ground. Above the blind box, a phantom of a bright moon slowly rose, casting a cold moonlight. Within the phantom, under the majestic and ancient divine laurel tree, a graceful figure stood silently. Her flowing cloud-like sleeves fluttered, cradling a jade-white spirit rabbit. Noble and solitary like the moonlight of the 9th heaven, her aura exuded absolute zero, causing Lin Ji's heartbeat to momentarily stop. The blind box information revealed: Mistress of the Moon Palace, the legendary Chang'e fairy who fled to the moon, currently in a sealed state. Extremely cold personality, dislikes conversation, and naturally exudes an aura of keep away from strangers, but is absolutely loyal to her host. Lin Ji smiled, realizing this was the perfect complement to the fiery Sudaji. Ice and fire merging, yin and yang harmonizing. He made a decisive choice, pointing his finger at the cold moonlight. System, the first one. I choose the companion blind box. Instantly, a moon-white beam of light erupted in the pure white space. Snowflakes filled the air, and the coldness of the moon seeped through the void, seemingly capable of freezing the real-world screen. The live broadcast room fell into an eerie silence. As the heavy snow fell, each ice crystal transformed into a crystalline lotus. A few seconds later, a figure stood before Lin Ji. Her ankles were adorned with red strings and ancient bells, her long dress as pure as snow, cradling a jade rabbit. The rabbit gazed at him curiously with ruby-like eyes. She was coldly beautiful, her aura like eternal black ice, pure and noble, inspiring awe. The live broadcast room exploded, with a flood of shocked comments from viewers. Damn! Another stunning beauty of national caliber? Lin Ji's mythical-level female ensemble officially began, with one side being fiery and seductive, and the other cold and solitary. The fusion of ice and fire promised extraordinary fortune. In the pure white space, Lin Ji faced the imposing moon goddess, his nerves secretly taut. Her breath seemed to carry ice crystals, her gaze like a starry abyss, so cold it was intimidating. Just as he hesitated, the moon goddess suddenly lowered her head slightly, holding the jade rabbit as she performed a standard curtsy. Her voice as clear as shattered jade, respectfully addressing him. This humble one, Taiyin, greets the master. This display of etiquette and humility brought joy to Lin Ji's heart. He turned back to look at this aloof yet utterly loyal woman and tentatively asked, "Are you the Chang'e fairy?" The moon goddess raised her eyebrows slightly and explained in a calm tone that Chang'e was actually a general term for the maids of the Moon Palace, while she was the Taiyin Star Lord, who presided over the Taiyin Star and the Moon Palace. Lin Ji scratched his head awkwardly and quickly corrected himself. "Then can I call you Taiyin from now on?" A trace of softness flickered in the moon goddess's eyes, but her cold voice carried obedience. "If the master wishes, this humble one shall be Chang'e. The master's will is the heavenly law." A smile spread across Lin Ji's face as he cheerfully said, "Then privately, I'll call you Chang'e. We're on the same side. Chang'e nodded slightly and quietly retreated into the shadows behind him, calm and unperturbed. Just as Lin Ji thought the companion issue was resolved and turned his gaze to the remaining four colorful blind boxes, his smile gradually froze, transforming into an expression of pain. While the outside world envied his ability to choose the supreme reward, he himself felt as though he had fallen into four massive traps. The god-slaying spear, with its spirit not only having a foul mouth but also striking at the heart, is clearly a formidable enemy of mental torment. The Chaos Child technique provokes a 3,000-year celibacy curse, forming a stark contrast with the seductive Su Daji at home, making it utterly unbearable. The 9-turn Nirvana pill, with the fear of drawing a reincarnated slime and turning resurrection into a disaster, is firmly rejected. The only way out before him is the giant egg surrounded by starlight, swallowing heaven Kuanping. Though its gluttonous nature is a headache, occasionally attempting to taste its master, at least it doesn't insult people, doesn't turn its master into a eunuch or a single-celled organism, and is relatively reliable. Lin Ji took a deep breath, silently making up his mind. Choosing it might be the most secure good fortune. Clenching his teeth, his gaze firm, Lin Ji resolved not to be weak anymore. He fixed his eyes on the valuable giant egg before him, ready to stake everything on it. However, just as his finger was about to touch the blind box, a piercing alarm suddenly blared, and the pure white space was instantly dyed blood red, the atmosphere becoming abruptly tense. 2 dazzling beams of light shot up from the void, violently ejecting for colorful blind boxes. The cold system voice echoed thunderously, announcing the start of a global live broadcast. Lin Ji had triggered the rare achievement, Heaven's Calamity. Silence of the world, facing a cruel choice. The dark golden beam on the left radiated power and desire. Abandon all rewards, resurrect all fallen companions, and return to reality unscathed. The milky white beam on the right exuded a holy brilliance. Ignore the deceased, enjoy 3 supreme rewards alone, and soar to the peak of power. Lin Ji's brows furrowed slightly, his eyes a mix of determination and vigilance, faintly sensing the ruthless trap of the system. Global viewers erupted in frenzy, the barrage flooding with moral coercion. Choose A. Saving lives is the only justice. Not saving them makes you a murderer. Don't let us down, Lin Ji. The shackles of morality, like sharp blades, tightly bound his spirit, the pressure as heavy as a mountain. Meanwhile, the skies over Kyoto suddenly changed, a sinister aura engulfing everything. In front of the Ministry of Education building, the overwhelming presence of 4 grandmasters descended abruptly. The door was violently kicked open, led by the Yi family's grandmaster, Yi Guyun, his blood-red eyes fierce, his sword aura chilling. Following closely were Zhou Wang, president of the Magic City Spiritualist Guild, the sinister ancestor Incher, and the purple-robed grandmaster Zhang Jiwei of Dragon Tiger Mountain, their momentum unparalleled. Pointing directly at the main seat of the meeting, Yi Guyun roared, "Qin Weigua, connect to the survival game immediately. I want to talk to Lin Ji." Wildness and authority spread through the air, the situation suddenly reaching its peak tension. Yi Chun, the Yi family's prodigy, had the family pour all its resources into saving his life. The war god hall master, Xing Zhantian, suddenly stood up, coldly threatening Minister Qin. The system has given a chance for resurrection. Lin Ji must choose A. Minister Qin dared not defy. Ancestor Incher sneered sinisterly, mentioning 5 lives, clamoring that if Lin Ji chose B, he would become a monster intolerable in Longua. Grandmaster Zhang Jiwei pondered, lightly flicking his horsetail whisk, exerting silent pressure. The combined coercion of the 5 top powerhouses suffocated the meeting room, ordinary staff collapsing pale-faced. This was the decision of half of Longua's martial arts world. Whether for family or orthodoxy, they aimed to force Qin Weigua to bow and Lin Ji to choose A. Finish talking? Qin Weigua held his teacup, blowing on the tea, calmly suppressing the agitation of Lei Zhun and Qian Duoduo. The usually amiable wealthy man now resembled a cold, frosty sculpture. Yi Guyun slammed the conference table in anger, the metallic surface denting with a cracking sound. You have the right to contact the survival game. Tell Lin Ji that the Yi family owes him a favor and offer 10 billion in resources. Won't choose? Then it's a fight to the death. Spittle flew as his fury surged. Xing Zhantian, brimming with bloodlust, approached menacingly. Minister Qin, is offending the entire martial arts community of Longguo worth it for a single Lin Ji? The sinister old ancestor Yin Shi sneered from the side, stirring up a storm. Lei Zhan and Qian Duoduo were about to explode in anger, but Qin Weiguo pressed them down, gently setting his teacup aside. The crisp ding sound echoed. Suddenly, the porcelain teacup shattered with a loud crash, fragments scattering. Are you trying to rebel? Qin Weiguo erupted with a deathly aura, like an Azura emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Xing Zhantian's pupils contracted sharply as he retreated several steps, each step leaving deep imprints. Yi Guyun's blood churned, his sword aura shattered, and he nearly fell to his knees. Old ancestor Yin Shi screamed, curling up in a corner, trembling in fear. In an instant, the room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in shock at the man who slowly stood up. At that moment, a forgotten name resurfaced. The Butcher. Qin Weiguo's cold gaze swept across the room like a blade. The once high and mighty powerhouses dared not meet his eyes, each avoiding his gaze. Yi Guyun roared in fury, accusing Lin Ji of killing his son due to inferior skills, only to be coldly rebuked by Qin Weiguo, who scorned him for using family interests as a shield, leaving him utterly humiliated. Xing Zhantian also retaliated fiercely, accusing Qin Weiguo of being a sore loser and changing the rules. Now, the Yi family's war god Hall harbored deep resentment, yet no one dared to challenge him directly. Qin Weiguo fixed his gaze on old ancestor Yin Shi, threatening coldly. His killing intent was as icy as frost, yet he suppressed his anger, his tone firm and resolute. He emphasized that the survival game rules were inviolable and that he would not interfere with Lin Ji's choices. Pointing at Lin Ji on the screen, he declared with unwavering determination, Lin Ji is the champion. He earned his victory with his life, and any coercion is an insult to the foundation of Longguo's martial arts. His piercing gaze silenced the room. The conference hall fell into sudden silence. Yi Guyun's face turned ashen, and Xing Zhantian's clenched fists betrayed his shame. Qin Weiguo's words seemed to awaken everyone. The glory of the victor outweighed any personal gain. Otherwise, who would dare to risk their life for first place? Zhang Jiwei, the old grandmaster, sighed deeply, looking at the young man on the screen. His survival depends on the whim of that monster. His brows furrowed, filled with bitterness. The atmosphere froze, and everyone fell into a silent realization. Qin Weiguo sat back in his chair, pretending to sip tea, his hand trembling slightly. The deaths and injuries of those 5 prodigies weighed heavily on him, yet he remained silent. As the guardian of the rules, he had to uphold the defense behind Lin Ji. Fixing his gaze firmly on the screen, he silently vowed, "The path, I've paved it for you. Now it's up to you to make your choice." The scene shifted to the 2 beams of light that had drawn the attention of billions worldwide. Lin Ji, dressed in a tattered school uniform, stood with eyes as sharp as blades. Slowly, he raised his hand, bearing the weight of countless expectations and pressure. Red warning lights intertwined, casting an unpredictable shadow on his face. The external expectations pressed down like a mountain, the system's forced live broadcast, and the life or death choice struck his heart like a hammer. Choose A, be a good Samaritan, save those unlucky souls, gain empty fame, and achieve 0 combat power improvement. Choose B, claim the supreme rewards, soar in strength, but bear the infamy of a cold-blooded butcher and become a target of public criticism. This was not just a choice, but a life-threatening question. Lin Ji sneered coldly, his gaze icy and ruthless. Be abandoned by all, or be a fool taken advantage of? In that moment before the storm, his hand remained raised, resolutely awaiting the revelation of his fate. Lin Ji's gaze was calm, his mind meticulously analyzing every detail of the situation. The remaining 4 blind boxes, though seemingly promising, were actually traps. On one side lay bizarre, side-effect-laden trash, and on the other, the life-saving grace of 5 top-tier forces: the Yi Family, War God Hall, Dragon Tiger Mountain, 10,000 Poison Cavern, and the Psychic Guild. This calculation was clear to anyone. He secretly thought to himself, living leeks are more valuable than dead ones. Since he could kill them once, he could kill them a second time. Keeping them for slow harvesting was the best strategy. But he also remembered the system. If given the chance, he would definitely turn the tables. Playing with human nature? Fine. I'll cooperate and act in your play. Lin Ji chuckled inwardly. In the pure white space, he did not approach the white light blind box labeled Heart of the Saint on the left, but instead walked toward the golden glowing path of the Overlord on the right. Each step was heavy, as if crushing countless hearts. In reality, a storm was brewing. Heated arguments erupted in front of the screens. Yi Guyun's eyes widened in fury. His nails dug deep into his palms, blood dripping. Xing Zhantian trembled all over, and even the usually composed Qin Weiguo quivered slightly. Lin Ji's hand hovered less than a centimeter above the confirmation button, and the entire world froze in an instant. People closed their eyes, bracing themselves for the cruel choice about to unfold. However, his fingers suddenly paused, trembling violently, his brows furrowed, his face filled with struggle and pain. The level of struggle in his expression was worthy of an Oscar, reflecting the intense conflict between overwhelming temptation and conscience. A long sigh broke the silence, and the air in the global livestream froze. Lin Ji slowly withdrew his hand, turned to gaze into the void, his eyes deep as if piercing through the hearts of billions. He murmured, "Power is indeed tempting. 3 colorful blind boxes could elevate me above all, sweeping away everything." After a pause, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. "If one doesn't act for themselves, heaven and earth will destroy them. That's the ancestral teaching, no doubt." The audience held their breath. Yi Guyun and the others felt a chill in their hearts, guessing he was about to deliver a villain's declaration. But suddenly, his voice turned resolute, carrying the force of thunder. "But if reaching the summit means stepping on the corpses of my compatriots, extinguishing the last shred of humanity, if the throne of invincibility is forged from the blood of comrades," Lin Ji abruptly pointed to the soft white glow of the Heart of the Saint on the left, his gaze firm and sharp, as if piercing the heavens. "I would rather struggle in the mire than sit on that cold throne." This declaration exploded like thunder in everyone's hearts. The keyboard warriors who had been fiercely cursing him were suddenly stunned, their faces flushed, hearts racing. The despairing Yi Guyun's eyes widened in disbelief as Lin Ji stepped forward, his posture upright like a pine tree, his voice resonating across the heavens and earth. "I may not be a saint, but I understand that the backbone of the Dragon Nation is not supported by lifeless objects, but by living, breathing people. Yi Chun, Zhao Xiaotang, Bai Ling. They may be opponents, clashing swords, but they are the future of the Dragon Nation, the pride of humanity. If I abandon them today for personal gain, when foreign invaders come, who will stand shoulder to shoulder to protect the rivers and mountains of China?" Every word was like a sharp blade piercing the heart, igniting passion and shaking the heavens and earth. In front of the screen, tens of thousands of viewers erupted in an uproar. That wasn't a selfish youth, but a national hero with the world in his heart. The path of domination was shattered by Lin Ji's punch, golden light scattering everywhere. He decisively pressed the Heart of a Saint button. The pure white space was enveloped in warm holy light, and the boiling real world no longer held any doubts. He turned coldly, exuding a sharp and domineering aura that struck straight into everyone's hearts. In Kyoto, the Ministry of Education conference room was as silent as death. Yi Guyun slumped in his chair, his eyes red, slowly stood up, and solemnly bowed to the boy on the screen. "The Yi family will remember this kindness. Xing Zhantian, ancient old ancestor, and the old heavenly master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Zhang Jiwei, all wore complex expressions. Lin Ji's decision not only reversed the offense and defense, but also left the 5 major forces utterly humiliated. What they owed was not just their lives, but also the grace of reshaping their fates. The overall situation was set. The pure white space trembled. 5 beams of light crashed down, reshaping 5 soul flames into living bodies. However, an unexpected situation occurred. They were stark naked, an explosion of awkwardness. Zhao Xiaotang and Nailan Qing instantly blushed crimson, while Yi Chan and Zhang Xian turned pale, clamping their legs tightly and struggling to maintain composure. Lin Ji leaned back tactically, sneering, "Avert your eyes, system. Show some decency." Instantly, 5 sets of white training uniforms covered them, resolving the embarrassment, though the shock remained. Lin Ji was momentarily stunned. So that fox spirit was here too. His voice was slightly dry. "This building? This ruin, what about it?" Wang Meng explained. Su Daji had an intense battle with the Grandmaster of the Southern Border's 10,000 Poison Cavern, Yin Shi. Although there were no casualties, the buildings suffered severe damage. Fortunately, General Bai intervened in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Ji let out a sigh of relief. "Daji is unharmed?" Wang Meng nodded. "Daji is safe and sound, but the scene was once extremely violent." Lin Ji suddenly realized the crux of the problem, his heart pounding. Who would bear the cost of this loss? Was it going to fall on him? Sweat soaked his palms as he racked his brain and tentatively asked, "This compensation? Can it be paid in installments? I'm just a student with little money. How about I write an IOU to the state?" Wang Meng couldn't help but smirk coldly. "Compensation? You listen." The street below was silent, with no noise at all. Instead, there came the crisp and loud sound of crackling. The story had only just begun. The deafening sound of firecrackers and drums pierced the quiet night sky, plunging the entire old district into a lively and festive atmosphere. As if a grand celebration was underway, Lin Ji stood in front of the ruins, utterly bewildered. Wang Meng stifled his laughter and explained that this wasn't a celebration, but a special government-approved project for the renovation of dangerous buildings. The demolition was to start immediately, with compensation at the highest standard. Wang Meng waved his fingers and told Lin Ji that this building explosion, caused by an act of God, had earned him 3 school district apartments in the city center and 5 million in cash. The surrounding neighbors even joked about erecting a longevity plaque to thank him for his contribution. Lin Ji's expression shifted from fear to pride as he threw himself into the cause, firmly declaring his support for the nation's construction plans, even if it meant blowing up the entire neighborhood. Behind him, Chang'e looked stunned, clearly moved by Lin Ji's aura. Immediately after, Wang Meng pulled out a mysterious black token that glowed brilliantly, distorting the surrounding space in an instant. Lin Ji steadied himself as the air around him filled with the smell of burning and tobacco. Ahead was a deep corridor, at the end of which stood a heavy alloy door. The aura emanating from it felt like a fiery volcano, suffocatingly oppressive. Wang Meng stepped aside and gestured. Lin Ji took a deep breath, placed one hand on the door, and pushed it open with force. Behind the door, white light poured out like a waterfall, faintly revealing the silhouettes of dozens of people in a conference room. Lin Ji stepped inside, and the space fell silent, with everyone's gaze as sharp as knives. By the conference table, Qin Weigua elegantly sipped tea. Lei Zhen's eyes burned like a raging beast. Qian Duoduo toyed with a dazzling ring, and Gu Qinghe adjusted his glasses with a complex expression. Yi Guyun's eyes were blood-red, with a chilling sword aura behind him. Zhang Jiwei meditated with his eyes closed, his purple robe fluttering lightly. Xing Zhantian exuded murderous intent, while Zhou Wang's smile concealed sharpness. The ancient old ancestor's face was gloomy, but he forced a faint smile. The most striking figure was General Bai Patian of the North, clad in silver armor. He sat as steady as a mountain, suppressing the entire room's momentum. Meanwhile, Su Daji sat leisurely to the side, casually peeling grapes, as if all the killing intent had nothing to do with her. 11 grandmasters had gathered, a lineup capable of toppling a small nation. As Lin Ji stepped into the conference room, the atmosphere instantly froze. A dozen pairs of eyes locked onto him, their scrutiny mixed with anticipation and caution. It felt as if a mountain's weight pressed on his shoulders, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, the silence was broken as a pink figure leaped up like a spirit butterfly. Su Daji's eyes sparkled as she ignored everyone else and charged straight toward Lin Ji with overwhelming momentum. "You're finally back." Her voice was sweet to the core, her aura instantly igniting the room's atmosphere. Her curvaceous figure almost collided with Lin Ji, who held his breath, bracing himself for the sudden impact. However, just as the soft touch was about to land, a crisp bell sound tore through the air. The air instantly turned cold, and a white figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ji. Chang'e cradled the jade rabbit in one arm, while her other hand lightly touched Su Daji's forehead, forming an impassable barrier. Su Daji exerted all her strength but couldn't move an inch forward. Her beautiful eyes widened in anger, her 9 tails flaring as pink mist rose around her, glaring fiercely at Chang'e. Chang'e's expression remained unmoved, her gaze disdainful and icy as frost. The corners of his mouth curled in disdain. Disheveled clothes, frivolous behavior. The demon race is nothing more than this. He withdrew his finger, elegantly wiped the spot he had touched with a pristine handkerchief, and casually discarded it. He said coldly, "This occasion does not allow for your impudence." Su Daji raised an eyebrow, her light laughter tinged with provocation. Her gaze circled around the discarded handkerchief before landing heavily on Chang'e's face. She spoke mockingly, "Even from 1,000 miles away, I can smell your age jealousy." Before her words had finished, 9 tails exploded, pink mist spread, and a sweet fragrance overwhelmed. She lightly licked the corner of her mouth with her tongue, her soft and sweet tone full of reproach. "Is the old aunt from the Guanghan Palace, who no one wants, jealous of the king's favor for me?" The conference room instantly fell into an icy silence, everyone outwardly composed but their ears perked like radars. This drama was too intense. Chang'e's eyes narrowed slightly, the chill surged, and killing intent filled the air. The jade rabbit in her arms kicked its legs, its ruby eyes emitting a cold gleam. The extreme cold power of the Taiyin suddenly erupted, forming a fan-shaped icy current. On the left was Su Daji's burning red lotus karmic fire, the heat waves intertwining with the pink mist. On the right was Chang'e's overwhelming frost moonlight, sharp and icy as blades. The two mythical forces collided above the conference table. The tabletop suddenly cracked open. A fissure burst forth like fiery lightning, running through the entire table and heading straight for Qin Weigua's teacup. Lin Ji, caught in the middle, felt the slight tremor of the human emperor bone within him, golden light flowing to protect him, barely stabilizing the situation. The onlooking big shots were unable to dodge in time. The ancestor of erosion sprayed nosebleeds wildly, scrambling under the table in embarrassment, shouting, "Demonic woman's mental attack! I won't look, I won't listen, I still want to care for my family." The vice principal of Magic City Martial University, Qian Duoduo, screamed repeatedly. His limited edition rune gold ring quickly contracted under the cold, squeezing his finger until it turned red and purple. He jumped in pain, fumbling to remove the ring in a comical manner, utterly losing his dignity. Lei Zhan and Gu Qinghe maintained serious expressions, forcibly channeling their inner energy to resist the intense cold. The two men's faces flushed red, while the teacups on the table seemed to enter an extreme world. The water on the left boiled into a rolling broth, while the water on the right froze into ice. Potion's silver armor was covered with a thin layer of frost, sizzling in the heat waves. Despite this, he pressed his lips tightly together, his face stretched long, trying hard to appear calm. He turned his head and whispered to Qin Weigua, who was also struggling to maintain composure, "Old Qin, pass me some sunflower seeds." Qin Weigua's hand trembled slightly as he shot back with a sidelong glance. "This is the Ministry of Education, not a tea house." The two exchanged a smile, both understanding that liveliness was their true nature. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, it seemed the Ministry of Education building might collapse at any moment. Suddenly, Su Daji's expression changed, her killing intent dissipating as the nine-tailed spirit shadow softened. Her figure transformed into a supple beauty, snaking around Lin Ji's left arm, her tearful eyes brimming with charm as she cooed, "My king, I just missed you so much." Lin Ji's face twitched, his expression complex, while Chang'e furrowed her brows tightly, her disgust evident. Dressed in white, she stood firmly on Lin Ji's right side, her moonlight shield flashing as she forcibly separated Su Daji from his side. "Master, this demonic aura is too strong and disrupts the mind," Chang'e said coldly, her hand brushing Lin Ji's collar as the scent of osmanthus filled the air. "Allow me to purify the evil energy." At this moment, Lin Ji's left side was as hot as a furnace, while his right side was as cold as an ice cellar. The clash of fire and ice heightened the tension in the room. 10 Dragon Nation masters' gazes shot toward him like lightning. This was no place for the entanglement of his two women. Just as he was about to speak to ease the situation, the two women interrupted in unison, "Shut up!" Sparks flew as their opposing auras escalated once more. Su Daji's fingertips bloomed with a demonic red lotus, while Chang'e's moonlight will spun behind her, their imposing presence overwhelming. The vibrations grew intense, even causing the light fixtures to sway. Bai Padian gripped his spear tightly, while Lei Jin sighed helplessly at the cracks forming on the edge of his teacup. Lin Ji suddenly exhaled sharply, a golden dragon shadow flashing in his eyes. The fused ancestral emperor's finger bone within him resonated strongly. Suddenly, a majestic heavenly power erupted from within him, the ancient bloodline's dominance descending like thunder. This was not a contest of strength but an absolute suppression of bloodline superiority. The two women's figures trembled simultaneously, and the tense standoff instantly froze. All struggles were subdued by this invisible pressure. The fear was bone-deep, akin to witnessing an emperor's wrath. Without hesitation, Lin Ji pressed his left hand on Su Daji's furry head and his right hand on Chang'e's delicate shoulder, commanding in a low voice, "This is a meeting, not a marketplace. Sit down." The two mythical beings who once shook the heavens and earth instantly softened, obediently kneeling and retreating half a step. The red glow in Su Daji's eyes dissipated as she gently massaged Lin Ji's legs. Chang'e retracted her moonlight, ice water flowing from the teapot as the air froze. 11 top-tier masters stared in shock, their worldview shattered. These two mythical beings had instantly turned into house pets? Lei Jin glared angrily, crunching on ice water with a bitter expression, muttering to himself, "This kid is truly something. If I had this skill back then, old bachelors would be extinct." Beside him, Qian Duoduo gave a thumbs up in admiration, praising Lin Ji's wife-taming skills as even more impressive than his combat prowess. Even Bai Padian couldn't hide his respect. Qin Weigua issued an order to replace the table, with the military footing the bill. Lei Jun was left speechless, while Qin Weigua gently inquired, "Family matters settled?" Lin Ji smiled as he accepted the ice water, replying politely, "Apologies for the spectacle. I'll make sure to discipline them strictly when we return." The atmosphere of the meeting eased, and official business commenced. Yi Guyun stood up, his sword aura dissipating, his face filled with emotion as he cupped his hands in salute. "Lin Ji, my young friend, my son Yi Chun was no match and perished in the dungeon. Thanks to your heaven-defying resurrection methods, the Yi family is eternally grateful." He handed over a sword talisman radiating cold energy, promising the Yi family's full support in the future. Lin Ji's heart stirred. The sword talisman entered the bag, quietly leaving a residual shadow. The Hall of War God's master, Xing Zhantian, followed closely behind, pushing the meeting to its climax. This was a burly man exuding a murderous aura, trying hard to squeeze out a kind smile but still full of intimidation. He forcefully threw a heavy black token onto the table and said domineeringly, "Zhao Xiaotang is the sole heir of my Hall of War God." As long as it's not treason. If she causes trouble, just mention my name. Beside him, Zhang Jiwei from Mount Longhu and Zhou Wang, president of the Mind Master Guild, also followed suit, offering elixirs, magical artifacts, and various promises. Instantly, a mountain of resources piled up on the table, glowing brightly as top-tier forces gathered together. When it was Yinshe Old Ancestor's turn, he shrank in his chair, his face gloomy. His disciple had died tragically, and he himself had been humiliated by someone's pet, losing face completely. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a purple sandalwood box, reluctantly offering the 1,000-year 7-colored poison lotus as an apology. Su Daji strolled leisurely, eating grapes while coldly muttering, "Trashy stuff, reeks of earthy stench. Only the king's soft heart would accept it." Yinshe Old Ancestor's veins bulged in anger but was forced to swallow his pride under the cold, stern gazes of Baipatian and Chang'e. As everyone settled down, Baipatian slammed the table heavily, instantly releasing a chilling aura. The atmosphere became tense, like war drums pounding, intimidating the entire room. He coldly swept his gaze toward Su Daji and Chang'e beside Lin Ji, speaking in a stern voice. "The nation acknowledges your talent, but the power of the mythical creatures you've unleashed is too strong and disregards laws and morals. Tonight's chaos in the East Sea is a red line. If it happens again, the nation will spare no effort to eliminate any uncontrollable risks, even if it's an SSS-level genius." The air instantly became deathly silent, suffocatingly serious. Lin Ji's back was drenched in cold sweat, but he quickly stood upright, his gaze firm, solemnly pledging, "I, Lin Ji, live and die as the soul of Dragon Nation," resolutely supporting the nation's decisions. Turning his tone, he sternly reprimanded Su Daji. "Stop setting fires randomly in the future. This is a society governed by law. If you cause trouble again, I'll ignore you." The experts present were dumbfounded. Is this discipline? Su Daji, however, chuckled softly, her enchanting eyes glimmering as her soft figure entwined around Lin Ji. Her voice was so seductive it seemed to stretch. "The king is so fierce I know my mistake. From now on, I'll accept any punishment from the king. Whip or candle, or tie me up." Her slender fingers traced circles on Lin Ji's chest, and the atmosphere suddenly turned ambiguous and tense. Lin Ji almost choked, his face turning bright red, the pace escalating so fast it felt like the car doors were welded shut. Beside him, Chang'e coldly glanced over, icy energy swirling in her hand, ready to strike at any moment. Qin Weiguo rubbed his temples bitterly, fearing this commotion would turn the Ministry of Education into a live scene. He finalized the agenda, pulling out a specially designed tablet to suppress the chaos. Lei Zhen, Gu Qinghe, and Qian Duoduo, the 3 major admissions officers, immediately tensed up, the atmosphere growing intense. Lei Zhen waved his hand boldly, declaring, "Lin Ji is a born warrior. Join the military department and you'll start as a major, with top-tier weapons at your disposal." Gu Qinghe sneered in response. "Lin Ji is exceptionally intelligent. At Yenjing Martial University, you'll have access to ancient rare books and personal guidance from grandmasters, the pinnacle of the path." Qian Duoduo smiled as he enticed. "Come to Magic City Martial University. 30 billion in research funding, private islands, yachts, and beautiful senior sisters all included." The 3 big shots engaged in a fierce verbal battle, spitting saliva as they fought for Lin Ji. Lin Ji curled up to the side, his face full of panic, secretly calculating whether he could escape unscathed. Qin Weiguo slammed the table to stop them, his face carrying a mysterious smile as he announced that Lin Ji's choice had already been locked in. He decrypted the file on site, both to allocate S-level resources and to dispel the 3 parties' fantasies. He quickly operated the tablet, sighing about Lin Ji's self-awareness in not seeking privileges and following the standard process. On the big screen, a red progress bar climbed rapidly. Lei Zhen was brimming with confidence, Gu Qinghe snorted lightly, and Qian Duoduo silently prepared to transfer funds. All eyes were fixed on the screen as Lin Ji closed his eyes, calculating escape plans, betting on whether Chang'e and Sudaji could withstand the siege of 11 grandmasters. The progress bar froze at 100%. A notification sounded, and bold black letters flashed. Candidate name: Lin Ji, first choice. Huayang Marshall University admission status. Admitted. The meeting room fell silent instantly. Lei was stunned, spitting out blood in shock, and jumped up, roaring loudly. Qian Duodua's hands trembled as he dropped his phone, shattering the screen. Gu Qinghe's glasses slipped off, his expression dazed. Qin Weiguo froze in place with a teacup in hand, blinking and wiping his glasses, still in disbelief. Those 4 words were as piercing as a blade. Huayang Wu. Duh. Everyone collapsed instantly.
Huayang?
That lousy school burdened with 3 billion in debt. Even dogs wouldn't go there. In the meeting room, Qin Weiguo's face turned pale, his voice trembling as he stared at Lin Ji in front of him, as if looking at a madman. Qian Duoduo burst into tears. My 30 billion! Lin Ji, were you kidnapped? Or did you fill it out wrong by accident? He frantically pressed the calculator while shaking his head and sighing, his expression more tragic than losing tens of billions. Gu Qinghe adjusted his glasses and threw out a thick stack of reports filled with red lines, his brows furrowed deeply. Huayang Wuda, 90% of the faculty gone. The library moldy. The qi and blood pool dried up for 3 years. Even the cafeteria owner ran away. This isn't just about money. It's a complete and utter failure. 11 grandmasters surrounded him, their gazes like beasts staring at prey trapped in a snare, the pressure making Lin Ji sweat profusely. Lei slammed the table with a loud bang, angrily questioning. Was it that old poison controlling Lin Ji? How could a sane person do something so absurd? The Yin erosion patriarch sat in the corner, glaring angrily but snorted coldly. None of my business! Under the intense stares, Lin Ji slowly opened his eyes, forcing an awkward smile. Actually, I just thought the name Huayang sounded auspicious and nice. The room erupted, and Qin Weiguo nearly fainted. You spent so much of my effort just to protect that lousy school? Gu Qinghe looked at him with deep regret, his gaze like he was looking at someone destroying their own future. Geniuses should be unconventional, but this is just self-sabotage. The elders pressed him harshly. You must change your choice. Even if it violates the rules, we'll help you change it back. This concerns national interests. Surrounded and cornered, Lin Ji was like a rabbit in the jaws of a beast, cold sweat streaming down, unable to explain anything. I just think the name has a good omen and it's close to home. Close to home? Your home is already in ruins.
Lei scolded angrily.
Talking about feng shui again? Gu Qinghe sneered. Huayang Wuda is built next to a mass grave, filled with yin energy. It's better suited for raising corpses. Lin Ji remained silent, as if his brain had short-circuited, the doubts and ridicule around him like a flood, completely blocking all his thoughts. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control and Lei was ready to draw his sword to forcefully change the choice, the old celestial master Zhang Jiwei, who had been silently enduring with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. A mysterious golden light flashed, and instead of looking at Lin Ji, he gazed out at the vast starry sky beyond the window, his voice deep and enigmatic. The Tao is 50, heaven evolves 49, and one escapes. A hidden dragon in the abyss must have its reasons. A seemingly dead end may cleanse the superficial and reveal the gate to the true dragon. The air froze, and the surroundings fell into a brief dead silence. These words left the Grandmaster stunned and deeply shaken. This was not ordinary mystical nonsense, but the authoritative words of the old celestial master of Longhu Mountain, stirring waves of doubt. Lin Ji's eyes lit up. Although he didn't fully grasp the profound meaning, he caught the term mysticism. When science fails, only extraordinary techniques can counter extraordinary situations. He then took a deep breath, showing a mix of helplessness and determination, his lips curling into a bitter sigh. Since the old celestial master has seen through it, I won't hide it anymore. He slowly raised his hand, pointing to Sudaji, who was idly playing with her fingers nearby, his voice full of reluctant resignation. Who would want to choose that lousy school? Do you think I, Lin Ji, am a fool? I may not understand Principal Qian's purse strings, but I know General Lei's fists are hard. However, this is her will. All eyes quickly turned to Sudaji. She gently brushed her hair aside, her bewildered gaze flickering with complex shadows. Lin Ji lowered his voice further, as if revealing an earth-shattering secret. Daji perceives defiance of heavenly causality. If we don't go, there will be a bloodbath, perhaps even the collapse of the heavenly order. She is a supreme mythical being of color, and her intuition is the will of the heavens. How could a mere martial artist like me dare to defy it? I just want to survive. His words were sincere and emotional, his eyes glistening with tears, leaving the gathered masters momentarily speechless. Defying heavenly causality, the collapse of the heavenly order. Such legendary tales would be hard to believe without witnessing them firsthand. But seeing the peerless beauty of Sudaji and sensing the mythical power within her that even grandmasters found unsettling, they wavered instantly. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Sudaji smiled faintly, her enchanting eyes carrying a cold glint, exuding an aura of dominance. As the phantom of 9 tails appeared behind her, each tail radiating a soul-crushing pressure, the entire space froze in icy stillness. My choice. How dare you mortals criticize it? Her tone was light and provocative, like a queen looking down on a swarm of ants. The conference room fell silent, the attendees' hearts skipping a beat under the spiritual intimidation emanating from the mythical realm. What seemed like a hopeless choice of a desolate land now stirred a storm, signaling that the real battle had just begun. Chang'e slowly opened her eyes, the jade rabbit in her arms exuding a chilling aura, instantly solidifying the atmosphere. The simultaneous pressure from 2 mythical beings spoke volumes without words, declaring an unshakable mythical hierarchy. Lei Zhan's Adam's apple bobbed violently as he swallowed back a curse, nearly suffocating. Gu Qinghe put away the report, adjusted his glasses, and his deep gaze seemed to form a grand image of ancient secrets in his mind. Qian Duoduo slapped his thigh in sudden realization. A peerless genius like Lin Ji would never choose a reckless path. The gathered masters immediately conceded, and the once mocked Huayang Martial University now appeared to be a hidden sanctuary of unparalleled opportunity. Even the eerie mass grave was reimagined as a land of dragon cultivation. The logic of the strong was self-evident. What seemed like a foolish choice was backed by profound mystery. Bai Potion's mouth twitched as he watched his old comrades collectively fall for the ruse. He knew this matter was no trivial one, but he dared not clash head-on with mythical beings, leaving the situation precarious. Qin Weiguo broke the silence, his gaze sweeping across the room as he issued an SSS-level top-secret order, restricted to those present, to prevent infiltration by foreign forces. He solemnly announced a re-evaluation of Huayang Martial University's qualifications, ensuring resources would be covertly redirected to support Lin Ji without any concerns. Lin Ji beamed with joy, thoroughly satisfied with the tangible benefits laid before him. As the meeting concluded, the attendees gradually dispersed. Yi Guyun patted Lin Ji on the shoulder, warmly inviting him to visit often, assuring him that the Sword Tomb would always be open to him. The farewells were heartfelt. Only Qin Weiguo and a few core leaders remained, arranging for Lin Ji to stay in a presidential suite with tight security, leaving no room for error. Lin Ji prepared to leave with Daji and Chang'e, eager to return and rest while also soothing the 2 deities. Just as he stepped over the threshold of the conference room, a voice as steady as a mountain called out from behind him, "Student Lin Ji, please wait a moment." Lin Ji froze in his tracks, his back tensing and his hair standing on end. He turned to meet Bai Potion's cold, death-piercing gaze. Clad in silver armor, exuding overwhelming pressure, Bai Potion seemed as if he could dissect him with a single glance. The air grew heavy and still. Lin Ji forced a stiff smile, his voice feigning calmness. "General Bai, is there something else you need?" Bai Potion remained silent, his sharp eyes like blades, locking onto him as if seeing through every hidden secret. Lin Ji felt an invisible pressure pressing down on his entire body, much like prey being locked onto by a dragon, with no escape. This old man was definitely not a kind soul, a ruthless figure who had survived countless life and death battles. His gaze would never relax until the very last moment. The atmosphere was unbearably heavy, sending a chill down Lin Ji's back. He understood that the situation was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. "General Bai," he finally spoke, his tone betraying an undeniable nervousness. Lin Ji braced himself to respond to the next sentence, but his shoulder was suddenly slapped heavily by a calloused hand. Bang! The force was like a mountain, almost knocking him off balance, his knees nearly buckling. Bai Patian grinned widely, his eyes flashing with rare admiration. "Well done!" Bai Patian exclaimed loudly, his voice echoing through the corridor, as if even the motion sensor lights were jolted by the sound. It turned out Lin Ji had managed to shatter Bai Qi's pride. Bai Qi, the arrogant young man with a prestigious background who had dominated the dungeon with ease. Bai Patian's tone was resolute, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. He candidly stated that Lin Ji had helped him teach the arrogant Bai Qi a lesson in what a true strong man should embody, being able to accept defeat. This bond Bai Patian would remember deeply. Lin Ji let out a sigh of relief, shifted his gaze, and humbly attributed his success to sheer luck. But Bai Patian interrupted him, a trace of impatience flashing across his face. He pulled out a cold black gold token from his chest, engraved with the character North, heavy and solemn, and directly shoved it into Lin Ji's hand. "Take it!" His voice carried the commanding aura of Lu Huaqiang. Bai Patian solemnly explained that the token was a personal keepsake. As long as Lin Ji didn't betray or commit wrongdoing, he could show it whenever he encountered trouble, and a squad of guards would immediately come to his aid. After speaking, Bai Patian gave Lin Ji a deep look, turned around with a firm and powerful stride, leaving behind a sense of trust and expectation. Lin Ji gripped the token tightly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his eyes sparkling with boundless hope for the future. The horizon had expanded. This time, he had truly connected with the strongest protector. If anyone dared to cause trouble again, he could directly summon the National General to safeguard him. Solid. Half an hour later, a black Hongqi sedan with military plates smoothly stopped at the most luxurious Pangu 7-star hotel in Kyoto. On the top floor of the presidential suite, the private elevator doors slowly opened. The interior was extravagantly opulent, with handcrafted Persian carpets as soft as clouds, and the giant windows offered a view of the bustling nightscape, filled with traffic and dazzling lights. As Lin Ji closed the door, he was immediately enveloped by a sweet and intoxicating fragrance. "My lord!" Su Daji coiled around him like a water snake, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck, her face buried in the crook of his neck. Her voice was soft and alluring, utterly captivating. Her eyes were filled with playful reproach as she complained about the fierce gaze of the silver-armored brute earlier, which had scared her so much that her heart was still racing. She hurriedly asked Lin Ji to feel her pounding heart. As soon as Lin Ji touched her, the room suddenly turned icy cold, and thick frost appeared on the windows. A cold voice echoed, and the air was chilled by the frost. Chang'e sat quietly on the leather sofa, holding the jade rabbit in her arms, her face full of disdain. Her gaze, as sharp as icy blades, targeted Su Daji, shameless. With a cold sneer at the corner of her mouth, she said, "In the ancient heavenly court, seductive demons like you would have long been sent to the demon execution platform." Su Daji froze for a moment, her charming eyes suddenly turning sharp. The atmosphere of provocation exploded instantly as she fully unleashed her tea art skills, refusing to back down. Inside the Guanghan Palace, the air suddenly became tense. Su Daji moved gracefully, grabbing Lin Ji's wrist. Barefoot, she stepped onto the carpet and gradually approached Chang'e. Behind her, the faint shadow of 9 foxtails flickered, as pink allure clashed with icy blue chill in the air, creating a sharp and tense sound. A mocking smile hung on Sudaji's lips as she aimed her words at Chang'e, one by one. The old heavenly court is nothing but a relic of the past. You, the cold and aloof lunar goddess, clearly want to depend on the king, yet you stubbornly pretend to be noble and aloof, still clutching that rabbit. Her tone shifted, almost taunting. Are you planning to sleep in the hallway with the rabbit again tonight? Chang'e's brows furrowed sharply, and the jade rabbit in her arms bristled instantly. A burst of cold air erupted, a green glow emanating from her body, and an oppressive silence began to gather. The tension between the two escalated rapidly. Red Lotus karmic fire collided with absolute zero, causing the custom sofa to crack and shatter instantly. The empty room turned into a battlefield where fire and ice intertwined, threatening to tear apart the presidential suite in a mythological-level showdown. Suddenly, a deep, angry shout broke through the chaos. Lin Ji appeared at the entrance, his deep eyes radiating imperial dragon energy, bringing an overwhelming sense of authority. He commanded in a stern voice, "This is a hotel, not your battlefield." Striding forward, he grabbed Sudaji without hesitation and pressed her back onto the sofa, then turned to Chang'e and unceremoniously knocked her on the forehead. Chang'e was stunned, covering her forehead but unable to retort. Lin Ji's aura was as imposing as a mountain as he reprimanded the two women, forbidding them from arguing further. No matter who you were in the past, now that you're with me, you must follow my rules. In this household, I am the absolute king. If you argue again, you'll stand guard at the door tonight. The room fell into dead silence. Sudaji unexpectedly giggled and raised her hand obediently, her eyes filled with infatuation. Although Chang'e showed defiance, the cold air immediately dissipated, silently acknowledging the unspoken command. Lin Ji, though tense inside, let out a helpless sigh of relief. Living off soft power while asserting hard authority, every step felt like walking on thin ice. A single misstep would surely turn the place into a battlefield. He walked to the window, drew back the heavy curtains, and took in the dazzling city lights. Turning around, Lin Ji softened his tone and reached out to pull the two of them together, intending to end the dispute. Chang'e instinctively recoiled, but under his undeniable gaze, she finally surrendered her cold, soft hands. He gazed at the two women and said calmly, "The old folks outside are watching, just waiting to see us make fools of ourselves, to lock you in a cage. Opening the door means slaughter for survival, but closing it means protecting this life. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you." His simple words landed heavily on the hearts of the two women. Chang'e raised her eyes, a complex expression flashing across her face, and the ice seemed to thaw slightly. Sudaji couldn't help herself. She leaned closer to Lin Ji, her fingers hooking onto his collar as she murmured coquettishly, "My king, I have nothing to repay you with. It's late. Shall we retire for the night?" The lights suddenly went out. Inside, only the moonlight from the window remained, casting three intertwined silhouettes. As for the story of that night, perhaps only the bashful jade rabbit, hiding its face, truly knows. At the same time, in the western mountains of the capital at the Yi family sword pavilion, the cold moonlight was like frost, and the bluestone slabs glimmered with a chilly sheen. The air carried a faint mix of sandalwood and the clean scent of sword oil. Yi Guiyun stood with his hands behind his back in the sword pavilion, his gaze gentle yet profound. On the ground, a young man in a plain white training uniform knelt low. He was Yi Chun, whose once proud brilliance had long faded, replaced by steadiness and restraint, like an ancient sword sheathed, its sharpness hidden but still present. Yi Guiyun called softly, "Chun'er." His eyes held the joy and relief of someone reborn. This dungeon run was truly a narrow escape. Yi Chun raised his eyes, calm and unruffled. "I once thought of myself as the protagonist, invincible under the heavens. It wasn't until I encountered Lin Ji's punch that I realized I was just a frog at the bottom of a well." At the mention of Lin Ji, a trace of fervor flashed in his eyes. That punch not only shattered his body but also severed his pride and mental barriers, allowing him to grasp the true essence of the sword. Yi Guyun gave his silent approval and asked about his future plans. Yi Chun stood up straight, resolute. I want to go to Yenjing Martial University. To Yi Guyun, this was undoubtedly the most prestigious hall of honor for swordsmanship in the Dragon Nation, a sacred place for the study of the sword. Yi Chun clenched his fists, his gaze burning. Lin Ji is the true dragon. He will surely choose Yenjing. I want to be there, to be his whetstone and guiding light, to accumulate strength until the day I can take one punch from him, majestic and unstoppable, as if the future of the two reigning side by side could already be seen amidst the glint of blades and swords. But Yi Guyun's expression suddenly changed, as if he had an unspeakable secret. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, Chenner, you guessed wrong. Yi Chun was puzzled and suspicious. Did he go to the military department? No, it's Huayang Martial University. The sword pavilion froze instantly. Yi Chun was shocked. His pupils contracted to the extreme. Huayang Martial University? Yi Guyun smiled bitterly, his words heavy. 3 billion in debt. The cafeteria chef fled with a car, built next to a mass grave, and neglected for 3 years. Huayang Martial University. Yi Chun found it hard to believe, his voice rising. Lin Ji, a godlike existence. How could he go to such a ghostly place? Isn't this targeted poverty alleviation? Yi Guyun shook his head helplessly. Minister Qin personally decrypted the files. No one can change his decision. He insists. This is destiny. Destiny. Yi Chun murmured, questioning and answering himself. As he paced, he suddenly stopped. His gaze shifted sharply, igniting a fiery passion, as if he had just grasped the ultimate truth of life. Father, you're thinking too small. He slammed the table, startling Yi Guyun. Yi Chen's voice was resolute and sonorous. Ordinary people choose schools based on reputation and resources, seeking the halo of prestigious institutions. Lin Ji is different. He is a true, unparalleled genius. Even if it's a mass grave, with Lin Ji sitting there, that place becomes the sacred ground of martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom, the #1 academy in the world. This struck Yi Guyun's heart like a thunderbolt. He murmured, Then what is your plan? Yi Chun turned to look north, his gaze firm like that of a pilgrim, as if he had made up his mind. Father, I want to change my choice. I'm not going to Yenjing. I'm going to Huayang Martial University. Yi Guyun stared at Yi Chun, his eyes filled with an unbelievable fervor, as if brainwashed into unwavering determination. He turned and paced, quickly calculating in his mind. How could that infamous, debt-ridden Huayang Martial University possibly hide any secrets? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the so-called failed school was merely a disguise, and the real treasure might be hidden beneath those ruins, perhaps even an ancient dragon vein, detectable only by mythical figures. Yi Guyun suddenly slapped his thigh, his gaze sharp, completely changing his view of Yi Chun. He no longer regarded him as the foolish son of the family, but as a wise man who had already grasped the great path. He patted Yi Chen's shoulder, his tone both emotional and resolute. Since you have no regrets, the obstacles at home should be removed. Before finishing his words, Yi Guyun waved his hand boldly, deciding to donate a top-tier swordsmanship hall to Huayang Martial University, with an unlimited budget. A sacred place must have matching prestige. When Yi family members join, they must bring money. We cannot appear shabby. Yi Chun stood tall, his eyes bright, instantly becoming the pride of the family. Meanwhile, at the Celestial Master Temple on Dragon Tiger Mountain, mist swirled, but the atmosphere was tense. The old Celestial Master Zhang Jiwei sat in a purple robe, expressionless, staring at Zhang Xian, who was kneeling before him. Zhang Xian's expression was solemn, no longer playful, as the image of the figure who chose resurrection over supreme rewards flashed in his mind. In a low voice, he confessed that he had previously sought the art of immortality, but this time he had seen the true Tao, understanding the ruthlessness of the great path and the heart of a sage. The hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Zhang Jiwei's lips twitched slightly, his emotions complex. The creator of this sage's heart, was none other than that little monster who repeatedly exploited his disciples. He chose silence with resignation, feeling that this reverence was at least better than the previous arrogance. With a wave of his wide sleeve, a gust of wind swept through, and the old celestial master coldly announced, "Pack your things and get off the mountain." Zhang Xian instantly showed panic, clutching his master's leg, tears streaming down his face as he wailed for mercy. "Master, don't abandon me. I'm still just a child." His cunning and helplessness intertwined in his tears as he recounted his mischievous deeds, such as secretly drinking the Enlightenment tea and causing trouble, resembling a naughty child. Zhang Jiwei's forehead veins bulged as he suppressed the urge to strike, raising his foot to kick instead, his tone merciless. "Who said you were being expelled from the sect? You're going to university." Zhang Xian, like a ball being kicked away, rolled twice before scrambling up in a disheveled state, his gaze confused yet puzzled. He heard he was going to university, and the destination turned out to be the infamous Huayang Martial University, the school where even the cafeteria chefs had fled. He frowned, a sneer of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth, unable to resist questioning his master's decision, even suspecting he was being exiled. Suddenly, he thought of Lin Ji, the legendary monster who also went to Huayang Martial University. Zhang Jiwei snorted coldly, hinting that apart from Lin Ji, no one else was worthy of Zhang Xian attending Huayang Martial University. Zhang Xian's expression changed instantly, leaping from sorrow to excitement, his eyes shining, his mouth spreading into a sly grin as he calculated his future luck. He began to flatteringly ask for travel and living expenses, his fingers gesturing frantically, the atmosphere filled with the scent of his scheming. Zhang Jiwei gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, but still pulled out a worn-out bank card and coldly threw it to the ground. "The password is your birthday. Get lost." His voice thundered like a mountain-shattering roar. Zhang Xian's eyes sparkled as he blew on the bank card, laughing cheekily, exposing his master's 60-year stash of private savings without hesitation, muttering about indulging in luxury, while slaying demons and monsters. In the next moment, thunder roared, and his master's furious shout shook the heavens. "Get lost!" The mountain gate trembled as Zhang Xian used his shrinking ground technique to flee, sprinting away without looking back. His master clutched his chest and sighed, gazing at the ancestral master's plaque with a face full of helplessness. What a sin! The scene shifted to the principal's office at Huayang Martial University, a place of utter decay. The walls were peeling, the plaque hung crookedly, and every inch seemed to tell a story of decline. Chu Shanhe slumped in a rattan chair, gnawing on the last pack of instant noodles in the school, his expression desolate yet self-mocking as he cursed the chirping crow, the atmosphere both healing and bleak. The door was kicked open, dust flying. Admissions director Lu Bo stormed in angrily, dressed sloppily and dragging a snakeskin bag, as if he had long been prepared to flee. He slapped a letter onto the greasy desk, shouting his resignation, revealing a string of bad news. Unpaid wages, the cafeteria chef's escape, and more, making Huayang Martial University seem like a crumbling ruin, its desolation laid bare. The skinny yellow dog had lost 3 pounds, its gaze unusual, as if eyeing Lu Bo like prey. Lu Bo frowned deeply, bluntly stating the school's dilapidation and his desire to leave and return home to raise pigs. Suddenly, Chu Shanhe lunged, clinging to him tightly, his thigh becoming a lifeline. With tearful eyes, Chu Shanhe pleaded bitterly, "You can't leave. Huayang still has some dignity left. The land is still ours. Just hold on for one more day." He swore earnestly, painting an unrealistic picture of the future. Lu Bo sneered coldly, clutching the eerie campus's graveyard, cursing this ghostly place's inability to recruit students. "If we can't recruit even one person this year, I'll eat the computer screen right here, frown, and add 3 pounds of hot excrement." Resistance was futile. Chu Shanhe gritted his teeth and pushed him onto the sofa, switching to a softer approach. "Just take a look at the back end. If there's no one, we'll go back home to raise pigs, and I'll be your assistant." Lu Bo rolled his eyes, his face full of impatience, yet he remained seated. Deep down, he couldn't let go. Chu Shanhe, trembling, uncovered the dust-covered, antique monitor. The startup sound dragged on, the screen flickered, and he logged into the national admission system that had been abandoned for 3 years. The two held their breath, staring at the slowly loading interface. Chu Shanhe muttered, "Let our ancestors bless us with a living soul." Lu Bo scratched his foot in resignation. "The top 3 schools have already taken everyone. There's nothing left for us." Suddenly, a crisp notification sound broke the silence. Lu Bo froze, and Chu Shanhe trembled violently, nearly flinging the mouse away. The back end displayed a string of bright red, unread messages. Someone had applied. The two leaned in front of the display screen, the name on the first file, Lin Ji. The air froze, and after a moment, Lu Bo burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! This name matches the top scorer nationwide this year. Are his parents trying to ride the wave of popularity? A Pinduoduo top scorer edition." Amid the laughter, their emotions suddenly brightened, the tension in their hearts eased, and a new glimmer of hope ignited. In a dim and shabby office, the two elderly men muttered about how similar young people's names are nowadays, while clicking through one file after another. The names grew increasingly astonishing. Yi Chun, coincidentally matching a Beijing socialite, Zhang Xian, even mimicking the young master of Longhu Mountain. They laughed heartily, feeling as though they were witnessing a farce. However, the laughter abruptly stopped. When the cursor slid to the 4th and 5th names, Bai Ling and Nailan Qing, the two old men's expressions changed drastically, and the cheerful atmosphere instantly froze into a dead silence. Their eyes shifted to the screen, their Adam's apples moved, and their bodies felt as if struck by lightning. Probability theory couldn't explain it. How could the names of the top 5 scorers in the major exams all neatly appear in the back end of their infamous, debt-ridden school with 3 billion in liabilities? Chu Shanhe, holding the mouse, trembled violently, his voice fragmented. "This name duplication rate is just too absurd." Lu Bo's face turned pale, and he forced himself to urge the file to be opened. The screen displayed a familiar face of a young man. Delicate features, deep eyes, and an expression devoid of any ripples. It was Lin Ji, the one whose identity was exposed during a live television broadcast. The file showed the nation's only exam number, an astonishing score, an unprecedented rating, and a guaranteed spot at the top-tier Huayong Marshall University. The fan fell to the ground, and the room plunged into dead silence. The two destitute old men exchanged glances, utterly terrified, as if they had seen a ghost. How could this living legend step into their dilapidated school? Everyone was filled with doubt. Was his brain caught in a door, giving up billions in scholarships and honors just to join this trash school? Lu Bo's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, his mind muddled, like a fish gasping for air. This wasn't an ordinary school. It was a corner crushed under despair. The sudden arrival of a divine being was like a nuclear bomb explosion, bringing fortune in an overwhelming and shocking manner. Just as the two were grappling with shattered worldviews and existential confusion, the old telephone suddenly rang sharply, piercing the silence like a death knell. Chu Shanhe jolted in shock, almost leaping onto the desk, his trembling gaze falling on the caller ID. "Ministry of Education, top secret line." Chu Shanhe answered the rare red phone, his hands slightly trembling, and the entire space fell into dead silence. On the other end, Qin Weigua's tense voice came through, the nation's highest classified order, each word carrying undeniable authority and fury. He warned Chu Shanhe that Lin Ji must not suffer any grievances. Military generals and masters were already on their way to the school, and any mistakes would lead to catastrophic consequences. The call ended abruptly, leaving Chu Shanhe motionless, his gaze falling on the unconscious Lu Bo on the ground, his lips forcing a bitter smile. "De Zhuang, go and bring back that cafeteria chef, no matter what it takes." Lu Bo's empty gaze and helpless tone responded, "Old Chu, tell me, should that xiang be steamed or braised?" "Divider," Over 2 months, what seemed like an ordinary summer to most was a hellish period of training for Lin Ji. At the top of Kyoto, in a presidential suite, the morning sun dyed the luxurious carpet red, and the air was thick with a mix of sandalwood and heavy perfume. Lin Ji sat cross-legged on the balcony, his bare upper body emitting a faint golden glow, the surrounding air twisting into heat waves and shards of ice with his breathing. His knuckles cracked lightly, his internal energy surged, and a golden dragon shadow flashed in his eyes. His brows furrowed deeply, and he sighed. Finally reached the 4th stage, but the speed is still too slow. The standards for top martial artists were far harsher than the outside world's perception. This rate of progress seemed like a challenge to the speed of light, yet it still failed to satisfy him. Behind him, Su Daji drifted over like a ghost, her sheer silk robe lightly brushing the floor. Her alluring demeanor and flushed skin exuded temptation. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her breath close, her voice soft and syrupy. "Was my service unsatisfactory last night? How about a morning workout to make up for it?" Before her words had fully landed, a cold snort suddenly erupted from the corner of the sofa, quietly setting the stage for a drama to unfold. Chang'e sat upright in the Guanghan Palace, the jade rabbit in her arms trembling. Though pure and untainted, her gaze was icy cold, staring at Su Daji as if looking at something filthy. A conspicuous barrier of cold air rose between the two, as if isolating unspeakable filth and provocation. Su Daji remained indifferent, stepped closer, mocked Chang'e, and revealed the secret behind the king's inexplicable, physical cooling last night. Chang'e instantly burned with anger, her cheeks flushed, clutching the jade rabbit tightly, hurriedly defending herself by claiming she was properly assisting in cultivation. The teasing escalated continuously. Lin Ji intervened to suppress it, firmly pressing Su Daji's restless hands with his own, furrowing his brows and softly stopping her. "Tone it down, stop arguing. We still have to report to school today." He quickly put on his coat, fearing that these two celestial beings might stir up another storm and demolish the priceless suite entirely. 2 months of daily life felt like a battlefield, with sparks hidden in every dispute. Lin Ji's experience was that while living off others might be sweet, it was also bitter and exhausting. Half an hour later, a stretched Hongqi car carried the three of them slowly through the countryside. Lin Ji tightly gripped the crumpled admission letter, staring at the photo of the dilapidated school gate, peeling walls, overgrown weeds, and the eerie graveyard in the background. His heart weighed heavily. This was his university. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes, as if he were about to enter an elite training camp in a war zone. The corner of his mouth twitched, and the dream of attending a prestigious school seemed increasingly out of reach. He hoped at least for a working electric fan. Otherwise, how could this environment, akin to targeted poverty alleviation, be called an academic institution? Su Daji handed him a crystal-clear grape, her gaze soft, and whispered a promise. "If this place is too run down, don't worry. I'll burn it down, and we'll fund the construction of a palace more magnificent than the imperial one." Chang'e silently nodded, expressing her tacit agreement. Lin Ji rubbed his temples helplessly. What nonsense about virtue in a humble dwelling, a millionaire living in a broken house. This contrast is just too much. The convoy left the bustling city, and the scenery along the way grew desolate, with weeds everywhere and occasional sightings of lone wolves and wild dogs sprinting by, the atmosphere becoming increasingly oppressive. Lin Ji irritably asked if the navigation system had made a mistake, as this rundown mountain road clearly resembled a path leading to a hidden realm for exploration. Just as he tensed up, preparing for a terrifying ordeal, the car trembled slightly, the road surface suddenly became smooth, and the view outside the window transformed abruptly. Lin Ji froze, his eyes filled with astonishment and doubt. Ahead, a brand-new asphalt road stretched straight and far, wide enough for 4 tanks to drive side by side. The road surface gleamed black, freshly paved, exuding the faint scent of high-grade asphalt. On both sides, the wild grass and withered trees had completely disappeared, replaced by neatly arranged, robust phoenix trees with lush green leaves that seemed to drip vitality, faintly emanating a blood energy aura. Lin Ji's eyelids twitched violently. These were blood energy phoenix trees, each sapling worth tens of thousands. Yet here they formed two endless rows, the sheer extravagance leaving one speechless. Unable to hold back, he asked the silent driver, "Are we sure we're not lost? This place doesn't look like Huayang Martial University. It feels more like a 5A grade resort." The uniformed driver glanced at the rearview mirror, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Reporting to the chief. That's correct. Up ahead is Huayang Martial University." The convoy turned a corner, and the view suddenly opened up. Lin Ji instinctively looked up, his entire body stiffening, mouth slightly agape. Before him stood a grand and imposing giant archway, 30 meters tall, carved entirely from glistening white marble. 9 lifelike giant dragons glared fiercely, their claws bared, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. On the arch's lintel, for large gilded characters spelling Huayang Martial University, slashed through the air like iron swords, the massive calligraphy radiating a sharp sword intent that made one's skin tingle even from afar. Holding the damaged admission letter in his hand, Lin Ji compared it to the luxurious gateway before him, falling into deep confusion. This was not the debt-ridden, run-down school he remembered, where even the cafeteria chef had fled on a night train. This was practically a palace. The convoy slowly came to a stop, and a red carpet was rolled out from the jade gate all the way to the car. The car door opened, and 2 elderly men with shiny hair and impeccably tailored suits dashed over like leopards. The bald Lu Bo, his face full of wrinkles, wore a chrysanthemum-like smile. He was the director of Huayang Martial University's admissions office. Following closely behind was Principal Chu Shanhe, holding a bouquet of flowers, his expression exaggerated. Though his attire was luxurious, it was comical, resembling a top-tier pyramid scheme lecturer. Lin Ji recognized the 2 men, swallowed hard, and stepped out of the car, staring directly at these 2 dramatically contrasting old acquaintances, the corner of his mouth twitching. "You 2 won the lottery? Or sold the school?" Chu Shanhe beamed brightly, gripping Lin Ji's hand tightly with a warmth surpassing that of a father, handing over the bouquet. "All thanks to you. All thanks to you. What do you think of this school gate?" Switching the topic, he proudly pointed to the majestic white jade gate. "The Yi family had people work on this overnight. Just the white marble alone took 200 trucks. Now that's what I call impressive." Lu Bo chimed in from the side, pointing to the road. "This road was sponsored by Principal Qian from the Magic City. He said he was worried you'd hurt your feet walking, so he had it paved to highway standards." Chu Shanhe waved his hand, exuding grandeur. "The library, gymnasium, gravity chamber, War God Hall, Dragon and Tiger Mountain, and the Psychic Guild, each organization donated a building. Our Huayang Martial University. The name hasn't changed, but everything else is top tier. Even the cafeteria chef was poached by Principal Qian from a Michelin 3-star restaurant. The braised pork is phenomenal." The 2 old men laughed smugly, their arrogance palpable, as if they had single-handedly transformed and upgraded the school. Lin Ji stood to the side, his eyes filled with shock. He hadn't even officially enrolled yet, and this group of elders had already revamped the campus, the atmosphere akin to a coronation ceremony. He shook his head helplessly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, this treatment far exceeded the hardship he had expected. It was clearly indulgence first. He waved his hand, signaling them to lead the way. Chu Shanhe and Lu Bo immediately complied with utmost respect, their hospitality surpassing that of a 5-star hotel. However, just as Lin Ji stepped onto the campus, his omniscient eye suddenly alerted him to a sharp presence emanating from ahead. He stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on the end of the spiritual energy avenue. A figure slowly approached, dressed in a black combat outfit, with jet-black hair tied high, a sleek ponytail swaying lightly with each step. The sunlight was dazzling, obscuring the face, yet a pair of eyes pierced through the distance, staring straight at Lin Ji. Those eyes held no reverence, only pure and chilling battle intent. Amid the lively crowd of flatterers, this battle intent stood out exceptionally, its oppressive force even surpassing what Lin Ji had faced from Yichun. She approached within 10 meters, stopped, slightly raised her chin, revealing a makeup-free yet strikingly heroic face, gripping twin blades. "Is it you, the top scholar of this lousy school?" Her voice was cold, tinged with probing and provocation, along with a hint of excitement from the battle intent. "I heard you're strong. Want to fight?" The air instantly grew heavy. Though the long blades remained sheathed, their sharpness was enough to leave fine marks on the red carpet. Chu Shanhe and Lu Bo, the two old men, were terrified, their legs trembling like quivering leaves. Yet they dared not hide, fearing they might appear disrespectful. Courting death. Suddenly, a cold snort broke the silence. Su Daji's eyes flashed with murderous intent as she stepped forward, her pink dress fluttering in the wind, the shadow of 9 tails exuding terrifying demonic energy, overwhelming the black-clad woman. Where did this wild girl come from, daring to shout in front of the king? She threatened coldly, flames dancing at her fingertips, her killing intent domineering and fierce. Chang'e, holding her rabbit, coldly surveyed the scene, the ground cracking with ice as the chill surged, making the entire environment seem frozen. Chu Shanhe was alarmed, fearing the situation might ruin the feng shui of the new gate, his brows furrowed tightly. Just as the tension reached its peak, with bloodshed imminent, the high ponytail girl's expression suddenly changed. Her previously sharp gaze froze instantly, and upon seeing Su Daji's stunningly beautiful face, her battle intent abruptly collapsed. Her hand trembled slightly, her eyes filled only with shock and disbelief. "Wha? The heck?" A sentence of unexpected Chinese slipped from her mouth as she sprang up like a spring, nearly dropping her long blade. Daji's blazing red lotus karmic fire surged forward, enough to incinerate a grandmaster. Yet Xia Chaoyue completely ignored it. Her eyes sparkled as she stared intently at Su Daji's face, filled with amazement and admiration, almost forgetting to breathe. "This is just too beautiful," she exclaimed, as if she had seen the legendary goddess with porcelain skin, even wanting to touch those soft fox ears. Her aura, a mix of innocence and allure, made Xia Chaoyue radiate with admiration. The half-formed red lotus karmic fire in Su Daji's hands extinguished silently. She froze, not expecting fear or retaliation from the other side, but instead a transformation into a devoted fan, kneeling in worship, completely defying her expectations. "Are you insane?" Su Daji stepped back, goosebumps rising all over, her disgust unmistakable. Xia Chaoyue, however, cupped her face in delight, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Sister, even your scolding voice is so pleasant. My cold heart from 10 years of gutting fish has been healed." Lin Ji rolled his eyes helplessly, thinking, what kind of bizarre logic is this? Just as things calmed down, Xia Chaoyue turned her gaze to Chang'e. She gasped in shock, clutching her chest as if struck by an arrow. A cool goddess, the pinnacle of aloofness, like a celestial maiden descending to earth. She pleaded, longing for even a sliver of acknowledgement from Chang'e's gaze. Chang'e's icy expression twitched. She was about to reprimand, but the layers of flattery hit her weak spot, instantly deflating her imposing demeanor. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she secretly stroked the fur of the jade rabbit in her arms, revealing an uncontrollable look of comfort. Lin Ji exclaimed inwardly, "These mythical goddesses are surprisingly down to earth, breaking their composure over a few sweet words. Speak, who exactly are you?" Lin Ji couldn't help but interject, his sharp gaze sweeping over Xia Chaoyue's audacious expression. Xia Chaoyue shrugged, wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, and instantly changed her demeanor, regaining her heroic composure. President of the Martial Arts Society at Yenjing Martial University, Xia Chaoyue. As soon as this identity was revealed, Chu Shanhe and Lu Bo's faces turned pale, their terror as if they had seen a demon. Chu Shanhe whispered to Lin Ji in explanation. A top figure in the martial arts world, a candidate for principal, holds real power, a true student leader. He was at a loss, marveling inwardly at how this broken temple had summoned a genuine god. Chu Shanhe hurriedly stepped forward to curry favor, but Xia Chaoyue coldly interrupted. Not going. She glanced at the luxurious gate and the freshly paved asphalt road with disdain. I thought behind the SSS level rating was the unyielding spirit of pure martial artists. Her gaze was icy, full of provocation. Xia Chaoyue's cold eyes swept over the exaggerated golden characters, her scorn evident in her voice. She pointed at the sign of this second-rate university and mocked. This aesthetic is the epitome of a nouveau riche's vulgarity, as if afraid others wouldn't know this school was built on begging. Her tone dripped with contempt, her movements crisp and decisive, her aura forcing Chu Shanhe's face to turn ashen, his hand frozen mid-air. Across from her, Lin Ji's lips curled into a smile, but he showed no anger, his eyes revealing a hint of intrigue. Xia Chaoyue stared directly at Lin Ji, the fiery look in her eyes and the mockery at the corners of her mouth, revealing her determination to uncover the truth. You came here not just to mock, but to challenge me to a duel. As soon as she finished speaking, she flipped her wrist, and a black card shimmered with eerie blood-red light at her fingertips. The surrounding space subtly distorted, accompanied by faint, chilling screams. Lin Ji's gaze sharpened instantly, and the omniscient eye immediately provided feedback. This was a dual survival game entry ticket. Activating it would lead to a life-and-death ordeal. Within the blood-red pillar of light lay a high-risk purgatory challenge, with enticing rewards shadowed by the specter of death. Xia Chaoyue raised a satisfied smile. We don't rely on luck. We take the initiative to challenge this dungeon with a 90% mortality rate. Are you qualified to join me? The aura surged, full of challenge. Lin Ji couldn't help but smile. For someone troubled by slow progress, this was a rare thrill. He agreed, then shifted the topic, asking, When do we set off? I need to prepare. Xia Chaoyue suddenly changed her mood, pulled out her phone, jumped between Su Daji and Chang'e, and posed with a peace sign, shouting cheese, with a smug expression. The two sisters cooperated, striking their best poses. Seductive charm and perfect profiles complementing each other. The bizarre ease of the scene sharply contrasted with the life-and-death struggle moments ago, leaving Lin Ji speechless. The photo was taken, and Xia Chaoyue, satisfied, put away her phone, her gaze fierce. The strong don't need preparation. Let's go now. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed Lin Ji's wrist. A black card suddenly ignited, and a blood-red beam of light slashed through the sky. The two of them shot upward like meteors, tearing through space in an instant. Lin Ji's startled shout echoed, Damn it! You can't handle this! Passion and danger collided as the door to fate was abruptly pushed open. Chu Shanhe and Lu Bo stood alone at the empty school gate, a cold admission letter fluttering at their feet. A sense of weightlessness came and went, and as their vision shifted, the noise of reality abruptly ceased. Night fell, and a pale full moon hung in the cold gray mist. On the ancient city streets, black tiles and white walls stood, with worn lanterns swaying in the night wind. Paper money fluttered, and the stench of burning corpse oil filled the air. In the distance, the sound of a watchman's gong mixed with eerie opera singing, sending chills down the spine. Lin Ji rubbed his aching temples, looking at the eager Xia Chaoyue beside him, unable to resist complaining about her impulsive overtime ambush. Xia Chaoyue's radiant smile concealed sharp determination, revealing her resolute urgency. She reminded Lin Ji of the nationwide martial arts competition for colleges being held earlier next year, hinting at both challenges and opportunities. Lin Ji calculated inwardly. With his current cultivation speed, he could reach the master level within a year, but he couldn't help lamenting the vast disparity in this battle, akin to a dimensional strike. Xia Chaoyue patted Lin Ji's shoulder, boldly promising to go easy, her words carrying an undeniable competitive edge. Their playful banter was abruptly interrupted by the cold system notification. Hell-level survival instance. Night Parade of 100 Ghosts activated. The sole objective was to survive 72 hours, with the city teeming with vengeful spirits, each possessing unique killing rules. The warning was not to be ignored. Suddenly, a drop of foul-smelling liquid splashed onto Lin Ji's nose. He instinctively wiped it, his fingertips stained red. At the end of the deathly silent street, a piercing Suona blast erupted, its deafening sound seemingly capable of shattering the heavens, overpowering the watchman's gong. Paper money flew more densely, and within the gray mist, 2 rows of pale lanterns appeared, resembling dead eyes staring at the night travelers. "They're here." Xia Chaoyue gripped her long blade tightly, its slight tremor hinting at a thirst for blood. Lin Ji followed her gaze into the mist, where a strange wedding procession slowly emerged. 8 paper effigies with faces painted bright red grins stretched unnaturally to their ears, their feet not touching the ground as they carried a blood-red bridal sedan. With each step forward, blood dripped from the sedan's curtains, forming a winding stream. Xia Chaoyue warned, "Night Parade of 100 Ghosts, the red-clad path opener. This is the first death trial of the hell-level instance. Don't stare at the sedan. The rules are bizarre and will drain your sanity." Before her words finished, the blood-red sedan suddenly teleported, and a cold, eerie wind swept over them. The sedan's curtains lifted on their own, and a pale hand slowly extended outward. Then, a red-clad ghost bride in a phoenix coronet and ceremonial robe flowed out like liquid without bones. Beneath the red veil, her eyes burned with venomous resentment, locking onto Xia Chaoyue. A piercing, eerie laugh echoed, freezing the air as the power of the rules enveloped them, binding Xia Chaoyue tightly. Xia Chaoyue's expression turned grim, veins bulging on the back of her hand. The life and death rules forced her to answer, "Want to sit in the sedan" meant becoming a paper effigy, while "don't want to" meant being torn apart. There was no way to resist. Yet she remained unfazed, lightly biting her lip, sidestepping, and elbowing Lin Ji, commanding, "Go for it!" Lin Ji was stunned, pointing at himself and the female ghost, questioning his sister's decision. Xia Chaoyue was firm and left no room for doubt, directly stating that she had chosen Lin Ji as her partner and had specifically brought him into a dungeon with a 90% mortality rate for one reason: his blind box reward, allowing him to summon powerful companions without level restrictions. She glared fiercely at Lin Ji. "I brought you here to borrow the power of those monsters you summon. No matter how strong I am, it's just a drop in the bucket. Magic can only be defeated by magic. Don't you get it?" Lin Ji vaguely understood that he was nothing more than a human-shaped summoning device. He smiled mockingly, but a plan was already forming in his mind. Staring at the red-clad female ghost, he found her both eerie and filthy, an eyesore that made him want to eliminate her, like a compulsive cleaner spotting an intolerable stain. He lightly activated a secret technique, and golden light burst from his eyes. Eye of Omniscience activate. Target locked, red-clad wraith. A 6th-tier rule-based malevolent spirit, brutal and terrifying. The red-clad female ghost coldly asked, "Will you ride the sedan chair?" Answer yes. "And your soul would be devoured." Answer no. "And your body would be dismembered." Remain silent for 3 seconds, and it would default to yes. A deadly rule leaving no room for escape. Lin Ji sneered, a disdainful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He was the human emperor physique, his bloodline noble, the master of heaven and earth. How could he fear such a malevolent spirit? The red-clad wraith approached, her nails hovering just centimeters from Xia Chaoyue's throat. "Summon something, quick!" Xia Chaoyue cried out in despair. Lin Ji stepped forward leisurely, blocking her path with a single step, his cold and commanding aura pressing down on the red-clad female ghost. The ghost froze, letting out a piercing shriek. "Do you want to ride the sedan chair too?" A deathly silence fell, and a chilling aura of death enveloped Lin Ji. Suddenly, a golden dragon shadow flickered in Lin Ji's eyes, and the ancient killing intent of an emperor awakened. Without a sound, the ferocious crimson sedan chair shattered into pieces, and the paper effigies spontaneously combusted into ash. The red-clad female ghost let out a blood-curdling scream, her ghostly body trembling. Her once bright red wedding dress withered instantly, its color fading away. Fear rooted deep in her soul, and her reverence for the emperor was utterly irresistible. Thud! She dropped to her knees in submission. The red-clad wraith's knees buckled, and she trembled violently, bowing her head low in extreme subservience. The surrounding ghosts knelt like courtiers paying homage to their king, the chilling air freezing the atmosphere, and the oppressive silence weighing on their souls. Xia Chaoyue's eyes widened in shock, her long blade slipping from her grasp as her entire being trembled. What kind of power was this, to make a sixth-tier malevolent spirit kneel and beg for mercy? Lin Ji smiled faintly, retracting his emperor's aura. Turning around, he suddenly seemed like a street rascal, his grin radiant as he casually said to Xia Chaoyue, "Me? I'm just an ordinary college freshman." His tone was light, as if mocking the authority of all things in the world. Then, he leaned down and asked with a smirk, "What were you saying just now? Ride the sedan chair?" "The sedan chair's gone. So what now?" The red-clad wraith trembled all over, her eyes filled with humility. She forced out a smile uglier than crying, trying to please him as she pointed a claw at her own back, her voice quivering. If the great king doesn't mind, this humble one can carry you?" Lin Ji frowned indifferently, his gaze sweeping over her blood-stained, tattered wedding dress with disdain. "Forget it. You reek of corpse oil and it's rancid. My new clothes are hard to clean." The wraith froze, but instead of getting angry, she laughed nervously. She hurriedly used her sleeve to wipe away the bloodstains, revealing her pale face, her eyes full of desperation to survive. "The great king is right. This humble one is filthy and unworthy of touching your noble body." She knelt and bowed her head, quickly changing tactics. "This humble one is very familiar with the 100 Ghosts Night Parade. I know where the traps are, where the treasures are hidden, and which ghosts are blind to danger. I can even help you deal with trouble." Lin Ji raised an eyebrow, thinking it would save him some effort. After all, he had the eye of omniscience. But the dungeon was full of traps and complexities, and keeping the eye active all the time was exhausting. He tilted his chin slightly and decisively said, "Fine, lead the way." The wraith immediately scrambled to her feet, careful not to stand taller than him, and walked obediently. "This way, great king. Watch your step." Lin Ji turned back and teased the still-stunned Xia Chaoyue. "What are you standing there for? Waiting to steal the spotlight?" Xia Chaoyue suppressed her shock, sheathed her blade, and followed. The night wind was like a blade, the long street desolate and cold, devoid of any signs of life. What was expected to be a thrilling death match turned out to be Lin Ji strolling casually, as if taking a walk after dinner. Suddenly, the red-clad ghost stopped and pointed to a dimly lit wonton stall by the street. An elderly woman with a hunched back was scooping steaming hot wontons from a pot of bubbling green porridge, the aroma particularly enticing amidst the eerie atmosphere. The mood became subtle for a moment, as if a touch of mundane life was hidden within the crisis. "Sir, would you like a bowl of freshly cooked wontons?" The old woman looked up, her smile gentle. The red-clad ghost spewed a mouthful of ghostly air and cursed angrily. "Are you blind, you wretched hag? How dare you serve such trash to the king?" It turned to Lin Ji, boasting, "These wontons are made from dead people's eyeballs, and the soup is brewed from corpse water. Eating them will blind you instantly and make you a permanent servant." Lin Ji leaned closer to inspect, and the bowl was indeed filled with pale, slightly twitching eyeballs. The all-knowing eye prompted, "Human eye wontons, blindness curse, return rate -100%. He shook his head disdainfully, coldly commenting that the ingredients were not fresh and the operation severely violated regulations. The old woman's hands trembled as she held the bowl, staring in terror at the fearsome red-clad sister and the dismissive Lin Ji. What kind of ominous stars were these? The red-clad ghost then pointed at the white lantern under the eaves. "That's where my second aunt is imprisoned. Don't stare at it for more than 3 seconds, or your soul will be extracted to make lantern oil. It shouted again, Second ant, close your eyes. The human emperor is here. Dare to peek, and I'll dismantle the lantern frame for firewood. The candlelight inside the lantern shrank abruptly, and the ghastly green flame extinguished instantly. Along the way, the red-clad ghost showcased its ghostly cunning skills. There's a starving ghost buried under this brick, ready to bite your heel. The innkeeper of that guest house is a skin painter. Enter, and you'll be skinned alive. That night watchman may be deaf, but his drum-beating rhythm hides murderous intent. 3 long beats and 2 short ones signal a kill. Lin Ji listened with his hands behind his back, occasionally murmuring comments. The road surface doesn't meet standards, full of potholes. Dim lighting fosters crime. You should tell your city lord to work on a civilized ghost city, to improve the environment. The red-clad ghost nodded repeatedly, respectfully offering suggestions and busily drafting a proposal. Xia Chaoyue watched Lin Ji stroll leisurely, having long abandoned her ambitions, leaving only resignation. She had thought she'd found a teammate to fight alongside, leveraging the mythical companion's power. But Lin Ji hadn't even summoned his partner, yet he effortlessly crushed the dungeon. She was nothing more than an unnecessary sidekick, reduced to a wow, so amazing live advertisement. She sighed, deciding to lie flat and enjoy the easy journey while cheering 666. Yet, a hint of wariness lingered in her eyes. A man who could make a 6th-tier evil spirit bow down wasn't relying solely on luck to summon a mythical companion. He himself was a monster. Suddenly, a few wandering souls barged in, daring to approach Lin Ji. Lin Ji didn't even frown. The red-clad ghost instantly erupted with ghostly energy, a red shadow darting out and delivering several fierce slaps. How dare you collide with the king? Your souls will be scattered. The wandering souls screamed in terror, scrambling into wall cracks to escape. The red-clad ghost turned back with a fawning smile. My king, were you startled? Lin Ji nodded lightly, dropping a single word, consider it. The red-clad ghost sneered, the red powder on its face faintly peeling, looking as if it had received the highest reward. Xia Chaoyue watched this display of borrowed authority and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Even ghosts are this competitive? Who can bear it? The 3 of them traversed the mist-filled inner city, the atmosphere eerie yet harmonious. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence, shaking the ground, even causing the soul-summoning banners to tremble incessantly. Golden light flashed in Lin Ji's eyes as the all-knowing eye activated, attempting to lock onto the threat within the mist. Immediately after, a fat man shot out like a cannonball, dressed in a tattered Taoist robe, clutching a broken peachwood sword, his fat jiggling as he ran at an astonishing speed. A giant, rotting black-furred hand nearly grabbed him, the distance only a few centimeters. His desperate screams tore through the air, his gaze locking onto Lin Ji and Xia Chaoyue. Despair instantly turned to ecstasy as he shouted at Lin Ji, Brother, save me. Do you want a wife? Just say the word, and I'll send one to you right away. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere froze, even the ghosts were stunned. Lin Ji glanced at the rolling pink mist, his eyebrows slightly raised. The red-clad vengeful ghost finally erupted, screaming angrily, How dare you shout in front of the king? Her black hair suddenly flared out, accompanied by a foul wind, and her claw swooped down with a roar. Compared to her earlier imposing demeanor, she now embodied sheer bullying. The chubby Zhang Jiaming, who was sprinting at full speed, suddenly braked hard, sliding on his knees and creating sparks in front of the ghost's claw. He knelt perfectly, clasped his hands together, and his expression instantly shifted from panic to devoutness. Merciful goddess, spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother. My sins don't warrant death. The red-clad ghost's hand froze mid-air, her shock evident. This wasn't in the script. Wasn't this guy supposed to draw his sword and fight to the death? Why was he kneeling so decisively? Xia Chaoyue stared at his chubby face and softly called out a name. Zhang Jiaming? The chubby man immediately pulled his legs back nervously, his eyes wide as he looked at Xia Chaoyue, unable to hide his fear. What the hell? President Xia. As he spoke, his face shifted through a range of expressions, shadows deeply etched into his features. He hesitated and retreated, as if past traumas were resurfacing. It really is you scoundrel. Xia Chaoyue sneered coldly, her long blade tracing an elegant arc. Her gaze wandered mockingly to Lin Ji's lower body. Lin Ji tilted his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips, and asked if she knew Zhang Jiaming. Xia Chaoyue rolled her eyes impatiently, her expression full of disdain, and began to expose Zhang Jiaming's identity. The disgrace of Mount Longhu, one of Lin Ji's senior brothers from the same cohort. This chubby man, relying on his half-baked Taoist skills, shirked his duties. Last year, during a university exchange event, he sneakily tried to peek into the changing room and was kicked by Xia Chaoyue so hard he had to recuperate for half a year. Later, due to his misconduct, he was expelled from the sect by the Grandmaster on the spot. Lin Ji's gaze subtly shifted, now scrutinizing Zhang Jiaming more closely. Zhang Jiaming, flustered and exasperated, tried to defend himself, his face flushed red. He shouted angrily while keeping a wary eye on the ghost claw that could strike at any moment, looking both pathetic and ridiculous. Lin Ji interrupted his rambling with disdain, pointing to the pink mist behind him. Zhang Jiaming, now desperate, clung tightly to Lin Ji's leg, crying out in distress, "Brother, there's a crazy woman behind me. It's a seductive ghost that drains yang energy. If she catches a man, she'll... if you don't serve her well, you'll be sucked dry into a corpse." Zhang Jiaming's face, pale from running, was filled with fear and helplessness. Lin Ji and Xia Chaoyue were both stunned by the absurdity of the scene, silently marveling at the bizarre gameplay of this ghostly scenario. Lin Ji glanced at him sideways, his tone indifferent. "You just said you'd send me a wife. Was that your way of trying to make me take the hit?" Zhang Jiaming's eyes darted around, a lewd smile appearing as he sized up Lin Ji. A full forehead, square jaw, brimming with yang energy. Definitely a man of great stamina. Though the ghost was fierce, her figure was alluring. A stroke of luck. He feigned a "this is all for your benefit" attitude, eagerly pitching this deal, even claiming that with the ghost as Lin Ji's, he wouldn't even need to pay a bride price. Lin Ji's mouth twitched, coldly rejecting the offer, showing no interest in the ghost. Seeing this, Zhang Jiaming quickly changed his tune, offering to pay Lin Ji to help him take the hit. Before he could finish speaking, the red-clad ghost slapped him hard on the back of his head. Her face was fierce, her black nails grazing his neck as she threatened. "The king asking you for money is giving you face. If you keep stalling, I won't be polite." Lin Ji watched coldly as Zhang Jiaming, under dual pressure, realized there was no way out without paying up today. Finally, gritting his teeth, he dramatically pulled out a secret treasure from his tattered robe, tightly shut his eyes, raised it high, and shouted, "Take it!" The air suddenly fell silent, a deathly stillness enveloping the scene. Zhang Jiaming held up a pair of black stockings, the floating sheer fabric carrying a faint warmth. Xia Chaoyue's blade clattered to the ground, and even the red-clad ghost quietly retreated, her gaze full of disdain. Lin Ji lowered his head to examine this unexpected treasure, his brows furrowed tightly. Finally, he raised his head to glare at Zhang Jiaming, whose pained expression said it all. Before he could speak, Xia Chaoyue couldn't help but shout, "This is your prized possession? Utterly perverse. How could a guardian of Mount Longhu treat this thing as a treasure?" The others all showed disgust. Even the fierce ghosts pinched their noses and kept their distance from this stinking object. Only Lin Ji remained calm, his gaze steady, with golden code flashing rapidly in the depths of his eyes. Dragon binding rope, disguised form. Black silk stockings. Red mythical quality. Damaged but capable of growth, can transform into an invisible rope to bind souls, control causality, and tighten the more one struggles. His heart raced wildly as he realized this was an incredibly powerful mythical treasure. Though his face feigned disdain, His heart was already jubilant. Still, he coldly remarked, "This? It's too slippery even to wipe shoes with." Zhang Jiaming panicked as the thick mist behind him closed in, fear spreading. He immediately cried out, "Brother, this isn't just ordinary black silk. It once strangled a third-tier iron corpse without leaving a trace. It's warm in winter, cool in summer, and even poison-resistant. A perfect lifesaver." Xia Chaoyue's face twitched upon hearing this. "And you even put it on your head? You're truly a freak." Zhang Jiaming hurriedly defended himself. "That was a survival tactic." Lin Ji sighed helplessly, reluctantly pinching the corner of the black silk, his tone heavy. "For the sake of us both being from the Dragon Kingdom, I'll deal with this junk for you. Leave quickly." Zhang Jiaming felt as if he'd been granted amnesty. He stuffed the treasure into Lin Ji's hands, tears glistening in his eyes. The two exchanged a glance, sparks flying. An exchange of life-saving opportunity, blood well spent. Brotherly loyalty. This poor Taoist will remember. Zhang Jiaming clasped his hands in farewell, pointing to the mist filled with female ghosts behind him. "Those female ghosts are fierce. Take care." Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly shifted. His tattered Taoist robe billowed in the wind as he transformed into a shadow, disappearing into the dark alley in the blink of an eye. Lin Ji gripped the bundle of black silk tightly, letting it flutter in the wind, appearing both chaotic and resolute. Xia Chaoyue held her long blade, her gaze complex, a mix of disdain, confusion, and faint disappointment. She questioned coldly, "An original pair of stockings is worth taking on this trouble?" Lin Ji calmly reversed his hand to store the black silk, responding with composure, "You don't understand. This is called art. Helping fellow Dragon Kingdom citizens is a traditional virtue." Xia Chaoyue sneered, doubting the sincerity of his goodwill. Lin Ji raised his hand and waved slightly. "Who was it that begged me to help enter the dungeon back then? I didn't refuse." "That was me tricking you," she glared. "Even if you tricked me, shouldn't you be grateful?" He raised an eyebrow. Then he spread his palm. "Since we're being honest, I helped you out, so shouldn't there be some compensation?" Xia Chaoyue was stunned, her eyes flickering as her mind raced. She started to connect the dots. Those black stockings had just been secretly kept by Lin Ji, and now he was asking for a benefit fee? Her flushed cheeks instantly turned crimson, a mix of anger and humiliation. "Lin Ji, you shameless scoundrel." She stubbornly stepped back, her hand gripping the knife tightly. Lin Ji looked utterly confused. "I just wanted some qi and blood pills or resources. How does that make me shameless? Is even asking for wages illegal now?" Xia Chaoyue took a deep breath, glaring at him with difficulty. "Once we get out, I'll personally give you 2 pairs of worn stockings. Okay? You pervert." As she turned away, her face was completely red, like a blazing flame. Lin Ji scratched his head, his face full of confusion. This situation felt so bizarre. The air suddenly turned icy cold. In the distance, pink mist churned wildly, swallowing the streets. A bone-chilling, coquettish laugh echoed from deep within the mist, sweet yet eerie, carrying the decayed scent of cheap perfume. What a delicious young energy! A man, a fresh man. From within the mist, a female ghost slowly emerged, seductive, draped in semi-transparent pink gauze, her face adorned with a hazy blush of peach blossoms, holding a round fan that concealed half her face. Lin Ji raised an eyebrow, surprised that the real monster turned out to be a succubus-like female ghost. "Red robe, she's yours," he lazily commanded. The red robe ghost trembling behind him shook her head in despair. "My king, something's wrong. She's not ordinary." The mist suddenly surged violently, as if unleashed. The coquettish laughter rose and fell. Wave after wave of pink figures poured out of the mist, each with a unique allure. Ancient-style belly bands, modern black stockings, and even some barely covered by tattered cloth. They weren't floating like ghosts but charging forward in a frenzy. Thousands of glowing green eyes locked onto Lin Ji like ravenous wolves, an overwhelming hunger and murderous intent surging forward. At that moment, accompanied by a thunderous roar, a fierce battle was about to erupt. The ground trembled violently as the ghostly army surged like a tide, resembling the outbreak of a kidney defense battle. Lin Ji's face changed drastically as thousands of vengeful spirits who had died in brothels and clubs pressed forward in dense waves, a series of deadly pink tides rushing toward him. The red-clad ghost shrieked, "The Harmony Curse is here! These spirits only absorb yang energy. Once they catch their target, they'll turn them into a dried corpse." Lin Ji glanced at the fleeing Zhang Jiaming, his eyes wide with fury. "You fat bastard! You set me up!" He knew this crisis couldn't be resolved with black silk alone. He had to pay extra to save himself. At the end of the street, the blood-red bridal sedan hidden in the shadows suddenly began to seep blood, its curtains gently swaying. A faintly teasing female voice climbed silently onto Lin Ji's back, lazy and provocative, as if inviting him to come into the room to release the fire. Elsewhere, the newly completed Qilin Grand Auditorium at Huayang Martial University was as luxurious as a millionaire's mansion, with a starry dome emitting a dreamy glow. Yet, the 5,000 seats were eerily empty. In the first row, a few students sat scattered. Yichun held his sword in silence, exuding a murderous aura. Beside him, Zhang Xian played on his phone without a care, laughing strangely, a typical internet-addicted youth. Nailan Qing focused on ancient texts, with flying knives hovering and automatically flipping pages, exuding a sense of technology. Bai Ling softly hummed a mysterious southern nursery rhyme, playing with a venomous spider in her hand. In the center of the row, Su Daji leisurely applied nail polish, her nine-tailed foxtail swaying gracefully, her charm irresistible. Chang'e cradled a jade rabbit, her cold eyes scanning the screen, exuding a chilling aura that caused the temperature to plummet. This group of freshmen was both bizarre and dazzling. Backstage, Principal Chu Shanhe was filled with anxiety, sweat soaking his forehead, his tie tightly constricting his neck, resembling a man about to be exposed. Looking at the nearly empty audience seats, he trembled with guilt. 5,000 seats, and only these? If the old master takes the stage, will we have to call the police on the spot? Director Lu Bo wore a bitter expression, clutching two fast-acting heart pills like life-saving elixirs, muttering, "Hiring extras to fill the seats costs 200 a day, including meals, and they don't even have to speak." Before he could finish, Chu Shanhe shook his head. "It's too late now." The atmosphere grew heavy, tension reaching its peak. Chu Shanhe sighed at the edge of the stage, gritting his teeth as he emphasized, "Elite education values quality over quantity," pointing to the two mythical-level students in the audience, claiming they were worth 5,000 ordinary students, both cost-effective and efficient. At this moment, two elderly men, Gu Qingfeng and Emodozi, walked in slowly. Gu Qingfeng wore a gray Zhongshan suit, his back straight, while Emodozi donned a Tang suit, holding a folding fan. They had been secretly brought in by Minister Qin Weigua, thinking Huayang Martial University was a failing institution on the verge of collapse, with abysmal student quality. Emodozi glanced at the empty backstage and spoke resolutely, "Since we've taken on this burden, we must bear it." Gu Qingfeng's eyes were firm, vowing to carve these rotten wood into pillars of society. Even if they couldn't become such, they would at least burn brightly as firewood. The two carried a tragic aura as they stepped onto the stage. The spotlight lit up, the elderly pair wearing warm smiles, ready to meet the ordinary students they had imagined. Below the stage, 5,000 seats were completely empty, with only a few monsters of varying styles sitting quietly in the first row. Gu Qingfeng's smile froze on his face as he turned to Chu Shanhe and angrily asked, "Is this the entire faculty and student body? Where are the students?" Chu Shanhe awkwardly rubbed his hands. "They're all here," Emodozi exclaimed in shock and anger. "Does this even look like a school?" Just as the two elders were about to lose their temper, Yichun slowly opened his eyes from the audience below, and an invisible sword hum suddenly rang out. In an instant, he transformed into a sharp sword, his aura piercingly intense. causing Gu Qingfeng's hair to stand on end. He excitedly confirmed, "Sword intent? Could this be Yi Chun?" Before they could recover, Zhang Xian leisurely sat upright, turned off his phone, and a faint golden dragon aura shimmered around his body. Mo Daozi, stunned, picked up his fan and declared that this was Zhang Xian, a descendant of Longhu Mountain. Next, the two elders' gazes swept over the others. Nailin Qing, the granddaughter of the president of the Mentalist Alliance, whose spiritual power was materialized, and Bai Ling, the legendary figure from the southern border's 10,000 Poison Cavern. Gu Qingfeng's head buzzed as he supported Mo Daozi, nearly collapsing. "Old Mo, did we come to the wrong place? This isn't a group of deadwood. This is practically a domain of overlords, with a king and 4 top-tier experts. Poverty alleviation, volunteer teaching. This is clearly sending them to lead a team of genius warriors. Falling into a gold mine? These students are all prodigies fiercely contested by Jingwu and Mo." Chu Shan has straightened his back, exuding pride and humility as he introduced the lineup to the 2 martial arts masters. Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up, and he smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum, his earlier sorrow instantly dissipating. With this quality, Jingwu would be furious. Gu Qingfeng excitedly grasped Chu Shan's hand, while Mo Daozi fanned himself with exhilaration, as if he had discovered the finest of unpolished gems. Gu Qingfeng suddenly scanned the audience and caught sight of Daji and Chang'e. Hesitantly, he asked, "Where's Lin Ji, the top scorer of the first 5? Zhang Xian smirked mischievously and pointed at the ceiling. "Big brother is busy." The president of Jingwu dragged him off to tackle a dungeon. The masters exchanged glances, realizing these freshmen weren't here to study. They had arrived with the aura of kings. The 2 masters took a deep breath, gazing at this group of arrogant geniuses before them, a surge of pride welling up in their hearts. Huayang Martial University, the dragon that had slumbered for 1,000 years, had finally awakened. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand grandly, his voice impassioned. "The freshman exchange competition is in 1 month. The numbers don't matter. Train well and don't disgrace Huayang." The scene fell silent. Then Zhang Xian burst into laughter. Yi Chen's eyes flashed coldly, and even Nailin Qing, who had been engrossed in her book, closed it and looked toward the podium with a playful expression. Yi Chen slowly stood up, his fingers lightly brushing the hilt of his sword, his voice cold and resolute. "Don't worry. With monsters around, even the sophomores and juniors can't beat him." Zhang Xian chimed in, flashing a sharp smile. "We're not going to compete for rankings. We're going to stock up." Gu Qingfeng and Mo Daozi froze, realizing this batch of freshmen was both challenging and exhilarating. Just as the 2 masters were about to launch into a grand speech, bang! The doors of the grand hall were suddenly flung open, and a chilling wind swept in, instantly freezing the atmosphere. A security guard stumbled in, trembling with fear, clutching a pitch-black envelope tightly in his hand. Something happened. He knelt on the ground, exclaiming in shock, "Someone sent over a coffin." The entire venue fell into dead silence. A sharp glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, like a sword tearing through space. Daji's hand, which was applying nail polish, suddenly froze. A sharp red light flickered, and her aura turned instantly murderous. Chu Shan's face changed drastically as he shouted, "Who dares to cause trouble in Huayang?" The security guard trembled as he held up a letter, its words written in blood, each character piercing the heart. "Huayang Martial University. Debts must be repaid. Blood debts must be avenged. This is the law of heaven and earth." The naming event is in full swing, with readers continuously submitting names. The creators promise that there will be no shortage of names for minor characters in the future, so please be patient. 5-star reviews are still being eagerly requested, with hopes of the work's rating surpassing 7. Backstage in the auditorium, the air was chilling. Chu Shanha stared intently at the black letter in his hand, from which dark red liquid dripped. He gripped it so tightly it seemed he might crush the paper. At the bottom of the letter was the signature Tianji Group. Lu Bo's face was ashen, his expression extremely grim. Last year, the school's land had been mortgaged to the Tianji Group, seemingly settling the debt. But Chu Shanhe had angrily retorted, "Thugs have no reason. There's no such thing as settled." Once impoverished and struggling under the weight of high-interest loans, Huayang Martial University was now different. Standing before him were Lin Ji, Yi Chun, Bai Ling, and Nailan Qing, future stars of the Dragon Nation and the school's only hope for a comeback. If debt collectors blocked the entrance, even bringing a coffin to make a statement, the school's facade of prestige would instantly crumble. Determined, Chu Shanhe grabbed Lu Bo, hastily straightened their attire, and urgently sought to drive these plague gods away. The two maintained calm expressions as they tiptoed out, using the excuse of a prank to temporarily avoid confrontation. At the entrance of Huayang Martial University, the midday sun was blinding. The brand-new white marble school gate gleamed against the red carpet, which was ironically blocked by a massive black coffin. For debt collectors in black suits smoked and stretched lazily, creating a theatrical atmosphere. The leader, a man with slicked-back hair named Ashang, had a glint of coldness behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Though suave, he exuded a sinister aura. A burly man smacked his lips, revealing a greedy smile as he eyed the carved pillars, calculating their worth. A woman named Lan Xian focused on touching up her makeup, while a stone-faced man called Lin Xia stood watch coldly, holding a long blade to assert dominance. Ashang sneered disdainfully, chastising Chu Shanhe for his short-sightedness. "A few million? That's nothing. This time, we're here on behalf of that esteemed individual." Chu Shanhe and Lu Bo ran out of the campus, panting as they faced Ashang. Ashang sneered coldly, raising an eyebrow in mockery. He crushed his cigarette underfoot, his smile laced with malice. "Principal Chu, your account book is long outdated. Back then, you were poor and we were doing charity for poverty alleviation, charging poverty alleviation interest." Chu Shanhe's expression was grave, fully aware that this meant the storm was far from over. Ashang pulled out a calculator and quickly calculated compound interest, calmly stating that an additional 30 million would be required to settle the debt, including principal and interest. Lu Bo angrily accused him, adamantly refusing to pay a single cent, and threatened to call the police. Ashang's expression changed as he took out a stack of photo screenshots and shady contracts, evidence of Chu Shanhe being forced to bow his head and beg for debt relief 3 years ago. Ashang sneered, mocking Principal Chu's disgraceful act of kneeling to beg for debt relief, warning that if exposed, the newly repaired school gate would be met with public scorn. Chu Shanhe's face turned pale, barely able to stand as his humiliation was laid bare. His only options were to pay the money or face complete ruin. The school's accounts were under donation oversight, making it impossible to touch the funds. Chu Shanhe, filled with doubt, asked about the murder accusation mentioned in the letter. "Blood for blood." Ashang signaled his men to open the coffin. With a loud bang, the coffin lid was lifted, and a foul stench instantly filled the scene. Everyone covered their noses and looked inside, only to see a mangy, emaciated dead dog lying quietly on silk, a sight both absurd and glaring. Lu Bo, shocked, pointed at the dead dog and questioned, "This is the blood debt?" Ashang, furious, tried to explain, "This is Tianji Group's sacred beast, Wang Kai. 3 years ago, it kindly inspected Huayang Martial University, but accidentally ate your cafeteria's waste food, ultimately dying of depression." He passionately accused them, claiming this life was a blood debt that must be repaid. Ashang announced that, in addition to the 30 million debt, he was demanding another 10 million for funeral expenses. He threatened that if the school refused to pay, the coffin would be placed at the school gate, publicly shaming the heartless school. The air grew heavy, and everyone was speechless. Leaves swirled in the wind, and the awkward atmosphere lingered. Lu Bo finally erupted, his furious roar deafening, his surging blood almost bursting forth. He wanted to punch these bullies in front of him. But suddenly, a 7th-tier martial artist's overwhelming aura descended like a tidal wave, pinning him to the ground like a nail, rendering him completely immobile. Chu Shanhe hurriedly stepped forward to shield him, but was forced to retreat repeatedly under the pressure, his face ashen. Ashang leisurely adjusted his tie, sneering as he approached Chu Shanhe, lightly patting his cheek in a humiliating gesture. He declared that Tianji Group had a grandmaster backing them, a force capable of shaking the entire Donghai city. Chu Shanhe clenched his fists, his nails piercing his palms, seemingly preparing for a final struggle. Yet he was enveloped in overwhelming despair. At this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed slowly across the campus. Two elderly men in plain clothes emerged leisurely, their expressions serene, as if they were taking a stroll in the park. One had a face glowing with health and vitality. These two were none other than Gu Qingfeng and Mo Daozi. Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly, mocking Ashang's high-profile threats, comparing this farce to a funeral service. With a tone of disdain that sent chills down one's spine, Ashang sneered dismissively, ridiculing Gu Qingfeng and Mo Daozi as old geezers dug out from a coffin shop, and boasted about giving them a buy one, get one free deal on coffins. Before his words had even faded, a sudden chill filled the air, and the atmosphere turned deathly silent. Chu Shanhe and Lu Bo's eyes were filled with terror, as if they had seen a ghost. Gu Qingfeng stopped in his tracks, his cloudy eyes suddenly flashing with a sharp, cold light. He slowly bit out the words "old coffin filler," his gaze as sharp as a blade, piercing straight into Ashang. In an instant, Ashang's face changed dramatically, his pupils contracted sharply, and his entire body trembled as if struck by lightning. Those eyes, he could never forget them. The man from the Jingwu Weaponry Academy 10 years ago, who had haunted his nightmares. Gu! Ashang stammered, unable to form words, his legs collapsing like straw as he fell to his knees before the coffin with a heavy thud. Gu Qingfeng stood still, a cold smile spreading across his face. He strolled over to Ashang, looking down at the once proud executive with an air of superiority, and said coldly, "So it's you, my unworthy disciple." Gu Qingfeng's palm gently landed on Ashang's face, which was as pale as paper. His tone was calm but carried a chilling edge. "It's been years, and you've switched to delivering coffins?" Ashang crouched and knelt without hesitation, as if driven by some deeply ingrained instinct. His gaze flickered, his dignity shattered in an instant, and the once imposing martial artist seemed to have turned into a helpless stray dog. Gu Qingfeng slightly turned his head, his gaze locking onto Baji, Lan Xian, and Lin Xia behind him like an infrared targeting system. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he slowly called out their names. Ironhead Li Ba, Vain Girl Lan Xian, and that expressionless Lin Xia, have your wings grown hard? Though his voice was soft, it struck the three like thunderclaps exploding in their heads. Baji froze mid-step, Lan Xian dropped her small mirror, shattering it, and Lin Xia's tightly gripped scabbard clattered to the ground as if their souls had left their bodies. Without hesitation, the three knelt one after another beside the pitch-black coffin, lining up shoulder to shoulder with Ashang. The once infamous for fiends of Tianji from Donghai City were now reduced to students being sternly reprimanded by their headmaster, bowing their heads in panic, their breaths as faint as mosquitoes. Chu Shanhe and Lu Bo, watching from the sidelines, gaped in shock, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Gu Qingfeng remained unmoved, his hands clasped behind his back as he paced among the kneeling group, his steps slow and deliberate. Suddenly, he delivered a crisp slap, sending a pair of gold-rimmed glasses flying in a perfect arc pointing at Ashang's nose. He scolded angrily, "Betraying your teacher and ancestors. The respect and morality I taught you at the Weaponry Academy back then, have you turned it all into pickled vegetables? Delivering me a coffin, what's the meaning of this?" Ashang's face swelled on one side, blood seeping out, yet he did not resist. Instead, he lowered his head even further, pleading pitifully, "I deserve it. I was wrong and should be punished." Gu Qingfeng snorted coldly and stepped over to Baji, tugging at his heavy gold chain with disdain written all over his face. Another loud slap rang out, leaving Baji seeing stars. Gu Qingfeng scolded furiously. The skills you have to fight tough battles are meant to protect the country, not to be a thug for loan sharks. Wearing a dog chain and pretending to be a gangster. What do you think you are? Baji looked as aggrieved as a child, tears almost spilling out. Teacher, I'm just trying to make a living. The chain is a cheap gold-plated one from Pinduoduo. It's not worth anything. Still daring to talk back? Gu Qingfeng raised his hand as if to strike again. Baji quickly shrank his neck and lowered his head, practically burying it in his lap, completely surrendering. The scene resembled a strict teacher disciplining unruly children. The once ferocious group now silently bowed their heads, the stark contrast leaving onlookers stunned. Gu Qingfeng stepped in front of Lan Xian and Lin Xia, delivering two swift, resounding slaps. Lan Xian's delicate smoky makeup instantly smeared into panda eyes, while the long blade in Lin Xia's arms was struck to the ground with a crisp clang. He rebuked coldly. A vain, ghostly appearance. Can't even hold a knife steady yet wants to learn to be an assassin. His chest heaved violently, unable to conceal his anger. Teaching you martial arts is for self-cultivation, not for becoming thugs and degenerates. His voice thundered, the dignity of a teacher completely shattered. The four knelt down to admit their mistakes, their faces swollen like pig heads, but could only bow their heads and plead, Teacher, please calm down, we were wrong. Not far away, Emodaozi shook the folding fan in his hand and sighed, Gu Qingfeng, how did your disciples turn out like this? My disciples are all outstanding talents. Gu Qingfeng calmed down, took a wet towel to wipe his hands, and his anger instantly turned to coldness. Have you had enough of your pity act? His gaze was sharp like an eagle, fixed on Ashang at the front, his tone carrying a chilling murderous intent. Causing trouble at Huayang Martial University, Tianji Group has its schemes. Daring to kick the iron plate and even bringing a coffin to disgrace yourselves. Cold sweat rolled down Ashang's face as he stammered in defense. Teacher, it really was just for money. The group's funds are tight. Before he could finish, Gu Qingfeng's palm struck like a landslide, delivering a heavy slap that sent Ashang, bloodied, crashing into the black coffin, his teeth loosened, blood splattering. Roaring in fury, Still dare to lie to me? Did you skip all your moral education classes? The atmosphere suddenly exploded, an oppressive force emanating from Gu Qingfeng's small frame. The sky darkened instantly, the air heavy like mercury. Lu Bo and Chu Shanhe gasped for breath, while Ashang and the others felt the weight crushing their bones. Gu Qingfeng slowly approached, each step as heavy as 1,000 pounds. This is your last chance. Tell the truth. Otherwise, this coffin will be your final resting place. The aura of death enveloped the scene, and no one dared to resist. Fear completely shattered Ashang's defenses. He struggled to get up, swaying left and right, his kowtowing echoing with terror. Teacher, I'll tell you, someone really instructed us. The 30 million was just a cover. The real goal was to cause trouble and ruin Huayang Martial University's reputation. He looked up, his eyes filled with fear and despair. The target is that freshman, Lin Ji. The plot thickens as freshman Lin Ji becomes a key figure, with the conspiracy seemingly deeper. A chilling wind swept through the desolate long street, withered paper money spinning and flying in the dead silence, and a putrid sweet stench suddenly assaulted the nostrils. Suddenly, a low whisper close to the ear carried both resentment and mockery. Since the gentleman has come, why not seek me out? If you fail to find the bridal sedan within half an hour, you too shall become paper effigies, never to reincarnate. As the voice faded, thick fog spread like ink, compressing visibility to just half a meter. The figures of teammates blurred and flickered, as if they could be swallowed at any moment. Xia Chaoyue gripped her long blade tightly, its energy surging as she took step after step to push back the black fog, her expression grave, sweat soaking her palms. She stared into the void, shouting alertly, "Be careful! This is a rule domain." Lin Ji remained calm, one hand in his pocket, his eyes faintly revealing golden dragon shadows. To him, the thread-like black fog was nothing more than a clumsy illusion. He softly reminded, "Don't waste your energy. We're trapped in nothing but a ghostly maze." Xia Chaoyue didn't believe him, repeatedly calculating and even marking the wall with blood, only to find 10 minutes later that the blood mark hadn't moved, plunging her into despair. The dark labyrinth was no ordinary challenge. Rules were the ultimate master. On the edge of despair, Lin Ji's gaze sharpened, the golden glow of the Eye of Omniscience piercing through layers of fog, revealing a dense tangle of gray energy threads, the Soul Array core. Just as Lin Ji prepared to strike and sever it, a red shadow darted out. A ghost in red robes fell before him in a comical and servile posture, pleading repeatedly, "My king, please don't act. This array is insignificant. I know the way well, I could navigate it blindfolded." Xia Chaoyue was stunned. The sixth-tier vengeful ghost in front of her acted like a traitorous interpreter, fawning to an astonishing degree. Lin Ji smiled faintly, retracting the golden light at his fingertips. "Are you sure?" The vengeful ghost, full of confidence, pounded his chest with a thud and forced a smile at the corners of his mouth. This ghost bride loves to play tricks, lurking in the place where the Yin energy is strongest, waiting for the right moment. "Follow me, and I'll lead you through a shortcut straight to the heart of the formation." With that, he acted like a diligent tour guide, softly warning Lin Ji to watch his step and avoid traps, effectively dispersing the surrounding mist. Xia Chaoyue followed silently, her gaze complicated. The once unshakable belief in her martial path now wavered. Lin Ji's composure and mastery of his ultimate skills made her deeply realize what true strength really was. The eerie red-clad vengeful ghost led the three of them along a bizarre route, stepping backward, leaping sideways, and bowing to the air. Every step seemed like a strange dance between the realms of Yin and Yang. Miraculously, the thick, ink-like black mist around them gradually receded, and the sinister mortuary transformed into a corridor adorned with red silk and lanterns. The piercing wails of ghosts vanished, replaced by the eerie sound of Suona horns, festive yet tinged with a chilling sorrow. Passing through the corridor, the view opened up to reveal a vast space. A massive, bright red bridal sedan chair floated in midair. The sedan's curtains swayed without wind, embroidered with terrifying patterns of 100 ghosts in gold thread, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Xia Chaoyue's hand trembled slightly as she gripped her blade, her heightened vigilance prompting her to softly caution Lin Ji to be careful. The red-clad vengeful ghost suddenly stepped in front of Lin Ji, transforming into a protective bodyguard, eagerly suggesting that she enter the sedan first to investigate. Her tone carried a hint of slyness, clearly harboring ulterior motives for sneaking into the sedan. Lin Ji saw through her ploy with a cold gaze but reluctantly nodded, granting her 5 minutes. She adjusted her tattered red robe, took a deep breath of ghostly energy, and leapt into the sedan with her head held high, her gaze filled with a mix of helplessness and solemnity. Inside, it was unexpectedly a luxurious, traditional Chinese boudoir. In the 100-square-meter space, red candles burned brightly, gauzy curtains swayed, and a canopy bed stood like a royal sleeping chamber. The atmosphere was enchanting, enveloped in a lingering fragrance. The red-clad vengeful ghost seemed like a different person upon entering, shifting from servile to assertive, her steps resolute and steady. She approached the red-clad figure at the dressing table, her voice low and her face full of cunning and craftiness, feigning flattery and attempting to persuade with insincere words. She spoke of Lin Ji's handsomeness and strength, painting a picture of a life of wealth and glory, her tone dripping with greed and absurd temptation. Suddenly, the figure turned around, revealing an exquisitely beautiful yet deathly pale face. The phoenix coronet and bridal robe accentuated an aura of cold detachment. The vermilion mark on her forehead adorned a face so stunning it could captivate souls, yet it exuded a chilling coldness. The ghost bride did not show anger but slowly stood up, her red sleeves sweeping through the air, bringing a gust of Yin wind. Her movements were calm yet dangerous, She approached the red-clad, vengeful ghost, her slender fingers gently caressing the tense, contorted face. Her touch was tender, yet it felt as if she were measuring the edge of a blade. The atmosphere instantly grew unbearably heavy. In the darkness of the night, the ghost bride, Li Muyue, coldly gazed at the red-clad, vengeful ghost, Li Jiahui, a strange smile playing on her lips. Her fingertips slid across Li Jiahui's cheek, stopping at her icy neck. Suddenly, her nails extended sharply, gleaming with a chilling light. Inside the sedan, the red candles exploded with a roar, shadows dancing chaotically. The air was thick with the mingling scents of makeup powder and decaying coffin wood, suffocatingly oppressive. A pale, blade-like finger hovered over Li Jiahui's carotid artery, ready to expose her traitorous ghost identity at any moment. However, Li Jiahui's eyes darted, and she unexpectedly stuck out her tongue, giving the finger a fierce lick. Her face was full of defiance and fearlessness. Li Muyue froze instantly, her killing intent dissipating, replaced by disgust and disbelief. Li Muyue withdrew her hand in anger, coldly staring at her. For the first time, a flicker of vitality appeared in her deathly still eyes. Li Jiahui grinned cheekily, mocking Li Muyue for not trimming her nails for years. She even joked that if she were killed, the ghostly world would lose a companion to comb her hair and complain to. Li Muyue suppressed her aura coldly, returning to the bronze mirror. Picking up a black eyebrow pencil, her voice carried a mix of weariness as she questioned why outsiders had been brought into this sea of suffering. Li Jiahui's expression instantly turned solemn, her eyes filled with pain and longing. She said, "We have been trapped here for so long that we've almost forgotten the sunlight and the names we had before we were born." Li Muyue did not respond, only let out a deep sigh, acknowledging that this was an inescapable cage. Suddenly, a fervent light ignited in Li Jiahui's eyes. She gripped her sister's icy hand tightly, staking everything. "That young man is our only hope." Li Muyue furrowed her brows, doubting what that wet behind-the-ears human boy could possibly accomplish. But Li Jiahui declared firmly, "He carries the aura of the human emperor." Those 4 words were like a nuclear bomb, exploding within the cramped sedan chair. Li Muyue stood up abruptly, her phoenix crown trembling as its jewels scattered. Her black pupils narrowed to pinpoints as she stared at her sister. The human emperor?
Impossible.
The absolute heaven's path has been severed. The human emperor has long since vanished. That was the legendary ruler of all races, the vanquisher of all evil. Li Jiahui stomped her foot in frustration, insisting that the boy's sheer physical vitality had nearly caused her ghostly form to collapse from the heat. That soul-deep terror, who else but the human emperor could inspire such dread? The sedan chair fell into a deathly silence. In that shocking moment, the fates of the 3 intertwined tightly. The red candles burned, the only sound in the room the crackling of their flames. Li Muyue slowly sat back before the mirror, her expression shifting from shock to icy coldness. She gently covered her stunning face with a red veil embroidered with a pattern of 100 sons and 1,000 grandsons. Her gaze resolute as a vengeful spirit. She was the boss of this dungeon, the devourer of souls, and trusted no one. Her voice was chilling. "Truth or falsehood, we shall see. If he truly is the human emperor, my rules won't harm him in the slightest. But if he's a fraud, then he'll stay here as fertilizer for the flowers." 5 minutes passed, and the weather outside the sedan turned violent. Xia Chaoyue, sweating as she gripped her blade, urged Lin Ji to summon Daji, convinced that the sinister trickster was already dead. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, and paper money filled the air, each piece transforming into a pale, ghostly hand upon landing, clutching at their ankles. The red curtains of the sedan whipped wildly, like a bloodthirsty maw. A shockwave erupted, forcing Xia Chaoyue to stagger back. Her black frost sword trembled as she shouted in terror, "Lin Ji, retreat! The ghost bride is nearly at the 9th Grandmaster level. Her domain is inescapable." But Lin Ji stood firm, his eyes glinting with amusement as he said calmly, Such a grand display. Yet the Suona is off-key. It sounds like a funeral dirge. How inauspicious. Xia Chaoyue was so furious she could have exploded. This is a ghost marriage, and yet he remained so nonchalant. Suddenly, a cold, ancient, and melodic female voice pierced through the wind and snow, drifting out from the sedan chair. Since my lord possesses such divine abilities, come and lift the veil. The sudden imposition of a rule-bound power froze everything in place. The wind stopped, and the paper money hung suspended in midair. Xia Chaoyue's pupils contracted sharply as she shouted, Lin Ji, don't go. Lifting the veil is a guaranteed death trap. Unless you're the destined one or an overwhelmingly powerful being, your soul will be drained, leaving you a mindless paper effigy. The dungeon's death rate was 100%. Lin Ji chuckled lightly, the shadow of a golden dragon flickering in his eyes. There are no rules here. He stepped toward the sedan chair one step at a time. The black mist and sinister aura recoiled from him as if encountering molten lava. Xia Chaoyue watched in horror as he moved as though through an empty field, unimpeded, until he stood before the sedan chair. The red curtains parted on their own, revealing the bride beneath the red veil. Lin Ji's cold gaze swept over the veil, and an odd thought crossed his mind. This fabric is so cheap, it doesn't even compare to Su Daji's lace dress. The woman's voice carried a note of sorrow. My lord, why do you hesitate? Under the red veil, Li Muyue's fingertips gathered an extreme ghostly aura, ready to tear through the air at any moment. She stared intently at Lin Ji, waiting for him to show a flaw, prepared to strike. Lin Ji smiled faintly, a hint of confidence in his eyes. His right hand quietly extended, without any flashy movements, simply grasping a corner of the red veil. In an instant, a majestic dragon's roar erupted from within him, golden light spreading across the sky, engulfing all constraints of rules. It was the will of the divine, the fortune of the human emperor. Rise for me, Lin Ji commanded in a low voice, twisting his wrist as he mercilessly lifted the red veil. The crimson silk fell to the ground, revealing Li Muyue's pale yet stunning face adorned with a phoenix crown and ceremonial attire. She stood there in a daze, her imposing aura instantly suppressed by the golden imperial might. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed before Lin Ji. In the shadows nearby, Li Jiahui, who had been secretly observing, clenched her fists, a victorious smile spreading across her face. On the cold stone slabs, the chill was piercing, and the surrounding paper money seemed frozen like an animation. Li Muyue knelt, her phoenix crown slightly askew, her black hair cascading over her cheeks. Fear and shock intertwined in her expression. She dared not lift her head, trembling all over. Lin Ji looked down at her, his gaze filled with impatience and authority. The red-clad ghost who once sought to kill him now knelt at his feet, the scene resembling a dramatic reversal of recognition. Stand up and speak, he ordered in a low voice, the golden light gradually fading as his mental energy rapidly depleted. Li Muyue struggled to lift her head, tears glimmering in her eyes, silently pleading. Her gaze suddenly shifted behind him, locking onto Xia Chaoyue, who was stunned to the point of losing her senses. The pride of Yanjing Martial University, her eyes wide like copper bells, her worldview utterly shattered. This ghost bride had actually knelt, and judging by her expression, she seemed ready to call Lin Ji master at any moment. Xia Chaoyue's throat emitted a dry sound, her mind crashing on the spot. Li Muyue hesitated to speak, while Lin Ji turned back with a cold smile, too noisy. Imitating her master's tone, Li Muyue instantly transformed into a cold and commanding presence. With a flick of her red sleeve, she conjured an invisible demonic wind that precisely avoided Lin Ji and grabbed the dazed Xia Chaoyue. Ah! 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 Xia Chaoyue's exclamation was cut short as she was swept away, disappearing into the distance between heaven and earth. The wind came silently, neither harming her nor sealing her ability to resist. Xia Chaoyue was precisely pressed onto the soft couch inside the bridal sedan, fainting as her head tilted back, completely losing the ability to fight back. The air suddenly froze. Lin Ji's gaze remained calm as he praised, "Well done." This ghost, as a candidate for secretary, showed great potential. Li Muyue's pale face faintly flushed. In the corner, the red-clad vengeful ghost Li Jiahui finally lost her nerve, rushing forward at lightning speed. Her knees scraped sparks on the stone slabs as she knelt beside her sister, her pleading voice tinged with sobs. "Please, my lord, save us." Her eyes were filled with despair, as if Lin Ji was the only hope in a dark abyss. Lin Ji stepped back half a step, his cold gaze sweeping over the two sisters as he spoke icily. "Ruling over the night of 100 ghosts, controlling the rules of the undead. Why beg a mere fourth-tier martial artist like me for help? Is it because you think I'm handsome and easy to deceive?" The atmosphere was heavy. Li Muyue suddenly sat upright, her gaze sharp, her voice hoarse. "Because you carry the aura of the human emperor. My lord, you do not belong here." This statement exploded like a thunderclap, piercing Lin Ji's heart. His gaze turned icy, his muscles tensed, his right fist clenched tightly, and golden light surged from his palm, radiating killing intent. He was ready to sever everything, allowing no offense. However, Li Muyue did not retreat. Instead, she gave a bitter smile, pointing to the floating paper money in the air and the eerie dead city. "My lord, there is no need to be tense. We are not beings of this place either. Those gods and demons imprisoned here are all exiles from foreign lands." Complex emotions flickered in Lin Ji's eyes as he struggled to suppress the turmoil within and asked, "Where are you from? Why have you become dungeon bosses? What exactly is this survival game?" Li Muyue was about to reveal the forbidden truth, but before she could speak, the surrounding space suddenly distorted, and fragmented black glitches appeared involuntarily. A cold, higher-dimensional will descended, like an invisible giant hand gripping her throat. Her eyes rolled back, her face rapidly withered, and her soul was torn apart. Li Jiahui screamed, trying to speak, but suddenly spat black blood. Her candle-like body quickly dissolved into nothingness. The ruthless erasure of the rules manifested at that moment. Lin Ji roared angrily and charged forward, pressing his hand down on Li Muyue's head. The power of the human emperor within him awakened. A furious dragon's roar echoed, and golden light cascaded down like a waterfall, forcibly resisting the cold erosion of the rules. The air screeched sharply as Lin Ji gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet he used the human emperor's authority to repel the erasure force. "Want to die? Die in front of me first," he shouted coldly, withdrawing his hand. The two ghostly women collapsed like mud, their forms on the verge of disintegration, their fate uncertain. Li Muyue gasped heavily, her eyes filled with both reverence and fear for the heavens above. She finally understood. Lin Ji wiped the blood from his palm, his tone cold as frost. "Some things cannot be said. Speak them and death follows." Li Muyue nodded weakly, her gaze heavy with helplessness. After a moment of silence, Lin Ji changed the subject and asked, "Then how can I help you?" Li Muyue knelt straighter, her expression solemn, as if entrusting a life-and-death mission. "Go to those special survival dungeons, extremely dangerous, with eerie backgrounds, where only one person survives out of several who enter." She clutched Lin Ji's pant leg tightly, her knuckles cracking. "Clear them. The colorful rewards in the blind boxes are not just prizes. They are keys and fragments to piece us back together." Lin Ji furrowed his brows, momentarily recalling Daji, Chang'e, and the finger bone within him. This survival game was eerily similar to a wasteland recycling station. He chuckled bitterly. "Even my human emperor aura came from a blind box. Can luck alone save you?" Li Muyue shook her head, her gaze filled with a sense of destiny. "That blind box hasn't been opened for billions of years. No one could open it, but you scored the highest. It's not luck, it's causality. You are the only variable." Lin Ji fell silent, his gaze sharpening as he stared at the golden light lingering in his palm. "Fine. Regardless of causality, I'll open the blind box. Since we're from the same homeland, I'll help." He spoke coldly. The price is the dungeon rewards. Li Muyue suddenly looked up, her face lighting up with joy. I set the scores. I can give you the highest SSS rating. Her face flushed, her voice soft. If my lord doesn't mind, I am willing to serve as your personal attendant. If you have fire, my icy skin and jade bones can extinguish it for you. Lin Ji's face twitched, wondering whether this extinguishing fire was legitimate or not. The scene shifted to Huayang Martial University. A single sentence, "Your target is Lin Ji," froze the air instantly. Lu Bo roared furiously, charging out and grabbing the tailored suit of 7th-tier martial artist Ashang, spitting as he shouted, his face red with anger. He's the living ancestor of our school, our benefactor. This road, this gate, this red carpet, he paved and donated them. Want to touch him? You'll have to get through my corpse first. Ashang was shaken and staggered, dumbfounded. Though he was a 7th-tier martial artist, he was rendered powerless by the scolding of the weak Lu Bo, all because of the cold and stern presence of the elderly Gu Qingfeng standing behind him. Enough! Stop embarrassing yourself. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand, and an invisible gentle force pushed Lu Bo back several meters. His gaze fell on the 4 students kneeling before him. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy, silencing all commotion, leaving only the master, his disciples, and the onlooking freshmen. Ah Shang, you are the senior disciple. Gu Qingfeng's voice was soft yet filled with desolation, the scene frozen in that solemn moment. The 4 students who had once followed Gu Qingfeng at Jingwu now knelt in the muddy ground, utterly exhausted. Ah Shang trembled, his fingernails digging deep into the soil, clenching his teeth in silence, veins bulging on his forehead as he endured the pain. Gu Qingfeng pressed. For money? For power? Ashang only trembled, silent as a mountain. Beside him, the straightforward Li Ba couldn't help but roar in anger, but Ashang slapped him back with a heavy palm. Blood seeped faintly from Li Ba's face, yet he endured without speaking further. That shout seemed to stir hidden secrets. Emodaozi lightly tapped his folding fan, observing coldly, his eyes harboring suspicion. Gu Qingfeng looked at the bent backs of the 4 and sighed inwardly, bowing in apology. The 4 were stunned, attempting to help him up, but Gu Qingfeng's energy held them in place, unable to move. The teacher's voice trembled with regret and sorrow. I only taught you the art of killing but never taught you how to stand firm. Now you have become blades in others' eyes, isolated and helpless. This is all my fault. As his words fell, the defenses in the 4's hearts shattered. Ashang wept bitterly, kowtowing until blood stained the green bricks. He cried out in anguish, "Teacher, stop saying that. We are useless. We are the ones who have dragged you down." Gu Qingfeng's cold gaze sharpened, and a murderous aura surged. Ashang wiped his face, his trembling voice revealing the cruel truth. The Tianji group built nursing homes, claiming to provide welfare, but in reality, they are prisons. Our family members are imprisoned, their lives at risk of being taken at any moment. If we show the slightest dissent, our families will be destroyed. His voice choked. We have no choice. Emodaozi gripped his folding fan tightly, crushing it in his hand. In the distance, Yi Chen's ancient sword trembled, emitting a sharp sword intent. Bai Ling stopped her playful antics, her eyes filled with disgust. The safety of family was the last bottom line in the martial world, now completely torn apart. Gu Qingfeng erupted in fury, his robes billowing as his energy surged skyward like a wolf's smoke. He pulled Ashang up with one hand, brushing off the dust, his tone icy. Wipe your tears. How can a 7th-tier martial artist be so weak? Tell me, who is the one using your family as leverage? Ashang took a deep breath, fear and hatred in his eyes, and stammered out. On the surface, it's Zhao Jin, but he's just a puppet. The real mastermind behind the scenes is someone from Sakura country. These 3 words were like ice thrown into boiling oil, instantly freezing the atmosphere. At the school gate, silence reigned, and a sudden surge of killing intent erupted. Gu Qingfeng's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes wide with anger, his aura oppressive. Lu Bo roared arrogantly, condemning the enemy behind the scenes. Mo Daozi sneered coldly, and in an instant, the purple sandalwood folding fan in his hand shattered into dust, his sharp and chilling aura enveloping the entire scene. Mo Daozi's voice was icy with mockery, the century-old grudges still unresolved, the hostility so intense it seemed to solidify the air. Yichun gripped his sword, its hum resonating, revealing a hint of sharpness. Bai Ling's fingertips twitched as her venomous spider grew restless, and a cold glint flashed behind Nailin Qing's glasses, the tense atmosphere inescapable. Gu Qingfeng wasted no time, pulling out an ancient red satellite phone, a direct line to the highest command room of the military. He intended to connect with a single press, escalating the warning instantly, vowing to eliminate all involved without mercy. Ashang tried to stop him but was thrown back by the shockwave. It's useless. Ashang knelt on the ground, his hoarse voice revealing the truth. Tianji Group's wealth was laundered and layered, with Zhao Jin appearing as a patriotic entrepreneur with a golden reputation. Even if the military intervened, at most, they would catch a scapegoat without touching the core. All of this was an open conspiracy, the pieces meticulously arranged, and any action could trigger a diplomatic crisis. Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists tightly, his anger unrelenting, furiously questioning the true purpose behind it all. Ashang spoke in a low voice, revealing the truth. This was a deadlock. Lin Ji, regarded as a national treasure, was immobile in reality. The enemy had chosen to shift the battlefield to virtual replicas, plotting a fatal strike within a survival game. Mo Daozi sneered coldly upon hearing this, completely dismissing the strength of the genius from Sakura country. Lin Ji, with his SSS Plus rating, stood above all others. The game rules were fair, and the enemy posed no real threat to him. Yichun frowned deeply, his tone full of doubt and vigilance. Invincible at the same level, Lin Ji's existence was akin to a myth. A master entering a novice dungeon would be courting disaster. However, Ashang trembled as he pulled out an ancient talisman, emitting a rotten stench. They are far from reckless fools. Their plan for a sure kill is already set in stone. The survival dungeon pressed on, and Lin Ji's time was running out. He was different, with an unspeakable power hidden behind him. Inside the bridal sedan, red candles burned, the atmosphere eerie and tense. Li Muyue and Li Jiahui, the sister duo, competed for the title of gold medal technician, appearing gentle on the surface but secretly harboring sharp edges. Lin Ji rubbed his temples, looking at the scene of tolerance and intensity intertwined, his mind full of confusion. Li Muyue plucked a crystal-clear grape, exuding charm. Li Jiahui knelt at his feet, carefully massaging his legs, her expression focused and resolute. Annoyed, he interrupted the romantic display and took out a mythical artifact from the system, disguised as black silk, the dragon binding rope. The black silk transformed into a dark golden energy rope, instantly binding the two women back to back. The knots precisely fit their curves, artistically showcasing the ultimate beauty of tortoise-shell binding. The suppressive power was not to be underestimated. The seventh-tier peak ghost King Li Muyue immediately felt powerless, her cheeks flushed with an unusual redness, her expression dazed as she gasped softly, "Master!" So tight, the pressure from the rope was both a restraint and a deadly temptation. The dark golden rope glowed with an eerie light, penetrating the souls of the two women. Li Jiahui's face showed fervor, her body slightly twisting in response. Lin Ji's throat felt dry, his heart burning with heat. This artifact was far from ordinary, pushing the limits of the review standards to the extreme. He decisively cut off the energy flow, the rope turning back into black silk in his hand. The two women collapsed onto the bridal bed, their clothes disheveled, sweat soaking their skin, their eyes fierce like hungry tigers, as if they wanted to devour Lin Ji. With a stern face, he announced the end of the test and quickly turned to leave. Li Muyue adjusted her clothes and stared at him with resentment, about to speak when Lin Ji coldly urged her to open the door. She sighed and waved her hand, dispersing the mist. A golden beam of light shot down, enveloping him and Xia Chaoyue. Before leaving, Li Muyue and Li Jiahui suddenly planted 2 deep kisses on him, their bright red lip marks imprinted on Lin Ji's face. He didn't bother to wipe them off as his figure was swallowed by the beam of light. The pure white settlement space was as silent as death. Xia Chaoyue slowly opened her eyes, greeted by a blinding white light. She sat up, rubbing the dull pain at the back of her head, momentarily wondering if she had died. Suddenly, a mechanical voice exploded in her mind. Congratulations to players Lin Ji and Xia Chaoyue for clearing the Purgatory-level dungeon, Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. Rating: SSS+. Perfect strategy. Golden characters flashed blindingly. Xia Chaoyue stared blankly at the legendary rating, her mind completely blank. In an instant, a scream tore through the space. She launched herself at Lin Ji like a cannonball, her voice shaking the heavens. Lin Ji, we did it. SSS+. Her body, full of elasticity, collided hard with Lin Ji, nearly smothering him in her ample softness. Struggling, he pushed her away. Let go! Let go now! Only then did she release him, her excitement overflowing as she repeatedly shook Lin Ji's shoulders, cursing loudly. That ghost bride was actually a 9th-tier monster, and you managed to do it. Lin Ji, waking from his fainting spell, was immediately bombarded with questions from Xia Chaoyue. Did you summon Sudaji or Chang'e, the celestial maiden? There must have been an epic battle, right? He shook his head, his eyes weary, his movements helpless.
Xia Chaoyue froze. Incrédules. No summoning?
No help from mythical companions. She couldn't believe Lin Ji had cleared the dungeon on his own. The ghost bride's physical attacks were ineffective, leaving even a skilled player like her helpless. Her gaze suddenly fell on Lin Ji's cheek, where the 2 bright red, blood-like lip marks sent a shiver through her entire body. The eerie marks, combined with Lin Ji's intact clothing and lack of battle scars, yet achieving an SSS+ rating from the ghost bride, made everything click into place. Xia Chaoyue covered her mouth, tears glimmering, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Shock, disbelief, and finally merging into pity and admiration. She trembled softly. Lin Ji, you. Lin Ji touched his face, trying to explain. This was something they insisted on leaving behind before they left. Xia Chaoyue interrupted him, tears streaming down. I understand now. That ghost bride instance took a liking to you. For clearing the level, you actually sacrificed your purity, being with 2 female ghosts, even 2 at the same time. Images of Lin Ji enduring humiliation under the red candles, forcing a smile through tears, flashed through her mind, and her heart nearly shattered. This self-sacrificing spirit moved her to tears. Lin Ji looked bewildered. What are you even talking about? I used the aura of the human emperor to intimidate them. There was no sacrifice at all. Just as he was about to explain, Xia Chaoyue resolutely interrupted. No need to say more. For a man, this kind of thing is a disgrace. I understand. Then, she squatted down, took off her shoes, and slowly removed her black stockings. Blushing deeply, she solemnly handed Lin Ji 2 high-quality black stockings. This is my repayment, though secondhand. This is your way to decompress. Consider it my gratitude. Before turning away, she declared fiercely. From now on, at Huayang Martial University, if anyone dares to say you're living off a woman, I'll be the first to cut them down. You're a true man. Before her words had fully landed, she transformed into a streak of light and dashed out of the settlement space, leaving Lin Ji standing alone, holding 2 black stockings, utterly disoriented in the wind. He sighed helplessly, looking up at the sky. This is a disaster. My dignity, completely ruined by these stupid stockings. The pure white space fell silent. Xia Chaoyue had fled, avoiding the scene of social death. Only Lin Ji remained, as the overpowered player, silently calculating how to maximize the profits from this situation. 3 glowing orbs floated before Lin Ji, like 3 alluring peerless beauties, radiating brilliance. He sneered, activating the Eye of Omniscience, his gaze scanning with precision like a scanner. On the far left, a staff adorned with a massive blue sapphire shone dazzlingly. Authority of the Elemental Lord, accompanied by Thunderstorm, with maxed-out attributes. Lin Ji frowned, dismissively turning away, completely uninterested in the fragile mage class. In the center, a potion bottle with swirling blood-red liquid. Ancient Titan Bloodline Awakening Potion, exuding a strong mythical aura capable of awakening Titan powers. Lin Ji raised an eyebrow, coldly scrutinized it for a while, and mercilessly rejected it. I already have the human emperor physique. What does this even count for? His gaze swept to the far right, and the golden peculiar item instantly captured all his attention. It was a crumpled yellow talisman paper, depicting a crude image of scissors pointing directly at the crotch. Declaration of Sterility, a conceptual-level curse capable of bypassing all defenses, permanently stripping a man of his ability to reproduce. Once activated, it would publicly expose the victim across all channels, ensuring social death. Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle, a wicked smile forming as he grasped the scissors hand and tucked it into his pocket. He knew this was far more lethal than traditional red-tier mythical items, a mental nuclear bomb, a one-hit kill. He understood that his current opponents were all insidious and treacherous, making assassination and poisoning hard to guard against. This kind of conceptual-level curse was like a divine weapon, capable of erasing enemies from the legends of the martial world, leaving only ridicule behind. The game has changed. His thoughts raced, already envisioning the terror and collapse of his opponents. In reality, at the entrance of Huayang Martial University, the atmosphere was so heavy it was almost suffocating. Gu Qingfeng stared intently at the pitch-black talisman in his hand, his beard trembling, as if suppressing the eruption of a volcano. Blood Curse of Forced Summoning, a forbidden item from Sakura Country, internationally banned 30 years ago, yet someone dared to use it. Yichun gripped his sword, his brows furrowed, never having seen Gu Qingfeng so apprehensive. Emodaozi's face was icy as he explained, "This King of Hell token doesn't allow mutual consent. It enforces summoning, completely different from the mutual agreement between Miss Xia and Lin Ji when entering the dungeon. It's extremely dangerous. That software is utterly unreasonable. As long as it gets close to the target, once activated, it can forcibly drag someone into a designated dungeon." Ashang knelt on the ground, his face pale, his voice trembling. Those dragged in become slaves, unable to bring equipment, and summoning companions is entirely impossible. The dungeon is private property controlled by Sakura Country, filled with death warriors trained from childhood, specifically to kill martial artists from Dragon Country. A collective gasp of cold air swept through the scene. Without equipment or companions, this wasn't survival. It was a death trap. Lu Bo stomped anxiously, cursing. Without Sudaji's support, how can an ordinary student like Lin Ji stand against a nation's death warriors? They're trying to cut off the roots of Huayang Martial University. Gu Qingfeng suppressed his anger, his gaze resolute. Ashang, is there another card like this? Only this one. Ashang lowered his head. Zhao Jin said if he didn't cooperate, he'd use this trick to send him away. All right. A cold light flashed in Gu Qingfeng's eyes as he set up first-level defenses. Lin Ji hasn't returned yet. The little devils might have other tricks. We must not underestimate them. Old Mo, guard the school gate. Yichun and the others watch the surroundings. Once Lin Ji appears, protect him with all your might. No suspicious individuals are allowed within 10 meters. The students were brimming with killing intent. Even Zhang Xian, who usually lazed around watching videos, put away his phone, golden light flashing. The atmosphere was oppressive as everyone stared at the empty gate, waiting for Lin Ji's return, while dreading the nightmare about to descend. Lu Bo silently prayed, "Hell-level dungeon. Grit your teeth and endure for 72 hours. If you come back alive, even if you're crippled, Huayang Martial University will take care of you for life." Before he could finish, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted, shattering eardrums. A white light pierced the sky like a sharp sword, striking the freshly paved asphalt road with force. The shock wave swept across a 100-meter radius, resembling a nuclear explosion. Enemy attack! Gu Qingfeng roared, leaping forward, his feet crushing the cracked ground, transforming into a heavy cannon as he charged toward the center of the light pillar. Weaponless, yet exuding a murderous aura that would terrify even high-level martial artists. Emo Daozi's purple sandalwood folding fan shattered in his hand, talismans fluttering, weaving into a massive divine formation to shield Yichan and the others. Yichan unsheathed his sword, its clear and resonant sound echoing. Golden light swirled around Zhang Xian's fingertips. Colorful poisonous insects emerged from Bai Ling's fingers. Nailan Qing's gaze was sharp, surrounded by flying knives. Everyone was on high alert. Even the faintest breath in the air made them tense. However, as the white light dissipated, the dust settled. Neither the exotic beasts nor the death warriors appeared. Not even the scent of blood lingered. Only two figures stood quietly in the large pit in the middle of the road, the atmosphere eerie. The boy on the left was dressed cleanly and neatly, his hairstyle flawless, his expression indifferent, as if the world had nothing to do with him. With swift hands, he deftly stuffed two soft black items into his pockets. His movements so smooth it was almost heartbreaking. Beside him, the high ponytail girl blushed deeply, shyly covering her face with her hands, leaving only helpless eyes visible, and the atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng was charging forward with all his might, but the scene before him abruptly stopped him in his tracks. Smoke rose from his shoe soles, his expression shifting from cold to dazed, full of confusion. Emo Daozi's talisman fell to the ground with a clatter, his shock almost dislocating his jaw. Linji, the Xia family girl. His voice was filled with astonishment. The anticipated perilous purgatory dungeon seemed to collapse, as these two appeared as if they had just returned from a leisurely stroll down a shopping street. Linji nonchalantly patted the black silk in his pocket to secure it, his face innocent, his gaze sweeping across the tense crowd, and he said calmly, "Is everyone here to give me a grand welcome?" Lu Bo's legs immediately went weak, and he fell off the flower bed, crying as he threw himself into Lin Ji's arms. "Ancestor, you're finally back." But Lin Ji impatiently kicked him away, his gaze finally landing on Gu Qingfeng and Emo Daozi, his brows slightly raised, activating the Eye of Omniscience. Everyone was stunned. Emo Daozi and Gu Qingfeng exchanged glances, as if they had seen the legendary two great Buddhas, their surprise unmistakable. Lu Bo suddenly noticed the time on his watch. Less than 3 hours. Only 3 hours? His tone was full of shock, his body trembling. Emo Daozi quickly stepped forward, grabbed Lu Bo's wristwatch to confirm the time, and his entire body instantly stiffened. Impossible! The purgatory dungeon requires enduring the full duration. All eyes quickly locked onto Lin Ji and Xia Chaoyue, as if staring at anomalies. Xia Chaoyue lowered her head to avoid their gaze, her face full of innocence yet panic. The identity of the black silk supplier remained deeply hidden. Lin Ji remained calm, shrugged, and said, "It's not that hard." The dungeon boss was very hospitable, insisted on keeping us for a meal. We talked about life, discussed ideals. The school cafeteria hadn't even started serving yet. He patted his bulging pockets and said casually, "The boss was moved by my sincerity, not only let me out but also gave me some local specialties." The entire scene fell silent, the awkwardness almost unbelievable. The local specialty turned out to be black silk? Such a bizarre twist was enough to make anyone burst out laughing. At this moment, Chu Shanhe regained his principal's authority, quickly stepping forward with his cane, his face beaming as he introduced Lin Ji. "These two are martial arts masters, Dean Gu Qingfeng and Professor Emo Daozi, who have come to Huayang specifically to teach. They're here for you." Lin Ji put away his playful demeanor and respectfully saluted. Greetings to the two seniors. His genuine respect for those who had shed blood for their people naturally showed. Good, good, good. The two elder masters responded cheerfully, and the atmosphere finally eased. Gu Qingfeng's 3 goods were accompanied by sharp eyes repeatedly scanning Lin Ji, his gaze growing increasingly delighted. He secretly thought to himself that this boy's physical resilience far surpassed that of ordinary 5th-tier martial artists. A freshman with astonishing potential. Emodaozi teased Xia Chaoyue beside him, who shook off her awkwardness, stiffened her posture with a cold demeanor, though her flushed face was undeniable. The 2 elders' prestigious identities lent weight to Xia Chaoyue's words. Lin Ji's gaze swept over the kneeling Shang and the other 3. Gu Qingfeng snorted coldly, his face darkened, and he disdainfully remarked that they were nothing but useless former disciples. Shang and the others broke into smiles through their tears, bowing deeply with blood-stained foreheads. Gu Qingfeng promised to use his influence in the Tianji group to ensure the safety of their families. As the investigation department was about to intervene, he warned the traitor Zhao Jin that he would feel the wrath of a great nation. The crisis temporarily subsided, but everyone knew this was merely the calm before the storm. The dark schemes of Sakura country were far from over, and the aftermath was yet to come. Chu Tianhe tried to lighten the mood, announcing the commencement of the freshman ceremony at the top-tier venue, with Lin Ji seated in the first row at the center. The grand hall was brightly lit. Lin Ji sat upright in the center. Yi Chun quietly held his long sword, meditating with closed eyes, while Zhang Xian sneakily scrolled through videos. Surrounded by many, the lineup was awe-inspiring across the national academic scene. On stage, Gu Qingfeng and Emodaozi delivered passionate speeches, envisioning the glorious future of Huayang Martial University. However, all eyes in the audience were fixed on Lin Ji. Zhang Xian slyly leaned closer, whispering with a mischievous expression, greedily inquiring about the authenticity of Lin Ji's black silk and offering a sky-high price to borrow it. Lin Ji swept him away with a kick, adjusted his collar, and responded disdainfully. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept by, and a stunning figure in a pink palace dress appeared beside him. Her curves were enchanting, and behind her, the shadow of 9 fox tails swayed gracefully. Su Daji arrived, her captivating peach blossom eyes fixed solely on Lin Ji as she called out sweetly, "My king!" She softly leaned against Lin Ji's arm, her alluring presence slightly unsettling him. Clearing his throat, Lin Ji reminded her that the environment was not suitable for such behavior. Su Daji responded coyly, nestling closer like a family. Her fingertips traced circles on his chest, her seductive gaze flowing, her tone filled with concern about the king's whereabouts. Suddenly, as her fingers touched his collar, Daji's smile quietly faded, her expression turning grave. Daji's demeanor abruptly turned icy, her demonic aura spreading, almost suffocating. She leaned close to Lin Ji's neck, sharply sniffing a certain scent, her gaze instantly becoming dangerously piercing. Lin Ji tensed up, sensing trouble. The mark left by the ghost bride's kiss seemed to have become his nightmare. Daji sneered coldly, her voice chilling and piercing, glaring at the red mark on his neck with disgust, murmuring, "Who dares to leave such a mark on my king?" Her fingertips lightly lifted Lin Ji's chin, her gaze sharp as a blade. Her tails bristled, her aura surged, and the grand hall was filled with a chilling tension that made breathing difficult. The teachers froze in place, their nervousness making even their breathing cautious. Beside Lin Ji, Daji's devastatingly beautiful face wore a false smile, while the 9 tails behind her bristled into sharp blades, exuding a demonic presence that overwhelmed the entire hall. Cold sweat dripped from Lin Ji's forehead, his heart in turmoil. The script had clearly gone off track, turning a dreamlike reunion into a perilous confrontation. Daji narrowed her cold eyes, her nails suddenly sharpening as they grazed his carotid artery, sending a chill through him. She mocked, "Are you savoring the taste of that woman, or trying to deceive me?" Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, a cool, moonlit aura quietly approached. Chang'e appeared, cradling a jade rabbit, her serene and ethereal presence like a celestial maiden descending, instantly dropping the temperature of the grand hall to freezing levels. She cast a cold glance at the furious Daji, her eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Just an inexperienced fox. Chang'e's voice was as clear as water, reminding everyone. The title of human emperor is no small matter, with countless beauties surrounding him. What are two female ghosts compared to that? Upon hearing this, Daji's anger surged. The surrounding lights flickered unsteadily, and murderous intent filled the grand hall. She stared intently at Lin Ji, jealousy and possessiveness burning in her red eyes. On the king's body, there should only be the scent of me and that cold block of ice. All other filthy things deserve to die. In an instant, her fingers tightened, causing the skin on Lin Ji's neck to sink, with blood faintly seeping out. The flickering lights transformed into eerie ghostly shadows, and the crowd watched in terror, as if witnessing the arrival of the apocalypse. Lin Ji silently endured this domestic violence storm, his life hanging by a thread as he ate his soft rice in a heart-stopping manner. A sharp pain radiated from Lin Ji's neck as his gaze locked onto the out-of-control Su Daji. The golden bloodline within him suddenly awakened, and an overwhelming pressure erupted from his body, dominating the entire scene like a mountain. Without hesitation, he slapped away Su Daji's provocation, then grabbed her chin, his eyes blazing with unshakable authority. The room fell silent, and the sound of Yi Chen's sword dropping was particularly clear. This mythical-level demon clan member was completely subdued by Lin Ji's aura, her cold murderous intent instantly melting into tender pink affection. Su Daji's cheeks flushed, her seductive eyes glimmered, and she let out a sweet hum, leaning closer to Lin Ji, coquettishly admitting she enjoyed being punished like this. Zhang Xian clutched his chest in the audience, as if struck by a critical blow, his mind in turmoil. Just how much of an M is this fox spirit? Lin Ji gently stroked her smooth skin, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Will you dare next time? Su Daji mischievously leaned closer, whispering sweet words, her tongue lightly licking the corner of her lips, instantly raising the level of ambiguity. At this moment, a slightly stiff cough came from Chang'e nearby, and the jade rabbit in her arms had a tuft of fur plucked out. Her icy gaze clearly showed her dissatisfaction with the intimate scene between the two. Seeing this, Lin Ji gently released Su Daji and naturally wrapped his arm around Chang'e's fragrant shoulder. Chang'e stiffened slightly but quietly leaned in, a faint smile gracing her lips. With one on each side, Lin Ji teased with a laugh. My fairy is much more sensible, unlike this fox always causing trouble. The seductive Su Daji responded coquettishly, clinging to his other arm like a soft rope. The intertwining of ice and fire, cold and hot, created an incredibly sweet scene. In the audience, Gu Qingfeng and Emo Daozi exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness and sighs. Young people these days are really hard to understand, Emo Daozi said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. But Gu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with a different light. The aura that erupted from Lin Ji's body carries deeper meaning. Just as the situation was developing in a peculiar direction, Chu Shanhe on stage finally couldn't hold back and stood up. Sweat slid down his forehead as he quickly gripped the microphone, his voice firm as he interrupted the commotion. The freshman ceremony is over. Dismissed. The hall erupted into a swarm of people leaving, but Chu Shanhe's expression remained solemn as he walked straight toward Lin Ji, coldly instructing, everyone else, head back. You, come to my office. Lin Ji raised an eyebrow, his gaze flickering darkly as it swept over the glaring, pulsating red warning label above the principal's head. The door slowly opened, and Lin Ji stepped into the newly renovated principal's office. The luxurious carpet and crystal chandelier contrasted with the dullness of the shrimp-themed painting, exuding the oppressive aura of a nouveau riche base. Chu Shanhe smiled obsequiously, holding a purple clay teapot, offering his treasured De Hong Pao tea with enthusiasm. Sit. Make yourself at home. Treat it like your own place. Lin Ji sat down, his gaze fixed on the endlessly changing, alarm-like infinite return rate tag above his head. The principal awkwardly scratched his head, sat back on the single sofa, and tried to steer the conversation casually. Clearing the purgatory dungeon in 3 hours, gained quite a few special items. You know? Lin Ji sipped his tea calmly, his gaze unwavering, and replied simply, "Speak directly. No need to beat around the bush." Chu Shanha paused. His expression changed drastically, and he lowered his voice. "Someone has paid a hefty price for your life. A kill order." Lin Ji blew the tea foam away with composure, his demeanor unperturbed. "Not curious about who it is?" Chu Shanha couldn't hide his surprise, his eyes showing an incomprehensible expression. He hadn't expected Lin Ji to be so calm. Lin Ji responded indifferently, "Who else could it be?" The atmosphere grew tense, with hidden currents surging. Lin Ji set down his teacup, his faint smile tinged with amusement. He casually brought up the conflict at the school gate, where Gu Lao had effortlessly dealt with Tianji Group's spineless lackeys. Those opponents from Sakura country. Do they still dare to face him now? Chu Shanha took a deep breath, admiration flickering in his eyes. What a strong heart. This is what it means to be a true powerhouse, unflinching even under immense pressure. It's the Yaki Society from Sakura country, the mastermind behind the scenes, directly controlling Tianji Group's financial flows, Chu Shanha said in a low voice, his tone revealing undeniable danger. Your dungeon performance and SSS Plus rating have enraged them. They won't allow Long Country to produce another by potion-like figure, and they're even more afraid you'll surpass him. 8 words, like a killing order etched into the air. At all costs, eliminate the budding threat. Chu Shanha stared at Lin Ji, trying to catch even a hint of fear. Lin Ji remained unmoved, his fingers rhythmically tapping the sofa armrest, responding flatly, "Let them come." With the bloodline of the human emperor flowing within him, backed by the protection of a mythical-level Buddha, and the covert support of the Ministry of Education. No matter how many assassins Sakura country sends, they're nothing more than fodder. Those 2 big treasures have been sulking lately. This is the perfect chance for them to vent their anger. Chu Shanha's mouth twitched, his mind flashing to the 9-tailed fox that nearly destroyed the Grand Auditorium and the supremely arrogant Guanghan Ferry. Practically deterrent-level nuclear weapons. He quickly patted his chest in assurance. As long as you're at Huayang Martial University, the school will always be your strong backing. Minister Qin is also ready to step in at any time. Immediately after, his expression turned serious as he finalized an important announcement. The National Freshman Exchange Competition would be moved up by a month, to be held at Kyoto Martial University. For 1 month, all school resources, private lessons from the 2 great masters Gu Lao and Mo Lao, would be fully open to Lin Ji without restriction. The sole mission: to crush the geniuses of the 3 noble families in the competition and declare to all of Long Country that Huayang Martial University is number 1. Lin Ji nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming with light, as opportunities surged like a tide. The atmosphere eased, yet he did not leave. His gaze locked onto the flashing red text above Chu Shanha's head. Lin Ji's expression grew solemn as he leaned forward, an imperial pressure from the depths of his ancestral bloodline quietly spreading. Chu Shanha froze instantly, as if the person sitting in front of him was no longer a freshman but an ancient beast cloaked in human skin. The oppressive pressure made him sit up straight, his breathing cautious, and sweat instantly soaked his back. Lin Ji's voice was soft yet incredibly penetrating. "Principal, since this is a family, shouldn't the family assets be laid out for the family to discuss?" He pointed to the ceiling, then to the floor, calmly exposing the secrets behind the dilapidated school. A mass grave exuding eerie energy, 3 billion in debt. Even the head chef of the cafeteria had been scared away. How could such a mess still manage to sustain years of student enrollment? His eyes were sharp, waiting for the truth, so alarming that even the omniscient eye issued a red warning to surface. Lin Ji's gaze was as sharp as a blade, locking onto Chu Shanha. Through the omniscient eye, he captured every subtle muscle twitch and pupil change in Chu Shanha, missing nothing. Chu Shanha's expression shifted from shock to confusion, finally settling into a mix of embarrassment and awkwardness. He scratched his head, his eyes darting around, and finally couldn't hold back, slapping his thigh and exclaiming helplessly, Lin Ji, I've only been in charge of this school for 3 years. They said it was a 1,000-year-old prestigious school, but it's full of pitfalls. Buried in debt, riddled with secrets, I know nothing. The air grew still, and a crow cawed as it flew overhead. Lin Ji stared at this face, both sincere and slightly aggrieved, his mouth twitching. The omniscient, I told him. This guy was just plain unlucky and wasn't lying. Lin Ji chuckled bitterly to himself, suppressing the urge to throw his tea at Chu Shanhe, and prepared to leave. Chu Shanhe quickly clutched his chest, stopping him, and whispered, I may not know much, but there's someone who knows everything. The head of admissions, Lu Bo. Lin Ji paused. Chu Shanhe spoke with conviction. Though Lu Bo wears flip-flops and baggy shorts, looking like a street bum, he's actually an old hand at Huayang Martial University. He's criticized 3 principals, witnessed the fates of over a dozen graduating classes, and even guarded the school during the renovation of the teaching building. Lin Ji followed his gesture toward the window. The setting sun bathed the campus in red, and a bald man in an ill-fitting suit with a crooked tie squatted by a flower bed, holding half a sausage and grinning as he played with a stray dog. That lonely figure, set against the backdrop of the resplendent new campus, carried an unexpected air of resolute solitude. A true master, silently guarding the school gates. Lin Ji's eyes narrowed, sensing a cold and austere aura. The setting sun, blood-red, stained the freshly paved road a crimson hue. By the flower bed below, Lu Bo's half-eaten sausage stood in stark contrast to the dirty dog beside him. In his solitary silhouette, he was the true gatekeeper, who had witnessed the rise and fall of Huayang Martial University. Lin Ji stood on the steps, a faintly amused smile emerging from the shadows. The clichés of online novels told him that such overlooked background characters often held the greatest secrets. The old monk sweeping the library, the beggar on the street selling a tattered copy of Buddha's Palm. Was this what they called the great hermit hiding in plain sight? Lin Ji adjusted his expression and descended the steps with steady strides. The sound of footsteps startled the man feeding the dog. Lu Bo paused, slowly turning his head. Against the backlight, half of his face was hidden in shadow, his gaze obscure and unreadable. The next second, he suddenly burst into laughter, as radiant as chrysanthemums in October. He sprang to his feet, not even bothering to wipe the grease off his hands, and hurriedly rushed toward Lin Ji, bowing at a 90-degree angle, his face full of flattery. Ancestor Lin, you came down here personally? Just call and I'll be there. The school owes everything it has today to you. You're the god of wealth for Huayang Martial University. His hands, shiny with grease, awkwardly wiped against his suit pants. In that instant, the lofty image of a reclusive monk, shattered into pieces impossible to piece back together. Lin Ji's mouth twitched, feeling like he had encountered a supreme king, only to find it was just a bronze-level sycophant clinging desperately. But he didn't jump to conclusions immediately. A golden light flashed in his eyes. Eye of Omniscience activated. A pale blue data panel hovered above Lu Bo's Mediterranean head. Lu Bo. Identity. Director of Admissions at Huayang Martial University. Seasoned loafer. Realm. 4th-tier martial artist. Combat ability nearly 0. Specialty. Flattery. Adept at adapting to any situation. Hidden attribute. None. Actual return rate. -5%. Note. The only secret is 2,300 yuan of private stash hidden in the office. Mostly coins. Lin Ji's gaze locked onto the glaring -5% on the panel, then shifted to Lu Bo, who was standing in front of him with an expectant expression. So this is the veteran Chu Shanhe spoke of. Where's the mysterious expert? He's just an old rogue guarding the gate. Lin Ji smiled bitterly, thinking to himself, might as well let Chu Shanhe experience free fall from the window. The air grew stagnant, suffocatingly awkward. Lu Bo noticed Lin Ji staring blankly at him and grew nervous. Young Master Lin, do you have any instructions? Or was dinner not to your taste? I'll have the chef dismissed right away. Lin Ji rubbed his temples and asked in a deep voice, I heard you've been at this school for 25 years? Lu Bo immediately straightened his back, full of pride. I know every inch of this school better than anyone else. I even know where the rat holes are. Lin Ji leaned in, his gaze sharp. Even though the school is run down, it's built next to a mass grave and still stands firm. Are there any unknown strange tales or secret legacies? Lu Bo glanced around mysteriously, lowered his voice, and leaned closer, his demeanor turning enigmatic. Lu Bo leaned in closer to Lin Ji, his eyes darting around, and finally revealed the legend of the Midnight Ring. On the 3rd floor of the old school building, in the men's restroom, strange woo sounds could be heard at midnight, like crying or knife sharpening, terrifying everyone. Lin Ji frowned deeply, ripples of thought stirring within him. Could this eerie sound be the work of a vengeful ghost, or a sign of the descent of a peerless divine weapon? If so, wouldn't the return rate be infinite? Lu Bo slapped his thigh and proudly recounted how he once boldly barged into the restroom to investigate, only to discover that the eerie sound was caused by aging window seals creaking in the wind. After applying some tape, the terrifying noise vanished instantly. He prided himself on his cleverness, becoming the campus legend who unveiled the truth behind the Midnight Ring. Lin Ji gave a helpless sidelong glance at the greasy, bald rogue, inwardly cursing his own naivety. How could he have placed any hope in this man? This isn't horror. It's an intelligence tax. He coldly interrupted Lu Bo's next absurd story, turned on his heel, and walked away briskly, leaving only the sound of the wind sweeping up dry leaves in mockery. Standing under a newly installed white marble street lamp, Lin Ji irritably kicked a stone, his thoughts racing. The phrase, infinite return rate, above Chu Shanha's head. Where's the real secret hidden? The principal himself or something he carries must be the greatest treasure. He would have to investigate personally. His gaze pierced through the layers of tree shadows, locking onto the brightly lit administrative building. A smile appeared on Lin Ji's lips, and a golden dragon shadow flickered in his eyes. He murmured, If no one knows, then I'll turn everything upside down. I'll dig 3 feet into the ground to uncover the truth behind this infinite return. Before his words had fully faded, an unexpected 5-star review emerged from beneath the foundation. Huayong Martial University. Lin Ji's adventure was just beginning. The moon hung high in the dark sky, and a gust of eerie wind swept past the old school walls. Lin Ji crouched at the moss-covered base of the wall, his soldier's shovel gleaming coldly in his hand, his movements as nimble as a master tomb raider. Clang! The shovel struck something hard, and hope flickered in Lin Ji's eyes. Ignoring the dirt covering his hands, he quickly dug through the thick layer of soil. A broken porcelain shard emerged, accompanied by a notification from the all-knowing eye, shattered chamber pot, with an attached disgusting attribute and negative return. The mocking prompt left Lin Ji frozen in place, stunned. It was now the 21st day. He had searched every corner of the campus. The grand marble gate, the desolate burial ground, the ceiling layers, and even rat holes, all to no avail. The so-called infinite return rate opportunity seemed like an unattainable mirage. Lin Ji fell into deep thought, eventually shaking his head and sitting down, abandoning his frantic digging. His gaze was resolute as he decided to wait patiently, holding the campus in the palm of his hand, waiting for the opportunity to reveal itself. The next morning, in the number 1 lecture hall of Huayong Martial University. This luxurious classroom, built with immense wealth by a tycoon from the Magic City, featured a golden podium where Emo Daozi stood, his long robe fluttering and folding fan waving as he passionately explained profound martial arts theories. Below the stage, 5 disciples showcased their unique styles. Yi Chan sat cross-legged like a sword, surrounded by sword energy, cold and aloof. Zhang Xian buried himself in rapid note-taking, exclaiming in amazement. Nailan Qing adjusted his glasses slightly, his fingertips flicking a flashing throwing knife, his expression focused. Bai Ling lay sprawled on the desk, casually playing with a venomous spider, utterly relaxed. And in the last row, a completely different scene unfolded. Lin Ji reclined in a leather chair, his feet propped on the desk, shielding his face from the sunlight with a copy of To Live. The peerless enchantress Su Daji peeled a glistening grape, her jade-like hand gently offering it to his lips, her smile alluring and captivating. The cool and serene Chang'e cradled a jade rabbit, the temperature around her perfectly balanced, like a living air conditioner. On the podium, Emodaozi swallowed his dry throat, witnessing the scene before him, his mouth twitching. He cleared his throat twice, forcing a benevolent smile to suppress his overwhelming helplessness. Today's theory class is over. Emodaozi set down the book, his voice firm. The National Freshman Exchange Competition is in a week, and shutting yourselves away is no longer meaningful. Tomorrow morning, everyone will set off for the capital, first visiting the territory of Yenjing Martial University to adapt to the venue, broaden your horizons, and meet powerful individuals from across the country. He paused, his gaze meaningful, seemingly hiding deeper plans. This trip includes all meals and accommodations, fully reimbursed. Emodaozi coldly announced that they would also visit various prominent families in Kyoto along the way. They're all old patrons who donated money to the school, so we have to pay them a visit. His words carried hidden sharpness. As for those who didn't donate, we still need to exchange ideas. Zhang Xian was the first to jump up, his eyes wide with excitement as he shouted, "Finally! No more 8 a.m. classes. The principal is so generous." Yichun coldly opened his eyes, a resolute sword intent flashing in his gaze. Newcomers coming to test their swords? Perfect timing. Nailan Qing's glasses reflected light, and a sharp edge emanated from his icy aura. Visiting Kyoto? Clearly, it's to showcase strength and declare territory. Bai Ling frowned slightly and asked Emodaozi, "With so many factions, do you still remember who donated and who didn't?" "I can't recall who gave money, but Principal Chu is crystal clear about who didn't." Emodaozi's smile was as sharp as a blade. "If someone comes to challenge us without knowing their place, don't hold back. Go all out." His gaze was piercing and aggressive. Lin Ji sat upright, his tone calm. "Going straight to action, isn't that a bit too ostentatious?" Emodaozi's eyes suddenly turned profound, and he let out a cold laugh, as if seeing through Lin Ji's ignorance. "You've spent the last 20 days treasure hunting and haven't watched the news?" Lin Ji froze and shook his head. Emodaozi sighed, swiping his finger as the curtain in front slowly descended. On the large screen, news headlines appeared one after another, each word striking. Shocking. He used a vase to clear the purgatory dungeon, soloing 5 enemies in the dark forest. Dimensional suppression of prodigies. Heart of a saint, taking all rewards but reviving opponents. Nation's sweetheart declares war. If Lin Ji doesn't marry me, I'll never marry anyone. Lin Ji sat stunned in his seat, his toes seemingly tapping furiously inside his shoes, an indescribable awkwardness welling up in his heart. Emodaozi's face was full of pride as he pointed at the screen. The outside world regards you as a legend. Hundreds of millions of votes, media hype, even the authorities have tacitly approved. Your divine power and sacred heart. The nickname that combines the two is, with a sudden change in tone, he forcefully wrote on the blackboard, "Divine being." The chalk broke, and the 2 heavy characters froze in the center of the blackboard. The classroom shook, and after a moment of silence, it erupted into thunderous applause and admiration. Yichun seemed thoughtful, his eyes burning with madness. Divine being Lin Ji, divine might like a prison, benevolence for all, truly deserving of the name. Zhang Xian raised his thumb high, grinning foolishly. "From now on, when I go out, I'm the little brother of the divine being. So cool." Bai Ling's eyes sparkled. "Divine being brother? You're amazing." Su Daji's gaze flowed, her eyes filled with reverence. The king is indeed a divine being, extraordinary among mortals. Everyone looked up to him, as if Lin Ji were a living deity on earth. But Lin Ji, slumped on the leather sofa, his mouth twitching, his face contorted, divine being? The term was downright ironic, a title he had only encountered in his hometown's online world. The term divine being originally was a synonym for mocking someone with a questionable thought process. Yet, in this high martial world, tens of billions of people shouted his name with voices full of respect. You truly are a divine being. Lin Ji stood beside Mo Daozi, his expression complicated, looking at the admiration in his classmates' eyes, his heart completely collapsing. He raised his hand with difficulty, trying to request a change of title. Can we not call me divine being? How about martial saint or heavenly emperor instead? Mo Daozi shook his head, looking smug. Divine being is the purest form of honor. It's the will of the entire internet. As Mo Daozi patted his shoulder, Lin Ji gritted his teeth, covered his face, and completely resigned himself to fate. Beside him, Yi-chan, Su Daji, and Chang'e surrounded him with looks of admiration and comfort. Lin Ji felt there was no escape, and bitterly confessed, "Everyone, stop praising me. I can't take it." In the eyes of everyone, that was humility, an unparalleled halo. Increasingly unable to endure this glory, Lin Ji suddenly stood up, his aura erupting. "Tomorrow morning, we're going to Kyoto. I need to show those voters what a true, divine being looks like." Early the next morning, a private jet bearing the Huayang Martial University emblem soared through the clouds. Outside the cabin window, the former campus gradually receded into the distance. Lin Ji's gaze was cold, fixed firmly on the stormy skies of Kyoto. As the plane landed, the cabin was immediately filled with Lu Bo's excited and noisy voice, like a construction foreman on a caffeine high. Lin Ji leaned forward to look, seeing the ground crew being hectically directed by Lu Bo. A 10-meter-long red carpet had been laid out on the concrete ground, flanked by rows of plastic fake flowers, creating an unmistakable nouveau riche vibe. Lin Ji's mouth twitched as he thought, "This Kyoto is really down to earth." Zhang Xian yawned and leaned over, his brows furrowed, pointing to the distance at a group of imposing buildings exuding a steely and resolute aura. "This doesn't look like the parking lot of a five-star hotel. It looks more like a school." The cold and resolute land of steel awaited the arrival of the divine being. Lin Ji narrowed his eyes slightly, his keen senses capturing the restless surge of blood and energy in the air. A powerful oppressive field formed by the convergence of thousands of martial artists' auras. Mo Daozi slowly opened his eyes, fanning himself with a folding fan, a sly smile appearing on his face. "This isn't a hotel. This is Huajing Martial University." Bai Ling curiously poked her head out and asked aloud, "Huajing Martial University? Weren't we heading to Yanjing Martial University?" Mo Daozi stood up, his eyes gleaming. Dean Gu didn't come to avoid suspicion. As soon as we entered the airspace of the capital, we were intercepted by the president of Huajing Martial University. "I heard that the divine being and some prodigies from Huayang Martial University have arrived, so they specially invited us for a friendly exchange." Lin Ji immediately understood that this so-called friendly exchange was nothing more than a trap. Huayang Martial University was in its prime, and the local powerhouse, Huajing Martial University, was testing the waters. It was all just posturing and probing for strength. Yi-chan gripped his sword and coldly spat out, "A show of force." His eyes glimmered with battle intent. Zhang Xian scratched his head, patted Lin Ji on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Old Mo, this isn't fair. Brother Lin is a divine being, the record holder for the Purgatory Dungeon. Huajing Martial University may be strong, but they're far behind Brother Lin. If you let him go up for a friendly exchange, aren't you afraid he'll knock them out with one punch? Paying for their medical bills won't be a joke." The entire room fell silent, and even Mo Daozi was stunned. Zhang Xian continued, "This is clearly not an exchange. It's targeted poverty alleviation." Nailan Qing adjusted his glasses and added fuel to the fire. "The model shows that Lin Ji's combat power is terrifying. The top freshman at Huajing Martial University wouldn't even withstand a single punch. If he really knocks someone out with one hit, the outside world will say we're going too far." Bai Ling exclaimed excitedly, Exactly. It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. If Brother Lin goes up and clears the field, we won't even get a turn. Where's the fun in that? Everyone's unspoken thoughts were clear. On the surface, it was about principles, but in reality, they all wanted a share of the glory. Zhang Xian waved his hand and announced the action plan. For this trip to Huajing, we are forming the Linji Sealing Squad. Unless the other side sends out third or fourth-tier experts, Linji is forbidden from making a move. Leave the small fry to us. Brother Lin, your job is to sit back, drink tea, strike a pose, and be our lucky charm. Yi Chen nodded and gave a succinct response. Agreed. Nailin Qing chimed in. Seconded. Bai Ling clapped her hands and laughed. Divine brother, just focus on looking cool. Lin Ji looked at his teammates, who had suddenly reached a consensus, his face dark with exasperation. He could only silently complain. He was just about to protest, muttering, You didn't even ask me first, when Zhang Xian cut him off decisively with, Objection overruled. They persuaded him to exude the aura of a final boss and not reveal his true strength too easily, lest he expose his trump card too soon. Emo Daozi stood to the side, beaming brightly as he watched these young people, who clearly didn't take their opponents seriously. His eyes were filled with both affection and helplessness. This group was indeed arrogant, but it was precisely this arrogance that gave them immense potential. As the airplane door opened, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. On the ground, a dense crowd of senior and junior students from Huajing Martial University had gathered, their gazes as sharp as arrows, all directed at Lin Ji and his group as they disembarked. The collective aura of thousands of people was like a thick, oppressive cloud, making it almost hard to breathe. Kalinzi remained indifferent, his eyelids unraised, lazily keeping his hands in his pockets, as if this group of people were nothing more than roadside weeds. Daji smiled charmingly. Chang'e exuded a cold and ethereal aura. Yi Chun carried a stern and sword-like presence, and Zhang Xian waved in greeting. Their collective aura directly crushed the oppressive cloud. Their steps relaxed yet confident. Voices of discussion gradually rose among the crowd, noisy and piercing. The students of Huajing Martial University were dissatisfied with the rumors that Linji was being hailed as a divine figure. They questioned, why must the true genius be him? What gave him the right to cheat his way through life and have a mythical-level wife? Linji's steps remained unconcerned, caring only about the narrow-minded people before him. The corners of his lips slightly lifted, almost revealing disdain. He walked like the wind, heading toward the rest area, but suddenly paused in his stride. He noticed, at the end of the red carpet, a massive red banner with golden characters spread out, spanning half the square. Boldly printed in gold using a thick Wei-style font, it read, Warmly welcome Huayang Martial University's divine figure, Linji. The words were accompanied by tacky special effects, resembling a juvenile masterpiece. Beneath the banner, 2 rows of cheerleader girls waved colorful pom-poms, their chants echoing to the skies, Welcome, welcome, divine figure Linji. Create brilliance once more. The deafening shouts made time seem to stand still. Linji stood in the center of the red carpet, utterly helpless in the face of the tacky banner and the overly dramatic celebration. The luxurious red carpet beneath his feet had been scuffed into a fairy castle by his steps. His face full of embarrassment, completely socially dead. Suddenly, at the end of the red carpet, a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair hurriedly approached, his steps urgent, as if ready to play the villain in a live performance of The Legend of Zhen Huan. Li Yanfeng, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, greeted Emo Daozi with an official smile, as if reuniting with a long-lost relative. He shook hands vigorously, his face full of cheer. Then, his gaze locked onto Linji, his tone exaggerated, praising Linji's demeanor and charisma with overflowing compliments. Linji, however, merely observed coldly, his face devoid of joy, unwilling to even feign a polite smile. Li Yanfeng continued to flaunt using the massive banner at the school gate. Though his smile stiffened momentarily, he quickly regained composure, gesturing for the group to enter with an air of, "I'm not embarrassed. You're the ones who should be." Upon entering Huajing Martial University, the scenery was entirely different. Ancient trees lined the cherry blossom avenue, and the students' neat uniforms and handsome appearances were a refreshing sight. The campus exuded an aura of nobility and heritage. Zhang Xian's eyes sparkled as he marveled at the authentic martial university life, excitedly pointing at the youthful and beautiful girls by the roadside, almost forgetting his own identity. Yi Chun cast him a cold glance, softly reminding him to maintain decorum. Zhang Xian feigned seriousness, hinting at his fondness for small-town beauties. Lin Ji helplessly rubbed his forehead, smiling wryly at the comical antics of his two senior brothers. Li Yanfeng led the group around the campus, ostensibly introducing the school's scenery, but actually flaunting its hidden significance. He deliberately passed landmarks like the Grandmaster Hall of Fame, Divine Weapon Exhibition Hall, and Hundredfold Gravity Training Room, his voice filled with pride, his explanations laced with a sense of showing off. The billion-level investment in the Gravity Room, the battle blade that had slain 8th-tier monsters. Each scene was crafted as a grand tour spectacle for the visitors. However, the group from Huayang Martial University was unimpressed, silently mocking the clumsy display. Wealth matched, but heritage lacking. Arriving before a grand domed stadium, Li Yanfeng suddenly stopped, theatrically slapping his forehead as if he had forgotten, inviting Emo Daozi and the others inside for guidance and sparring. Emo Daozi lightly shook his folding fan, his gaze playful, coldly questioning whether Li Yanfeng's show of strength was premature. Li Yanfeng forced a smile, pretending ignorance, his acting impeccable. Emo Daozi took the lead and pushed open the stadium doors. Boom! Instantly, a wave of sound swept through like a tsunami. 30,000 seats, all occupied, with shouts and screams intertwining. Tens of thousands of glow sticks pierced the darkness, their light surging like tidal waves. This was no simple sparring session but the scene of a top-tier idols concert. In the center of the arena, the spotlight locked onto two figures. One was dressed in white as pure as snow, his swordplay dazzling like a dance. Each strike was like a work of art, his handsome face adorned with an exquisitely otherworldly makeup, clearly just applied before stepping onto the stage. In the stands, the girls screamed wildly, with some even fainting and being carried out on stretchers. He was Zhang Shaoqing, a sophomore at the Weapons Academy, described by Li Yanfeng as average in talent but diligent in sword practice. His opponent, a burly man, exaggeratedly dodged the sword strikes that barely grazed his clothes, his acting worthy of an Oscar. Lin Ji's eyes flickered as he secretly activated the Eye of Omniscience for analysis. First-tier peak level, an incomplete version of the flowing cloud sword technique, entirely performative in nature. To maintain a graceful appearance, speed and lethality were deliberately sacrificed, and the blade wasn't even sharpened. Its practical combat value was almost zero, merely a scam to fool naive girls. Lin Ji sneered. This martial arts sparring had turned into a grand historical drama performance. He lowered his voice and whispered to Emo Daozi, "This rigged match. My grandma could win it." Emo Daozi responded indifferently, "See through it, but don't expose it. This is performance art." As they spoke, Zhang Shaoqing's swordplay reached its climax. With a complex and ornate flourish, he thrust his sword forward, shouting lightly, "Break!" A streak of cyan sword energy shot out, but it was weak, dissipating after flying just 3 meters. The burly man, however, let out a pained scream as if struck heavily, flying several meters before crashing heavily near the edge of the arena. He struggled to spit out a hidden blood packet and shouted, "Senior swordsmanship is divine. I admit defeat, wholeheartedly convinced." The entire crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Zhang Shaoqing gracefully sheathed his sword, lightly wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, and waved to the audience, prompting another wave of screams. On the Huayang Martial University side, the atmosphere was dead silent. Yi Chun frowned while holding his sword, Bai Ling yawned indifferently as she played with a venomous spider, and Nailin Qing adjusted her glasses, coldly commenting. That sword energy couldn't even kill a chicken. 0 points for acting too fake. Li Yanfeng, full of smugness, turned to Lin Ji with a sly smile. So, genius, what do you think? Before the words had even faded, Li Yanfeng's voice suddenly rose, shouting through a loudspeaker. Students, quiet down. In an instant, all eyes turned to the stage, where the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Amidst the lights and fervor, Li Yanfeng introduced with a booming voice, a group of prodigies and divine figures standing as a backdrop. He pointed to Lin Ji, a smile concealing a hidden blade. Zhang Shaoqing caught sight of the divine figure Lin Ji, and a fiery determination ignited in his eyes. His sword tip pointed directly, and the tension on the stage instantly escalated. He prepared to step onto the platform, aiming to dominate tomorrow's headlines with a single move. At that moment, before Lin Ji could act, a hand gently pressed on his shoulder. Zhang Xian appeared silently, green light flickering in his eyes, a sly smile curling at his lips. In his hand was a worn peachwood sword, as if hiding a blade. He spoke coldly in a low voice, treating his opponent as a destined nemesis, spouting harsh words, vowing to ignite the stage with a brutal lesson. On the platform, Zhang Shaoqing leapt gracefully into the air, spinning a dazzling 720 degrees. His long sword traced floral patterns, his robes fluttering in the wind, and his handsome profile was polished into a perfect work of art under the lights. From the stands, the screams of young girls surged like waves, glow sticks swaying like a galaxy, all lost in this dream of a dashing martial world. In contrast, Zhang Xian's steps were sluggish, his peachwood sword tattered, with the hilt wrapped in transparent tape. His demeanor was entirely unrefined, scratching an itch inside his robe, looking as comical as a fortune-teller emerging from the streets. Boos and laughter erupted, but Zhang Xian seemed delighted by the mockery. He even blew a kiss toward the loudest jeers, his rebellious aura exploding. Zhang Shaoqing's gaze swept over the slovenly Taoist, a trace of disdain flashing across his face before he replaced it with a refined smile. Standing with his sword behind him, his aura instantly became lofty. In a magnetic voice, he announced the challenge rules, his words dripping with superiority and gentlemanly grace, declaring he would allow 3 moves, deliberately suppressing his opponent's level. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, fans cheering and shouting, elevating Shaoqing to an idealized pinnacle. At this moment, Zhang Xian suddenly teased, "Bro, your foundation is really caked on." The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Zhang Shaoqing's smile froze, his expression shifting slightly, his lips twitching. Ignoring the atmosphere, Zhang Xian pointed out the color mismatch on his face with feigned concern, plunging the mood into an icy chill, heightening the tension of the impending battle. The left eye makeup was thick, the right thin, creating an obvious asymmetry. On stage, Bai Ling couldn't hold back her laughter, her chuckles bursting out. Zhang Shaoqing's anger surged, his forehead reddening as he lowered his voice to warn Zhang Xian to show respect. Zhang Xian spread his hands innocently, mockingly offering professional advice, criticizing the messy makeup. "Your entrance is a disaster. This isn't a boy band debut." Finally, Zhang Shaoqing erupted, swinging his sword to unleash his ultimate move, flowing cloud sword technique, clouds rolling and unfolding. The sword's blade stirred up rippling cyan waves, like clouds swirling around. Each strike left behind a dazzling afterimage. The audience gasped in amazement, hurriedly snapping screenshots with their phones. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian's movements were bizarre, swaying left and right like a drunkard. The sword tip brushed past his Taoist robe but failed to touch even a corner. He slipped away like an eel, dodging the sword strikes with ease, a playful smirk on his lips, his taunts relentless. Zhang Shaoqing's momentum waned, sweat dripping from his forehead, his foundation smudged. He roared in frustration, unleashing flowing cloud-flying sleeves, transforming his sword energy into a rain of petals, sealing off Zhang Xian's escape routes. Zhang Xian stopped effortlessly, sneering with disdain, completely unflustered. He tucked the broken peachwood sword under his arm, spreading the fingers of his right hand. A dazzling golden light instantly condensed. It was the supreme energy of Mount Longhu, the manifestation of the golden light mantra. Without any flashy techniques, a resounding slap shattered the illusory sword energy like thunder. The sword formation disintegrated like bubbles. The golden light-wrapped palm struck Zhang Shaoqing's face with a fierce slap. Zhang Shaoqing was sent flying, spinning wildly in the air for 720 degrees. Blood and teeth mixed with foundation and saliva traced a tragic arc before he crashed heavily off the platform, cracking the floor. The venue fell into dead silence. The audience stared in shock, mouths agape, glow sticks dropping to the ground. Could it be that Brother Shaoqing was sent flying with just one slap, and the show was over? Zhang Shaoqing roared in fury. You dare hit my face? Zhang Shaoqing scrambled to his feet, his left cheek swelling rapidly, his eyes filled with shock and anger. His hairstyle was messed up, his eyeliner smudged, half of his face swollen like a steamed bun, and even his colored contact lens was askew. Zhang Xian approached step by step, a malicious smile hanging on his lips. Without hesitation, he grabbed Zhang Shaoqing's training uniform collar and lifted him up. Time for some physical cosmetic surgery. Zhang Xian sneered as his palm repeatedly struck down. Each slap landed precisely on the sore spots. Crooked eyeliner, exaggerated turns, wasted hair gel. Zhang Shaoqing's face distorted with each resounding slap, the pain rendering him unable to resist. The golden energy suppressed the blood and qi in his body, leaving him immobile. Within seconds, the elegant and refined ancient-style handsome man was completely gone, replaced by a face swollen like a pig's head. Zhang Shaoqing cried and begged for mercy, his idol image and senior demeanor utterly shattered. Zhang Xian stopped, disdainfully wiping off the foundation, and mockingly lectured. When practicing martial arts, don't bother with all that flashy nonsense. In real combat, no one waits for you to strike a pose. Next time, use waterproof eyeliner. It looks terrible when it smears from crying. Then, with a swift kick to Zhang Shaoqing's backside, the latter screamed as he flew in a perfect arc, landing precisely outside the ring. Upon hitting the ground, he landed at Li Yanfeng's feet. Li Yanfeng, who always wore a smile, twitched his muscles, his smile cracking. This pig head before him was unrecognizable even to his own mother. Zhang Xian picked up the peachwood sword, adjusted his Taoist robe, and bowed to Li Yanfeng below the stage, his expression innocent yet sincere. Dean Li, thank you for the match. Your school's senior is so dedicated that he even sacrificed his face. Such selflessness is truly admirable. Li Yanfeng's chest tightened, nearly spitting blood, knowing full well the venom in those words. The entire venue fell silent. The girls who had been screaming earlier now looked pale, their fantasies shattered. The celestial male god ultimately proved fragile and ridiculous in the face of real confrontation. At this moment, Emo Daozi, seated nearby, sighed while fanning himself, his tone solemn and authoritative. You are mistaken. The exchange between the two schools is a sacred matter. How could you send such a showy figure to represent? Are you looking down on Huayang Martial University? Or do you think the brothers and sisters of our divine students can only spar with this kind of trash? The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive, the pressure like a mountain. If this is the level of Huajing Martial University, there's no need for a friendship match. We came to exchange martial arts, not to act in an idle drama. Li Yanfeng's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixed on Zhang Xian's smug smile on stage and Lin Ji's indifferent demeanor beside him. Unease surged in his heart. These freshmen from Huayang Martial University weren't here to gain prestige. They were here to cause trouble. Emo Daozi ignored Li Yanfeng's attempts to explain, swept his wide sleeves, and turned to leave, his back exuding determination and resolve. Li Yanfeng called out anxiously, if this friendship match is cancelled, so be it. It's simply an insult to Huayang Martial University. He quickly instructed his people to clean up and prepared to file a complaint with the Ministry of Education. The atmosphere was on the verge of exploding, and Li Yanfeng was panicked, fearing that Huajing Martial University would face a media frenzy of criticism. Suddenly, he blocked Emodaozi, forcing a bitter smile as he tried to smooth things over. It's a misunderstanding. Zhang Xiaoqing is usually very composed. He was just nervous this time. Emodaozi responded coldly. Even your foundation is caking? What's there to be excited about? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Lin Ji walked over slowly, his smile warm like a spring breeze. He gently patted Emodaozi's shoulder and sincerely advised, Mr. Emo, calm down. Dean Li meant well. After all, everyone has different areas of expertise. He subtly defended Zhang Xiaoqing while hinting that Huayang Martial University was the true leader in the beauty and performance arts field. Li Yanfeng was shocked. Why would this kid speak up for him? Yet it felt strangely unusual. Lin Ji suddenly turned and sternly reprimanded Zhang Xian. You hit too hard. Leave some room for decency. You never know when you'll meet again. Zhang Xian scratched his head innocently. Brother Lin, Lin Ji cut him off decisively. Do you know how valuable Senior Zhang's face is? It's not just a livelihood. It's a work of art. Can you afford the compensation for lost work? Zhang Xian immediately offered an insincere apology. Dean Li, my bad for using too much force. Next time, I'll only hit the left side. Li Yanfeng felt powerless and frustrated, his heart racing as if he were being toyed with. Lin Ji smiled lightly, his grin both sly and charming. But then, the atmosphere suddenly tightened, and Li Yanfeng's eyelid twitched wildly, sensing trouble. Lin Ji pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, looking troubled. Mr. Mo has a reason to be upset. We were tense and stayed up all night yesterday. And Zhang Xian even suppressed his strength. This mental exhaustion needs compensation. Dean Li, a hardship fee is only fair, right? Li Yanfeng trembled as he looked at the list, forcing himself to ask, Lin Ji, what do you think? Would be appropriate? Lin Ji gripped the paper tightly and boldly listed a series of bizarre demands. 10 top-tier third-grade vitality pills, 5 supreme gravity room cards, 200-year-old dragon blood herbs, and 2 bottles of black jade healing balm. His tone was calm, but the reasoning behind it was amusing. Zhang Xian's hand turned red from hitting, so he needed medicine urgently. The students from Huajing Martial University were all dumbfounded, their jaws practically hitting the floor. 10 third-grade vitality pills? That price was comparable to a down payment on a luxury house. Asking for dragon blood herbs and black jade healing balm? This wasn't a welcome gift. It was blatant extortion and robbery. Li Yanfeng clutched his chest, trembling, and fearfully questioned Lin Ji, trying to stop this absurd request. Emodaozi snorted coldly, like a tiger protecting its cub, unleashing a master-level aura and directly retorting, Huajing Martial University can't even put together proper hospitality? If you don't give it to us, we'll leave. Don't forget, I still plan to report your shameful cowardice. Li Yanfeng's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth and said, Fine. He swallowed his bitterness and reluctantly handed over the exorbitant nutrition fee. His spirit completely deflated. Half an hour later, outside the Huajing Martial University bus, Lin Ji and his companions were overjoyed. Zhang Xian played with the jar of black jade healing balm, laughing uncontrollably. The scene was a mix of triumph and awkwardness, while Li Yanfeng stood there, his face looking worse than dried cured meat, yet he hadn't given up on his final strategy. Just as Lin Ji was about to board the bus, Li Yanfeng suddenly stepped forward, forcefully grabbing his hand. His tone was enthusiastic but carried hidden calculations. So talented at such a young age. Your performance in the main competition is highly anticipated. His palms pressed heavily, sending a subtle force into Lin Ji's bones, probing his vitality and attempting to gauge his true strength. Lin Ji's eyes flickered, and he instantly performed the turtle breath lock essence technique, hiding the golden vitality within his bone marrow, creating a false appearance of weakness. His muscles deliberately stiffened, resembling a frightened little rabbit. In Li Yanfeng's perception, the bones were hard but not jade-like, The vitality was abundant yet chaotic, and the meridians contracted under the pressure of a grandmaster's energy. The conclusion was harsh, a second-tier martial artist. At this moment, both sides understood that the real contest had just begun. At most, his strength was at the peak of the second tier. Li Yanfeng withdrew his hand, the smile on his face shifting from insincere to genuine. His gaze darkened as he watched Lin Ji's retreating figure, a faint cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. A strong body, but that vitality is too hollow. Lin Ji nonchalantly withdrew his hand, a flash of panic crossing his face. He quickly boarded the bus, which started slowly and disappeared into the night. Li Yanfeng stood in place, coldly muttering, "For the exchange competition, you'll have to rely on yourself. The mythical companion can't be used. With your second-tier strength, you're not worth mentioning." In Kyoto, the Pangu 7-star presidential suite. Emodaozi casually chewed on a third-tier vitality pill, a look of disdain on his face. The taste is mediocre, and it sticks to the teeth. He smiled slyly as he watched Lin Ji organize his spoils, looking as cunning as a fox. Lin Ji bit into a dragon blood herb, feeling the slight restlessness of vitality within him, a mocking smile curling at his lips. That old guy's final strike almost dislocated my shoulder. Ruthless indeed. His gaze deepened. The answer he saw was that I'm a second-tier martial artist with hollow vitality. Emodaozi's eyes sparkled with insight. Li Yanfeng's background is complex. Right now, they all think you're living off your wife or just a pill-pumped weakling. You're a divine being, but they expect much and only see a second tier. They'll breathe a sigh of relief, maybe even underestimate you. His tone shifted, revealing a cunning smile. This is what we call playing the fool to catch the wise. In the dark night, Lin Ji's strength displayed in the dark forest dungeon far exceeded the second tier. Emodaozi knew he had already reached the fourth tier, but others had no way of perceiving it. To avoid causing a stir, Lin Ji deliberately suppressed his strength, planning to astonish everyone at the exchange competition. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling streets of Kyoto. Deep within his pupils, a golden dragon shadow flashed. A fourth-tier martial artist crushing first- and second-tier opponents was undoubtedly blatant domination. Lin Ji licked his lips, excitement burning in his eyes. Old Mo, if I cripple the freshmen of Huajing Martial University, do you think they'll cry and beg me to return the pills? Public opinion seemed to ferment overnight. With some intentional instigation from Yenjing Martial University, rumors of the divine being Lin Ji being powerless swept through Kyoto's martial arts community. Second-tier martial artist, hollow vitality. These two labels were firmly attached to Lin Ji. No one dared to openly question his SSS Plus rating, but in private, comments like "lucky," "riding coattails," and "freeloader" were rampant. After all, admitting someone else is a genius is hard, but attributing their success to luck is always more comforting. 7 days later, the opening ceremony of the National College Freshman Exchange Competition. Kyoto Bird's Nest Stadium, the steel colossus with a capacity of 100,000, roared with excitement, the sound waves almost lifting the roof. In the supreme VIP box on the second floor, 3 figures stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the sea of people below like deities gazing down upon mortals. Gu Qinghe of Yenjing Martial University, dressed in a white suit as cold as frost. Lei Zhan of the military, his uniform sharp, shoulder epaulets gleaming with golden stars, exuding a murderous aura. Qian Duoduo of Modu Martial University, his hands adorned with gemstone rings, radiating an air of extreme wealth. The 3 giants of Longua martial arts had gathered. Qian Duoduo toyed with the massive emerald ring, a smile spreading across his face. Lei Laohu, your military department really went all out this time. Lei Zhan grinned, his rough laughter echoing like thunder, signaling the imminent start of the power struggle. This batch of freshmen was all forced out by that divine man Lin Ji. Lei Zhan slammed the railing with his palm, his eyes burning with fervent pride. The crowd looked at the group of young martial artists brimming with fighting spirit, their confidence soaring. Gu Qinghe adjusted his glasses, his voice calm yet resolute. That's right. This is the golden generation in the history of Dragon Nation's martial arts. Even without Lin Ji, they are capable of tearing the heavens apart. Lei Zhen, Gu Qinghe, and Old Qian exchanged smiles. Once rivals who fought fiercely over Lin Ji, they now turned their gaze to their carefully nurtured ultimate weapons. Lin Ji might be strong, but he couldn't surpass the deep-rooted foundation of the masses. The outcome of the battle was uncertain, but heritage was the key to victory. Accompanied by the host Jing Yang's passionate voice, the National College Martial Arts Exchange Tournament officially commenced. A crowd of 100,000 gathered in the stadium, their blood boiling with excitement. The first team to appear was the Yen Capital Martial Arts University representative team. The lights suddenly turned red, illuminating 5 young men dressed in white martial arts uniforms. Team captain Li Huijin stepped forward first, his expression stern and his stride resolute. With his reputation commanding the scene, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Captain Li Huijin, first-tier peak, top scorer of Su Province. Behind him followed 4 equally powerful teammates, all at the first-tier peak. The audience was stunned, exclaiming in shock, "For first-tier peaks? That's simply defying the heavens." Gu Qinghe observed coldly from the private box, nodding slightly, silently praising the imposing lineup. The surprises were far from over. The Magic City Martial Arts University representatives entered next, accompanied by a burst of high-tech blue lighting. Zhang Haochen led a group of competitors dressed in high-tech nano-combat suits, exuding an aura of wealth. Captain Zhang Haochen, top scorer of Lake Sea Province, first-tier peak. Demonstrating the power of money, the luxurious lineup featured 4 more first-tier peaks, causing the audience to erupt. A walking arsenal, absolutely enviable. Following closely, the first military academy representative team entered with heavy steps, their presence like the thunderous beat of war drums, suffocating the crowd. Bai Qi, dressed in blood-stained camouflage, had eyes as cold as an executioner. Beside him, Zhao Xiaoteng wielded a giant axe, her sinister smile radiating an oppressive aura. Captain Bai Qi, son of the Northern Frontier General, first-tier peak. The host's voice choked, almost breaking. An entire team of peaks. An unprecedented king-level lineup, stunning the audience. The stadium roared incessantly, the crowd boiling over. This is the golden generation. Other schools can't even compare. These 3 teams have already locked in the top 3 spots. Dragon Nation's martial arts freshman season. The flames of battle were about to ignite. Heroes would clash, but who would have the last laugh remained unknown. Huayang Martial Arts University, ranked in the top 5 nationally in the entrance exams, led by Lin Ji's legendary team, had the audience seats in an uproar. Lei Zhen slapped the railing, his laughter booming, even causing the nearby fruit platter to tremble. Qian Duoduo couldn't hide his amazement either, his eyes revealing his anticipation for Lin Ji. Just when everyone thought the climax of the night had arrived, host Jing Yang suddenly paused. The music abruptly stopped. The entire venue held its breath, followed by thunderous applause. Huayang Martial Arts University representatives appeared. They had no military posture, their attire casual, resembling a group of elderly strolling through the streets. Lin Ji walked out leisurely, hands in his pockets, his harmless smile exuding calm confidence. Behind him, Yi Chun strolled dreamily with his sword. Zhang Xian pointed randomly in all directions. Bai Ling's colorful venomous spider on her shoulder scared children into tears, and Nailan Qing focused on her tablet, her movements precise and composed. The 5 moved freely and unorthodoxly, their peculiar demeanor drawing attention. At the microphone, Jing Yang swallowed hard, gripping the data card tightly, and announced the statistics in shock. Captain Lin Ji, ranked first nationwide, SSS Plus rating, Tier 2 martial artist. Yi Chun, ranked 5th nationwide, Peak Tier 1. Zhang Xian, ranked 3rd nationwide, Peak Tier 1. Nailan Qing, ranked 2nd nationwide, Peak Tier 1. Bai Ling, ranked 4th nationwide, Peak Tier 1. The entire venue fell silent in an instant, countless gazes gathered in shock. A Tier 2 leader, accompanied by 4 Peak Tier 1 members. This was a monstrous team composed of the nation's top 5, far from an ordinary squad. In the resting area, the Huayong Martial University team slowly entered their designated space, situated right next to the 1st Military Academy, separated only by a narrow passage. Bai Qi, the son of the god of war from the 1st Military Academy, had been sitting motionless like a statue. Upon sensing Lin Ji's presence, his eyelids suddenly lifted, his cold eyes gleaming with fervor and hunger, like a starving wolf spotting prey. The next moment, he stood up abruptly, drawing the focus of tens of thousands of spectators and cameras. His aura condensed sharply, and his fighting spirit erupted. Bai Qi strode across the passage without hesitation, rudely grabbing Gu Qingye, who was about to greet Lin Ji, by the back of his collar. Like lifting a chick, he swiftly tossed him back into his seat. Before Gu Qingye could react, Bai Qi had already taken over his spot, even dragging the chair closer to the middle of the passage, nearly pressing against Lin Ji. The crowd erupted in astonishment, and the live chat exploded with comments. What the heck? The main captain actually ran over to the opposing team to get up close. Gu Qingye, you're just a tool, aren't you? Lin Ji froze, his gaze flickering over Bai Qi's fervent face. Bai Qi stared intently at Lin Ji, his oppressive aura making the latter's back tingle. Suddenly, Bai Qi let out a long sigh, his tone as melancholic as a resentful woman in a deep boudoir, yet utterly sincere. If I had known you were going to Huayong Martial University, I wouldn't have come to the 1st Military Academy. The air instantly froze. Gu Qingye nearly slipped from the awkwardness, while the team members stared in shock at their captain, who seemed possessed. Live on camera, he was publicly humiliating his own school. In the VIP box on the 2nd floor, Lei Zhen's precious purple clay cup shattered with a crisp sound, spilling hot tea all over his hands. His face darkened, veins bulging. Nearby, Emo Daozi lounged by the window, munching on sunflower seeds, his laughter booming. Old Lei, look at your temper. Even the son of the god of war can't fit into your little temple. Lei Zhen turned around, glaring angrily. Old Mo, don't get cocky. Just wait. I'll skin Bai Qi alive later. Down below, Gu Qingye, drenched in sweat, leaned in to warn in a low voice. Captain, be careful. General Lei is watching, and this is a live broadcast. Save some face for the school. Bai Qi, however, remained clear-eyed and resolute, replying firmly, a martial artist cultivates their will. Go where you want to go. If you can't even speak the truth, how can you talk about being the strongest? Gu Qingye was left speechless. Lin Ji almost burst out laughing. At this moment, Zhao Shouteng stormed over angrily, carrying a giant axe, and asked indignantly, Did you all plan this in advance? You all went to Huayong, and I was kept in the dark? My master hid it from me. I'm so mad. If I had known, I would have gone too. The atmosphere instantly felt like a family reunion. Bai Ling toyed with a colorful venomous spider, looked up sweetly and said, Sister Shouteng, don't be upset. As long as I'm here with brother Lin Ji, it doesn't matter whether you came or not. Zhao Shouteng clenched her fists with a cold expression. So angry she almost wanted to strike someone. Zhang Xian stood nearby, secretly laughing and shaking his head. Amid the chaos, the host's voice rang out again, announcing the next team to take the stage, though the enthusiasm was clearly dampened by the earlier betrayal drama. At the entrance, a tall figure in a silver-white martial arts uniform stepped forward. His posture was upright, his face handsome, his hair neatly styled, and he walked steadily into everyone's view. Wang Zichen, captain of the Huajing Martial Arts University team, raised his chin arrogantly, his nostrils flaring as if looking down on everyone. Behind him were Vice-Captain Ruan Qingyu and 3 mid-stage first-tier martial artists. Though well-equipped, they paled in comparison to this year's monsters. They headed straight to the resting area, pausing briefly as they passed Huayang Martial Arts University. Ruan Qingyu politely nodded at Lin Ji, but Wang Zichen turned abruptly, his aura shifting, and his sharp gaze pierced through Bai Qi, landing on Lin Ji. A blatant look of contempt mixed with jealousy, like a celebrity encountering a skilled actor, wanting both to ride their coattails and to step on them. He approached, stopping less than half a meter away, towering over the seated Lin Ji, and sneered coldly, "A divine figure? Ha, don't think you can gain fame through luck and hype. I'll personally shatter your halo and show everyone the truth." The air suddenly froze. Zhang Xian's smile vanished. Yi Chen's sword in his arms gleamed coldly. Nailan Qing's glasses reflected a chilling light. Bai Ling's venomous spider tightened its fangs, and even Bai Qi's gaze turned icy. Provocation, stirring the anger of the entire crowd. Yet Wang Zichen remained fearless, convinced he had seen through the deception. A second-tier martial artist with weak vitality. A pretty boy living off others. What makes him the center of attention? Lin Ji slowly raised his head, his gaze calm, a faint, indifferent smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, as if Wang Zichen were nothing more than a foolish ant dancing at his feet. Divine figure? He shook his head lightly, disdainful. If you want that title, take it. I never cared for it anyway. Wang Zichen froze, not expecting his opponent to be so composed, inwardly cursing him as fake timid and truly clueless. Thinking Lin Ji was afraid, he snorted coldly, turned, and led his team away, his back radiating arrogance and confidence. Bai Qi frowned and looked at Lin Ji. Is that guy brainless? You can tolerate this? Lin Ji stood up slowly, casually brushing his shoulder as invisible dust fell to the ground. His gaze turned cold, his smile vanished, replaced by an indifference that pressed down on the entire scene. Tolerate? He chuckled softly, his voice quiet yet cutting into everyone's hearts. Plenty of people have tried to step on me to climb up. I wonder. His gaze swept over the roaring crowd and the VIP boxes, finally settling on Wang Zichen's retreating figure. Whether their saws are harder than my fists. The Bird's Nest Stadium felt like a high-pressure cooker ready to explode, with the roar of 10,000 voices shaking the steel dome. The media's cameras were like a forest, intimidating newcomers to the point of trembling. On the podium, the Minister of Education, Qin Weigua, delivered a dull speech, and the atmosphere grew stifling. Lin Ji stood at the end of the line, unusually letting out a big yawn, his eyes watering, completely indifferent. Hey, genius! A greasy and mocking voice sounded beside him. Lin Ji turned his head, his gaze landing on Zhang Haochen, the captain of Modu Martial University, dressed in a high-end nano-combat suit with hair so slick it seemed to glow. Zhang Haochen's eyes swept over Lin Ji, filled with a strong sense of superiority, and he whispered provocatively, I heard you're at the second stage now? Your steps are so weak. You look like you've been raised in a medicine jar. Lin Ji raised an eyebrow but said nothing, his gaze calm and indifferent. Zhang Haochen laughed smugly, believing his rumors had taken effect, and sneered at Lin Ji. If you're afraid of losing face, we can make a deal. I'll pay 50 million for you to lead your team to surrender. He waved his fingers in front of Lin Ji, the numbers ringing with force. Lin Ji simply chuckled, his gaze mocking as if looking at a fool. Captain Zhang, money is fine, but I suggest you visit a neurology department. Don't let your nerves get compressed. Zhang Haochen's face darkened, about to retort. At that moment, Li Huaijin stepped forward steadily, intervening with a gentle demeanor. Dressed in a white Zhongshan suit paired with gold-rimmed glasses, his aura resembled that of a scholar from the Republic era. On the surface, he praised Lin Ji as an SSS plus genius, but subtly emphasized Lin Ji's weak foundation, seizing the opportunity to elevate the noble image of Yanjing Martial University. Before he could finish, a furious shout interrupted his pretense. Bai Qi, exuding an imposing presence, strode forward, causing several elementary school team captains to retreat in panic. His gaze locked firmly on Lin Ji, and he roared, If I draw you, I won't hold back. Either I win, or you lose. Zhang Haochen and Li Huaijin exchanged glances, unable to hide their astonishment. Lin Ji rubbed his brow helplessly, his body language full of silent resignation. On stage, Qin Weigua announced the start of the draw with a microphone. The lights dimmed suddenly, a beam illuminating the transparent draw box, while the big screen flashed school emblems like a thrilling slot machine. First group, Yanjing Martial University. The crowd erupted in cheers, Li Huijin looking radiant and confident with a faint smile. Versus Sichuan Martial Arts Academy. In the corner, a boy in a plain team uniform collapsed to his knees, as Sichuan Martial Arts Academy faced the inevitable fate of an early exit. Li Huijin feigned nonchalance, his gaze cold. Next, Modu Martial University was matched against Chonglong Martial Arts University, and Zhang Haochen whistled in satisfaction, anticipating the dramatic confrontation. Bai Qi turned his head, full of disdain, as the first military academy's easy match held no appeal. The three elite schools avoided strong opponents, subtly revealing either behind-the-scenes agreements or the organizers' intentions. The number of capsules in the draw box dwindled, and the remaining strong teams grew fewer. Yet the biggest dark horse, Huayang Martial University, had yet to appear, creating a tense and eerie atmosphere. Those school team captains who had once feared strong opponents now quietly turned their eyes to Lin Ji, their gazes shifting from fear to greed. His second-stage frailty had become their new target. Rumors spread like wildfire, and the label of Huayang Martial University quickly stuck to Lin Ji, becoming both his symbol and his shackle. The long-awaited strong opponent, Huayang Martial University, was finally drawn, igniting the entire venue. Qin Weigua held a red capsule in his hand and announced that familiar yet shocking name, Huayang Martial University. The Bird's Nest Stadium instantly erupted, with 10,000 spectators chanting, "Genius! Genius!" in unison. The sound waves surged like tides, causing Lin Ji to furrow his brows, his smile stiffening as he silently cursed the creator of this nickname. Behind him, the yet-to-compete captain's eyes gleamed with greedy fire, their breaths quickened, like wolves waiting for prey. The most conspicuous was Wang Zichen, the captain of Huajing Martial University, who clasped his hands together in silent prayer, desperately trying to wash away past humiliations and prove his talent. His expression was so devout it resembled a ritual. Qin Weigua reached out again, the atmosphere tense, all eyes fixed on the hand that held their fate. The final capsule was revealed. The matchup was a perfect pairing, destiny sealed. Huajing Martial University. After a moment of dead silence, the stadium exploded with deafening cheers. Comments surged like a tidal wave. A fateful showdown, a collision of titans, the best magical debut of the first round. In the resting area, Wang Zichen jumped up excitedly, throwing punches as if he had won the lottery, his face flushed with exhilaration. Dean Li Yanfeng slapped his thigh and shouted, "This is Huajing's moment to turn the tide. Fight with everything you've got." On the other side, Lin Ji silently turned to look at his comrades Yi Chun and Zhang Xian. Their expressions were dark and mocking, nibbling on sunflower seeds like foxes eyeing their prey. Yi Chun coldly tapped the hilt of his sword and whispered two words, "Courting death." Bai Ling chuckled softly, a venomous spider crawling onto her shoulder. Her voice was sweet yet chilling to the bone. "Now it's fair. Everyone gets a share." Lin Ji gazed at his jubilant opponents, a cold sympathy flickering in his eyes. "Go ahead, laugh all you want. Soon, you might not even have the strength to cry." But in the resting area of Huayang Martial University, the atmosphere was taut like a drawn bowstring, not out of fear of their opponents, but because they knew the stakes were high and opportunities were rare. Yi Chun stepped forward, cradling his sword, his demeanor icy and his tone domineering. "I'll go first. That Wang guy needs a beating, and I'm going to fix his face." A voice of dissent came from the side. "Why you?" A life-and-death showdown was brewing, a storm quietly gathering. Bai Ling's slender fingers twirled around the multicolored venomous spider. Her smile was sweet but veiled in a dangerous purple mist, her words laced with teasing undertones. Nailan Qing adjusted his glasses and coldly declared, Wang Zichen's weak spot is 3 inches below his left rib. I'll use a psychic flying dagger with 0 margin for error to ensure team efficiency. Everyone else, stand back. Emodaozi sighed and covered his forehead, thinking that this group wasn't competing. They were raiding a buffet, and if they were late, they wouldn't even get the scraps. In the midst of the chaos, Lin Ji cautiously raised his hand to volunteer, deliberately suppressing his strength, only to be unanimously rejected by the 4. Emodaozi angrily kicked his shin, ordering him to stay on the couch as a mascot. Lin Ji slumped back into his seat, looking like a lifeless salted fish. Su Daji silently handed him a glistening grape, her enchanting eyes filled with amusement as she whispered, "Don't fight over the hard and dirty work, my king. Just focus on being as dazzling as a flower." Chang'e, cold and dignified, gently waved her round fan, her voice icy yet brimming with tender affection. "Husband, watch the battle. If there's no progress, I'll go dismantle their nest myself." Hearing this, the bickering Yichun and Zhang Xian instantly had their fighting spirit surge. The sight of Lin Ji flanked by 2 beauties was enough to make anyone want to charge forward and vent their frustration. Emodaozi slammed the table with his palm, causing the cups and plates to jump, and announced, "If you all want to fight, then settle it fairly, rock, paper, scissors." The 4 top prodigies formed a circle, their expressions grave, as if they bore the weight of humanity's fate. The referee raised his hand high, signaling the start. Rock, paper, scissors. For hands shot out. Yichun, Nailan Qing, and Bai Ling all chose paper. Zhang Xian alone chose scissors. A moment of dead silence followed. Then Zhang Xian's explosive laughter tore through the air. "I won! I won!" he shouted, waving his peachwood sword in a frenzy of joy, as if he had hit the jackpot. Nailan Qing adjusted his glasses in disbelief, while Zhang Xian grinned smugly and clasped his hands in mock courtesy. Yichun gritted his teeth, nearly drawing his sword in frustration. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Ji kicked Zhang Xian squarely on the backside. "Stop howling and get ready. If you lose, I'll hang you out to dry." By 2 p.m., the Beijing Martial University Gymnasium was packed with a roaring crowd. The commentator, Jing Yang, announced loudly, "The highly anticipated opening match is about to begin." The arena lights blazed on, revealing the lineups of both teams. The veteran powerhouse Huajing Martial University sent their strongest, Wang Zichen, to lead the charge, while Huayang Martial University shocked the audience by holding back their divine being, Lin Ji, for the final round. Wang Zichen donned silver armor, his blade gleaming coldly. His contemptuous gaze locked onto Zhang Xian, who stood opposite him in tattered clothes with an unadorned peachwood sword. His voice was sharp and grating as he called Lin Ji a coward, his words echoing through the arena. The remark placed immense pressure on Huayang Martial University. Yet Zhang Xian remained unperturbed, raising an eyebrow with a cold smirk. He casually fiddled with his peachwood sword, his tone dripping with arrogance. "To deal with a small fry like you, I alone am enough. This fight will be over before dinner." The audience erupted in an uproar. Wang Zichen glared furiously, then burst into laughter. The crisp sound of his blade rang out as he declared his resolve. "I'll cripple you first, then annihilate your team. A divine being? What a joke!" At the referee's command, the match officially began. In an instant, Wang Zichen's entire body erupted with energy and blood, his foot stomping on the cracks of the arena as he transformed into a streak of silver light, charging forward and slashing his long blade toward Zhang Xian. The crowd held their breath, expecting the scruffy young man to be killed with a single strike. Yet Zhang Xian remained motionless, his eyelids never lifting. At the critical moment when the blade was about to graze his forehead, he revealed a strange smile. "What's the rush?" he muttered, his arms swiftly forming seals as he chanted an incantation. "Golden light spell, rise." A flickering golden light suddenly blossomed in front of Zhang Xian's chest, waiting silently for the blade to land. As the winds and clouds stirred once more, a deafening boom shattered the air as Wang Zichen's long blade struck fiercely, only to be firmly caught by a barrier glowing with golden light. Zhang Xian was enveloped within, the golden light flowing with Taoist symbols, unyielding and indestructible. The impact cracked the ground. Zhang Xian's feet sank deep, yet he remained unmoved. The audience held their breath as Wang Zichen's face was filled with shock, while Zhang Xian sneered coldly, his mockery cutting like a blade. The attack of a second-tier martial artist was forcibly blocked by a first-tier Taoist. Wang Zichen erupted in fury, his blade shadows unleashing a storm. Flowing cloud 13 slashes, silver light surging like a tide. Zhang Xian no longer resisted, stepping in a peculiar rhythm as he struggled amidst the blade's edge. Blood splattered, his Taoist robe shredded, turning into a blood-stained battle garment. The stands erupted. Fans of Huajing Martial University cheered wildly. Li Yanfeng watched coldly with a mocking gaze, and the commentators shouted excitedly. Zhang Xian had become a punching bag. Wang Zichen's killing intent surged, preparing to unleash the move. Cloud breaks azure sky. The entire arena held its breath in anticipation. The blade's edge whistled as it tore through the air, everyone ready to witness the end. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Xian abandoned dodging and faced the blade head-on, chest thrust forward. The sharp blade pierced through flesh, shattering bones and tearing into muscle, blood gushing forth. Wang Zichen's eyes widened in shock, as if he were staring at a madman. Amid the bloodshed, Zhang Xian grinned ferociously, his voice hoarse and dripping with menace. "Got you, little mudfish." The blood-soaked Zhang Xian suddenly locked onto the blade, his left hand gripping Wang Zichen's wrist like an iron clamp. The chains of life and death formed, and the tide of desperation was about to turn. This was a madman's gamble for life. Wang Zichen's pupils contracted sharply. Just as he tried to abandon the blade and retreat, he found himself firmly locked in place. Zhang Xian's right hand gripped the broken peachwood sword tightly and suddenly lifted it. The tape shattered and scattered, revealing the charred, ink-black core of the decayed wooden sword, with purple lightning arcs dancing across it. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. A 1,000-year thunderstruck would, no ordinary object, but a supreme magical artifact. Zhang Xian roared, "By the decree, thunder come." The peachwood sword plunged fiercely into Wang Zichen's abdomen, unleashing a burst of purple lightning, like a face-to-face electric shock. Wang Zichen's screams echoed as his nano-battle suit was torn apart by the current. His body convulsed violently, his hairstyle exploded into a frizz, black smoke spewed from his mouth, and his eyes rolled back. The protective blood energy of a second-tier warrior is as fragile as paper under this thunderous might. With a loud bang, he was blasted over 10 meters away, landing heavily at the edge of the arena and bouncing several times. The entire venue fell into dead silence. The cheers of the past abruptly ceased. Li Yanfeng's teacup fell and shattered, tea spilling all over his pants, yet he remained unresponsive. It wasn't over yet. Zhang Xian pulled out the long blade from his shoulder, expressionless, blood dripping but his steps resolute, dragging the still smoking peachwood sword as he approached the barely breathing Wang Zichen. With disheveled hair and a face covered in blood, Zhang Xian resembled a demon from hell. He stomped on the struggling hand and mounted him. His fists rained down like a storm. "Think you're handsome? Love idol culture?" A punch shattered the nose bridge. The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed. "Second tier is so great? Look down on first tier." The mouth was repeatedly struck, blood and teeth flying, his voice roaring with fury. Each mocking sentence was accompanied by heavy punches, every strike infused with golden light spells, causing the facial contours to collapse instantly, turning three-dimensional into two-dimensional. In just 10 seconds, the elegant male idol of Huajing Martial University was beaten into a swollen, pig-headed monster. Brutal to the extreme, exhilarating to the core. In the Huayang Martial University resting area, Bai Ling clapped her legs in applause, her eyes flashing dangerously. Nailan Qing adjusted his glasses, calmly analyzing. Wang Zichen's skeletal damage is severe, requiring at least 3 months of reconstructive surgery. with significant psychological trauma. Finally, Wang Zichen fell completely unconscious. Zhang Xian stopped, slowly standing up. Blood still fresh, he stood tall like a sharp sword. He bent down and pulled out a blood-soaked wet wipe from Wang Zichen's tattered pocket, carefully wiping his hands. Raising his eyes past the deathly silent audience, his gaze locked onto Li Yanfeng, trembling in the Huajing Martial University resting area. The wet wipe was casually tossed onto Wang Zichen's pig-like face. Zhang Xian's face, full of vitality, broke into an arrogant grin, his voice calm and sinister. "Hey, you're right. Indeed, there is a gap between prodigies." Zhang Xian showed no mercy, kicking the unconscious Wang Zichen off the stage with a straightforward and arrogant voice. "I am the sky. You are the mud." The Bird's Nest Stadium erupted instantly. Flashlights blazed. Cameras captured the moment, freezing it into eternity. The referee, trembling, raised his hand to announce the victory, shouting, "Huayang Martial University, Zhang Xian." The injured Zhang Xian staggered off the stage, his hunched back still radiating the brilliance of a victor. Just as he reached the edge of the resting area, his legs gave way, nearly causing him to fall. Lin Ji caught him steadily, his gaze shifting from mockery to approval. He handed over a black jade healing balm, casually commenting, "Well fought. Next time, don't use yourself as a shield." Zhang Xian grinned, full of bravado. "I, Dao Master, will ascend to immortality." The medical team rushed onto the stage, urgently treating Wang Zichen, whose face was swollen like a tomato. Li Yanfeng sat nearby, his fingers trembling with rage as he glared at his defeated captain. In the stands, the boos gradually subsided, replaced by a deathly silence, followed by hushed discussions. The Daoists seemed to have swallowed explosives, a mad dog invading the village, instilling fear in everyone. Both sides tacitly agreed to start the second round. Huajing Martial University sent out Ruan Qingyu. Draped in a green outfit and wielding a sword, she stepped onto the stage, her heroic aura instantly commanding the crowd. Her voice was cold. "Huajing Martial University, Ruan Qingyu, at your service." There was not a trace of arrogance, like a chilling sword unsheathed. Huayang Martial University sent out Yi Chun. Holding a worn-out iron sword, he steadily ascended the stage. The big screen lit up with a replay of the Dark Forest dungeon, showcasing his solitary sword intent as he gritted his teeth and drew his sword under Lin Ji's pressure. The audience was stunned, whispering about the sword fanatic from the Yi family, marveling that such talent was hidden in a chicken university. The stage was a whirlwind of energy as Ruan Qingyu unleashed Luoshen's sword technique, Jinghong. The sword light was like silk, yet concealed deadly intent. Her figure flickered and blurred, making it hard to distinguish real from fake, firmly locking Yi Chun in place as the stage transformed into a green vortex. The audience erupted. This is the swordsmanship of a top-tier university. People regained their confidence, praising Ruan Qingyu's ethereal elegance, perfectly fitting the expectations of a genius. But Yi Chun stood at the vortex's center, eyes closed, ignoring the sword light and killing intent, not even gripping his sword tightly. Some whispered, "What's he doing? Overacting." Ruan Qingyu's sword aura is right in his face. If he doesn't draw his sword soon, he's in trouble. On the podium, Gu Qinghe frowned deeply. He watched Yi Chun face Ruan Qingyu's Jinghong sword technique, which was almost at the edge of the second tier, with the strange posture of calmly closing his eyes to accept the challenge. The Qinghuan sword's edge was less than 3 inches from Yi Chen's throat, the overlapping sword net forming a deadlock. At this critical moment, Yi Chun steadily drew his sword. No brilliance, no light, just a single sword thrust, slowly piercing through layers of sword shadows, lightly tapping the guard of the Qinghuan sword, the only weak point of the Luoshan sword technique. Ding! A deafening explosion sounded as the cyan afterimage shattered. Ruan Qingyu staggered back 7 steps, each step leaving a dent in the ground. Her sword-wielding hand trembled, blood slowly seeping out. Shock flickered in her pupils as they quivered. Her ultimate skill, honed through years of practice, had been pierced through by a single strike from the young man? An elder grandmaster from Yenjing Martial University stood up, exclaiming, "Sword intent at the micro level?" The entire arena erupted in astonishment, marveling at the fact that this 18-year-old freshman had already reached such an extraordinary realm, transcending mediocrity with direct mastery and profound insight. Yichen spoke calmly, "Your swordsmanship is too flashy. In the moment of life and death, it crumbles under pressure, clumsy and burdensome." Ruan Qingyu met his gaze in silence, her expression shifting from shock to resolute determination. As the vice-captain of Huajing, she accepted defeat but vowed not to falter. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed her forbidden move, Azure Luan's broken wing. Her sword turned dark red, her vitality ignited, abandoning defense and staking everything just to leave a mark. A streak of blood-tinged cyan light swept across the arena as she merged with her sword, charging at Yichen with a resolve to die. His expression changed, and for the first time, he stepped forward proactively, darting ahead to confront the lethal strike. The two swords clashed, their friction sounding like intertwined notes, colliding dozens of times in an instant. One sword broke. Ruan Qingyu's face turned pale, blood stained the corner of her lips, yet her eyes remained steadfast. Yichen's left shoulder bore a slight tear in his clothing, leaving a faint red mark. After the battle, he turned and performed an ancient salute. "I received this strike. You are a true swordsman." Ruan Qingyu smiled with relief, kneeling on one knee, her voice firm. "Thank you. The Yi family's prodigy lives up to his name. Referee, I concede." The gymnasium fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into thunderous applause. This applause was not for victory or defeat, but for the purity and respect shared by the two martial artists. The live chat exploded. "This is what a true martial artist's duel looks like. Huayang Martial University's crazy sword immortal is absolutely dominating. Huajing Martial University keeps losing. Their top players are all crushed. Yichen is about to sweep for." In the resting area, Li Yanfeng slumped in his chair, his gaze vacant, as a century of dignity crumbled in an instant. He unconsciously glanced toward Huayang Martial University, his heart in turmoil. Lin Ji, the man mocked online as a kept man, leisurely crossed his legs and casually pulled out a 50-cent popsicle, handing it to the bloody Zhang Xian. He looked up, across half the arena, and flashed a warm smile at Li Yanfeng. A smile that, in Li Yanfeng's eyes, was more terrifying than a ghost. "Dean Li, don't rush. The real feast has just begun." Lin Ji mouthed silently, his words as chilling as a cold wind. The remaining 3 members of Huajing Martial University turned pale, their legs trembling. They began to question whether this match was meant for fighting or for courting death. On Huayang Martial University's side, Nailin Qing quietly polished her throwing knives, while Bai Ling toyed with her colorful venomous spider, smiling like a witch. Who would step up next? The audience's gaze locked onto Huayang Martial University, eagerly anticipating an even crazier performance. The tension in the arena was palpable. Lin Ji, the mastermind behind the scenes, seemed to embody madness itself, as one nightmare after another engulfed Huajing Martial University. Ruan Qingyu stepped down, and the resting area of Huajing Martial University fell into a dead silence. Li Yanfeng's face was ashen, his fist clenched tightly around a shattered teacup, blood seeping through his fingers. The referee glanced at the thin young man, Yichen, standing on the stage, his voice hesitant. "You can rest for 5 minutes or switch out?" Yichen stood in the center of the wreckage, his chest heaving violently, the wound on his shoulder torn open, blood soaking through his training clothes. He neither looked at the referee nor the audience, his chipped iron sword pointing to the ground. He said in a low voice, "No need. Next." The audience erupted, exclamations rising one after another. "Is this guy made of iron? He's this injured and still won't step down. He doesn't even see Huajing Martial University as human. Absolutely insane." Li Yanfeng, burning with rage, suddenly stood up. "Chen Feng, go!" Chen Feng, lean and wiry, nicknamed Eel, exuded a murderous aura. He leapt onto the stage, his gaze cold and sharp, his movements swift as a shadow. He feinted repeatedly with his short blade, targeting Yi Chen's lower back and ankles, probing and wearing him down. Yi Chen stood like a mountain, his eyes closed, as if omniscient. Chun Feng sneered, preparing to launch a fatal sneak attack. Suddenly, Yi Chen swung his sword without warning, the hilt striking precisely at the vital point on Chan Feng's chest. Thud! Chun Feng spat blood, his face contorted. His entire body struck as if by a heavy hammer, sent flying into the air. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness on the spot. Another instant defeat. The stage trembled, and the audience erupted in chaos. Huajing Martial University was utterly crushed by Huayang Martial University. The entire venue fell silent. The jeers that had been prepared were abruptly stifled, and the atmosphere froze to the extreme. Yi Chen sheathed his sword and coldly commanded, "Next!" Li Yanfeng's legs gave out, and he collapsed back into his chair, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Huajing's decision was made, and Zhou Tai stepped onto the stage. A mid-tier first-rank berserker, his muscles as hard as granite. As soon as Zhou Tai stepped onto the stage, he formed an iron turtle formation, shielding his head with his arms. His blood energy condensed into a solid armor, determined to withstand Yi Chen's final blow. At this moment, Yi Chen faced a truly tough opponent. Even after unleashing his strength, his hands trembled as they gripped the sword hilt. Each strike he delivered sent a jarring shock back to his tiger's mouth, blood slipping through his fingers. The shouts from Huajing Martial University's side were deafening. "He's done for! Zhou Tai, hold on, victory is ours." Breathing heavily, his vision blurred by sweat, Yi Chen gritted his teeth and refused to back down. His gaze pierced through the haze, locking onto the man calmly peeling grapes in the resting area, Lin Ji, the man for whom he was willing to be the supporting role. Yi Chen's lips curled into a bitter smile. As a follower, how could he admit defeat here? He took a deep breath, his eyes glinting with cold light. Gripping his sword with both hands and raising it overhead, faint golden blood energy erupted from his dried meridians. With a thunderous roar, he slashed down. No technique, relying solely on willpower. A crisp sound of shattering. Zhou Tai's proud, protective blood energy shattered like fragile glass. The iron sword struck his arms heavily, forcing Zhou Tai to his knees with a loud crash, creating 2 deep pits in the ground. The sword tip hovered mere inches from his throat, the cold wind slicing through, severing sweat hairs. Zhou Tai's face was filled with terror, cold sweat soaking his clothes. If the sword had gone just a bit further, he would have perished in a foreign land. Yi Chen sheathed his sword and turned away, his movements clean and decisive. The entire venue fell silent. This was a one-sided slaughter, a single wounded man breaking through half of Huajing Martial University. The audience exclaimed, "Huayang Martial University really is a gathering place for monsters." Every step Yi Chen took seemed to crush the pride of Huajing students and faculty. Returning to the resting area, Yi Chen was barely holding on, using the iron sword to keep himself upright. Zhang Xian wanted to step forward to support him but was gently stopped by Lin Ji. Lin Ji rose leisurely, casually tossing a grape into his mouth, and walked slowly toward Yi Chen, giving him a heavy pat on the shoulder. His voice was lazy yet amused. "Not bad. You didn't embarrass me." The icy-faced Yi Chen suddenly froze. The camera froze, and the high-powered lens captured his expression breaking down. That face, which had remained emotionless for years, had its corners of the mouth uncontrollably lift, and the cold, hard gaze instantly melted into gentle spring water. It unexpectedly revealed the secret joy of being praised for a perfect score, akin to a little dog wagging its tail. He abruptly stiffened his face in an attempt to recover, but had already been seen through by billions of viewers. The comment section exploded. Yi Chen's expression management failed. He was so murderous just now, but turned into a lackey the moment he was praised. Coolness is just a disguise. arrogance is his true nature. Lin Ji's skill in handling subordinates is incredible. Yichen blushed and coughed lightly, clenched his fist to cover his mouth, and turned his head to defend in a low voice. I just don't want to lose to that damn Taoist. Beside him, Zhang Xian, who was applying medicine, laughed and slapped Yichen's wound, causing Yichen to hiss in pain. I, the Taoist, am kindly tending to you, yet you keep stepping on me. Lin praised you once, and your tail is practically wagging to the sky. Stop pretending to be a big bad wolf. Yichen snorted coldly, directly closed his eyes and pretended to be dead, but the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, unable to hide his pride. The resting area was filled with laughter and cheers, while over at Huajing Martial University, the atmosphere was as heavy as if they had swallowed a fly, completely unable to accept the awkward situation of this nationwide broadcast. Bai Ling stood up, dressed in a Miao-style short skirt, silver ornaments jingling, her fair thighs dazzling, and her smile as sweet as the girl next door. She lightly hopped onto the stage and waved to Huajing's last contestant, Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang's legs felt weak. His teammates ahead of him had all collapsed one by one, and he had originally been confident about securing an easy win. But facing Bai Ling, who appeared so delicate, a spark of challenge ignited in his eyes. Miss, fists and kicks have no eyes. Don't get hurt. He forced himself to act gentlemanly. Bai Ling approached step by step, completely unguarded, as if she were strolling through a market. A sweet fragrance wafted from her, causing Zhao Gang's mind to relax slightly. Then I won't hold back. He took a deep breath, ready to exert his strength, but suddenly felt a tickle in his throat. The delicate girl before him transformed into multiple illusions. His voice became hoarse and silent, and an eerie green aura crept up his neck. Bai Ling's fingertip pressed lightly on a tiny purple-red spider beneath her foot. She gently tapped Zhao Gang's forehead and chuckled softly. Tired? Then take a nap. Zhao Gang's eyes rolled back, foam spilled from his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Without a single blade or fist making contact, a person had fallen. The commentator's voice trembled with doubt. Poison? Goo! Bai Ling feigned innocence and sweetly smiled at the referee. He seems to have suffered heatstroke. Can this count as my win? The referee looked at Zhao Gang, who lay on the ground with a bluish-purple complexion, swallowed hard, and declared Bai Ling the winner. The opening match ended absurdly. Huajing Martial University was wiped out, while Huayang Martial University had only sent 3 participants. Zhang Xian, who was brutally powerful, Yichen, who was iron-blooded, and Bai Ling, who was eerily elusive. The divine figure Lin Ji remained seated on the leather sofa throughout, barely moving, yet exuding an overwhelming aura. Li Yanfeng slumped in his chair, his face instantly aging. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Huayang students, who were snacking and playing around, as a single thought surfaced in their minds. The world is about to change. Meanwhile, in a high corner of the stadium, a man dressed as a janitor stared coldly at Lin Ji, his gaze as venomous as a snake's. He clutched a black talisman paper tightly in his hand and murmured in Sakura language, SSS plus divine figure, invincible flesh, the final glory, the Reaper's invitation, has been delivered. The opening match caused a sensation across the internet, turning into a showcase of the Big Three within 3 days. Li Huijin, captain of Yanjing Martial University, remained as dashing as ever, holding a teacup in hand. His outward demeanor was gentle, yet it concealed sharp edges. Long Feng wielded a red-tasseled spear, once again demonstrating his 1 versus 3 divine skill with unwavering stability. Mo Daozi commented from the stands, unassuming, yet delivering continuous killing moves, deeply rooted strength. The Magic City Martial University was even wilder. Captain Zhang Haochen's debut saw him take down 5 opponents in a row, exuding sheer dominance. At the first military academy, Bai Qi engaged in a fierce battle of dragons and tigers. His fighting style was as brutal as slaughtering pigs, with clashes erupting even before the referee's command. Stretchers were frequently brought in. In contrast, Huayang Martial University spent the past 2 days in a carefree manner, indulging in food, drink, and sleep as if on vacation. The second round draw results are out. The next round of battles was imminent. Zhang Xian, still chewing on half a meat bun, pointed at the big screen. A few words came into view: Huayang Martial University versus Beishan Mining Martial Arts Academy. The audience burst into good-natured laughter, mocking mining, as if it were a school for learning excavator techniques. The battle was jokingly predicted to end quickly, possibly within 5 minutes, just in time for dinner. In the resting area, Lin Ji lounged lazily, his gaze calm as he held a piece of duck skin. His tone was indifferent. Quick battle, quick resolution. Beside him, Na Lanqing tightened her nerves, adjusted her glasses, tied up her ponytail, and flicked her fingers, revealing sharp and agile throwing knives. She stood up and responded to Lin Ji, "I'll save you a seat. I'll be right back." Step by step, she walked toward the arena. On the opposite side, a boy as thin as a monkey stepped onto the stage. He wore dusty work clothes, his eye sockets were sunken, and his eerie gray-white pupils were lifeless, resembling a piece of dead wood. He stood silently at attention, completely unguarded, with only a wheezing sound coming from his throat like a bellows. Na Lanqing politely cupped her hands. "Please guide me." She was met only with a cold, indifferent aura. At the referee's command, "The match begins." The withered figure suddenly erupted, roaring like a beast, leaping forward on all fours. Psychic power activated instantly. A crimson flying dagger shot towards the thigh. Blood spurted, but it did not cause the opponent to hesitate. Dragging his bleeding leg, his speed increased instead, his expression indifferent, as if the leg wasn't his. The distance closed abruptly. The opponent opened his mouth, revealing saw-like sharp teeth, madly lunging at Na Lanqing's throat. "Get lost!" She quickly activated her psychic shield. The flying dagger whirled back and pierced into the shoulder. Yet the lunatic did not resist at all, allowing the dagger to stab through his body. His hands clung tightly to the shield, blood splattered, and his chilling laughter echoed. The shield shattered. Na Lanqing kicked him away and retreated with the momentum. In an instant, the boy's sleeve exploded with a blinding red light. The sound of blood energy thundered, and the impact tore through internal organs. Na Lanqing was blasted away, blood staining the edge of the arena, her chest in searing pain, her face pale. The boy collapsed amidst the desolate ruins, his chest caved in, yet his gray-white eyes stared fixedly at his opponent, a bizarre smile curling at his lips. The scene fell silent, laughter froze in an instant, and the audience stood up in terror. The referee's voice trembled. "First match, Huayang Martial University wins." A stretcher quickly rushed in, carrying away the fearless Beishan contestant. Clutching her chest, Na Lanqing descended from the arena, her face pale, lingering fear in her eyes. "Brother Lin." That guy felt no pain, no cries, he was burning his life force. Lin Ji's expression changed, his usual laziness vanished. His fist clenched around a water bottle, the sound of plastic shattering sharp and piercing. "Yi Chun, be careful." Lin Ji's voice was icy. Yi Chun ascended the stage with his sword, his face cold as ice, sword intent surging, his aura heavy. In the second match, Beishan Mining sent out a burly man, his gray-white pupils like a replica, lifeless. As soon as the match began, the burly man initiated a frenzied self-destruction, allowing the sword to pierce through his chest. Yet he gritted his teeth and charged forward, determined to attack at all costs. His arms clamped down like iron pincers. The burly man tightly grasped Yi Chen's sword-wielding right hand, his face twisted in a furious roar. The sound of bones cracking echoed throughout his body as he exerted all his brute strength, attempting to break Yi Chen's fingers. Yi Chen's gaze shifted, his wrist suddenly twisted, and sword energy shot out swiftly. Both arms were severed instantly. The burly man was blasted away by the sword energy, spewing a mouthful of toxic black blood. Yichun quickly sidestepped to dodge, but his left arm was splashed by the poisonous blood, his sleeve corroding and smoking, his skin sinking into charred black scars. The second match ended. Huayang Martial University emerged victorious. Yichen's left arm was swollen and blackened, his steps faltering, cold sweat soaking his back. The resting area was filled with the stench of blood. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth as he bandaged him, angrily condemning the opponent's madness, fighting recklessly rather than competing. The subsequent matches turned into a blood-soaked battlefield. In the third match, Zhang Xian faced a lunatic skilled in Iron Head Kung Fu. The opponent relentlessly rammed, breaking 3 ribs, forcing Zhang Xian to retreat in pain. The fourth match, Bai Ling fought hard against the poison man who swallowed a mysterious pill. Midway through, the opponent's blood vessels burst all over his body, releasing a toxic corpse mist. Bai Ling inhaled the toxic gas, turned pale, and fainted on the spot. Score: 5-0, Huayang Martial University won. The glaring red numbers on the big screen were eye-catching, and 4 injured individuals were carried away on stretchers. The medical team was extremely busy, with doctors shouting non-stop. A punctured lung from broken ribs required emergency surgery. Severe poisoning urgently needed serum, and damaged arm veins risked permanent disability. The once lively rest area was now filled with the stench of blood and disinfectant, with the sound of alarms from medical equipment echoing continuously. In the VIP box on the second floor, Qian Duoduo slammed the tea table fiercely, shattering the gemstone ring on his hand, exuding a murderous aura. He roared viciously, "Shura powder, a banned drug from Sakura country. It overdraws life, blocks pain, and triggers a berserk surge of blood. These people from Beishan Mining are all living bombs." Lei Zhenhu glared, shattering the bulletproof glass. "Who dares to harm students on our turf? I won't let it slide." Gu Qinghe's face darkened as he held a walkie-talkie and ordered the Beishan Mining rest area to be sealed off. The old grandmaster from Yanjing Martial University sighed. "The team leader and substitutes have already committed suicide. The trail is cut off." The box fell into complete silence. This was a meticulously planned conspiracy, sacrificing a few pawns to take out Huayang Martial University's main force, leaving no trace to follow. Qian Duoduo's gaze fell on the empty rest area, his voice low. "They're targeting Lin Ji, cutting off his wings, leaving him to fight alone." By the edge of the arena, the audience gradually realized the truth. The match was far from normal, filled with savage violence and underhanded poison tactics. Cheers turned into hushed whispers. The main force is completely wiped out, and Lin Ji is left to face everything alone? This ultimate move is too brutal. All eyes were fixed on the shattered resting area, where blood-stained bandages were scattered, and several chairs sat empty. Only Lin Ji sat there alone, holding the remnants of a duck leg, his figure solitary and abrupt. Under the spotlight, he looked like an orphan abandoned by the world. The air was heavy. A silent verdict lay before everyone. "It's over." The commentator weakly turned off the microphone, and the last hope of the godlike Lin Ji fighting alone was teetering on the edge. The third round was about to begin, and the opponents were all top elites from Wu University, a battlefield fraught with danger. The internet exploded instantly, with trending topics filled with blood-red tags. Huayang Wu University suffers a brutal scheme. Godlike Lin Ji fights alone. The most tragic 5-0. Public opinion left Lin Ji with nowhere to hide. In the resting area, Lin Ji gently put down the duck leg in his hand, his movements resembling the dismantling of a final, peerless artifact. His bangs covered his face, and no one could read his expression. A young nurse passed by him, and a chill instantly swept through, as if the surrounding temperature had plummeted to freezing. "Are you okay?" she asked tentatively. Lin Ji looked up, a gentle smile on his lips. There was no anger, no sadness, but an icy sternness that sent shivers down one's spine. In his eyes, 2 golden flames burned silently, as if whispering a forewarning of death. He picked up the bandage on the ground and softly requested, Please take care of my friends. His tone was tender, yet it carried an undercurrent of killing intent. As he stood up, his sleeve trembled slightly, and the empty resting area fell into silence. He slowly cracked his neck, the crisp sound tearing through the stillness, filled with unyielding battle spirit. Since no one will let me finish this roast duck, then I'll make them pay with their lives. On the giant screen, the third-round draw results spun wildly like a slot machine. The moment 10,000 spectators held their breath, they stared at the final judgment. In the tense moment, the screen froze on fiery red matchup information. Huayong Wu University versus Modu Wu University. After a brief silence, the bird's nest erupted into an explosion of noise that assaulted the eardrums. The commentator took off his headset, utterly exhausted, and bluntly stated that this match, which should have been a pinnacle battle, had now turned into a funeral procession. Modu Wu University, a top-tier pay-to-win team with luxurious equipment and abundant funding. Their captain, Zhang Haochen, had just completed a miraculous 1 versus 5 victory, exuding overwhelming dominance. And Lin Ji, at this moment, was left alone, with the main forces all injured and withdrawn, and no reinforcements nearby. In the audience area, someone sighed softly, 1 against 1, and it's against Modu Martial University. This isn't a challenge. It's like the Grim Reaper locking souls. In Modu Martial University's resting area, Zhang Haochen calmly rubbed his ruby ring, sipping on a special drink, his gaze filled with pity and condescension. Not bad luck, he chuckled lightly. Although it's an unworthy victory, being able to personally end the godlike myth is still an honor. Public opinion poured down on Lin Ji like a storm. Huayong Martial University stops at the top 16. The godlike stands alone to the end. The most tragic curtain call. All voices were predicting a bleak future for him. However, Lin Ji stood up, his figure tall and straight, his face calm and composed, neither angry nor fearful. He calmly dusted off his sleeves, turned, and walked toward the exit. His silhouette, elongated by the spotlight, was lonely and cold, like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. The scene shifted to the VIP ward of Kyoto First Hospital. The air, mixed with the smell of disinfectant and blood, was pungent and unbearable. The monotonous sound of the heart monitor echoed in the silence, striking the nerves. Lin Ji stood in front of the hospital bed. Yi-chan, the once valiant and spirited warrior, now resembled a ghost wrapped in a shroud. His body covered in bandages, his swollen and bruised left arm continuously oozing blood. Beside him, Zhang Xian's face was deathly pale, a drainage tube inserted into his ribs. His usual playful smile had long vanished without a trace. In the corner of the ward, Bai Ling remained unconscious, her pain evident even in her dreams, her cheeks tightly furrowed. Nailin Qing lay on the bed, her fractures yet to heal, her gaze complex as she looked at Lin Ji, softly calling out to him. But he raised his hand to silence her. Lin Ji said nothing, gently tucking the blanket around Yi-chan. However, the nails of his other hand dug into his palm, blood dripping onto the floor with a sizzling sound. He understood in his heart that the frenzied assault by Beishan Mining was not a mere attempt to win but a declaration of life and death annihilation. His comrades had used their lives as shields to protect him from disaster. Time rewound to a few hours earlier. These comrades, who once laughed and joked together, now all lay on hospital beds, becoming his unyielding barrier of safety. The door slowly opened, and the exhausted Emodaozi stepped in, his eyes red and swollen, his anger not yet subsided. His tone was heavy as he urged Lin Ji not to act recklessly. The higher-ups had already intervened in the investigation, and the truth might be uncovered through the financial trail. But Lin Ji turned around, his eyes suddenly transforming into dark golden imperial pupils, a mix of cold arrogance and brutality that struck directly at Emodaozi's heart, leaving him utterly shaken. His voice was low and calm, yet it carried the weight of an ancient beast awakening, as he asked directly, "Investigate for another 3 or 5 years. What meaning will those indifferent statements have by then?" The silent reality could only respond coldly. Lin Ji turned to the bustling lights outside the window, his indifference signaling his desire to be alone, to speak with his closest consorts. Mo Daozi, understanding the cue, exited tactfully. The soft click of the door lock left the room in a deathly silence, as still as the sea. His gaze fractured and icy, he muttered under his breath. A bunch of fools. Do you really think I need you to take the bullets for me? In an instant, a terrifying pressure erupted, distorting the space. Light and scent shifted in a flash, as a sweet, powdery mist mixed with moonlight enveloped the room. Come out, Lin Ji called softly, and two unparalleled figures emerged from the void. On the left, pink mist swirled, 9 tails fluttering. Su Daji stood barefoot, her beauty stripped of charm, replaced by bloodthirsty ecstasy. On the right, a cold radiance fell, Chang'e cradling her jade rabbit, her icy demeanor as if frozen for eternity. They knelt and saluted Lin Ji, saying, Your Majesty, Your Highness. But Lin Ji did not look back. What they gazed upon was his cold eyes piercing through the window. His command was stern and merciless. Go find that person. Hand him over to the investigation department. Let them bicker and imprison him. I don't want justice. He lowered his head, his fingertip lifting Su Daji's delicate chin, the cold killing intent passing through his touch. I want him dead. No, death is too easy. Bring him to me alive, so he can understand what it means to wish for death. Su Daji trembled all over, the flames of excitement burning in her eyes. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, locking onto that light. The man who dared to challenge gods and Buddhas was still the one she followed without regret. Su Daji licked her crimson lips, her killing intent pouring out like a flood. Even if he burrows into the cracks of the earth, I'll dig him out one by one. Chang'e's voice was icy, like a cold thorn. Wherever the moonlight shines belongs to your highness. Kyoto cannot contain him. As 2 streaks of light tore through the night sky, their resolve for vengeance pierced the darkness like a blade. The ward returned to silence. Lin Ji stood by the window, his gaze deep, the golden flames gradually fading, as if a dark abyss swallowed everything. He turned to stare at the distant hotel where the Modu Martial Arts University team was staying. Tomorrow, the decisive battle would begin, not just for Huayang Martial Arts University, but to avenge the bloodshed by his 4 brothers. With a cold smile, his expression was resolute. 5 against me? Do they really think I will lose? The next day at the stadium, the crowd was silent, the voices of 10,000 spectators completely absent. The spotlight, like a cold assassin, cast a lifeless glow over the ring. Host Jingyong held the list in his hand, speechless, his gaze blank as he looked toward the once lively Huayang Martial Arts University rest area, now filled with overturned chairs, fresh bloodstains on the ground, and a chilling wind carrying the scent of death. Although Huayang Martial University faced an unavoidable setback, the competition continues. Please welcome Modu Martial University. Amid the deafening white light, the Modu team strode onto the stage with heads held high. Captain Zhang Haochen donned a dazzling nano-battle suit, shimmering gold, while the 5 team members were fully equipped, each wearing a smug, calculating smile. Defeating Lin Ji? This would be a landslide victory. Zhang Haochen stepped onto the arena, his voice commanding like a ruler issuing orders. It's unfortunate that you've lost your teammates and can't put up a proper fight, but out of respect for the divine being, I'll make sure you lose with dignity. The applause from the fan section was sporadic, tinged with slight awkwardness. Lin Ji ignored his opponent, hands in his pockets, walking slowly toward the arena. No flamboyance, no outburst. Yet the air suddenly grew heavy, each step pressing on everyone's chest like a weight. Upon reaching the stage, he fixed a cold gaze on Zhang Haochen. The latter froze instantly, confronted by a pair of eyes burning with dark golden suns. Cold, overwhelming, as if divine punishment had descended. Zhang Haochen seemed trapped in a ghostly prison, his heart gripped by an invisible giant hand, sweat soaking his expensive battle suit in an instant. Dignity. Lin Ji's voice was icy, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. That turtle shell of yours? It's nothing but a disguise. His opponent's anger erupted, attempting to retaliate, but was suppressed by an invisible force, leaving him speechless. Suddenly, a roar broke out from a silent corner of the stands. Lin Ji, take them down. Huayang Martial University will win. The voice was coarse yet familiar, igniting the entire arena. Lin Ji's gaze swept across, landing on the stands near Huayang Martial University's resting area. There, Lu Bo, dressed in an ill-fitting suit, stood on a chair, holding a small flag, shouting hoarsely to cheer for his teammate. He was the only familiar face supporting Huayang Martial University on site. Nearby, among several Modu Martial University fans, a young man with dyed yellow hair impatiently shoved Lu Bo, mocking him with sarcasm. Lu Bo stumbled but stubbornly fought back. Suddenly, the yellow-haired man grabbed Lu Bo's smooth wig and yanked it off with a sharp pull. The wig tore away, revealing Lu Bo's shiny bald head. The scene erupted in laughter, with the yellow-haired man sharply ridiculing Huayang Martial University's embarrassment, the atmosphere instantly focusing on Lu Bo's plight and the mocking voices. On the arena, Zhang Haochen smiled lightly at the scene, attempting to comfort Lin Ji, saying, "The teacher's outfit is quite unique." But the surrounding air turned icy cold, the pressure rising sharply. Lin Ji turned around, his gaze heavy with coldness, his voice piercingly frigid. "That person belongs to your Modu Martial University?" Zhang Haochen hurriedly tried to explain but was interrupted. "That's a wig." "No, that's his bangs." Lin Ji's tone was calm yet murderous. The crowd was in an uproar. Lu Bo lowered his head, staring at his exposed scalp, his face full of astonishment. Lin Ji slowly walked toward Zhang Haochen, each step pounding the arena, emitting a muffled wail. That was Teacher Lu's most treasured bangs, which he had carefully groomed all morning for today's competition. "And your people dared to pull it off." Lin Ji raised his eyes, flames hotter than fire burning in his gaze, his voice low and hellish. "To humiliate Lu Bo like this is a blood feud. Your Modu Martial University has signed its death warrant." Zhang Haochen was terrified and lost, the atmosphere suddenly tense, the prelude to renewed battle quietly rising. Lin Ji stood at the center of the arena, coldly scanning the fully staffed resting area of Modu Martial University, his movements filled with endless disdain. He slowly curled his finger, his voice booming, "All 5 of you, come at me together." The surroundings fell into dead silence, the atmosphere instantly solidifying, as if the death knell of the Grim Reaper had sounded. Zhang Haochen calmly adjusted his cuffs, a disdainful smile on his lips, though his gaze was fierce. 5 against 1? Winning like that would be disgraceful. I alone am enough. As soon as he finished speaking, the referee's whistle blew, signaling the official start of the match. Lin Ji stood leisurely, even retracting his earlier provocative gesture back into his pocket. He sighed helplessly, his gaze carrying a hint of playful mockery. He smiled faintly, revealing sharp white teeth, seemingly signaling something to Qian Duoduo on the second floor. In the private box, Qian Duoduo was overjoyed, elbowing Lei Zhan to boast proudly, "Look, Lin Ji's got emotional intelligence, winning the match while saving face. It's a double win." On the stage, Zhang Haochen's smile instantly turned ferocious as he sneered coldly. "When you're lying down, I'll leave your corpse intact. Is that enough face for you?" Immediately, Zhang Haochen's entire body activated his nano-combat suit, a radiant force field enveloping him. 10 amplification rings glowed with terrifying energy. Accompanied by a low hum, he dashed forward like lightning, his right hand raised high, wielding a half-meter-long light blade, a high-frequency particle oscillation knife, swiftly striking toward Lin Ji's throat. The audience saw only a blue afterimage rushing forward, the blade nearing the neck, and gasps erupted. "It's over!" The atmosphere on site instantly became tense to the extreme. However, Lin Ji remained like an ordinary person frozen in fear, hands in his pockets, his blood pressure as calm as ever. The light blade stopped just 1 centimeter from his throat, the piercing sound of metal tearing resounding as the blade was firmly blocked by an invisible force. At that moment, Zhang Haochun's smug smile froze, and the battle unexpectedly came to a standstill. 2 fingers suddenly pinched the dazzling, glowing particle blade that vibrated 30,000 times per second. Lin Ji's movement was light yet unyielding. Sparks flew from the blade at his fingertips, but it remained completely immobile, not even scratching his skin. Zhang Haochun's eyes widened, his blood surging, the engine of his combat suit roaring as he tried to pull back or sever the weapon, but it was all in vain. Those 2 fingers were like prehistoric mountains, firmly clamping down on everything. Lin Ji looked indifferently at the snapped blade, mockingly commenting, "This is your confidence? Too crude. Confiscated." Then, with a forceful pinch of his fingers, a crisp crack sounded as the $3 million particle oscillation knife was shattered. He flipped his hand, gripping Zhang Haochun's wrist tightly. The metallic arm guard in his palm emitted a piercing, cracking sound, and amidst the deformed metal fragments, Zhang Haochun howled in pain. With just 1 step, Lin Ji's figure flashed, appearing right in front of him. No luck, no combat techniques, just pure physical strength like a mountain rolling over as his right palm struck down heavily. The nano-protective suit instantly exploded. Zhang Haochun was sent flying by the heavy blow, spinning several times in the air before crashing to the ground. Lin Ji immediately grabbed his ankle, swung his arm, and smashed him down. A thunderous crash shook the surrounding stage, creating a deep pit in the ground, with rubble flying everywhere. All his equipment was destroyed, the rings on his fingers shattered into fragments. Zhang Haochun, half-conscious and disoriented, his face covered in blood, had a lifeless look in his eyes. The audience of tens of thousands was stunned, unable to believe that someone could use their bare body to crush a strong opponent clad in cutting-edge battle armor. Lin Ji squatted down, lightly patting Zhang Haochun's cheek. His tone was gentle, yet full of mockery. "I said I'd give you face, so I didn't damage your internal organs or hit your face. Isn't that gentlemanly enough?" Zhang Haochun gritted his teeth, spitting blood, tears streaming down his face. That ruined set of equipment, worth a staggering 30 million, was now buried in the ground, reduced to scrap metal. In the second-floor private box, Chen Duoduo held a shattered wine glass in his hand. Seeing this bloody scene, tears streamed down his face as the smile on his face froze completely. Clutching his chest, he trembled and roared angrily, "This is giving face? This is trampling my dignity into dust. That was all my money." The scene froze on the shattered battle armor and the scattered debris, reflecting an irreversible slaughter. The cruel gap between power and strength burned in the air. Beside him, Lei Jin laughed so hard he leaned forward and back, slapping his thigh, tears almost streaming from his eyes. "Old Qian, that's enough." Lin Ji didn't even tear the guy apart. "He's already given plenty of face." Lei Jin laughed until he was out of breath. On the stage, Lin Ji stood coldly, mercilessly kicking the unconscious Zhang Haochun off the stage. Zhang Haochun fell heavily, rolling to the edge of the resting area, collapsing on the ground like a dead dog. The faces of the remaining 4 team members instantly turned pale. Their legs began to cramp, and their eyes were fixed on Lin Ji on the stage, as if they were staring at a Tyrannosaurus Rex disguised in human skin. Lin Ji stood high at the edge of the ring, his gaze cold as he pulled out a tissue from his pocket, slowly wiping his hands, as if he had just touched something dirty. The tissue was crumpled into a ball and casually thrown to the ground. He scanned his trembling opponents, as calm as if he were asking, "What's for dinner tonight? Warm-up is over. Next, who's bringing the equipment?" Or, "All at once." Zhang Haochun was urgently carried away by medical staff, and the scene fell into dead silence. The 10,000 spectators were dumbfounded, the fierce blow like a heavy bomb completely overturning their worldview. A first-tier expert fully equipped with premium gear was brutally defeated by a second-tier martial artist in a school uniform, relying solely on physical explosiveness. No flashy moves, No overwhelming aura, not even special effects. It was purely the brute force of a brick smashing someone. At the commentary table, Jingyang wiped his sweat, trying to steady his voice but unable to hide his shock. Lin Ji's explosive power is astonishing, but this move is too exhausting and unsustainable. This is the miracle of adrenaline. The team coach instantly seized this glimmer of hope, quickly instructing, Wang Kai, don't fight head-on. Circle around to drain his stamina. Wear him out. The 1.9-meter-tall Wang Kai, clad in heavy green armor, resembling an iron-shelled turtle, responded in a muffled voice, heavily patting the thick chest plate of his heart protector. I'll lead with defense and exhaust his stamina. The coach's eyes turned fierce, gritting his teeth. Exchange tactics. Use defense to trade for stamina. For Modu Martial University, for Principal Qian's reputation, Wang Kai roared, his momentum surging, charging onto the ring, each step causing the floor to tremble. Lin Ji stood lazily in the center, yawning, a physiological tear squeezing out from the corner of his eye. Modu Martial University, Wang Kai, please enlighten me. Wang Kai assumed a defensive stance, knees slightly bent, lowering his center of gravity, ready to retreat at any moment. The whistle blew. He let out a loud roar, unexpectedly retreating 10 meters to stick close to the edge of the ring, intending to play a positioning endurance game. But as his feet steadied, his vision suddenly blurred. Lin Ji vanished instantly like a ghost, as if the screen had frozen. A breeze carrying the scent of body wash swept through. Behind his mask, Wang Kai's eyes widened as he felt a face almost pressed against his own. Lin Ji crossed the space like a phantom, tilting his head and staring at him with a bored expression, his gaze cold as if crushing a lost insect. Why are you running? The voice was soft, yet it struck the heart like a hammer, leaving Wang Kai nearly breathless. Since you're up here, don't bother going down. Before Wang Kai could react, Lin Ji's right hand was already raised. Lin Ji waved his hand silently, the motion casual, as if swatting away a fly near his ear. A thunderous slap landed, deafening, the sonic boom exploding above the bird's nest. Wang Kai's heavy armor shattered instantly, the immense impact flinging him like a high-speed spinning top. His body traced a graceful arc before slamming hard against the stadium's edge advertising board, sliding down like a torn poster. The arena fell silent. The commentator Jingyang stared in shock, his microphone slipping onto the table before he could speak. In the resting area of Modu Martial University, the leading teacher's face turned ashen, his fists clenched stiffly as he rasped, Does this count as exertion? A team member cautiously replied, not feeling any effort from the opponent at all. From a physics perspective, at most half a calorie. The air grew heavy, as if on the verge of explosion. Lin Ji stood calmly on the stage, looking toward the opposing resting area, sneering coldly. Stop dawdling. I still need to go back and buy hair growth serum for Teacher Lu. Suddenly, a fiery rage erupted from Lu Yen like red flames. She tore off her cloak, revealing a sleek and agile combat outfit and platinum gloves, her hands igniting with vibrating dark energy. Modu Martial University will not be humiliated. I'll show you what real combat is, she roared, shaking the entire arena as she leapt onto the stage in an instant. Lin Ji glanced at her indifferently and said coldly, A woman? He looked her gloves up and down, then shook his head disdainfully. I don't fight women. Lu Yen retorted sharply with mockery. On the battlefield, there's no gender, only victory and defeat. Afraid of losing to a woman and feeling ashamed. Lin Ji replied calmly, No, it's out of respect for Principal Qian. His gaze swept past the second-floor private box, his tone relaxed yet arrogant. Principal Qian has donated a lot to Huayang. I should give the old man some face. Then he set the conditions. You can only use one hand, and your feet must remain still. As long as you force me to move or use my left hand, I will admit defeat. He looked at her indifferently, as if watching a play, treating her like a child throwing a tantrum. The entire audience was shocked to the core. His arrogance had shattered the ceiling. The opponent was a peak-level first-tier elite, wielding a mythical artifact. Who would have thought Lin Ji would dare to provoke her like this? Rage erupted as Lu Yen glared at Lin Ji, her entire being almost exploding. How could the pride of Modu Martial University tolerate such humiliation? Her fists clenched tightly, and she charged forward like a detonation. The alloy floor beneath her feet cracked, and her fist shadows, like a storm, roared toward Lin Ji. Lin Ji stood at the center of the storm, his right hand slowly waving out, moving so leisurely it resembled an old man practicing Tai Chi in the park, yet so fast it was impossible to catch. All the fist shadows were effortlessly blocked, the sound of gloves colliding continuous, but unable to break through his defense. He spoke coldly, his taunts cutting through the wind of her punches. Too slow. Haven't eaten? Is this the level of Martial University? Your punches are scattered. Your left side defense is wide open. You've already died 3 times. Each word was like a blade slicing through Lu Yan's pride. Lu Yan roared, her eyes burning with resolute flames, leaving her center wide open as she combined her fists and struck toward Lin Ji's chest. Move for me. This punch was fearless of life and death, a desperate counterattack. Lin Ji impatiently withdrew his mockery, his right hand flashing like lightning through the fist shadows, firmly gripping Lu Yan's wrist. His fingers were like steel clamps, causing instant pain in her wrist, dispersing her energy and blood, and collapsing her resistance in an instant. She screamed in pain, looking up to meet those cold eyes burning with dark golden flames. A silent, ruthless command fell. Get down! With explosive force from one arm, Lin Ji lifted her entire body high, drawing a perfect arc before slamming her hard onto the ground. The ground trembled, the alloy arena was smashed into a deeper human-shaped pit, and the gymnasium seemed to experience a minor quake. As the dust settled, Lu Yen lay sprawled on the ground, her eyes rolled back, completely lifeless. Meanwhile, Lin Ji remained standing in his original spot, his left hand behind his back, his right hand casually brushing off his clothes, as if he had just completed a light task. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. The remaining 2 members of Modu Martial University looked pale, their hearts filled with despair. Defeated 3 in a row, even the captain and vice-captain had lost. The match was utterly hopeless. Lin Ji slowly raised his head, his dark golden pupils sweeping toward the 2 trembling opponents. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, a devilish smile spreading, his voice cold as a summons from hell. Next, the resting area of Modu Martial University plunged into dead silence, more oppressive than a morning vigil. The leading teacher's hands trembled as he tightly gripped Lin Suin's arm, his nails almost digging into her flesh, his voice filled with despair and urgency. Suin, listen to me. Don't lose your head. At the edge of the arena, Lin Suin's face was pale. As an agile assassin, she was ordered to stall the monster Lin Ji, who had thrown Lu Yen down like a rag doll. She understood that going head-to-head with him wouldn't last even a few seconds. The leading teacher roared at her to get on stage, claiming this was a psychological battle, that she must delay time, even if it meant exhausting the opponent's energy by just a fraction. With heavy steps, Lin Suin walked onto the arena, her gaze evasive. Lin Ji remained lazily with his hands in his pockets, speaking coldly. Another woman? The rules remain unchanged, one hand, feet unmoving. Force me to move and you win. Lin Suin gritted her teeth, drew her short dagger, assumed an attack stance, and shouted firmly. Giving it my all is a sign of respect for my opponent. Lin Ji sneered, his dark golden flames flashing in his eyes, recalling that godlike expert Yi Chan, his tone icy. Do you think your bones are harder than his? These words were like a heavy hammer, instantly extinguishing her fighting spirit. Her face turned pale, and Yi Chen's words from the live broadcast echoed in her mind. She didn't even have the qualifications to sing her swan song. Lin Ji withdrew his gaze, turned to stare at the VIP box on the second floor, and curled his lips into a mocking smile. Of course, I must respect Principal Qian. Seeing how distressed he is over the equipment, I've decided to let you make 3 moves without retaliation. After 3 moves, it will be up to fate. Inside the box, Qian Duoduo instantly spat out his drink, blaming himself. Don't call me out. I can't handle this kind of attention. Beside him, Lei Jin laughed so hard he leaned forward and back, his applause sounding like exploding firecrackers. On the stage, facing Lin Ji's 3 raised fingers, Lin Suin's eyes turned sharp. Knowing these 3 moves were a countdown to life or death, she darted forward like the wind, her short dagger flashing with a cold gleam, aiming straight for Lin Ji's throat. The entire audience was stunned. Her speed rivaled that of a peak first-tier expert. However, Lin Ji remained completely motionless, not even blinking, as if he hadn't seen any of it. The dagger's cold gleam approached, less than 0.01 centimeters away, the icy edge almost piercing the skin. He leaned back slightly, his gaze still indifferent. The dagger grazed the tip of his nose, stirring a faint breeze through the strands of hair on his forehead, yet leaving no mark. Lin Suin missed her strike, her momentum carrying her half a meter back. As she turned to look in horror, Lin Ji stood as steady as a rock, his feet unmoving, and slowly raised his fingers. Just 1 move. His reaction speed was practically mocking his opponent. Unwilling to give up, Lin Suin spun around, launching a series of whip kicks to block Lin Ji's retreat. Lin Ji lightly flicked his hand in the air. Snap! Snap! 2 sounds like plucking guitar strings. Her attacks were instantly deflected, the impact making Lin Suin's bones ache as she stumbled back 2 steps. He gracefully withdrew his hand and said coldly, 2 moves. Lin Suin's eyes gradually dimmed, and the atmosphere on site grew suffocatingly heavy. This wasn't a fight. It was a high-level player crushing a novice. Lin Suin screamed in despair, her blood boiling, transforming into a mournful streak of light as she frantically charged at Lin Ji, determined to perish together. At the critical moment, a slender hand firmly pressed against her forehead, flawless and unyielding. No matter how she struggled, it was like an iron wall. The dagger was only an inch away from his heart, yet it became an insurmountable abyss. 3 moves are over. Lin Ji's voice was steady, his aura suddenly shifting, golden flames igniting in his eyes, like a beast awakening. My turn. He flicked his finger lightly, the air exploding like thunder, a powerful shockwave coursing through Lin Suin's entire body. She let out a muffled groan, like a kite with a broken string, sent flying dozens of meters before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Ji's clothes remained unruffled as he coldly uttered 2 words. Concede. The arena fell into dead silence, everyone staring in shock. That strike was simply monstrous. It wasn't just a simple knockback. His finger was as sharp as a Gatling gun barrel. In the Wu University resting area, the last male substitute's legs were almost trembling, his pant legs damp, as he stared at the demonic figure on the stage, nervous and helpless. The team coach's voice was mournful, as gloomy as a ghost's wail. The boy forced a bitter smile, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the stage. Lin Ji cast a contemptuous glance, coldly advising him to surrender. Winning all 5 matches would embarrass Principal Qian. I wouldn't feel right about it. In the second-floor private box, Qian Duoduo slumped in his seat, clutching a bottle of fast-acting heart medicine. The boy gritted his teeth and shook his head. Though his legs trembled, his gaze was resolute. Surrendering is failure. Standing and dying is the only way to keep dignity. A clumsy opening move was met with a shout. Magic City Martial University has no cowards. Amid sparse applause, Lin Ji's gaze sharpened, his mockery fading. Good. For the first time, he drew out his left hand. For those words, I won't use my hands. Boom! The sound of collision thundered, the outcome beyond doubt. The boy was instantly sent flying, landing neatly on the ground, lying in a line alongside his already defeated teammates. Standing at the center of the arena, Lin Ji swept his gaze across the crowd, exuding an overwhelming aura. The special alloy arena bore deep scars, but at this moment, it had become the throne of the young man. He calmly adjusted the slightly wrinkled collar of his school uniform. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried through the corners of the bird's nest via the amplifier. Who else? Time seemed to freeze as 100,000 spectators held their breath. 5 seconds later, a tidal wave of cheers erupted across the venue. 1 against 5. Facing one of the top 3 families and the most extravagantly equipped team, the young Lin Ji had completed a solo victory in a humiliatingly dominant fashion. This was no longer a competition. It was a brutal massacre, a miracle. In a second-floor private box, Chen Duoduo swallowed a fast-acting heart pill with a wry smile, his eyes burning with fervent anticipation. This kid is worth every penny. At the edge of the arena, Lin Ji descended the stage at a leisurely pace. He paused as he passed the resting areas of Yenjing Martial University and the 1st Military Academy. He turned his head slightly, his dark golden eyes locking precisely onto 2 individuals, Li Huijin, maintaining a refined, cold smile, and Bai Qi, whose eyes burned with fervent intensity as he stared at him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, carrying a provocative chill. He said in a low voice, "I hope you're tougher than the students at Modu Martial University. Don't be like fragile paper that tears at a touch." The clamor in the bird's nest abruptly ceased. Behind the heavy soundproof door, the passageway lights were cold and desolate. Behind him, Lu Bo tightly gripped the torn wig, his shoulders trembling rapidly, his face full of grievance. The words by Hair Growth Serum for Teacher Lu on the stage, though mocking, seemed to ignite a burning emotion deep within him. Lin Ji stopped in his tracks, sighing as he looked at this middle-aged, seasoned man. "Stop sobbing, wipe your nose, and don't dirty the school uniform. You'll be paying for the dry cleaning." Lu Bo's voice was hoarse as he expressed his gratitude, yet he called himself a worthless person. Lin Ji raised an eyebrow, snatched the wig, flicked his wrist, and accurately tossed it into the nearby trash can. Perfect 3-pointer. With both hands in his pockets, his gaze leveled at Lu Bo, exuding the dominance of a wolf king guarding his territory. "You're from Huayang Martial University. You're my teacher. In this world, no one but me is allowed to bully you." Lu Bo's heart trembled violently, his gaze fixed on this young man, whose golden pupils seemed to pierce his soul like a thunderbolt. He couldn't help but burst into tears, spreading his arms to embrace Lin Ji, tears and snot flying everywhere. The young man shouted angrily, "Get lost!" Kyoto First Hospital VIP ward. The smell of disinfectant filled the air, creating an eerie atmosphere. Lin Ji pushed the door open and entered. Yichun was flipping through the true essence of swordsmanship with one hand, exuding a powerful aura. Zhang Xian lay on the bed, crunching on an apple noisily. Nailin Qing rested with her eyes closed. Bai Ling leisurely played with a purple spider, while a young nurse clung to the wall, retreating timidly. No one moved. Yichun asked calmly, "Did you win?" Lin Ji pulled out a chair and sat down, replying nonchalantly, "1 against 5. Zhang Xian bit into an apple, mumbling as he complained, "That group from Modu Martial University who spends money on equipment has long needed someone to teach them a lesson. If it weren't for my broken ribs, I'd show them what real metaphysical strikes are." Lin Ji stuffed a sour orange segment into his mouth, his brows furrowed as he scanned the empty hospital room, noticing that none of the key figures were present. Nailin Qing adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "Professor Mo and several grandmasters left in a hurry before the match." As soon as he finished speaking, a sweet and seductive voice echoed in Lin Ji's mind. It was Su Daji's charming reminder. The prey has been captured. He swallowed the last piece of orange, brushed the peel off his hands, and ordered in a deep voice, "Recover without dying. Lu Bo, keep watch and accept only the most expensive fruit baskets." Without saying more, Lin Ji turned and left, his solitary and cold silhouette stretched out by the corridor lights. In the blink of an eye, on the top floor of the Pangu 7-star hotel, The luxurious living room was filled with an eerie atmosphere. Chang'e stood by the window, as cool and serene as the moon, holding a jade rabbit that seemed capable of pounding medicine, silent and still. On the leather sofa, Su Daji reclined lazily, her 9 tails swaying lightly. Dressed in sheer pink gauze, her eyes were enchanting as she elegantly trimmed her nails. On the wool carpet, a shadow curled up. It was a janitor, tied up tightly, his body convulsing, his pants soaked, emitting an unpleasant odor. His mouth was stuffed with a sock Lin Ji had worn the day before and hadn't washed. As soon as Lin Ji entered, Su Daji transformed into a pink mist and rushed toward him, kneeling to hug his legs. She rubbed her cheek against his pants, her eyes full of flattery. "Master, the prey has been captured. Do I get a reward?" He patted her head and replied softly, "Good girl. I'll double your chicken legs." Although Chang'e said nothing, she turned slightly to look at Lin Ji, her eyes filled with a hidden longing. Lin Ji had no choice but to walk over, gently stroking her hair to maintain balance and harmony within his harem. He sat on the sofa, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp and icy, as if it could freeze the air. In a cold voice, he commanded, "Take that thing out of his mouth." Su Daji waved her hand disdainfully, and a smelly sock flew out. The freedman retched violently, as if he had just crawled out of a swamp. Lin Ji yanked off his blindfold, and the sudden bright light made the man instinctively close his eyes, only for Lin Ji to grab his chin, forcing him to meet his hellfire-like gaze. "Ba-ba-ka." The man stammered in terror, blurting out a dialect word. A slap landed sharply, crisp and loud. Lin Ji showed no mercy, his fist carrying pure force as it smashed into the man's cheek, causing one side of his face to swell and deform, with bloodied teeth flying out. "In this land of the Dragon Kingdom, speak human language?" Lin Ji said coldly, tossing the words casually as if discussing the weather. The man, dazed from the punch, was left with tears and snot streaming down his face. His so-called samurai spirit instantly shattered. He begged desperately, trembling as he said, "Don't kill me. I have money, 10 billion. No, 100 billion yen. Please spare me." Lin Ji sneered, pulling out a tissue to nonchalantly wipe his hands, mocking, "You people from Sakura country not only have weak knees but also dull minds." Then, with another slap, the man's face swelled up, resembling a bloated pig's head, which ironically made him look more pleasing to the eye. Lin Ji raised his hand, his voice dropping to a dangerously low tone. "Do I look like I need money? Does it seem like I lack money? Was it your people who meddled with Beishan mining?" At the mention of Beishan mining, the man's eyes immediately darted around nervously as he stammered in denial, "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a—" Lin Ji swiftly crushed one of his fingers, his voice icy. "Next one." The man let out a blood-curdling scream, his cries of agony tightly sealed within the soundproof barrier set up by Su Daji. Lin Ji's expression was as hard as iron. "I have no patience, so just say more." Half an hour later, Lin Ji leaned gloomily against the sofa, the truth darker than expected. The 5-member team from Beishan Mining wasn't simply competing. They had injected Shura powder, desperately overdrawing their lives for suicide attacks. This turned out to be a cruel experiment by the Sakura Nation's Onmyoji group. The entire team was treated as expendable, solely to collect his combat data and force out his trump cards. Lin Ji's fury burned wildly, golden flames flickering in his eyes. The surrounding air turned icy cold. Even the jade rabbit in Chang'e's arms curled up, trembling. Just to kill a low-level martial artist like me? Quite the method. The man collapsed on the ground, stammering out the details. "The adults of the Yaki society believe you are a threat to the Dragon Nation. You must be eliminated before you rise. Assassination doesn't work on you. You have women by your side." He glanced fearfully at Su Daji, who was casually filing her nails, as if she were an invincible beast. Trembling, he pulled out a strange black talisman from his pocket, emitting a nauseating stench. Su Daji frowned slightly, speaking with disgust. "Such a filthy thing. It smells awful. Lin Ji reached out to take the talisman, and the Eye of Omniscience immediately activated, displaying information on the screen. Forced Summoning Order, Modified. A red mythic grade one-time curse item. Ignores space and cooldown, forcibly pulling the target into a designated survival dungeon. Summoning is prohibited within the dungeon. A Death God's Invitation, a one-way ticket to hell. Lin Ji sneered. First, force me to unleash my limits. Then use this to trap me in a dungeon where I can't bring women. You really know how to calculate. Toying with the black talisman, his face was full of disdain. A glimmer of hope flashed in the man's eyes. If you let me go, I can return and tell the adults. The mission failed. Lin Ji walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the dazzling lights of Kyoto, shadows filled with countless prying eyes. Failed? He said, a cold gleam flashing, his aura condensing like a blade. Lin Ji suddenly turned around, the talisman in his hand igniting with golden flames. Instead of being burned, it activated a faint red glow. He squinted and smiled, his gaze piercing the man before him. The mission hasn't failed. Terror spread in the man's eyes, his pain seemingly overwhelmed by fear. Hesitant and incredulous, he screamed hoarsely, "Do you know what you're doing? This is a death trap." Lin Ji crouched down, staring coldly at him, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. "You're wrong. True power doesn't rely on Sudaji and Chang'e supporting me. It's my own strength that makes them submit to me." In an instant, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Lin Ji, suffocating like the awakening of an ancient beast, its cold and majestic aura enveloping the entire room. The man felt as if an invisible giant hand was gripping his heart tightly, his breath stalling. He could only stare in terror at this existence beyond human comprehension. Lin Ji leaned in and whispered softly, his tone low, "Listen. All you need to do is tell the Yaki Society that you succeeded. They will activate the talisman at the end of the exchange competition." The man nodded tremblingly, filled with regret and fear. Lin Ji turned and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze piercing through the pitch-black night. In his eyes, dark golden flames suddenly surged, like two blazing suns. The night has fallen, and the cherry blossoms should wither. Inside the luxurious presidential suite, the atmosphere was heavy. The spy from Sakura Country shakily took out his phone and dialed an encrypted frequency. "Hello? Is it you, sir?" His voice trembled, on the verge of collapse. On the other end of the line, a cold male voice carried an air of superiority. "How did it go?" The man glanced timidly at Lin Ji, who was playing with a lighter on the sofa. The flame danced at his fingertips, reflecting a face with a cold smirk.
Successful.
The mark has been planted, and he is completely unaware. A pleasant response came from the other end. "Very good. Stay hidden. Activate the talisman when he is most relaxed after the finals. We will send him to hell to repent." The call ended. The man collapsed to the ground, his heavy breathing filled with relief. "Sir, I did as you asked." "You promised." Lin Ji interrupted coldly. "I promised you could leave, but I never said you'd leave alive." The man's eyes widened, but before he could scream, Sudaji raised her hand, her fingernail flicking lightly. "Even a glance at filth is bad luck." Pink foxfire ignited out of thin air, instantly engulfing the man, purifying even his screams and scent. 3 seconds later, only gray-white ashes remained, gently scattered by the night wind, disappearing into the dazzling neon lights of Kyoto. The dust settled. Lin Ji held a transparent sound-recording stone, a cold sneer appearing on his face. The conspiracy of Sakura Country was fully under his control, the chain of evidence solid. He had placed himself in the center of the game. Outside the window, the traffic flowed like ants, reflecting his stern silhouette. Turning into the room, Sudaji's tail spun like a propeller, coquettishly clinging to him. Meanwhile, Chang'e had already silently undressed, creating a subtle atmosphere in the room. Lin Ji smiled helplessly, his aura remaining steady. The next day, at the Bird's Nest Stadium, the quarterfinals were bustling with noise, yet Lin Ji stood alone in battle. Facing the human tanks of Beihai Martial University, he swept through the arena like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. 5 opponents took turns stepping up, only to be slapped away one by one, flying off the stage. The scene was shocking, and the audience erupted in cheers. The title of Divine Being spread instantly. Time moved forward, and the tense draw ceremony for the semifinals began. A massive holographic screen hung in the air as the 4 teams prepared themselves. Lin Ji remained calm, observing as if on a leisurely outing. The expressions of the teams varied. Xinghe Martial University was shrouded in gloom, with their captain Wang Tung praying for luck to avoid him. Bai Qi from the 1st Military Academy was eager for a showdown with Lin Ji, while Vice-Captain Zhao Xiaotang secretly prayed in fear. Yanjing Martial University's captain, Li Huaijin, though composed, was inwardly tense due to Lin Ji's formidable physical strength. Relying solely on his body, Lin Ji had already twice defeated 5 opponents single-handedly, leaving people in awe. An old master from the Ministry of Education conducted the draw on site. His aged hand reached into the box, and the entire venue instantly held its breath. Even the sound of popcorn ceased. The next moment would reveal who would face Lin Ji. The large screen zoomed in, focusing on the calloused hand as it slowly pulled out 2 golden envelopes. The sound of tearing echoed through the microphone, striking everyone's nerves. The old master adjusted his reading glasses and clearly announced, the first match of the semifinals, Yanjing Martial University versus the 1st Military Academy. The venue erupted in commotion. A flash of relief appeared in Li Huaijin's eyes. Facing the 1st Military Academy would be challenging, but at least it was still human enemies, sparing him from confronting that monster. But Bai Qi roared in frustration, "Damn it! Why isn't it Huayang? This is rigged. I want to file a complaint." He slapped his thigh furiously, his anger evident. Zhao Xiaotang and Gu Qingye exchanged glances, their mutual understanding hiding a sense of relief. They had narrowly escaped disaster. The old master remained unmoved and continued announcing the second match, Huayang Martial University versus Xinghe Martial University. The Xinghe Martial University rest area instantly fell into despair. Captain Wang Tung's legs gave out as if he had received a death sentence. Bai Qi turned his head, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. "How is your luck so good? I can't even get a chance to be beaten. Why did you steal my spot?" The spectators looked at each other, their expressions complicated. Beaten? More like a death sentence. Wang Tung helplessly glanced at Lin Ji, who was smiling in the distance, and sighed inwardly. "Can we forfeit? I just want to go home." The semifinals quickly concluded, with Wang Tung's various bizarre excuses being mercilessly rejected by the referee. Lin Ji used just 1 palm to send all 5 Xinghe Martial University players flying like insects, neatly hanging them on the wall, becoming literal flying men. Wang Tung's years-long cervical spine issues were even incidentally cured. On the other side, the semi-final between the 1st Military Academy and Yanjing Martial University turned into a bloodbath. Li Huaijin turned ruthless, attacking fiercely. Bai Qi fought desperately, reversing the situation alone, exchanging injuries to shatter the crystal stone and achieving a hard-fought victory. The entire venue erupted, blood boiling into passionate shouts. As for Lin Ji's match, it was like a merciless crushing, akin to a max-level player trampling through a beginner's village, utterly one-sided. On the day of the finals, inside the Bird's Nest Stadium, the door to the lounge was suddenly pushed open, a mix of disinfectant and blood wafting out. Lin Ji looked up, his gaze meeting the figures resembling mummies, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Yi Chen's left arm was tightly wrapped in a cast, exuding a cold aloofness that warned anyone against approaching. Zhang Xian hobbled in on crutches, his steps unsteady, sitting down with the demeanor of a recently retired soldier. Bai Ling and Nailan Qing sat pale and frail in wheelchairs, their faces haggard. Lin Ji calmly enjoyed a strawberry-flavored lollipop, a smile on his lips. Not dead yet, you all made it through. Zhang Xian slumped powerlessly, half jokingly and half seriously complaining about medical expenses. Lin Ji's gaze passed over the group, focusing on an elderly man who arrived late, Emo Daozi. His Zhongshan suit was stained with dark red blotches, his aura cold and sharp, carrying the chill of recent battle. Emo Daozi heavily patted Lin Ji's shoulder, the force as if bearing the weight of Huayang Martial University's backbone. I've been dealing with some matters these past few days. Lin Ji, you've been wronged. His eyes concealed a long-suppressed fervor. It's the finals now. Time to show those country bumpkins what a true prodigy is, what it means to be divine. Lin Ji bit down on the candy, his golden eyes blazing like the sun, ready for action. All right, let's teach them a lesson. On the day of the match, the arena felt like an execution ground. Tens of thousands held their breath as two figures faced off in the center of the battlefield. Lin Ji looked as if he hadn't fully woken up, hands in his pockets, full of disdain. Opposite him, the scarred Bai Qi radiated astonishing fighting spirit, his body taut like a fully drawn bowstring. Bai Qi's voice was hoarse, his tone carrying respect. From the beginner's dungeon, I've been watching you. Others say you rely on women, but I know you are that insurmountable mountain of despair. His eyes burned, his aura fierce. Today, I don't want to win. I just want to climb over this mountain, or die crashing into it. As his words fell, he let out a thunderous roar. A crimson war halberd materialized, his body's blood energy igniting like an exploding oil depot. The bottleneck shattered in an instant, and the aura of 2 levels swept across the arena, banners flapping wildly. The commentator exclaimed, and General Lei Jun from the military slammed the table in praise. That ferocity, it reminds me of my younger days. Give him a first-class merit when we return. The audience was in an uproar. This was a peak showdown between a godlike figure and a war god, a spectacle worth everyone's anticipation. On the stage, Bai Qi was surrounded by blood energy, gripping the crimson dragonlance halberd, his gaze fierce as he pointed at Lin Ji with a victorious smile. Facing the fervent opponent of the same age, Lin Ji remained calm and resolute. That opponent confidently challenged him to abandon physical combat and rely on blood energy cultivation, as if he held an overwhelming advantage. Lin Ji nodded slightly, glancing around before taking his first step. The sound of his step echoed like thunder. His dormant dantian seemed to awaken, and a surge of blood energy erupted from within him, steady and solid, reaching the peak of the first level. The entire audience was stunned, exclamations rising one after another. Bai Qi, shocked yet excited, prepared to charge. However, Lin Ji wasn't limited to the first level. Smiling, he took a second step. His blood energy surged rapidly, his aura soaring to the peak of the second level, causing the crowd to gasp. The halberd in Bai Qi's hand trembled slightly. This was now a battle between equals. Bai Qi roared and charged, only to be halted by Lin Ji's cold shout. His pitying gaze seemed to look at an ant trying to move a tree. With the third step, the stage quaked like an earthquake. The torrent of blood energy nearly shattered the second-level barrier, and Lin Ji directly ascended to the third level. The audience was in an uproar, and even the masters stood up in shock. This was a realm even senior Martial University students struggled to reach. Bai Qi froze, his halberd heavy in his grip. The peak he had just climbed was merely a starting point in Lin Ji's eyes. It wasn't over yet. Lin Ji slowly lifted his foot, the motion deliberate yet heavy. With the fourth step, the air distorted, and 2 dark golden blood energy dragons soared into the sky, their oppressive aura scattering the clouds. This was the fourth level, accompanied by the overwhelming presence of the human emperor's Tao body. Bai Qi's knees buckled, and he knelt helplessly, his aura completely crushed. Against such a formidable opponent, the outcome had long been decided. His body, his genes, instinctively yielded to the invisible pressure of life-level intensity. In the second-floor private box, the gathered masters stood solemnly, their eyes filled with shock and fear. A 4th-tier expert, an 18-year-old prodigy, This is not just a genius. This is a monster, a divine being descended to earth. Lin Ji stood at the center of the blood chi storm, his clothes fluttering, hands in his pockets, overlooking Bai Qi kneeling on the ground and the tens of thousands of spectators in the stadium. He revealed a radiant smile, yet it carried a piercing chill. Among the chosen ones, there is also a difference between clouds and mud. I am the cloud. You all are the mud. The Bird's Nest Stadium fell into dead silence. Tens of thousands of people stared in shock, their necks stiff, yet no one dared to make a sound. At the center of the ring, Lin Ji, the godlike youth, looked down at the trembling, kneeling war god Bai Qi. This fourth-tier versus second-tier duel was akin to a father disciplining his son, a dimensional suppression with no suspense. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound pierced the air. On the second floor, Lei Jin crushed a purple clay cup in his grip, blood seeping through his fingers. It was the sound of Bai Qi's kneecap shattering. But he did not call for a halt, because beneath Bai Qi's bowed head, blood dripped onto the ring, and the fire in his eyes burned fiercely, ambition like a wildfire on the plains. A tearing roar erupted from Bai Qi's throat, his entire body bursting with blood beads, staining his battle robe red. His chi and blood reversed and ignited, defying the oppression of fate. He desperately supported himself with the nearly broken crimson blood dragon lance, standing inch by inch, gradually resisting the terrifying pressure. The entire audience was in an uproar, stunned and speechless. Under the complete suppression of life-level intensity, how could he stand? Lin Ji's gaze flickered with surprise, and he slowly withdrew his aura. The pressure suddenly eased. Bai Qi staggered but firmly steadied himself with the lance, his breathing heavy yet resolute. Blood stained the corner of his mouth, and he smiled wildly. Lin Ji. Bai Qi raised his head, his eyes blazing with fervent determination. Today, defeat is inevitable. Even divine weapons cannot rival your supreme strength. But you are the only goal I have pursued in this life. Even if you are a god, I will attempt to slay a god. Lin Ji chuckled lightly, his eyes filled with approval and tolerance. Good. I'll give you time to catch up, until you can no longer see my back. His voice was calm yet infinitely confident. As long as you can see me, consider it your victory. Bai Qi grinned, his blood-stained teeth forming a smile that was both desolate and resolute. He gripped his battle halberd tightly, his expression unprecedentedly clear, and softly said, "If I catch up to you, I will be disappointed." This statement caused the atmosphere in the spectator area to grow heavy, even making the veteran masters twitch involuntarily. Bai Qi pushed himself to the limit, his energy and blood converging into the battle halberd. A dragon's roar pierced through the arena as a blood-red wild dragon soared into the sky, faintly touching the threshold of a third-tier warrior. Gathering all his strength, he shouted his ultimate move, Blood Demon, Godslayer, instantly transforming into a blood-red streak of light, breaking through the air toward Lin Ji. The glass in the second-floor box shattered, and Lei exclaimed in shock at the danger. As the blood-red streak approached, Lin Ji calmly extended his hand and pushed. Golden light exploded from his palm, dispersing the wild dragon and the sea of blood, transforming into a warm golden cloud. He remained unscathed, his expression unchanged, standing in place. The crimson blood dragon halberd fell to the ground, Bai Qi's battle halberd stopping just an inch from Lin Ji's hand. Yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Bai Qi staggered backward, ultimately collapsing powerlessly, his eyes filled with relief and respect. He softly admitted defeat. Lin Ji, you are the goal I have chosen for this life. The entire arena fell silent, only to erupt moments later in thunderous applause. The applause was deafening, and endless cheers echoed above the bird's nest. Bai Qi had lost, completely defeated, yet he still stood tall, his gaze firm and without a trace of fear. He had lost with honor like a true warrior. In the resting area of the First Military Academy, the instructor clapped helplessly, intending to offer some words of comfort, only to notice Bai Qi's gaze fixed on Lin Ji on the stage, smiling foolishly, almost drooling. His expression made the instructor's heart sink, convinced that this child had been utterly crushed. The surrounding team members looked despondent. Zhao Xiaotang gripped her battle axe tightly, her hands trembling violently. The other two had shrunk into themselves, overwhelmed with shame. Even Bai Qi, who had broken through and obtained a divine weapon, was easily subdued. What right did they have to continue fighting? The instructor was just about to announce their withdrawal when a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Teacher, wait a moment." Gu Qingye stood up, his voice filled with stubbornness, his eyes shining brightly. "I know I can't win, but I have to step into the ring." His legs trembled violently, yet he gritted his teeth with determination. "My dad is watching the live stream. I promised him that as long as I showed up, I'd buy him that bottle of Matai he's been dreaming of. If I don't go up, I won't have the face to go home." The mentor froze, frowning in doubt, but Gu Qingye's resolve made the air feel heavy. In the end, the mentor sighed, waved his hand, and said, "Go ahead. The school will cover the medical expenses." On the stage, Lin Ji was about to leave when his steps halted, and his eyebrows raised slightly. A boy with stiff limbs and unsteady steps climbed onto the stage, staring directly at him. "Gu Qingye from the 1st Military Academy. Please teach me." His shout echoed through the speakers in all directions, carrying a mix of youthful urgency and fearless determination. The audience fell silent for a moment, then someone whistled, and applause followed. Lin Ji stared at the flushed face, remained silent for 2 seconds, and slowly extended his right hand. "All right, you're a man. I'll grant your wish." Gu Qingye, like a beast unleashed, erupted with all his strength and charged toward Lin Ji. The distance grew shorter and shorter, and Lin Ji's face became clearly visible. A flash of wild joy appeared in Gu Qingye's eyes as he was about to touch the outstretched hand. Smack! A crisp slap sound pierced through the air. Time seemed to freeze. Gu Qingye suddenly flew into the air, tracing an incredible arc, soaring over the stage and the referee's seat, like a phantom defying the laws of physics. His figure danced in the night sky like shattered stardust. The bullet precisely went thud as it embedded itself into the special alloy protective wall dozens of meters away, pinning itself there like a silent human specimen. The entire scene froze instantly, and the air became awkwardly tense. Lin Ji slowly withdrew his right hand and nonchalantly blew at the imaginary dust on his palm. Facing the camera, he spoke in a playful tone, "Let your dad see this. It flew high enough, the footage is definitely high definition. No need to thank me, just call me Lei Feng." The referee's gaze swept over Gu Qingye, then shifted to the opponent still twitching in the wall, hanging by a thread. Turning to the lifeless resting area of the 1st Military Academy, his lips twitched, barely suppressing his anger. He raised his flag high, his voice breaking with intensity. "The 1st Military Academy concedes. The champion of this year's National College Freshman Exchange Competition, Huayang Martial University." In an instant, the dome exploded with countless streamers. A golden rain showered down, covering the sky. The battle song thundered in everyone's ears, shattering their eardrums. Below the stage, Yi Chun with his arm in a sling, Zhang Xian leaning on crutches, Bai Ling and Nailan Qing sitting in wheelchairs. All four had tears in their eyes as they gazed at the figure bathed in golden light on the stage. Victory belonged to the dilapidated campus. This school, on the verge of closure, with even the cafeteria chef having fled, had now crushed the reputation of all prestigious institutions, ascending to the national pinnacle. The giant screen displayed a dazzling list of rewards: S-level resource allocation from the Ministry of Education, 100 billion in special construction funds, priority access to national-level mythological dungeons. Huayang Martial University had completely hit the jackpot. The rundown school built next to a mass grave had, from this day forward, become a sacred ground where countless prodigies across the nation would fight tooth and nail to enter. The award ceremony dispersed, leaving the backstage eerily silent. The door was shut and locked. The smile on Lin Ji's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a heavy expression. He sat on the sofa, his voice cold and sharp. Mr. Mo, I need to talk. Mo Daozi was still clutching the golden trophy, grinning foolishly. Hearing Lin Ji's tone, his smile froze, and his sharp wrinkles became even more pronounced. Lin Ji slowly rolled up his left sleeve, revealing a dark red rune, eerie like 8 venomous snakes, twisting and biting into his flesh, emitting a pungent, sweet smell. The surrounding blood vessels turned black and blue, climbing rapidly like a deadly web. The golden trophy clattered to the ground, chipping a corner. Mo Daozi was so shocked he trembled all over, his gaze like a cold blade fixed on Lin Ji's rune. A forced conscription blood rune? His voice trembled, filled with anger and fear. That's the forbidden technique of the Yamato no Orochi Society, which can only be activated by sacrificing the life of a high-level Onmyoji. When did you get hit? I caught the spy, Lin Ji responded calmly. I had him plant it. Mo Daozi's eyes widened in disbelief, almost losing his mind. Are you out of your mind? Do you even know what this thing means? That rune can ignore the rules and forcibly drag you into a designated death dungeon. Summons are completely disabled inside the dungeon, so your Sudaji and Chang'e are useless. You're basically doomed. Lin Ji simply smiled faintly and took out a black sound recording stone, placing it flat on the table. I understand. His gaze was deep, his voice slow yet fierce. In recent years, Sakura Nation has been acting frequently, and the country has wanted to act against them but lacked solid evidence. He pointed to the sound recording stone. This contains a recording of the spy's conversation with the upper echelons of the Yaki Society, admitting to the suicide attack and assassination plan at Beishan Mining. A national champion, a peerless prodigy with SSS plus talent, targeted on home soil by Sakura Nation, and dragged into a forced conscription dungeon. The air seemed to freeze. Lin Ji's face was as hard as iron, silently declaring that a more intense battle was quietly approaching. Lin Ji looked up, a crazed smile spreading across his lips as he stared directly at Mo Daozi. His words were light-hearted yet full of calculation. Trading one dungeon adventure of mine for justified national policy. This deal is worth it. He leaned back leisurely on the sofa, waiting for the anticipated approval. However, Mo Daozi stood in place, his expression complex, his eyes filled with both admiration and helplessness. After a long pause, he suddenly slapped the table with a crisp sound. You little rascal! His beard trembled as he pointed at Lin Ji's nose, angrily questioning what he'd been up to these past few days. Lin Ji was dumbfounded, only able to cover his forehead. The air grew heavy as Mo Daozi's gaze turned icy cold, his tone sharp and chilling. On the day you were targeted, the highest emergency meeting was convened, chaired personally by Minister Qin, with all military marshals in attendance. The resolution was singular. Whether or not there was evidence, if Sakura Nation dared to act against you, we'd crush them. Lin Ji listened, stunned, as Mo Daozi continued. During the competition, the 4 major military regions entered Level 1 combat readiness. The Beishan mining incident has the East Sea Fleet's main forces aimed at the enemy. The National General and Baipatian are currently mobilizing troops. The elder's expression softened slightly, his eyes filled with pride and affection. You are the future of Dragon Nation. We don't need you as bait, nor do we need you to trade your life for recognition. As long as you haven't betrayed the nation, we will support you here. What the country needs is a living god to lead the peak, not a fallen hero. The lounge fell silent instantly, with only Mo Daozi's breathing echoing. Lin Ji opened his mouth for a moment, looking at the iron-blooded old man, a warm current surging in his heart. The feeling of being protected by the nation nearly brought tears to his eyes. He chuckled awkwardly. Guess I got self-absorbed and almost messed things up? Mo Daozi rolled his eyes. Not entirely messed up. With this evidence, our international stance will be much stronger. But next time, report in advance. No joking around with your life. You are a national strategic asset. Lin Ji quickly nodded. Got it, got it. Then let's contact Minister Qin. Oh, right, about this forced conscription blood rune. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden burst of blood-red light erupted beneath his feet, illuminating the entire lounge as if the gates of hell had opened. Space distorted, and a powerful suction swept through the void. Lin Ji looked down to see the rune glowing hot like a branding iron. He smiled bitterly at Emo Daozi. Old Emo, looks like it's really too late. In the air, the set time clashed, the exchange match had ended. Emo Daozi's gaze sharpened instantly, his hand reaching out rapidly, his blood energy nearly exploding as he tried with all his might to grab Lin Ji. Lin Ji! His shout carried despair. In an instant, red light flashed, and Lin Ji's figure vanished without a trace, leaving behind an unfinished jest floating in the air, tinged with both boldness and self-mockery. 2nd Battalion Commander, remember to let the East Sea Fleet fire the cannons. The sensation of weightlessness passed in a flash, and when Lin Ji opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a scene of utter desolation. The deafening cheers abruptly ceased, the roars stopped, and the blinding white lights were blocked out. The surroundings plunged into cold darkness, with only a single pale spotlight above, fixed on a weathered redwood round table. A deck of playing cards was pressed on the table, the back illustrated with a sinister one-eyed ghostly face, emerging from the shadows as if staring into one's soul. Lin Ji sat at the southern side of the round table, the chair so hard it was uncomfortable. Across from him sat a man and a woman, dressed in eerie hunting attire, with a nauseating Yamada no Orochi snake emblem on their chests. The man was effeminate, lightly fanning himself like a Dan actress on stage. The woman had a seductive yet sinister makeup, her lips curled into a mocking smile, as if pronouncing a death sentence. In their eyes, Lin Ji was nothing more than a helpless little mouse caught in a trap. Clap, clap, clap. The man, Kamiki Toru, slowly applauded, the sharp and piercing sound echoing in the silent space. Not bad. A divine being from Longua, and yet you didn't even cry out in fear. Kamiki Toru flipped his fan to cover his face, revealing only his cold, sharp eyes. Lin Ji-kun, as a newcomer, have you thought about why you're here? Lin Ji lazily adjusted his posture, crossing one leg over the other, his expression full of mockery. Curious? Don't make me laugh. I was dragged here by you shadow-dwelling rats using some forced blood sigil. He tapped his fingers on the table, completely unbothered. Kamiki Toru paused his fanning for half a second, slightly shocked at Lin Ji's unexpected composure. Beside him, Chiba Michiko snorted coldly. You're nearing your death and still dare to talk tough. This place is beyond the constraints of reality. Your 4th-tier cultivation is nothing but a decoration. Lin Ji raised an eyebrow, activating the all-seeing eye. His gaze swept over the folding fan in the man's hand, and he couldn't help but laugh. Stop pretending? Isn't it tiring? That spy disguised as a janitor. Wasn't it Tanaka? The two's expressions instantly cracked. Kamiki Toru squinted. Tanaka? You've seen him? Lin Ji leaned forward, his voice low as if sharing gossip. We had a very profound exchange. You people are so spineless. I broke 3 of his fingers, and he spilled everything.
Impossible.
Chiba Michiko was furious, her once alluring makeup twisting into a grotesque snarl. He underwent the strictest training. He would never betray us. Kamiki Toru reinforced her words. Really? Lin Ji shrugged, his face full of innocence. Maybe my charisma is just too strong. By the way, he passed away peacefully. Lin Ji made a gesture, roughly medium-rare cremation. Seems like your intelligence network is still stuck in the carrier pigeon era. The air grew heavy. The two exchanged glances, their eyes betraying an undeniable panic, a wave of unease surging in their hearts. The soul lamp of Tanaka has been extinguished. Lin Ji not only counterkilled the scout, but also extracted core secrets. What's even more bizarre is that everything seems to be under his control. Shinki Tetsu took a deep breath, suppressing his panic. He closed his fan and put it down, his aura suddenly shifting. He suddenly burst into laughter, his voice breaking the silence. Very good, very good. Since everything is out in the open, there's no need to hide anymore. He stood up, his gaze sharp as a blade, pointing viciously at Lin Ji. That's right. The original plan was to resolve this with force. The rules suddenly changed, and the instance Lin Ji faced was now transformed into a rule-based instance where violence was absolutely prohibited. Fists, vitality, and summons were all sealed, turning the battle into a contest of intellect. Chiba Michiko and Shinki Tetsu made an arrogant entrance, proclaiming themselves as the twin pillars of the empire from Sakura country. Young strategists who claimed their 2-against-1 advantage would ensure Lin Ji's demise. Their eyes were full of disdain, eagerly anticipating Lin Ji's struggle and collapse in the trap of rules. However, Lin Ji feigned terror, crossing his arms and leaning back as if frightened. Facing the intellectual instance, he muttered, "I've never passed math," which made the opponents laugh out loud, as if they had caught a weakness. But in the next moment, Lin Ji's expression flipped instantly, turning into one of contemptuous concern. He lazily yawned and mocked the two, saying, "Just messing with you," showing complete indifference. Just as Shinki Tetsu's face turned livid and he was about to lose his temper, a sudden system notification sounded, coldly announcing the official start of the game, the Liar's Game. Words slowly appeared in the void. 54 cards, a 3-player game, counterclockwise play, endless challenges and doubts over the cards, until someone plays all their cards and wins. Shinki Tetsu's smile grew increasingly sinister, while Chiba Michiko's eyes locked onto her prey, waiting for Lin Ji to collapse and beg for mercy. But Lin Ji blinked lightly, his whole body relaxing. He leaned back against the chair, even picking at his ear, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Is that all?" What was thought to be a high-level, deadly rule turned out to be nothing more than the wildly popular Liar's Tavern. Lin Ji's nonchalant attitude left his opponents secretly anxious. Known as a psychological bluffing game, Lin Ji was completely in his element. Back in his college dorm, he had used this trick to win breakfast from his roommates repeatedly, to the point where they joked about calling the police whenever they saw him with a deck of cards. At this moment, Shinki Tetsu tapped the table lightly with his closed fan, sneering, "You think this is just a battlefield for muscle training? This is the real hell." As soon as the cards were dealt, the playing cards flashed like ghostly faces, distributed among the 3 players. Lin Ji's fingertips touched the cold surface of the cards. He glanced at his hand, and his expression twitched slightly. Among the 18 cards, there were no bombs, no pairs, just scattered single cards, not even a single wild joker. This was a dead hand, meaning every play would have to rely on lies to hold the stage, like walking a tightrope. Chiba Michiko stared intently at Lin Ji, catching the fleeting change in his pupils. She smiled sweetly. "Winning or losing doesn't matter. The outcome is already decided. There's no way out." Lin Ji silently recited a mental technique, attempting to cheat with clairvoyance, but a bright red warning popped up on the screen. The iron rule of the instance forbids all cheat skills. Shinki Tetsu's mocking expression revealed his true intentions. "This is the absolute domain of rules, a game for the clever," the system coldly announced. "This game will have 2 winners and 1 elimination, with the punishment being erasure." Among the 3, Lin Ji was clearly the hunted prey. Shinki Tetsu and Chiba Michiko exchanged glances, their silent cooperation evident, ready to strangle Lin Ji in the card pile without lifting a blade. With cheats disabled and the 2 teaming up, Lin Ji suppressed his anger, his expression cold and stern. Sakura country really knows how to play tricks. Deception knows no bounds. Shinki Tetsu unfolded his folding fan, covering half of his face. His gaze was as sharp and bloodthirsty as a hawk. "You're too strong, so we had to break the rules. Brains work better than fists." Suddenly, the spotlight above flickered wildly, signaling the start of the random initiative determination. Lin Ji didn't even need to look. He knew it wouldn't fall to him. Sure enough, the beam finally settled on Chiba Michiko. The one with the initiative sets the rules, playing the first card to dictate the round's points, forcing the opponent to follow or challenge. This round had already turned into a deadly game. Lin Ji treaded carefully. The battle had just begun. With the initiative, the rhythm is entirely in control. Chiba Michiko feigned surprise, her fingers gliding over the card pile. Her smile was as sinister as a snake's tongue, coldly provocative. Lin Jikuen, are you ready to die? Kyoto, top floor of the Ministry of Education. Qin Weigua stared at the urgent document on the desk, the final report of the National University Freshman Exchange Competition. Huayong Martial University had won the championship, and Lin Ji was crowned a legend. He should have been overjoyed, but instead, unease filled his heart. His right eye twitched incessantly, as if foreseeing impending doom. A sudden, violent crash against the door shattered the silence. The alloy door, said to be rocket-proof, was forcefully slammed open. Mo Daozi stumbled in, disheveled and battered. His traditional Tang suit was covered in dust. His bloodshot eyes filled with despair, and his body trembled like a leaf. Old Qin, something's happened. His hoarse voice carried a sense of utter hopelessness. Qin Weigua's hand trembled with a snap. The thermos cup shattered, hot tea splashed everywhere, and the atmosphere froze. He only asked, Lin Ji. Mo Daozi did not answer directly, trembling as he took out a black recording stone and heavily placed it on the table. The sound echoed in the office. Sakura Nation's Yaki Society had implemented a secret plan involving suicide attacks and forced conscription blood talismans.